Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 34, Black Brothers Vomiting Blood, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasser. Fortunately, Dundee's battle armor was special, hence it could withstand huge amounts of damage. Instead, another Mutalisk seized the opportunity when he was distracted to dive towards him. It would have definitely been disastrous if the collision connected. Luckily, with a blurred flash from the side, twin hands like pincers struck out and gripped onto the Mutalisk's neck. Twisting, the figure nimbly mounted precisely over the center of gravity of the Mutalisk, causing the poor creature to release a mournful shrill, fluttering aggressively as it hopelessly crashed forward. Dust filled the air. The Mutalisk struggled with intense ferocity. Yet the figure over it remained steadfast, raising his fist as he heavily pounded down. It gave off an air of an unwavering, majestic superiority. Nearby, another Mutalisk realized things weren't going so well, trying its best to flap its wings to flee. Instead, the clear, crisp da-da-da gunshots traveled over. The first round struck its left eye, the second and third drilled into the nearby rocky wall. Sparks exploded out, followed by crumbled fragments bursting in all directions, before a massive boulder was released down, directly smashing down onto the Mutalisk. Seconds later, sticky blood streamed out from beneath the boulder. 3 minutes later, the Mutalisk underneath Xian had utterly lost consciousness. Red scars could be seen distinctly over its abdomen and wings. It was rather obvious, probably a symbol of its native tribe. This shape of this scar seemed to look extremely similar to the arachnids at the battlefield, where Xian had encountered Scorching Mouth. Mogentia had even retrieved one of the arachnids to barbecue, hence Xian was able to accurately deduce. That relentless overlord had probably reported to the mother nest. Numerous anti-air counters, the Hydralisks, were swiftly slithering over, beginning to take positions around the vantage points of their base. Almost instantaneously, Xian and the rest received the Overmind's mental transmission. "My friend, it seems that you've caught a hostile. Can you bring it to me?" Naturally, Xian would fulfill his request, dragging the unlucky Mutalisk towards the mother nest. After Overmind Mosey had evolved and grew out his own carapace, he no longer cooped himself up within the heavily fortified mother nest, like in the past of his I-class days. He would occasionally patrol around the base personally. Hence, they met up at the west side of the base. Xian directly tossed the half-dead Mutalisk in front of Overmind Mosey. Mosey commanded his underling to press the Mutalisk down, before burying his head as it started to tap into its memories using his own brainwaves. Until the unlucky brat could no longer resist the pressure, its head directly splattered into blood and juice, seeping into the ground. "We have a huge problem. Overmind Mosey's voice was filled with a fluster. He raised his stocky forelimb and waved it. An organ structure beside them instantly disintegrated, causing a terrifying and strange map that was constructed with living cells to appear in front of them. Then Mosey started to explain. "My old enemy, the Redliner tribe, has also managed to colonize several other tribes around it, and raise themselves to a 2-class base. The Pandora crystal mines they occupied are mostly barren. It isn't enough for them to harvest for long. Moreover, the Redliner tribe has always been my arch-nemesis. On face value, our Pandora crystal mine is already the most abundant and alluring trigger. But beneath that, it is also that our animosity between the tribes is bone deep. Hence I predict in a short time, we'll definitely engage in an all-out, death war." Xian took this opportunity to raise his internal suspicions. "Previously, when I was making my way here, I came across a battlefield. The arachnids involved were a tribe of black arachnids, and another tribe of arachnids with a distinct red scar. The black arachnids seem to belong to us. Is it possible it is related to this animosity you speak of?" The Overmind Mosey's shiny carapace split open, as gigantic glossy wings fluttered out, displaying its impatience. After a brief moment, the mental transmission arrived. "That was an elite squad that I dispatched out. If not, the thick liquid tribe would have never had the chance to kidnap me. I never expected the Redliner Overmind to hide its strength so well. Although the forces he sent out consisted primarily of ordinary units, there was actually a uniquely new yet formidable unit within its mix. It completely annihilated my squad. A new unit." Xian's heart was moved. He roughly understood, but allowed the overmind Mosey to continue his transmission explanation. Our Queen Mother is able to absorb the genes from some native creatures and create new models of arachnid units. These units may not suit warfare in a space environment, but its destructive nature definitely complements its native home ground. The mother nest of the redliner tribe had managed to absorb a spotted fly and mutate it into an enormous flaming beetle. It is extremely powerful. Of course, it consumes a terribly huge amount of resources, and the chances of spawning is relatively low. Sheehan asked. Then why can't the mother of the blackthorn absorb and create such units? The overmind Mosey patiently emitted his transmission. The territory we occupy isn't a native habitat for those spotted flies. Hence, there is a limit to what we can capture and experiment on. But because this place contains such a lucrative Pandora crystal mine, we will definitely not give this base up. Therefore, on the aspect of researching genetic coding, we are indeed lacking. According to the information I've acquired, the redliner tribe had already upgraded to an 2 class base 3 days ago. They currently possess close to 10 flaming beetles. Furthermore, they are currently amassing their forces, preparing to launch an all-out assault against us. Hence, we desperately need your help. As much as possible, we need to delay the redliner tribe from attacking. After receiving this information, Mojentia suddenly felt a strange inkling that he had landed himself in serious shit. When the overmind Mosey had finished explaining, indeed so, he and Sheehan received a notification. You have received a side mission, Blackthorn Tribe's Predicament. Mission difficulty, B-. Mission content, come up with a method to delay the redliner tribe from attacking. Mission description, the Blackthorn tribe requires at least 48 hours to fortify their Class 2 base. You must win 48 hours for them. Mission description, after 48 hours, for every additional hour you drag on, you will receive additional rewards and score. The maximum cap of these additional hours is 4 hours. Your current reputation within the Blackthorn tribe is revered. Unable to refuse this mission. If the mission fails, you will be penalized by your highest basic attribute dropping by 1 point, your achievement point dropping by 7 points. Wait. Mojentia heaved in shock. His eyes leaked a certain despair as he asked. Respected Overmind. Where is the base of the redliner tribe? The Overmind Mosey swiftly responded. You'll definitely be able to locate those scums 400 kilometers east from here. This Blackman Mojentia's vision darkened, as though he was about to vomit blood. Sheehan suddenly recalled that black lacquer-like object. It was that unknown nodule dropped from the junior class legendary creature Scorching Mouth. Furthermore, the description of it was, no humans knows the use for this. But every creature within the Blackthorn tribe wasn't humans. Wasn't that a huge hint? Thinking of that, Sheehan instantly handed the object over to Goblin Jinquang, permitting him to let his abilities shine, and gift it to the Blackthorn tribe. Jinquang delightedly accepting this mission, he took great pleasure in being able to haggle especially for such a valuable commodity. Not too long later, Sheehan received the notification, your servant Jinquang has offered Scorching Mouth's genetic kernel over to the Blackthorn tribe on your behalf. Your servant Jinquang's special ability, Haggling LVL 15, is effective. Your gift is received by the tribe under the condition of a maximum 50-point treatment. Your servant Jinquang's hidden ability, Extortion and Amp, Blackmail, is effective. The Blackthorn tribe's reserves have been lessened, the Blackthorn tribe's secret collections has been lessened, the Blackthorn tribe's loots have been lessened. Blackthorn tribe Overmind Mosey and the Queen Mother are extremely grateful to you. Your reputation has risen by 10,000 points within the Blackthorn tribe. Witnessing Jinquang's wicked smile as he turned his ass around to flee, Sheehan felt a compelling sympathy towards the Blackthorn tribe's amassed reserves. After 10 seconds, Overmind Mosey transmitted another mental transmission. My friend, many thanks for your support. The mother nest has already perfectly compiled the genetic sequence to morph out flaming beetles. Roughly 10 minutes later, we can start the spawning process. The only flaw would be that it consumes a massive amount of Pandora crystals and abundant Vespine gas ores. Sheehan heaved a sigh of relief. To the Blackthorn tribe, they possessed an astonishing amount of Pandora crystals, one that could cause others to be envious of their wealth. Once they activated their drones to start working, they would definitely have ample resources for this. Therefore, since they now had such a powerful unit in the flaming beetle, Besides, the aggressors would have to amass their forces and travel an entire 400 kilometers over here, while the defending tribe could instantly direct fresh spawned units to join the battle. Hence, they naturally had the superior advantage. The chances of successfully defending would increase greatly. Chapter 35, Ruling the Space. Chapter 35, Ruling the Space, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Because the Redliner tribe's mutalisks were flooding the periphery of the Blackthorn base, their overlords were all being recalled back in. If the overlords weren't behind the protective guard of the Hydralisks, they would definitely be exterminated. As mentioned before, overlords don't possess any offensive capabilities, yet they played the crucial role of providing resources for the arachnid lifeforms, hence the overlords were unsacrificable units. Currently, Overmind Mosey had spawned out numerous anti-aerial Hydralisks, as they patrolled throughout the surface of the base. Strictly speaking, an extensive large scale of Hydralisk would not needed to scare off the assaults of Mutalisks. Moreover, to spawn a Hydralisk, the resources of Vespine gas and Pandora crystals were much lower as compared to Mutalisks. But one must note, the flexible scope of range of the Mutalisks who roamed the air was 10-folds that of the Hydralisks. Hence, roughly 90% of the patrolling Hydralisk were rendered useless. Several squads of Redliner Mutalisks had congregated together and engaged in widespread massacre. The situation had not sunk into a passive state. But at this moment, Sheehan was reunited with Blackthorn Overmind Mosey. This congregation lasted for roughly 10 minutes, no one knew what they discussed. Afterwards, they dispersed. Not long later, at least 40 other overlords had assembled together, as 2 squadrons of Hydralisks escorted them hastily towards the west. It seemed like they were heading over to the thick liquid base for some unknown operation. If these 40 overlords were slayed, then the entire Blackthorn tribe would face an immense shortage of resource, not the raw materials, but the processed minerals. The larvae would not be able to be bred and spawned to reinforce the fighting strength. They would have to once again spawn out a new overlord. Undoubtedly, this would greatly delay the development of the base. Under this alluring aspect, most of the Redliner Mutalisk banded together to unleash a frenzied assault. In order to slay the 40 overlord, they would first have to take care of the escorting Hydralisks. If not, they would face utter annihilation, as the overlord's defensive capabilities and health were not to be recklessly trifled with. Their own forces would undoubtedly perish under the constant, lethal acidic jets of the Hydralisk. This wasn't a consequence the Redliner arachnids were willing to face. Just like how they imagined it to be, the 2 squads of Hydralisk ultimately were unable to resist the frenzied onslaught of the scattered and agile Mutalisks. In a short span of minutes, they were reduced to devastating casualties. The remaining survivors couldn't even pose much of a threat anymore. In the end, the 40 overlords pathetically retreated back into their main base. The over 100 Mutalisk were relentlessly pursuing, wildly rummaging from the back. Within a span of 2 to 3 kilometers, at least half of the overlords had perished. But while the Redliner Mutalisk were frantically delivering attacks, they arrived at a spacious region not far from the Blackthorn tribe's main base. They hadn't noticed that the overlords they were pursuing were subtly lowering the flying height, and finally landed onto the ground. In order for the Mutalisks to slay the overlords, they had to dive lower in order to attack them. The Redliner Mutalisks gradually congregated together towards an advantageous attacking position, concentrating their firepower against the overlords. It seemed like they wouldn't rest until the overlords were utterly decimated. But at the exact moment they congregated together to release attacks, within a particularly queer but humongous black overlord, a figure suddenly leapt out. His hand was shockingly holding onto an unappealing cylindrical-like object. It was indeed that sample electromagnetic cloud bomb. A majestic azure brilliance flashed out. The Mutalisks had a habit of congregating to concentrate their firepower, yet when Xian leapt out of the overlord Shinshu, he directly aimed towards the nucleus of the Mutalisk gathering. After a violent tremor and blinding flash, at least half of the Mutalisk in the air instantly sunk into a stunned effect. Simultaneously, from the spacious ground, vibrations and tremors became increasingly intense. Brrr boom. At least 6 squads of Hydralisk and 5 squads of Zerglings burrowed out from the ground. Consecutively, the Hydralisks ferociously sprayed their acid into the air. Within these battalion of Hydralisks and Zerglings, most of them still had traces and marks belonging to the expired Thick Liquid tribe. When Xian had raided the Thick Liquid base, they unexpectedly encountered several burrowed elite Zerglings at the entrance of the mother nest. If he hadn't acted fast to utilize the sample electromagnetic cloud bomb, then they would have certainly met with a tragic ending. Hence, he could see from this where the unique research and characteristics of the thick liquid tribe was. It was definitely a research gene that raised their unit's capabilities. When the 40 overlords were used as baits, the overmind Mosey had created a window of opportunity to gather the hydralisks and zerglings from the thick liquid tribe. While the redliners were busy, Mosey dispatched the arachnids had buried them into the spacious region not far from his base. The mutalisks affected by Sheehan's dazzling electromagnetic cloud bomb numbered at least 56. They naturally relied on their wings to stay afloat in the sky. When the terrorizing sound waves of the electromagnetic cloud bomb reverberated onto them, inducing a stunning effect, they straightforwardly crashed to the ground. Of course, these powerful units wouldn't die just like that. At most they received light injuries. Yet when they crashed to the ground, the ferocious and maniacal zerglings were viciously waiting to pounce onto them. Within 10 minutes, repeated scenes of bloodlust zerglings tore through the grounded mutalisk horde, preventing them from flying back into the sky. Moreover, the hydralisk were focused in sending spurts of acid against the mutalisks who weren't affected. Instead of scattering out, the mutalisk clumped up together as they soared to a higher altitude. In this manner, although they sacrificed some of their comrades underneath, it protected most of their lives instead of scattering out and giving the hydralisk more surface to attack them. It was only like an orange being peeled off its skin. At this critical juncture, from the rocky hills far away, a peculiar demonic-shaped figure surfaced. It was indeed the elite Queen Zerg, Jenny. Although her abilities only allowed her to instant kill one mutalisk, in this very moment, the formidable elite Queen Zerg Jenny could demonstrate her fullest potential. Aiming towards the clump of mutalisk frenziedly fluttering their wings, she released a thick clump of lime green. In a flash, the green clump started dividing itself as it drifted through the air, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. When it reached the frantically fleeing mutalisks, an astounding radiating with lustrous lime green, gigantic web was formed. It covered the heavens as it bluntly enveloped and entangled in. Capture. The awe-inspiring mighty mass scale and snaring ability, capture. If the redliner mutalisks required 5 to 6 seconds to escape from the effective range of the hydralisk, this time frame had been lengthened by 2 folds. With this bonus time, that was indeed the difference between life and death. 3 minutes later, the battle had concluded. The Blackthorn tribe had lost a total of 31 hydralisk, 33 overlords, 6 zerglings in addition to 1 expanded electromagnetic cloud bomb. This added up a 5,775 Pandora crystal worth of units, and 775 units of Vespene gas. On the contrary, the redliner tribe lost a total of 107 mutalisks. That equated to a total of 10,700 Pandora crystal units, and similarly 10,700 units of Vespene gas. Comparing the casualties of both parties, it could be determined that the Blackthorn tribe triumphed overwhelmingly. One must understand, losing so many Pandora crystals was fine, the rarer Vespene gas was a huge issue. Normally, for every 6 to 8 Pandora crystals, only 1 Vespene gas resource would be obtained. The redliner tribe's overmind in actual fact didn't commit any errors in terms of battle strategy and reaction. Even with the intervention of the elite Queen Zerg Jenny, at most its casualties would be capped at 30 mutalisks max. But what caused its total defeat was the variable of this freak, Sheehan. He actually possessed the skills to instantly neutralize the mutalisks, causing them to fall to the ground. This led to its disastrous annihilation. During the battle, the Blackthorn tribe had successfully upgraded from I-class base to the II-class base. The two superpowers were now on the same footing. The first advanced organ structure that Overmind Mosey undertook was, naturally, a spire. These organ structures were shaped like a mushroom. Suspended around the umbrella of the mushroom head were 10 bulky vasculars. It directly linked the mushroom to the viscous liquid on the ground, supplying the adequate genetic coding. It can allow the larvas to breed and spawn 2 new categories of units. The first was the former mutalisks that attacked the Blackthorn base. The second were the kamikaze bugs, known as scourges. Seizing the enemy's sudden decline in aerial prowess, Overmind Mosey rapidly activated his resources, mass-producing out squadrons of mutalisks and scourges. From then on, the two sides engaged in multiple aerial warfares. But because a major portion of the redliner tribe had been utterly crushed by the wildcard Sheehan's ingenious plans, they suffered a huge blow in their aerial constitution, leading to a complete defeat in that area. Thus, the redliner tribe Overmind could only give up on the aerial supremacy, changing its strategy to fortifying its turtle defenses by mass-producing the multi-purpose hydralisks. Yet the fact was that, even with the over 100 mutalisks being completely eradicated, the redliner tribe at most suffered a huge blow. It hadn't crushed them into a perilous state. In fact, their development could sustain a terrorizing quantity of 1:3 of the Blackthorn tribe forces. Blackthorn Tribe 1, Redliner Tribe 3. Once the Redliner tribe managed to amass an adequate coalition, that would be the crucial deciding factor, with both parties' existence on the line. Chapter 36, A Sliver of Hope. Chapter 36, A Sliver of Hope, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Eelkasser. After assisting the Blackthorn tribe in annihilating the 107 mutalisks, Xian's reputation had soared once again. In actual fact, only a madman like Xian dared to take this gamble, because at the moment he leapt out of Shinshu, he would definitely suffer from the deadly spore jets of the mutalisk. Although these spores only contained 50% of the full damage, Xian would have to at last receive 14 of these spore bombardments. If not for his endurance physique, he would have melted on the spot. Of course, high risks signified high returns. After his boost in reputation, Xian had already attained the worshipped reputation amongst the Blackthorn tribe. He could now view and exchange for the most superior items. Upon receiving the purchasing list from the mother of the Blackthorn, he and Mojentia both gasped in astonishment. Your Blackthorn reputation has reached worshipped status within the Blackthorn arachnid tribe. Under the current difficulty, you are unable to exchange for more special units. But you can exchange for the following passive abilities. Zergling's Genetic, Improved Adrenaline, increases your movement speed permanently by 33%. Fee of 15,000 reputation points, 2,500 utility points. Hydralisk's Genetic, Fleshjet Hormone, increases your far-range attack range/distance by 15%. Fee of 15,000 reputation points, 2,500 utility points. Arachnid Race, Chitin Nursing Fluid, increases your defense permanently by 2 points. Fee of 15,000 reputation points and 2,500 utility points. Mother Nest, Helping Hand, increases all your attributes by 1 point. Fee of 25,000 reputation points and 5,000 potential points. Pointer, passive abilities of the same kind cannot be overlapped, only the highest value will be valid. For example, if Xian had purchased the Zerglings, Improved Adrenaline, and increased his speed by 33%, in the future, he still could return to purchase the upgraded, Improved Adrenaline, 2, and increase his movement speed by 50%. But the overall bonus movement speed will only be 50%, and not 83%. Pointer, you can help other contestants to purchase. Very obvious, the best deal was that Mother Nest's Helping Hand. If the exchange was successful, then undoubtedly that would instantly compensate for their loss of basic attribute points in this world, but in fact gained more. This was the total reputation points Xian had: neutral to amicable, 3,000 points, amicable to respected, 6,000 points, respected to revered, 12,000 points, revered to worshipped, 21,000 points. Xian's current reputation was at the most esteemed worshipped status, and still had leftovers of 6,000 reputation points. In total, he had amassed 48,000 reputation points. Moreover, for Mojentia, he had just broke through to the revered status, hence his amassed total was 22,000 reputation points. However, there was one primary concern: if Xian made the exchange with the Mother Nest, then his reputation would fall from grace, he would no longer be able to view the worshipped purchasable list. After a series of discussions with Mojentia would first transfer him 20,000 reputation points and 5,000 utility points, then he would top up 5,000 reputation points for Mojentia to exchange for the Mother Nest's Helping Hand. Following that, Xian would then exchange for his own Helping Hand. After their attributes increased by 1, his reputation had plunged to 18,000 points, currently lingering at respected status 9,000/12,000. Of course, even though Mojentia's reputation had declined to the neutral state, his personal relationship/friendship with Overmind Mosey and the Blackthorn Mother still persisted. Hence, nothing much was changed, just that the arachnids wouldn't salute him anymore and that he could no longer engage in transactions with the Mother Nest. Just when the two rolled up their sleeves, determined to travel to the Redliner tribe to acquire more reputation points, a sudden horrendous thing happened. Their achievement points took a sharp decline. Due to the previous deaths, within a short span of 10 minutes, their achievement points had once again dwindled by a full 4 points. The only consolation was that not all deductions would go into effect, because their 6-point cap for the main mission had already been exceeded. Currently, if anyone else dies or the main lead of the mission dies, no more achievement points would be deducted. But the underlying meaning was grave. This meant that the combat strength of Reef's party had already reached its extreme limit. Hence, after a dozen hours without any casualties, once a sudden disaster descended, it had caused a horrifying domino chain reaction, as their forces had instantly crumbled apart. The Black Mojencha observed his string of achievement points being deducted. His heart felt rather regretful. People would occasionally make the wrong decisions. Comparing his capabilities to Crazy Harnick and Xiaoer, although they were slightly inferior, they were still pretty outstanding. The only difference was that they had chosen Reef as their fortress, while he had invested in this seaman. Looking at things objectively now, this seaman was really a mysterious fiend. He could actually force out a side mission wreathed in dangerous arachnid conflict, to create a heaven for himself. Thinking of that, Mojencha starting recalled the side mission that he had given up on, eradicating the spore colonies. He started to seethe in self-agony and regret. If he knew that the war between the Blackthorn tribe and the Redliner tribe was bound to happen, how could he have given up on this supremely difficult mission? Fortunately, seaman this fellow was rather forthright and seemed to possess the disposition of a mighty general. For now, he may have wasted his golden opportunity, but in the long run he would still certainly gain. Suddenly, both of their nightmare imprints starting shuddering faintly, before a violent coughing sound transmitted over. This was followed by a frail female voice, which sounded rather familiar. With one ear, Mojencha could differentiate it. It was indeed that support summoner, Tulip. Whoever you are. Whatever demands you seek, we will accept. Save us please, our coordinates are, XXX. Our situation is terribly desperate, with us are the 4 main storyline characters. At most, we can only last for 6 more hours. After Mojencha heard this soft request for aid, he slightly shook his head. Naturally, 2 paths laid ahead of him. One was to complete the side mission with the Redliner tribe and earn some reputation points, the other was to rescue Reef and the rest. The first path, the Blackthorn tribe had already usurped aerial control. The path on from now was bright and glamorous. Yet the second path was dark and treacherous, its risk immense yet its rewards minute. Even a fool would know which was the best option. From young, bloodshed and death was already second nature. Even the few years he roamed within the nightmare realm, Mojencha had seen it all. He calmly stood up and patted his golden Alaska. Let's go, boss. Those Redliner arachnids are still waiting for us. A flicker emerged in Xian's eyes as he heard Mojencha address him as boss. He didn't refute him but suddenly exclaimed. How is it that we can hear that bitch Tulip's voice? Mojencha pondered for a moment before replying. That's probably a special method like the Mother Nest's mental transmission, but it probably wasted a shocking amount of utility points. Who knows, it may also deduct basic attribute points. Right, boss, you also think that female is a bitch. Xian smirked. Only a person like Reef would be tricked. While we were fleeing previously, her peak speed was even faster than Crazy Harnick. If she hadn't had other tricks up her sleeves, that would be strange. Forget it, let's not talk about her. I've already calculated, the coordinates that Tulip transmitted over isn't very far from here, it is only roughly 1,100 km. At present, the Blackthorn Mother Nest has been upgraded to the 2 class, its gene research has also improved drastically. Even an ordinary overlord is now equipped with that frightening flying speed that the elite Shinshu possess. Of course, their HP and defense still cannot be compared. If we purchased an overlord, we would only take 2.5 hours to reach there. Mojencha was taken aback. No way, are you thinking of rescuing them? Xian glanced at him, releasing a long sigh before saying. Do you wish to have 3 points of your highest basic attribute deducted just like that? Mojencha suddenly paused, his heart was slightly stirred. Are you really thinking of rescuing that main lead, Johnny Rico? Xian laughed. We need to play by ear, anyway I've already investigated. The current enemy of the Blackthorn tribe is solely that Redliner tribe. They are currently engaged in a war for district/region supremacy. Hence, if we ride that Blackthorn overlord over, and we do not encounter any redliner bastards, the other arachnids would only express a cold or neutral attitude towards it. But of course, once we surface from the Overlord, the other arachnids would certainly no delay in assaulting us, and even the Overlord. But, Mojentia was pretty stumped. If we go over now, it really is not worth it at all. From there and back, we still need at least 5 hours. What if the redliner tribe decides to attack then? Also, if we use these 5 hours to battle and slaughter some redliner arachnids, then our rewards would not necessarily be lesser than going to rescue them, even our risk would be greatly reduced. Wrong. If we hadn't finished off those over 100 mutalisks, then the redliner tribe may very well engage in a surprise attack. But now, the possibility of them attacking now is low. Xian resolutely nodded his head. But if we rescue them, our rewards may very well be much greater than staying. Still, I leave you with the same words. It's your free will, you can choose to stay. Afterwards, Xian took some utility points from Mojentia and went off to seek the mother nest to hire one overlord. He also hired 2 mutalisks as escorts. These 2 mutalisks were not for attacking, it was to attack any potential threats, and allow the transporting overlord to rapidly flee. Chapter 37, Plotting and Counter Schemes. Chapter 37, Plotting and Counter Schemes. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. After settling all the miscellaneous, Xian reflected as he reckoned his current strength was still too weak. He then requested and successfully mobilized 3 firepower Airds from the Pebble Special Force. They were now ready to set off. Instead, Mojentia this Blackman suddenly hastily climbed up into the transport compartment of the Overlord. His voice carried a tone of defeat. Don't hog all the good things to yourself. Xian shrugged his shoulders and smirked. We could be heading to our graves, you know. Mojentia chewed on his gum and scoffed. It, I swear on the name of Tamushu, ever since I've met you, it has always been me on the losing end. Xian rolled his eyes. Oh, Dundee's mission was one that I too wasn't confident in, so I let you choose for yourself. Since you've met your own choice, then don't blame me. Mojentia sat down as he strapped on a tentacle, serves as a seatbelt. He shook his head and replied. That's why I chose to follow you now. Say, this Overlord can only include 8 passengers. Counting the storyline characters and the others we want to rescue, it already adds up to at least 5. We are only left with 3 now, isn't that a little inadequate? Xian calmly replied. I only fear we'll have too much space in the end. With his composed statement, he implied that there's a chance that Reef's group may deteriorate into a Tragdia state. As the two conversed, the Overlord had taken off as the 2 mutalisks escorted it towards the destined coordinates. The newly upgraded Overlord was still slightly slower than the mutalisks, but the passengers within the enclosed belly couldn't feel a trickle of wind leaking in. In order to avoid any unnecessary troubles, the Overlord and Mutalisk both ascended to the altitude of their limits. Overlooking the celestial body from the periphery of the atmosphere, an endless desert stretched far into the horizon. Only patches of brown vegetation and deep gray valley rifts could be seen. The mountain range appeared in the form of meandering hills that stretched to 1,000 kilometers, the dust over it ridiculously sparse, leaving its profoundly sharp rocky edges glistening under the scorching heat. One could even see the crustal movement of tectonic plates maliciously colliding against each other. Mojentia gazed into the vast planet space, suddenly speaking out. Hey, didn't she say they still have 6 hours? But why did your words sound so pessimistic? Xian sighed and replied. We've already gained some military intelligence from Overmind Mosey, even the original storyline line. Until here, Xian glanced towards Baize by his side. He noticed he and the other 2 solidars had their eyes shut in meditation. Naturally, it meant the realm had automatically tuned their words to a different language. He then continued. After the main lead gets trapped, the Roughneck's captain, Rasksak, and his lover, Dizzy, were both sacrificed during their mission. In the end, the arachnid horde swarmed the entire area, covering every inch of the base. In the most crucial moment, the remnants of the Roughneck managed to escape by a shuttle dispatched by the headquarters. But this time, it isn't so simple. Based on our current situation, it is very likely that their escape shuttle may be delayed, or won't even show up. Mojentia was stunned. How's that so? Xian paused briefly before continuing. You've forgotten our mission. Oh wait, it's my mission, right? Eradicating the spore colonies. According to Overmind Mosey, these things were installed/constructed by the ruler of the arachnid race, Blade Empress, similar to the Emperor of the Humans. It poses an extremely terrifying threat to the space route. When we just entered this world, our shuttle encountered such a horrifying obstruction. And after several days later, their aerial might would have surely undergone a frightening upgrade. That is why I think there's a chance that the rescue shuttle will be delayed or even destroyed. Suddenly, one of the mutalisks started violently flapping its wings in warning. Sheehan immediately peeped out of the Overlord to observe. Beneath them, there was a pack of scourges passing by, their incisive bony white wings swiftly swept closer. One of the Blackthorn mutalisks swerved down to welcome them, screeching loudly in deterrence. The pace of scourges obediently dispersed, hovering for a brief moment before leaving. Throughout their journey, they would occasionally encounter several aerial patrolling arachnids. However, after realizing that Sheehan's Overlord was just passing by, they ignored them. Currently, the electronic map they had prepared beforehand was finally useful. According to the surrounding terrain, that whiskey base was right up ahead. In order to harvest the Pandora crystals, this base was helplessly situated over a dangerous and exposed flatland. Fortunately, humans were naturally adept at defense. According to the coordinates on the map, Whiskey Base should possess 113 Marines, 8 auto-turret forts, 6 siege tanks and 7 anti-air missile turret. Such a military fleet should be able to resist 1,000-strong arachnids. Of course, that was if these buildings weren't invaded by unique arachnid units. Although the coordinates shown on the electric map were exceedingly clear, in the distant fields of desert ahead, there was completely no human building structures in sight. As they pressed on forward, shockingly the creep carpet belonging to arachnid bases appeared. Continuing forwardly, there were 6 newly constructed lairs vigorously breeding. Beside it, 23 zerglings sprawled over the ground lazily. Within this arachnid base, broken fragments of steel, crumbled walls and bunkers, even the charred and destroyed tank armors could be seen. The corpses had long been gobbled up, or already dissolved by the creep carpet as nutrients. As the steel materials were transported into a spawning pool, it would rapidly disintegrate and pumped into the newly spawned larvae, enhancing their defense and strength. When they witnessed this scene, Mojentia felt a chill welling up in his heart. Is that Tulip already eaten by the Overmind? And they used her to trick us? Sheehan shook his head. Unlikely so, if my deductions aren't wrong. Forget it, this arachnid base is still rather weakly fortified, let's wreck it first. Although only several structures have been formed, it is still representative of an arachnid base. By destroying it, we'll definitely benefit from the human side. After speaking, Sheehan started controlling the Overlord to descend. Sheehan had complete disregard for those 23 zerglings below. He was already extremely experienced in arachnid warfare. After pressing his flamethrower, fiery tongues shout out as the twin mutalisks by his side joined in to help. Following that, Mojentia and Bai's small group similarly charged into the foray. Based on their current strength, don't even mention 23 ordinary zerglings, even 10 times of this wouldn't matter. 3 minutes later, the entire patch of arachnid base was engulfed in soaring flames and blood. Sheehan and Mojentia both received a "You've destroyed our arachnid base, your reputation amongst the human plus 5,000 points" notification. But of course, such an opportunity wouldn't present itself so frequently. It was probably that the arachnid Overmind reckoned that enemies wouldn't turn up so quickly, hence the defense was extremely slack. If they had already constructed a mother nest here and started harvesting Pandora crystals, the defense would surely be difficult to crack. If they regrouped and made a comeback, it was certain that Sheehan's group will face an all-round assault from Hydralisks and Zerglings. After the 2 wreaked havoc, they didn't dare to stay on. After decimating the lairs, the mother nest and Overmind would surely retaliate in intense force. The group of them hurried to board the Overlord and quickly fled the crime scene. Mojentia observed the coordinates that Tulip had communicated beforehand. He suspiciously asked. Their position now, it should be on a mountain. If that is so, they wouldn't have to fear arachnids ambushing them. Surely that is a fantastic move. That bitch has announced to every contestant in this world. But I think, even if there were other contestants present in this world, they wouldn't take the risk to rescue her. Sheehan refuted. If they had adequate combat strength, then undoubtedly hiding within the mountain peak would be a good move. But after their previous battle, they couldn't even protect their own member's life. Under such a treacherous and uncertain environment, staying on the mountain would no doubt open themselves to aerial assaults from May scourges. Aerial and ground pincer attacks, isn't that courting death? Mojencha frowned. Then what's her goal for tricking us into going there? Because they've never received any news of our death, so that bitch Tulip inferred that we hadn't died. Her previous distress signal was probably sent when she was in an extremely perilous situation. It was probably so desperate that she felt that her allies, Xian and Mojencha, wouldn't be able to save them. Xian gently replied. Mojencha's eyes flashed with a venomous hate. So, she wants to drag us down with her. That mountain is probably the most fortified region of the arachnids, that bitch. Better not let me see her again. Xian disdainfully observed the sweeping plains beneath him. That woman should be dead by now. I guess her brains are currently dissolving inside the stomach of a random zergling. Humph. She didn't divulge their fleeing route and location, and she thinks we don't know. It shouldn't be very far from this base, and must be able to hide from the burrowing arachnids. It should also be hidden from aerial assaults, and most importantly it has to allow a contestant with innate defense abilities to flourish. Then naturally, that nearby cavern should be their best bet. Chapter 38, Soul Equipment. Chapter 38, Soul Equipment. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Competing in vision, naturally nobody could compare with that old fox Mojencha. He squinted his eyes through a crack of the Overlord downwards. Not too long later, he excitedly screamed out. There, to the left, 500 meters. The Overlord quickly detoured and descended. Only now did Xian notice the distinct traces of a huge fleet of zerglings, trampled footsteps and claw marks guided a pathway. Following this zergling trail, a fading shadow could be seen amidst a gigantic cliff. Carefully observing, a pitch-black cave could be seen, shaped like the mouth of a voracious beast. It emitted a chilling sensation. Due to the fact an ordinary Overlord already possessed the True Sight ability, Xian wasn't afraid of any arachnids hidden burrowed underneath the ground. He directly leapt down, reflecting for a moment before shouting to Mojencha. I'll leave Baez with you. You two will keep watch outside, and I'll bring the other two Marines in. That should be enough to cover the narrow firing space of the cave, any more will be redundant. If the enemy appears with more reinforcements, remember you have to primarily target the hydralisks. Mojencha understood that he wouldn't be of much use within such a complicated and dark terrain like the cave. Hence, he bluntly acknowledged. Xian wasn't afraid of Mojencha fleeing by himself. Their current interests were already closely knitted together, sharing the same mission, and their roles greatly complemented each other. Yet more importantly, Mojencha's reputation within the Blackthorn tribe was as good as zero. If he wanted to purchase any worshipped rank things, for example increasing his attack range or movement speed, he would have to engage Xian to assist him with it. After the two separated, Xian immediately concocted a gene dosage, strength of the bear's flesh, instantly propelling his strength to 20 points. He then retrieved his Prometheus 3 flamethrower and slung it around his neck. The cave was approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, and not even 4 meters in height, releasing a stifling eeriness. Xian reckoned that the arachnid horde consisted primarily of zerglings. Even if there were hydralisks, there wouldn't be that many. Because in such an environment, it allowed for only 2 to 3 hydralisks to attack at one go. The remainder had to wait behind for their comrade to fall. It would be a complete waste of manpower. Hence, nimble and slippery zerglings would be the priority. Truthfully speaking, Xian alone would be able to take down hundreds of ordinary zerglings within this confined environment. If he had firepower reinforcements behind, definitely they will be able to sustain longer. Leading the two elite Marines up front, an awfully intense stench streamed into their noses. Going deeper, corpses of rotting zerglings pitifully covered the entire region. Their faint yellowish fluids coagulated into clumps of blood ponds, splashing repulsively as the humans stomped over it. Xian disregarded the filth as he dived and soaked himself with the zergling fluids. This behavior may seem erratic, but it widened the possibility of the vicious zerglings' delayed reactions to him. Doing it was better than doing nothing. Even if it amounted to nothing, he still wouldn't lose anything. Suddenly, one of the Marines sprinted ahead and picked up a broken helmet. A terrifyingly distinct hole was penetrated through on this helmet. Muddied blood and white brain fluids filled the tip of the helmet. Naturally, one of the Marines had lost his life here. The three then continued advancing, discovering more horrific bodies on the way. Of course, the multitude of arachnid corpses overshadowed the human body parts. Yet the arachnid horde could be replenished easily, but for the fleeing humans, a death signified a permanently weakened defense. Not long later, complete bodies of the roughneck special forces surfaced. Xian hurried along a curve in the cave, pushing away clumps of Zergling corpses on the way. Astoundingly, underneath a clump appeared a rather familiar face. Qiaoer. The long-range sniper, Qiaoer. His face was rigidly cringing, blood smeared every surface of his skin. His twin eyes were horrifically widely opened. Cracks were plenty over his upper battle armor. Yet beneath it there was nothing. One could easily infer he had been pounced down to the ground by a Zergling. He then tried frantically to wrestle away the Zergling, but another 2 to 3 more vicious Zerglings swarmed in, tearing through his body with their razor-sharp fangs and claws. Within a flash, Qiaoer was reduced to half a body. Because of the battle armor, his upper body was spared. The Zerglings then switched their focus. Xian helped to roll down Qiaoer's eyelids, covering his eternal grievance. His formidable long-range abilities was really awe-inspiring, worthy of being one who had injured the metals professor before. Yet he carried a weightier ambition in his heart. In Xian's schemes, the people he hated most were ones with dangerous ambitions. The casualties begun to pile up more frequently. Amidst that, Xian discovered another familiar face. Within the dim lighting of the cave, he suddenly witnessed a skinny figure twitching as he sprawled over a rock. Looking closely, it was that Harnik that was seemingly on good terms with Qiaoer. He was actually still alive. Xian hurried forward, about to reach out for crazy Harnik. Suddenly, a bloodied Zergling burrowed up abruptly. Its coercive sharp fangs directly piercing towards Xian's face. This sudden attack really caught Xian off guard, forcing his body backwards as he managed to dodge the Zergling. Yet this action exposed his naked throat, allowing the ferocious Zergling to swiftly spin and clawed against him. In a split second, a fist arrived first as it smashed directly into the Zergling's mouth. The immense brute force instantly threw the Zergling against the rocky wall. The Zergling lunged forward in defiance, snapping against Xian with its savage fangs. Yet its fangs seemed to collide against an impregnable sensation, while its primitive brain was obviously not able to process the underlying strength beneath it. In a split second, the next fist pummeled heavily onto the Zergling's eye. Yellowish fluids gushed out from its ears and nose, as a powerful kick followed it. Without a doubt, this 50 HP Zergling died on the spot. Xian then glanced towards crazy Harnik. Harnik was still fully intact, yet sadly, an enormous laceration tore through his stomach, leaving his guts spilling out. By now, he had already died from excessive blood loss. Looking at such a grotesque and horrible way to die, even a rabbit would grieve for the fox star. Having sympathy with a like-minded person in distress, a complicated feeling welled up in Xian as he witnessed these familiar faces he used to fight alongside with. But this feeling of sympathy and melancholy was immediately disrupted by a fit of sinister laughter. Xian swung his head round in shock. Oi oi oi, it's very dangerous here. Why did you suddenly come out? This slut Jinquang had both his eyes shining brightly like diamonds, his hands folded into fists as he placed it on his chest and slyly replied. Many thanks for master's concern, how about some consolation for my distressed heart? Xian replied. In your dreams. Wait, why is that a red glow sipping out of your fist? Jinquang's rat beard suddenly twitched up, his gaze leaked out a certain fluster. Bitterly smiling he replied. What? That's not possible, master. Is your eyesight getting worse? Xian clenched his teeth. Yeah, right. This greedy slut who is afraid of death, taking everything but giving nothing, why would you suddenly show up at such a treacherous location? You must have seen something to gain. Is it a soul equipment? Jinquang hissed as he clenched his fist even tighter. For the love of money, master, you cannot do this. If not, I swear your loyalty points will drop to 0. With this killer move, Xian was instantly speechless. His expression and tone immediately changed. I'm just saying only, this 5 utility points is for you. A soul equipment isn't really anything good, you still have to complete a mission for it. How about sell it to me for 100 utility points? Jinquang bluntly and rudely received the 5 utility points, yet he snorted in rage. This noble goblin will definitely protect his own wealth. Shit, this is actually a soul equipment. It wants to give me a mission. What? I have to kill 1,000 Zerglings. Wah, heavens, this is almost as bad as having to pay taxes. Never mind, I'll just use our goblin's secret arts to wipe away this damnable mission. Xian watched on as disgusting saliva scattered while Jinquang complained. Suddenly, his eyes popped out widely. This slut Jinquang released his fist as a red glowing object dropped out. First he stomped over it several times, before rubbing against his filthy crotch like applying lubricant. Then he used a stone and started pounding onto it, before finally spitting a thick gooey phlegm over. Xian couldn't stand looking any longer, he sighed in his heart for this unlucky bastard. After his death, even his soul equipment was being raped and violated by such an immoral slut. What a disgrace. But what pained his heart more was that he was unable to stop, and snatch this good item over. Jinquang picked up the object, spitting for the last time before wiping with his sleeve. In the end, that resentful glow of the soul equipment actually gradually faded away. His wretched goblin was now all smiles. Xian's pupils had expanded as huge as ever before. Carefully examining this equipment, it was astonishingly the ring Crazy Harnick was wearing. The ring was even emitted a glimmer of silver brilliance. Xian reluctantly gave that ring one more look. Deep in his heart, he understood that trying to exploit this master servant was impossible. He stubbornly turned around as he continued to advance deeper into the cave. Chapter 39, Uncommon Elite Surprise Attack. Chapter 39, Uncommon Elite Surprise Attack. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Elcassar. Gradually, surprise attacks from Zerglings within the darkness became more frequent. However, these Zerglings seemed to have been injured and were nurturing their wounds. Hence, without much effort, Xian was able to take these guys down, at the rate that even the 2 Marines at the back didn't have to spare a single move. Brute fist and kicks were enough to settle. This carried on until they swung round a corner. Suddenly, a pack of hydralisks appeared. A pack of hydralisks that were just idling over a spacious channel. In this sudden desperate encounter, only the brave would survive. Xian didn't even have time to think, straightforwardly throwing a sample electromagnetic cloud bomb over. A faint blue flash illuminated the cavern darkness. The 2 elite Marines opened fire with their fullest might. Even Xian had raised his flamethrower and created a massive firestorm. The electromagnetic cloud bomb would have already caused 80 damage around its radius. In addition to Xian's torrential AoE flames, and the frenzied firepower of the Marines, before the stunning debuff had wore off, the entire stretch of hydralisks were wiped completely cleaned. But every advantage would meet with equal resistance. Once the massive horde of unaware hydralisks were annihilated, the wild Zerglings in front frenziedly turned their backs and surged forward. But this awkward narrow terrain was most suitable for the Prometheus 3 flamethrower. Within the narrow cave, at most only 2 to 3 Zerglings could deliver attacks to Xian at once. Yet the fiery dragons soaring from the flamethrower were nearly 20 meters long. If the cave channel was packed fully with Zerglings, one trigger of the flamethrower could deal terrorizing AoE damage to at least 20 to 30 Zerglings. Moreover, for those Zerglings that managed to hide themselves by the side or behind rocks, they would then be dealt with by the 2 Marines at the back. Impenetrable like a tightly sealed water hose, the 3-man powerhouse slaughtered their way into the cave. Along the way, Xian managed to amass quite a number of carapace shell materials. Apart from the uncommon dark blue grade ones, he sold the rest off to his nightmare imprint directly, building his wealth to nearly 1,200 utility points. It could be counted as a mini feat. Suddenly, the stifling aggressive pressure seemed to disappear ahead. The last few layers of surging Zerglings crumbled to the ground with charred remains and countless bullet holes. A thread of light broke through from the front. Xian squinted both his eyes, instantly able to make out. That thread of light was an opening. After completely finishing off the Zerglings, Xian finally marched out from the gloomy cave. Even a calm and composed person like him exhaled heavily a relieved breath. His current position was at a vacant land, halfway up the mountain. The soil beneath his feet was moist and spongy. Vividly, in the distance was a tremendous mountain valley spanning at least hundreds of square kilometers. The valley was an extensively broad central plain. Occupying the plain were huge patches of distinct arachnid organ structures. The arachnid's base, creep carpet had already extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. In the spacious region below the mountain, two multitudes of zergling arachnid seas were unbelievably interweaving and overlapping each other in breakneck speeds. The sheer quantity shockingly amounted to thousands and 10,000s. The densely packed horde with its constant swarming movements, it was simply uncountable. At the frontal region not flooded by the arachnid sea yet, was indeed a bunch of ant-like, desperate and frenzied fleeing humans. It was obvious, the storyline characters and fortunate surviving contestants were all there. Sheehan could clearly see, even though their fleeing speed wasn't slow, the torrential arachnid sea was drowning in at an even more terrifying pace. Most likely in a few minutes, their fates would be drowned inside boundless sea of zerglings. Suddenly, a chill gripped at Sheehan's heart. A frosty sensation enveloped his entire back as if an ice slab was rubbed against him. A tremendous incoming threat from the back. Actually, Sheehan should have been able to dart to the side because of his immaculate sensing and quick reaction. But presently, Sheehan wasn't fighting this war alone. Behind him were two powerful elite marines, but with meager health points. He didn't dare to hide, he couldn't hide. Sheehan hastily swung round, making a wild charge forward with his arms protecting his head. When they came out of the cave, their position was a slightly concave area, halfway up the mountain. Because this was a windy region, the ground wasn't covered in bare rocks, but a layer of eroded sandy soil. When they emerged from the cave, all their focus was directed to below the cave, hence, they didn't notice a sudden sandstorm brewing at the back. Suddenly, two hydralisks burrowed out, instantly aiming towards them before releasing a lethal acidic jet. Crow-black scales covered the surface of the two hydralisks. From far, it looked identical to a layer of steel chains. Their size was larger than the average hydralisk by a little, yet they had a feeling of a strange quick-wittedness. As they sprayed out their acidic jet, their abdomen cavity shrunk back even more ferociously. Without warning, the moss-green corrosive acid rained down on one of the elite marines. The shocked marine was rooted to the ground. Within microseconds, his entire body had melted away like a blazing candle. Even his battle armor was completely ineffective. Witnessing such a horrific scene, without hesitation, Sheehan quickly activated his stimulant. His charge directly collided head-on with a hydralisk. A numb sensation filled his arm, before a boiling acute pain overwhelmed his entire body. You've received an acidic jet from elite hydralisk boiling, damage of 169 points. After factoring 19 points of defense, 43%, your total damage sustained is 96 points. You've received an acidic jet from elite hydralisk boiling, damage of 186 points. After factoring 19 points of defense, 43%, your total damage sustained is 106 points. You sustain an additional corrosive debuff effect. In the next 15 seconds, you will receive 50 points of accumulative damage. Acidic jets are classified as corrosive elemental damages. Your innate ability, endurance, is ineffective. These two hydralisks were definitely on the same level as that rare elite overlord Shinshu. Possessing their own names was the simplest indication of that. Their powers far exceeded ordinary elite strains. Sheehan's current health was already 540 points. But one jet from those hydralisks were able to remove a fifth of his health points. Moreover, they weren't even classified as physical damages, causing Sheehan's innate ability, endurance, to be ineffective. Yet more horrifyingly, the offensive speed of these elite strains were like a high-speed sprinkler. There was only a 20-meter gap between them. Furthermore, Sheehan had activated his stimulant, and only needed at most 2 to 3 seconds to reach them. But in that time frame, it was able to release two jets towards him. Initially he felt a boiling searing pain, before everything became numb. Evidently, even his nerves had been corroded away. Fortunately, the other elite Zergling had been tied down by the other marine, unable to concentrate its aggression on Sheehan. If Sheehan were to suffer heavy acidic barrages from the two deadly hydralisks, he would have bluntly sunk into a critical state. A faint blue flash exploded forth instantaneously. Sheehan had once again detonated a sample electromagnetic cloud bomb, causing the two horrifying arachnids to become stunned. What shook their hearts was the fact that the two elite Zerglings were only stunned for 7 seconds instead of the intended 10. In this period, Sheehan had managed to raise his Prometheus 3 flamethrower and triggered it wildly. Blazing flaming dragons roared out fiercely, directly consuming the two elite hydralisks. The bullets of the other elite Marines ricocheted against the layer of bone armor of the Hydralisk, incessantly igniting sparks. It looked as if their bone armor had physical damage resistance properties. However, the flames from the flamethrower couldn't be considered as mere physical damage. The acidic jets of the elite Hydralisks were considered elemental damage and negated Xian's endurance ability. Instead, Xian's flamethrower flames similarly negated their scaly bone armor defense. This was only fair and justifiable in the eyes of nature. According to how Xian understood the nature of the realm, normally creatures would definitely present some obvious flaws or shortcomings. Even an elite creature would be the same. The two Hydralisks possessed insane offensive long-range capabilities, even their attacking speeds were close to machine guns. Moreover, they possessed a mutated solid carapace. But because of this, obviously their HP wouldn't be that high. If not, they should be deemed as a legendary creature and not merely an elite one. Die. Bastards. The elite Marine's trigger hand slowly loosened and lowered towards the ground. His soul had already departed from his body. His body had been corroded by the acidic jets to a tragically horrendous state. A semi-corroded eyeball rolled out from his rotting face. But still, his fingers tightly clasped onto the trigger, the flaming tongue's relentless escape from the gun's barrel. Bullets randomly and sporadically pierced into the surrounding rocky walls. This courageous and loyal sergeant had undoubtedly sacrificed his own life, preventing Xian from being simultaneously assaulted by the two Hydralisks, earning those few precious seconds for him. Xian's expression remained unchanging, his facial muscles started twitching. His index finger could no longer go further into the flamethrower trigger. Even his palm had turned white from clutching it too tightly. A short 7 seconds time frame. This elite Hydralisk boiling bluntly crackled within the flames, shriveling and distorting as its skin turned charred and crisped. Suddenly, boom, an explosion of greenish fluids and repulsive body parts scattered out. Spraying out throughout the atmosphere, brimming with misery and sorrow. Chapter 40, A Minute Probability, Silver Key. Chapter 40, A Minute Probability, Silver Key. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Xian had successfully slayed one of the rare elite Hydralisks. Yet in the process, boiling had absorbed most of the flamethrower's impact, hence the other Hydralisk, dense acid, only received the relative amount of flame damage. It was far from a mortal wound. Combined with the Marine's repeated gunfire, dense acid still held with roughly half HP. After regaining focus, dense acid witnessed personally the tragic sight of its comrade being fried alive. Fuming with an unquenchable acidic rage, its lymphatic tubing swelled excessively, pumping the acid aggressively into its abdomen cavity, as the flesh expanded tightly to its very limits. PSSSHHH. A blast of thick greenish sulfuric acid catapulted out of its body, climbing to a fanatical speed of 730 meters per second, guided straight towards the damnable human's face. Die. 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 Xian didn't bother trying to dodge, resolutely facing the elite Hydralisk. The choking fumes overwhelmed him before the acid gushed against the left of his face, boiling and corroding his flesh alive. Even his eerie white cheekbone became exposed. But at the same time, Xian had tossed aside his flamethrower. In his hands was the deadly Ambition. The windy gales churned, carrying the echoes of the raging ocean tide, thunderous crashes of the roaring waves. A whiff of aromatic thick rum lingered within the atmosphere, the devastating crackle of the boundless black barrel, rum and songs activated. A bullet emitting a deep black streaked out, without sounds nor warning as it pierced into dense acid's head. Boom. An explosion of lime green fluids in the air. Even though its HP hadn't reached the critical point of 30%, unable to trigger the explosive strike condition for rum and songs, Ambition would still be able to deal a 2-second stunning effect apart from its high damage. At this point, Xian's stimulant was still in effect, concurrently gulping down a mouthful of spirited vodka, arching his body forward as he charged towards the stunned dense acid. Ambition had been stored instantaneously, paving the way for a metallic glimmer of brilliance over his twin fists. When dense acid had awakened from its stupor, Xian was already unleashing his heavy punches against its head. As expected, that bone armor was a problem. But Xian already possessed 20 points of strength, moreover his attacks were targeted against a vital point. In a flash, the skull armor distorted and cracked into fragments, repulsive lime fluids sprayed out everywhere. Yet dense acid managed to summon another round of muscular movements, spurting another wave of acidic jet against the enemy. Xian's eyes were burning with a barbaric and beastly fervor. His battle armor could no longer withstand the splashing acid, allowing it to sink into his flesh. Corrosive white fumes spiraled out between the armor cracks, his flesh was filled with horrifying rotten wounds. But simultaneously, Xian spared nothing as he rammed down his fists incessantly. The brass knuckles flashed up and down, finally breaking through the armor, penetrating deep into dense acid's head. The greenish lime fluid soaked his entire face. With a last wild roar, his fist hammered down mercilessly, actually splitting the elite hydralisk's head into two. You've slayed the rare elite dense acid, your reputation amongst the humans plus 1,000 points. You've slayed the rare elite boiling, your reputation amongst the humans plus 1,000 points. After his wild rampage, Xian finally felt the burning accumulated pain throughout his entire body. He could even feel the sickening sensation of chunks of flesh melting away. Yet his vitality remained thriving. Amidst the rotting mess of the hydralisk, Xian discovered a dim but flickering silver glow emerge. Racing forward, he shockingly realized the rare elite boiling had actually dropped a silver key. Instead, the rare elite dense acid had dropped a dark blue key. Very obviously, Xian had encountered a rare minute possibility. Due to the fact that the risk involved with killing these rare elites was immensely huge, especially its offensive threat not being inferior in the least to a legendary creature. Therefore, there was indeed the slight possibility of it dropping a silver storyline class key, but its rate was only 10%. The greatest possibility was a dark blue key at 50%, and 40% of the time a black key. Xian had unluckily encountered the greatest possibility, and the most fortunate least possible scenario. His luck was indeed flourishing with excellence. After drinking another mouth of his soul equipment, endless spirited vodka, Xian managed to halt the rate of his still declining health points. He threw away the rotten beyond recognition battle armor away. His upper body was still fuming with clouds of hot white fumes, even his flesh appeared a revolting gruesome black. It showed no indication of healing, as though his flesh would remain in this melted candle state for all eternity. Even his left cheek, after being sprayed head-on by the acidic jet, looked like a rotten zombie. From far, it really resembled the appearance of a Terminator, half face but this time half skeleton instead of half metal. After making sure he was free of any more dangers, Xian heaved a sigh of relief, concentrating his attention towards the plains below Gain. The scorching sun rays penetrated down, casting a bright golden layer over the entire Gobi Desert. The Zergling Sea below would be able to engulf totally the human ants within 1 or 2 minutes. Xian sighed, as he regretfully shook his head. It looks like their objective here was bound for a complete failure. But to Xian, he had already managed to reap adequate benefits from the Blackthorn tribe and the motherland humans. It could be said that he tasted equally, both defeat and victory. What's more, he still managed to obtain a silver class key. It was already a feeling of winning the war despite losing the battle. He could not wish for anything better. Since that was the case, Xian couldn't bear to watch on as his friends he fought alongside dying miserably. He turned around as he started making his way towards the cave. But when Xian walked out 2 steps, his pupils suddenly shrank in. Because from the bottom of the nearby mountain, a wounded mutalisk glided out, its body was covered in black bony thorns. Following closely was a tentacled and carefree blob waving through the air, looking almost identical to a black overlord as it ascended towards him. Indeed, it was Mojentia who controlled the overlord to rush here. Exposing half his body outside the overlord, he extended his black arm towards Xian. With one swinging movement, he pulled Xian into the overlord. "Hey boss, you look like you just came back from hell. Looks like I'm late. But I have 2 good news and 1 bad news, which one first?" Xian observed the arachnid sea as he laughed. "The bad news is that one of our mutalisks was sacrificed. The good news is that this arachnid tribe is extremely lacking in Vespine gas and Pandora crystals. That is why they haven't upgraded to a 2 class base. That is no chance for an aerial assault against us. Tell me what the other good news is." Mojentia unfolded his arms and rolled his eyes. All right, you're really a transcendent all-knowing freak. After splitting up, I managed to identify another subsidiary base of the arachnid tribe. That base was already hugely developed with massive amounts of drones continuously harvesting. To avenge our poor fallen comrades, I carried out attacks against those filthy pests. But, suddenly king party of at least 100 hydralisks arrived. Fortunately, their speed wasn't that fast, and we managed to escape. But in order to protect the Overlord out of their firing range, our Mutalisk ended up as collateral. No wonder I didn't see many hydralisks here. Xian was enlightened. This arachnid tribe, their main base should be constructed with many spore colonies. Even though their level of range now definitely cannot reach out to space, it should be adequate to deal with a normal aerial squad. That is why those hydralisks were lured towards your side to protect the subsidiary base. Mojentia curiously asked. How did you know that the arachnid's main base has many spore colonies? Xian's replied with an unchanging expression. Just turn around and look, and you'll understand. Actually, Mojentia had been constantly looking behind to see if there were any pursuers after them. He knew this overlord possessed the basic intellectual not to randomly fly towards a dangerous area. Thus, he hadn't noticed the events unfolding on the distant plains. Turning his head round for the first time, his eyes popped out widely as he exclaimed. Oi oi oi, what are you trying to do? Xian was the true owner of this overlord, naturally he would be able to command it with his mind. As Mojentia turned, this overlord he was riding in was actually insanely charging straight for the arachnid sea in rapid speed. Xian breathed in deeply. An overlord has an innate true sight ability, thus it is able to see through any hydralisk burrowed beneath the ground. It'll be able to discover them from afar. As long as we can rush to rescue them before the Zergling sea swallows them up, although it seems hopeless, there is still a chance for mission success. Mojentia swallowed his saliva as he gazed outside. This is really an insane plan, but I like it. But it seems like there are too many survivors. How? Boss, seriously staying too long with you will give me heart problems. Why can't we attack from inside the Overlord? It wasn't that Mojentia hadn't attempted firing from within the Overlord. But every time he did, it would cause the flying Overlord to shake violently. Through the Nightmare Imprint's explanation, it was because he was inside the enclosed area of the Overlord. The gunfire sounds and recoil would affect the stability and mental state of the Overlord. Chapter 41, Choice. Chapter 41, Choice, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Xian gazed down after hearing Mojentia's question. Seems like there's 3 contestants while every storyline character the mission entails is still alive. 7 people, but we only have 5 slots. No choice, we have to give up on 2 storyline characters. He then glanced towards Baiz, who was covered in blood stains. The conversation with Mojentia previously was with the Nightmare Imprint. Feeling regretful, he offered. Baiz, I'm very sorry I wasn't able to take care of your 2 brothers. 2 darned rare elite hydralisks suddenly burrowed out of the ground. Baiz nodded his head, gently replied. I've already heard everything through the communication device within our helmets. They were both good lads. This isn't your fault, Lieutenant. I am grateful you avenged them. Xian didn't say anything more. He directed his focus outside, under the scorching heat of the sun. In the vast and furtive desolated plain, a tiny overlord was shockingly speeding towards a Zergling sea at least 10 kilometers in radius. Accompanying it was an injured Mutalisk. These 2 mere creatures against the backdrop of the immeasurable boundless Zergling sea, advanced courageously as they faced their giants. The Zergling sea was currently swiftly overlapping each other. One of the desperately fleeing ants reflexively glanced backwards before yelling out loudly. Probably due to the fact that the Black Overlord and Black Mutalisk were completely inharmonious with the Zergling backdrop, they were extremely distinct. Within their hearts was originally devoid of hope, full-blown despair. But now, a sliver of hope had arose, restoring their motivation. Yet undoubtedly, being distracted by this extra hope of pondering may not be a good thing. Not even 10 seconds later, Xian and Mojentia frowned simultaneously. The situation now was extremely clear. At most, 1 minute later the Zergling sea would catch up to the fleeing humans, but the Overlord would need an additional 10 seconds to reach. Within the 10 seconds duration, it was more than enough for these berserking wild Zerglings to ravage their preys. Xian obviously was able to withstand through 10 seconds, but those exhausted storyline characters and contestants would definitely not be able to. If such a scenario were to occur, ultimately the arachnids will get the last laugh. Xian pondered for a moment, and ordered Mojentia to hand over his battle armor to him. He also started organizing his Prometheus 3 flamethrower and drank a mouth of spirited vodka to regain his health. Mojencha took a deep breath as he continued to observe the ridiculously insane Zergling Sea. Boss, you're really jumping. Think carefully first, you know you can't use that electromagnetic cloud bomb here. Those storyline characters may not be able to withstand that explosion. But more importantly, only a burrowed arachnid can escape from the effects. It will surely implicate our overlord. If it gets stunned for 10 seconds while flying, then we'll definitely end up even more pathetic than those redliner mutalisks that you set up previously. Xian composedly acknowledged. I know. Mojencha frowned. Then don't go. The sun rays shone against Xian's decomposed and tattered left cheek, resulting in a sinisterly horrifying look. Yet it contained a peaceful and resolute majesty, the likes of unmoving, towering mountains and precipitous ridges. A man must know what he can and cannot do. To me, 1,000 Zerglings or 16 Zerglings isn't much of a difference. No matter what, those surviving contestants were people shared life and death with us alongside the battlefield before. If I can redeem a saving grace for them while still maintaining my chances, then I'll never give up. Mojencha lowered his head, sighing as he kept silent. At this moment, a huge twist of events was currently unfolding. A skinny and frail figure suddenly fumbled at this critical moment and tumbled to the ground. The battle armor had masked a huge portion of her figure. Mojencha and Xian were still able to recognize with one look. Tulip. That woman that has been constantly maintaining a sense of mystery of hiddenness. That same vicious and venomous woman that wanted to drag others down to the abyss with her. In a flash, she was completely abandoned by her group. The tidal waves of Zerglings were flooding in wildly from all sides. But at this very moment, a figure suddenly segregated from the group and hurried backwards to rescue her. This figure was tall, sturdy, and covered in blood. Indeed it was Reef. Bloodied mutilated wounds crisscrossed his chest, a huge chunk of flesh was torn, even ripped out, exposing his sorrowful white ribs. Even with such severe injuries, yet he still dragged Tulip along as they continued advancing forward. His eyes were sternly resolute, roaring out loudly. Don't give up. Don't give up. Our hope is right ahead. After being pulled up by Reef, Tulip's originally pale and despairing expression suddenly transformed into a radiant smile. A blank scroll flipped out from her hand as she snarled at Reef. Yes, Captain Reef. Our only hope lies in you. Reef was suddenly stunned, a wave of chill swept up his feet, the icy cold penetrating every inch of his bones. His sprinting speed suddenly plunged gravely, but it wasn't because Reef had ran out of stamina. But around the surface of his body, there was suddenly a layer of grayish-white stone covering. The vigor of his limbs declined excessively, in a flash slowed down like a cumbersome rock. Indeed, under the party rules of this world, there was no way to attack an ally. But this vicious and wicked woman actually managed to use a buff ability on Reef, Ston-esque art. This technique art can raise the target's defensive capability by 30% to 60%, but the price to pay was his speed would decrease by 50%, and this attack speed would drop by 30%. Naturally, Tulip was extremely clear on the eventual conclusion. She knew that they wouldn't be able to last till help arrived. Moreover, she had completely no idea that Xian was a monstrous freak that could survive within the Zergling Sea. Thus, her calculations brought her to one conclusion: to sacrifice one person. This would no doubt win them some time against the flood of the Zerglings. Moreover, this person had to be able to withstand the longest amidst the ferocious ravaging of the Zerglings. He had to last for at least 10 seconds. Obviously, Reef was the most suitable candidate for that role. Thus, his only flaw of character had been utterly exploited. This woman Tulip, her schemes were root-deep, her intentions cunning and vicious, and had the ability to exploit others' emotional side. Even the cold-hearted Mojencha felt a deep restraining fear in his heart. At this moment, the gap between both parties had been considerably closed up. While she fled, Tulip released a message to the temporary party through her nightmare imprint. Under the current situation, this is our best choice. In order to protect all our storyline characters. You must know, the mission asks for Lieutenant Johnny Rico, Sergeant Dizzy Flores, Sergeant Levy, and Commander Rasksack to be alive. Rescue us, and you can acquire all the rewards. Whoa. You've even calculated so far. Xian lightly replied. Tulip sighed loudly, panting heavily as she forced out a compensatory smile. I'm really too foolish. To be able to cause the golden Alaska Mojentia, such a strong combatant, to follow him unconditionally and without honor. How would he just be a mediocre medicine maker? Boss, please hurry up a little, our storyline characters aren't able to keep up for long, and I'm also an extremely useful person to have. At present, the arachnid sea was able to completely envelop them within 5 seconds. The fleeing party was segregated into 2 groups. One was the abandoned and stony-skinned Reef, still rooted desperately to the ground, allowing the savage Zerglings to tear him apart without resistance. He no longer struggled, his lonely desolate silhouette stood heroically, emitting an aura of majestic sorrow. 20 meters away from him, Tulip and the other storyline characters still had a distance between them and the arachnid sea. Their front route had already been cut off. They were like on an isolated island, as the threatening tsunami waves swept in from all sides. Within seconds, they would definitely be drowned into oblivion. Currently to Xian, he could only make one decision out of the 2. A. Reef. B. Tulip plus the rest of the surviving storyline characters. Saving Reef, who had overlapping abilities with him, isn't merely forsaking the benefits of this mission like what Tulip explained. It was also creating a competition for himself within the party as one who had a similar defensive innate ability. It was also completely giving up on the main mission, and incurring the terrifying penalty of 3 points of the highest basic attribute. Saving Tulip, aside from her disloyal personality, at least she was still an exceptionally capable woman. If not, she wouldn't have survived till now. She definitely still had some hidden ability stored within her, and will certainly be an important aspect for this temporary party. More importantly, saving her would mean saving the main character of this mission, Lieutenant Johnny Rico, and even Sergeant Dizzy Flores, Sergeant Levy, and Commander Rasksak, the other 3 crucial characters. No doubt, the additional rewards would be hefty, and the mission completion rate may even be over 90%. Chapter 42, Farsighted. Chapter 42, Farsighted, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Personal gains and interest governs the main ideology of the Nightmare Realm, thus this didn't pose a very difficult decision for Xian. Saving Reef. No benefits, huge penalty. Saving Tulip, huge benefits, no penalty. Reef loftily shut his eyes, the taste of blood gradually flushing up his throat. He had already assessed the entire situation and the state he was in. He already harbored no hope. A saying goes, the greatest setback does not surpass an anguished heart. Nothing can surpass the depression and despair of a betrayed and trapped heart. In this instance, the violent pulses of indignant and unyielding resentment swelled up within Reef's heart, as though his chest was about to explode forth with grief any time. He no longer remembered he was drowning under the vast arachnid sea. He had completely forgotten the excruciating feeling of having his body ripped and torn to shreds. Forgetting the heavens, the earth, his life, and death itself. His mind was a total blank, a raging roar erupted from deep within his heart, as though wanting to dominate the heavens and the earth. I was willing to offer my trust to anyone seeking it, but all I received was betrayal. I was willing to offer my help to anyone needing it, but all I got was being used by others. I don't accept this. I kept my blood from turning cold. Why did I end up like this? Why? My heart wasn't cold. Why? Questioning the heavens over his unjustified fate, under the chaos of the arachnid sea. Reef shut his eyes, impaling a shimmering sword deep into the ground, supporting his body as he knelt in anguish. His heart was dead, he harbored no more hope. But at this seemingly hopeless moment, when Reef had determined the whole world had given up on him, the glaring sun rays beat down on him. A tremendous domineering pressure rained down from above. Thud. Heavily landing behind him, this feeling of security and reliability. It caused the stone-armored body of Reef to unconsciously tremble intensely. Following that was an unimaginable heat wave blasting across his face. Because of the intense heat, even his brows and hair released a burning odor. Yet Reef found an unexplainable solace within this heat. In the deepest, darkest depths of his abyss, he found a comrade standing alongside him. This feeling, this should be the memory flashes before a person dies. Reef continued shutting his eyes, rotted to the ground. Suddenly, a ferocious kick struck against his butt. The power was relatively immense. Reef roared out in rage as he opened his eyes. But upon viewing the current scene, tears unconsciously welled up in his eyes. Someone who wouldn't even cry or plead even in the most desperate of situations. Then shockingly, an outstretched arm unfolded to him. A huge thick hand, with solid patches of calluses covering the fingers. An outstretched arm of hope. Simultaneously, Mojencha's tyrannical voice boomed out. Give me your hand. Don't King get distracted. I do not wish to become the disgusting slimy shit out of a Zerglings as 3 hours later. Boss. Are you doing okay? Clutching his flamethrower, Xian didn't reply as he slanted his head, raising a firm thumbs up. When he jumped down, his health was already half, but these Zerglings weren't elite. Their combined fury swipes could only wither away his health one bit at a time. Moreover, these Zerglings didn't possess high explosive hit rate, hence he could still at least last for several minutes. Instead, in a distant, the other surviving group had already been completely swallowed by the Zergling sea, like sugar dissolving in water, without a sound. Xian triggered his flamethrower, as a fiery dragon as long as 20 meters roared out. Swirling around with his flamethrower, the fanatical blaze enveloped multitudes of Zerglings, creating a distinct empty space around him. Mojencha controlled the Overlord to once again float near the ground. Xian grabbed Mojencha's outstretched arm without looking, cleanly and simply borrowing his strength as he boarded the Overlord. Of course, Xian wasn't the only one that knew how to jump. Several ferocious Zerglings pounced up furiously, tightly clawing against the long tentacles of the Overlord, tearing out numerous superficial wounds, and even tried chomping at it with their fangs. Even though the Overlord's health wasn't low, it was still defenseless against these savage assaults. Fortunately, there was the Mutalisk escorting and protecting its side. Although the Mutalisk was injured badly, the spore bullets it sprayed out was enough to kill off several weak Zerglings. Oh, shit. Mojencha couldn't help cursing. Because right now, 3 of them had concurrently received the notification from the Nightmare Imprint, main mission, rescuing Roughnecks, failed. Pointer, Lieutenant Johnny Rico / Sergeant Dizzy Flores / Sergeant Levy / Commander Rasksack has died. Pointer, your highest basic attribute has been deducted 3 points. Pointer, your achievement level is deducted by 5 points. But you have already exceeded the 6 points limit cap of this world, hence no deduction was made. After being rescued, Reef had sunk into total silence. He suddenly voiced out. I'm sorry. Xian gazed towards Reef and laughed, earnestly offering. Saving you is our own decision, you don't have to be sorry. If you really feel indebted to us, then help us with 2 of our ongoing difficult missions. Reef sighed, leaning his head against the internal flesh of the Overlord and bitterly smiling. Can I still help others? My previous party believed me, and look where it got them. See, Crazy Harnick and the rest trusted in me, now their corpses weren't even spared. Xian changed to a resolute and firm tone. That is why, this time, it is your turn to trust us. Actually, your earlier failures are very simple. It is because you were forced into an unsuitable position within the party. It is just like a diamond being used to cushion out a table, the table wouldn't even be stable. A flower prince using a diamond to wipe their butt will result in hemorrhoid. Reef's vision turned dark, unfolding his arms and laughed reluctantly. Thanks for your console. But I think that last example was a little too much. After an incomparably vicious battle, everyone was exhausted to death. The broken-hearted Reef bluntly laid down onto a wrap of tentacles and fell into deep sleep. At this moment, God knows where did Goblin Jinquang suddenly popped out from. With his crafty and sly rat eyes, he examined the sleeping Reef. Afterwards, he transmitted an agonizing message over to Xian through the Nightmare Imprint. Master. That foolish and rash decision you made just now, it at least cost us future losses in at least 13,219 utility points. Xian wrapped his wounds as he laughed and replied with his Nightmare Imprint. My friend, some things cannot be measured with money. Jinquang's round eyes became extremely flustered. Oi, my master, you are really too naive. Xian shook his head, answering with great wisdom. Saving Reef, our losses is 3 basic attribute points, 6 achievement points, right? If we rescued Tulip and the rest of the storyline characters, then our main mission would succeed, and we'll have additional ample rewards. With this mission difficulty, we should at least get 6 free attribute points, 12 achievement points reward. After calculating fully, that's 9 basic attribute points, 18 achievement points of difference. Am I right? Goblin Jinquang fished out a random old-fashioned calculator, furiously tapping it. He then replied in annoyance. Time is money, master. Just say what you want to say. Xian's eyes faintly squinted, as he gently replied. According to my current development, to acquire 9 basic attribute points, and 18 achievement points would require going through at least 2 nightmare worlds. But from Mogentia's and the others' reaction, I can infer that a contestant with an innate defensive ability is extremely rare. Until here, Xian's eyes were combusting with a rigorous blaze and hefty ambition. He stared at Goblin Jinquang as he explained clearly. My beloved friend, please tell me. To encounter a semi-matured innate defensive core, main tank, that is about to give up on life and has nowhere to go, how many worlds must one experience before having the luck to meet one? 10 worlds? 20 worlds? Goblin Jinquang blankly scratched his head, raising his brows up and down. That actually sounds pretty logical. Xian continued. Cut that act of thinking. Right, Jinquang. Recently my hands are rather tight, can I borrow some money? If there isn't, then that's soul equipment. Oi oi oi. Slut, he can actually just vanished inside this overlord. Where'd he go? Reef woke up after resting for 1 hour. He was actually startled awake by the nightmare imprint. Because the main mission had failed, he would be forcefully transported back to the nightmare realm. However, the 3 were still part of the temporary party. Thus, Xian attempted to offer him the human side mission, eradicating the spore colonies, and the side mission of the Blackthorn tribe's predicament, sharing them both to Reef. Reef naturally felt indebted to them, he didn't even bother looking at the details and bluntly accepted them. He then received a time extension to stay. After Reef accepted the Blackthorn tribe side mission, his relationship/reputation immediately raised from hostile to cold. Now, the Blackthorn arachnids wouldn't proactively attack him. Chapter 43, Terrifying Reef. Chapter 246, Terrifying Reef. Witnessing the two of them sharing their mission, Mogentia's eyeballs almost protruded out. Never forget, this pitiful man didn't accept the eradicating the spore colonies mission. While Reef was going through the mission details, Mogentia attempted to get Xian to share that side mission with himself. However, this was the merciless transmission he got from the nightmare imprint. You've already rejected this mission, unable to accept contestant number 1018 shared mission. Faced with the cruel reality, Mogentia hugged his golden Alaska as he dwelled in his self-pity. Actually, as long as there was enough manpower and time, there were loads of side missions to be exploited around the vicinity. The destruction of Whiskey Base would no doubt attract the movements of other human bases, most likely that would release missions to eliminate the arachnid tribes here. Or perhaps even a new mission depicting construction of a new Whiskey Base. But based on the principle of not wanting to bite off more than they could chew, Xian decisively gave up on those tiny skirmishes. At present, they had left the Blackthorn tribe for nearly 4 hours. His heart contained a slight worry that the Redliner tribe had engaged in battle with the Blackthorns. Hence, he spared no haste in rushing back. During their flight, Xian pondered for a while before tactfully expressing interest in Reef's attributes. This would facilitate his future planning. After experiencing a costly betrayal, he no longer longed for any authority. He had turned terribly discouraged during his stint as a party leader, thus he no longer cared for such things. Reef bluntly shared all his information to Xian. Contestant number 770123, number is based on genetic codes, not the sequence of entry. Strength, 21 points, 18 plus 2 plus 1, agility, 27 points, 23 plus 3 plus 1, physique, 38 points, 30 plus 3 plus 4 plus 1, perceptive sense, 9 points, 8 plus 1, charm, 8 points, 7 plus 1, intelligence, 9 points, 8 plus 1, spirit, 10 points, 9 plus 1, asterisk awakened rank A, innate ability, steel, reduces physical damages by 22%, lowers duration of abnormal buffs by 50%. Basic close combat LVL 7, basic footwork LVL 7, basic meditation LVL 2, basic awareness LVL 2, base advanced ability, expert single-handed weapon LVL 6, base ultimate ability, courage. Castable on allies, cooldown duration of 15 seconds. Damage incurred to your ability target will be shouldered by you, next damage lessened by 15%. Base advanced ability, shield handling LVL 6, additional effects when using a shield, base ultimate ability, Heavy Shield Handling LVL1 allows you to activate abilities of Heavy Shield and obtain additional effects. Basic Attribute Reward I. Reward when Physique Attribute reaches 20 points. Mr. Healthy, HP plus 100. Basic Attribute Reward I. Reward when Agility Attribute reaches 20 points. Fuzzy, Avoidability plus 3%. TN. Basic Attribute Reward I is based on pure attribute, not with enhancement of items. Rank B plus passive ability. Root LVL3, current proficiency rate, 1135/3000. An ordinary attack against an opponent has a probability in creating an additional AoE damage. Attack damage will be 15% of the ordinary damage, but will not be lower than 10 points. Enemies affected by this damage will have a negative buff of 50% movement/attack speed. Duration, 3 seconds. Every successful trigger will increase proficiency by 1 to 3 points. Must max out proficiency rate to upgrade to the next ability rank. Rank A. Active ability, Shattering Cardiac Roar, proficiency, max, release a ferocious roar, dealing a 20-meter radius damage of, Physique X3. Causing movement speed to reduce by 50% to 70%, attack speed by 25% to 70%. Duration, Caster's Physique minus Victim's Physique. If the victim has a higher physique, he will only receive the damage and not the negative effect. Additional, no usage cost, cooldown of 1 minute. Additional, ability can still be activated within cooldown duration, but will consume 25% of health, or not lower than 20 points. But all resultant damage and effect including duration will decrease by half. Max rank additional effect, once, Shattering Cardiac Roar, affects a radius of enemy, any additional enemy will increase the damage of Shattering Cardiac Roar by 10%, maximum increase of 50%. When this ability is used in the context of a contestant battle, the duration of effect will be affected by the 40% limiter regulation. 5 tiers innate ability, Faith Guard, current cultivation of the 4th tier. Activating it will instantly form a layer of mental constructed formidable armor, armor possess 100 HP, 10 points of defense and duration of 300 seconds. After it is destroyed, it will restore 100 HP to user within 10 seconds. Tier 5 cultivation will allow casting on others. Activation of ability requires 30 MP main equipments, processed alien skull origin, adult alien equipment rarity, silver storyline class material, chitin plus testosterone plus formic acid plus SOD plus and aldehyde plus leukocyte silk etc. Additional installation, shield spike equipment position, left arm equipment category, mid-sized shield. Weight, 5.2 kilograms. Equipment usage requirements, strength 15 points, physique 30 points. Durability, 131 out of 200 details, lowers explosive strike rate by 10% details, defense plus 15, shield handling LVL6, will provide additional 5 points of defense and 50 HP, details, resisting opponent's attack rate plus 45% details, physique plus 4 characteristic, blood acidity. Every time you successfully resist an opponent's attack, chance of triggering the remnant acidic blood of the shield to spray out, dealing 7 to 27 points of acidic damage. Characteristics, tough density. The alien skull is made with an extremely tough density material. Using it to resist an opponent's attack, results in only 33% probability of damaging the shield's durability. Ability, Tongue Thrust. After the shield absorbs 500 points of damage, it will release a thrusting hidden alien tongue at the enemy. Attack ignores 50% of enemy's defense, dealing 100 points of fixed damage plus, strength damage x2. Stunning enemy for 3 seconds. Minimum stunning duration of 1 second. Cooldown duration, 120 seconds. Ability can be interchanged between passive or active. Interchanging duration of 30 minutes. Description, only a alien skull processed by a predator can unleash both offensive and defensive capabilities. Not every alien skull is suitable to be forged into a shield. While paying attention to defending, one may forsake seeking the enemy's weakness. Centaurus Ionized Lightsaber, for practice, origin, Star Wars equipment rarity, black equipment quality, restored after severe damage. Material composition, energy loop plus electric charge focal lens plus energy activation device plus superconductor additional installation, slot already damaged. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Equipment usage requirement, strength 20 points, agility 15 points. Every single usage consumes 2000 utility points/10 force energy to satisfy the lightsaber. Effect will dissipate after half an hour. Durability, nil details, damage raised by 33 to 34 points details, attack speed increase by 45% details, your attack has a chance of disregarding 5 points of armor. Passive ability, ray refraction. When resisting/dodging/blocking an attack, 30% chance of invoking the lightsaber energy to form a protective wall, repelling all long-range attacks back to the enemy. Protection of damage unable to exceed 30 points. Description: its Horcrux, weapon soul, has been destroyed, unable to equip any spirit nature to it. Reef's other equipments are all blue or dark blue class, purely increasing basic attributes or evasion/avoidability rate. Observing Reef's individual attributes, Xian's lament over the importance of a party heavily struck him again. Reef's basic attributes added up to 122 points, even without equipments, it was 115 points. As for Xian, even with the temporary 10 points of physique bonus, with his equipments his basic attributes only reached 108 points. Moreover, Reef's blocking, evading, and resisting rate were at least 3 folds of Xian. This was the ultimate product of an assembled party, focusing their resources on an ultimate defense warrior, high HP, thick defense, and even possessing area-controlling abilities. Then Xian saw Reef's innate ability, leaking out an astonished look. "So you..." Mojentia interrupted as though accustomed to it. "This is very normal, all right. Within the context of a new party, disguising their figures is extremely normal. One only needs to prove that they are indeed an innate defensive type, fitting the criteria for a main tank, MT, that is enough." Xian smiled miserably. "In terms of knowledge and experience, that is indeed my shortcoming. As the saying goes, one doesn't fear ignorance, but fear comparisons." Comparing himself to Reef's long list of attributes and abilities, Xian obviously felt rather unpro. But Xian's talents lay in his scheming and innate ability. He could often seize the golden opportunities to exhibit his maximum potential. This was the reason Reef could never outmatch him. Currently, even though Reef was well and lived, he was still depressed and dispirited in his heart. Mojentia still did not really understand why Xian would choose to forsake the main mission to rescue Reef. An awkward silence presided within the peaceful cavity of the Flying Overlord. Chapter 44, Hydralisk Earnings. Chapter 44, Hydralisk Earnings. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. The trio reflected on their own things, causing the atmosphere to turn awkwardly silent. Xian then produced out his 2 key loots from the rare elite Hydralisks. When the first dark blue chest opened, Xian was instantly dumbfounded. There was nothing inside. Instead, a mind-blowing heap of utility points. Instantly transferred into the account of his nightmare imprint, the numbers were bouncing up furiously. Looking at the wild constant influx of wealth, unclear of when this would stop, this really warmed the heart and pleased the eyes, causing one to brim with expectation. Mojentia was initially lazing by the side, but after noticing this scene, he gritted his teeth in shock. Whoa. Boss, you're rich. This is the first time I've seen such a huge explosion of utility points. Previously, I encountered one that exploded with equipments and nothing else, but only blue class equipments for a total of 5 pieces. Sadly, not AF***** King 1 was useful to me. Coincidentally, I was lacking in finance, and directly sold them away. The soaring exorbitant wealth account finally slowed down. Finally, Xian observed as he was now richer by 8,000 plus utility points. This was a pleasant surprise. Next, he exhibited his shimmering silver key out and grinned. Wanna guess what this key will produce? Even the silent Reef couldn't help displaying his shock. You got that in this world? Xian nodded as he laughed. A minute probability chance. After slaying the 2 rare elite Hydralisks, one of them dropped a dark blue key and the other is this. Mojentia immediately cursed. Oh, F******. I should have just joined you into that F***** King cave. Xian mockingly laughed. If you entered with me, I reckon we would have had more troubles than benefits. Then Xian started explaining his encounter with the 2 rare elite Hydralisks in full details. As Mojentia listened, even his back felt a sweeping chill. Xian then triggered out the chest, and opened it, ultimately producing an item. This item appeared extremely sinister, like a purplish-black organ that was cut off and washed clean. 7 to 8 thick tentacles grew from the side, still dripping with dark violet fluids. The nightmare imprint then notified him. You've obtained an unappraised object, Elite Hydralisk's Rare Acid Gland. Item Class, Silver Storyline Class. You need to appraise it to obtain the relevant information. Description: any mother nest from any arachnid tribe would wish to obtain this item to consume and genetically analyze it. Very obviously, the last statement indicated that this item could be used to exchange for reputation points. Sadly, there were only 3 ways to appraise a silver storyline item. The easiest was returning to the realm, paying to appraise it. The next was upon reaching a relevant military rank, paying the Nightmare Imprint to appraise it. But such a method may expend achievement points. The hardest was for the contestant to use a relevant ability to appraise. The first 2 methods would still retain the original attributes of the item, but if the contestant used his own cultivated appraisal ability, then the attributes may even be raised. The separate operation by Mojencha after he split off with Xian had also reaped several benefits. The fragments of rubbish from the arachnid surmounted to 2,000 utility points. It wasn't only Xian's luck that was thriving. While massacring the drones within the base, an extremely rare slavery scenario took place. A drone that was about to be slayed was actually willing to surrender and become his slave. That brat actually cost up to 5,000 reputation points and 2,000 utility points if purchased from the Blackthorn tribe. Such a happening, obviously Mojencha delightedly accepted. Looking at this unfortunate baby drone trembling in its own pool of greenish blood, wriggling sorrowfully on the ground, Mojencha was even worried it would die, and he carefully wrapped it with a bandage. Although Reef's emotions were an all-time low, he still indicated a huge interest towards the Blackthorn tribe. These savage and cruel arachnids had left a deep impression on Reef, and now he had to fight shoulder to shoulder with them, although it is also to defeat other arachnids. This fueled a rather complication feeling within him. During their journey back, Xian and Mojencha managed to casually capture a mutated scourge that had sharp piercing bones covering its entire body. Because such a variation was something the Blackthorn mother nest did not possess, they wanted to try their luck to see if they could exchange it for reputation points. After interacting with Reef, they could confirm one thing: these kind situation of reputation point transactions with the Blackthorn tribe was an extremely rare matter. It could only be fulfilled or materialized under severely harsh conditions/prerequisites. Therefore, earning more reputation points now was the right thing to do. When the distant Blackthorn tribe came into view, Xian finally calmed down. The evolved 2 mother nest still possessed its towering grandeur. 2 imposing and gigantically erected pillars looked like the upper half of an ancient male Feist dragon. It was completely free from damage and blemishes. Above the mother nest were numerous overlords drifting around, even Mutalisk and genuine scourges were spiraling about. A genuine scourge required 25 units of Pandora crystal, 75 units of Vespine gas to spawn out 2 from each larva. Therefore, one requires 12.5 Pandora crystals, 37.5 Vespine gas. These aerial beasts were oddly rapid, but didn't possess offensive capabilities. Its threat lies in its ability to self-destruct when approaching an enemy aerial unit, producing a devastating small radius damage. Few aerial units would be able to withstand 2 to 3 scourges exploded simultaneously. It seemed like Overmind Mosey was afraid the enemy may utilize a kamikaze tactic, and thus was specifically strict with regards to his aerial territory. After descending, Xian and the rest naturally submitted their captive mutated scourge, before probing about the current status. However, the mother nest's feedback analysis was extremely awkward. Submitted mutated organism is completely worthless only under desperate situations of a class I mother nest. Would it be spawned to in hopes of aerial superiority creature, low output value, 1 larva can only spawn 1. Resource consumption, high, 150 units of Pandora crystal, 50 units of Vespine gas. Damage, low. Rejected. Fortunately, the next message allowed them some comfort. The Redliner tribe hadn't made a move, probably still frenziedly harvesting crystals and building their force. Although they didn't move now, once they did, it would certainly be earth-shaking. But to the Blackthorn tribe, more time meant more preparation. Moreover, the Blackthorn tribe had occupied more Pandora crystals, therefore their production and development capabilities were inevitably much stronger than the Redliner tribe. At present amidst the human trio, Mojencha hadn't suffered any injuries. The black dude leapt down from the overlord, excitedly carrying along his injured drone for treatment, before directly heading for the Pandora ore mines, naturally trying to see if he could leverage certain benefits on this poor kid. Xian supported Reef over to the spawning pool of the Blackthorn tribe, intending to receive full treatment. Previously, Xian had suffered severe corrosive wounds from the rare elite hydralisks. His left cheek was still a ghastly mess and his left eye blind. Worst was that the acid jet contained a poisonous corrosive effect. Xian only halted the rate of further damage, but still its deadly properties continued to suppress his own regenerative ability. Reef was similarly badly wounded. His body was covered in lacerations, mutilated chunks, fractures and ripped organs. These wounds wouldn't be able to regenerate individually within a short time. Facing such a treacherous and nerve-wracking situation, paying small reputation points and utility points to utilize the Blackthorn healing facilities was justifiable. But one point to note, if Xian had maintained his worshipped status, then entering the spawning pool would be totally free. The spawning pool within the mother nest was the breeding ground for larvae. Even though wiggling fleshy walls and pulsating veins were everywhere, it would be fine after getting accustomed to it. Following Xian's guidance, Reef directly soaked his body into the enormous womb. Beside them were squirming larvae. The mother nest's amniotic fluids was able to extract the minerals from the Pandora crystals, converting the energy to speedily repair their injuries. Because the amniotic fluid exceeded their nose level, therefore they breathed through large overhanging umbilical cords. Xian sustained heavy injuries, yet they were mostly external wounds, not as serious as fractures or lacerated organs etc. His injuries were comparatively lighter than Reef's, and very quickly his body recovered his optimal state. However, the acidic nature lingering on his body was exceedingly venomous. It was like a vestige of a lethal curse. If he wanted to quickly expel it, he had to head over to the hydralisk den for further advanced treatment. Xian crawled out from the amniotic fluid. Waving at Reef, he headed out. Chapter 45, Of Course We Snatch. Chapter 45, Of Course We Snatch. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. When Xian left, Reef, still soaking in the womb, opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a complicated brilliance. The wounds emitted out strands of black-reddish blood. His powerful physique was starting to recover to its optimal state. He was no longer depressed as before. The muscles spasmed and solidified intensely, forcefully patching and cooling like boiling casted metal. That seaman, he really seems pretty outstanding. To be able to easily bring me into a grand arachnid base, and a sacred healing pool like this. Perhaps I'm really not suited to be a party leader, then I should just observe for now. This gratitude cannot be expressed with words. This time, Seaman and Mojentia rescued me. Their losses are undeniable as well. If Seaman is really a reliable talent, then following his command may not be a bad thing. If he isn't reliable, then I'll just leave after repaying this gratitude of grace. After deciding, Reef felt a void within his heart, as though a huge stone had been lifted from it. Currently, his body wounds were vividly healing and patching up, his fractured bones gradually mending together. Finally, his skin as smooth as before, the perfectly fine Reef rose from the amniotic fluid, the fluid rolling off his scarlet muscles like a waterfall. This rejuvenating sensation, it is indeed refreshing. When Reef strolled out of the spawning pool of the mother nest, Xian was still undergoing his detoxification treatment. Hence, Reef could only randomly stroll about. Suddenly, he saw the black man Mojentia hugging his golden Alaska as he walked over with all smiles. After inquiring, he realized that the drone Mojentia had brought back had a pretty outstanding efficiency rate. It could harvest 30 units of Pandora crystal and 5 units of Vespine gas every hour. Its work rate was about twice of the average drone. In theory, every drone could only work for 16 hours per day. The 480 units of Pandora crystal and 80 units of Vespine gas could be directly sold to the Nightmare imprint, or gifted to the Blackthorn mother. The selling valuation was 2,500 to 3,000 utility points, but exchanging for reputation points would be more worthwhile, boosting several thousands of reputation points. Everything is great except for one small defect. The extracted Pandora crystals and Vespine gas were all raw ores. If he could process and refine it, their valuation would increase. After listening, Reef curiously asked, "That drone you caught, it really harvests Pandora crystals and Vespine gas?" Mojentia immediately brought Reef along to observe. When he witnessed personally the drone extracting the minerals, Reef abruptly sighed. If I knew I could obtain Pandora crystals like this, why did I insist on carrying out the main mission? At this moment, Xian had completely his detoxification and coincidentally arrived. asking curiously. What has the main mission got to do with Pandora crystals? Reef shook his head. At the Rum Outpost base, they were selling Pandora crystals and Vespine gas. Because I had learned a forging type ability, a certain longing for these minerals emerged within me. But the prices they offered was so expensive it made my hair stand. Thus, I insisted on completing the main mission to raise my reputation. Hey-ish. I didn't expect there was this method. Sheehan muttered out. If you really needed those crystal and Vespine ore, then there are relatively many ways in doing so. The most dependable is raising your reputation to respected, then you can directly purchase a drone to harvest for you. However, the payment is pretty expensive. Moreover, I don't recommend such a method because after raising your reputation to worshipped here in the Blackthorn, there are incredible attribute enhancements. After finishing, Sheehan immediately regurgitated the purchasing menu out to Reef with his memory. After Reef absorbed the facts, he was no fool, he instantly understood the hidden benefits behind those exchanges. But still, he couldn't help asking. Then what is the other method? Sheehan laughed, putting it bluntly forward. Of course it's to snatch. 5 minutes later, the rested trio once again boarded their acquired ordinary overlord. Scouting a kilometer ahead, was that Mutalisk. Although previously the Blackthorn tribe had assumed dominating aerial superiority, the Redliner tribe did not give up easily. They changed their warfare tactics, producing scourges and multitudes of hydralisks to deal with the situation. Hence, they successfully destroyed the total aerial monopoly of the Blackthorn tribe. Thus, Sheehan and the rest cautiously proceeded like a 1,000-year boat. Reef was concentrating his attention onto the electronic map. On the map, Sheehan's previous marking was still extremely vivid in his mind, as though his steady and calm voice repeatedly resounded within Reef's ears. There are 2 arachnid tribes within a 1,000-kilometer vicinity from here. One tribe is our ally, and the other our enemy. Therefore naturally, our heist target would be the Redliner tribe. Demu, Mojentia, cast away your damned astonished expression and carefully listen to me. Am I an idiot that will directly assault the enemy's mother nest? The Redliner tribe has eradicated several other arachnid tribes to be able to reach their current scope of development. Those expired arachnid tribes probably hadn't harvested fully their Pandora crystals, except the contents wouldn't be as abundant. Obviously, their previous mother nest should have already been colonized by the Redliner tribe. But note, the relations between the Redliner tribe and its subsidiary bases aren't considered inseparably close. Even the nearest base is at least 50 kilometers away. For the Redliner tribe, after losing their aerial fleet, they would at least require half an hour to send reinforcements to the subsidiary base. First, we will commence a one-off surprise raid on every subsidiary base, as a harassment method. Every surprise raid will last only several minutes. Most importantly, our goal is to investigate which subsidiary base holds more Pandora crystals. After the Redliner tribe has been taken for a round trip and has no clue where our primary target is, we will once again raid that certain base. Naturally, we can plunder them forcefully. Looking at the map ahead, Reef earnestly tried to analyze. Ultimately, he looked at Sheehan, desiring to speak but preventing himself. Sheehan laughed. My methods are not free from careless oversights. If there's a problem, just say it. It beats going into the battle with a misunderstanding or fear. Reef earnestly started. The Redliner tribe has since lost its aerial dominance, thus their forces should be primarily concentrated around its main base. There's no doubt the subsidiary bases are defensively hollow. But never forget, the arachnid base still contains a powerful defense mechanism, sunken colonies. That thing is extremely destructive, its offense is deadly and its range vast. If there are more than 3 of those, in addition to the bits of arachnids, there is no chance for victory. Sheehan shook his head, confidently replying like he had planned it all out. That's not correct. Take a look at the terrain nearby. The Redliner tribe's main base coincidentally is situated in front of the subsidiary bases. For the Blackthorn tribe to engage in assaults, it is impossible to bypass the Redliner tribe's main base without being discovered. Furthermore, even though the Blackthorn tribe has occupied aerial dominance, the Redliner tribe's tactic of Hydralisk plus Scourges allows them aerial authority of their controlled region. This eliminates the possibility of going airborne by using a grand scale of transporting overlords. From the Redliner tribe perspective, their greatest wariness is a sneak attack from the highly mobile Mutalisks. Therefore, I dare to say that within their subsidiary bases, it is a combination of spore colonies and groups of zerglings. In this manner, their strength to deal with aerial attacks or direct frontal assaults is segregated. This way, they can deal with the majority of scenarios. Lastly but most importantly, from an economic perspective, the current redliner tribe should be relatively lacking in Vespene gas. The combination of spore colonies and zerglings completely does not require expending Vespene gas. This is also the primary reason and method in dealing against both aerial of direct frontal assault. Reef pondered for a brief moment. You are right, but the sheer quantity of zerglings is another headache. Xian laughed. Don't worry, just leave that problem to me. Right. Mojentia suddenly interrupted. Why haven't I seen a single flaming beetle ever since we started battling for so long? Is there a chance of encountering that? Xian very confidently replied. I've already inquired about that with Overmind Mosey. After they obtained Scorching Mouth's nucleus, they've already completely uncovered the base genes of that arachnid creature, possessing the ability to spawn out flaming beetles. Furthermore, following the flaming beetle's genetic code direction of research, the Blackthorn tribe managed to create a new strand of hormone within the Hydralisk's acidic jet. That hormone is able to unleash fatal damages when interacting with a flaming beetle. The costs of spawning a flaming beetle is ridiculously high, similar to producing 20 Hydralisks with the same amount of Pandora crystals. Hence, the redliner tribe will definitely not spawn out flaming beetles anymore. Of course, the Blackthorn tribe's flaming beetle similarly suffers from this. Mojentia was stunned. So that was the case. Then the flaming beetle is only useful against arachnid tribes that hadn't analyzed its genetic code. Xian nodded his head. That is the rough idea. Chapter 46, Trying Out, First Collaboration. Chapter 46, Trying Out, First Collaboration. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. Very quickly, they arrived at the outskirts of a redliner subsidiary base. After communicating with the nearby flying Blackthorn tribe's mutalisks, Xian and the rest received a list of relevant information about their defensive layout. Because the redliner tribe's primary defensive efforts were towards a mass-scale aerial invasion, the pocket-sized squad consisting of Xian's overlord and his mutalisk very easily infiltrated through. Bustling hard-working drones, tremendous scarlet organ structures, viscous organism carpets stretched through the floor. Everything was identical to the Blackthorn base, its only difference was that distinct red scar across the structures and their arachnid units. Around the surface of the base were at least 10 scattered spore colonies. Their features were extremely queer, looking like a severed pig nose erected over the ground. It was painted fully brown, and thick burly tentacles wriggled out from the ground around it, fastening the spore cannon to the ground. Intertwined vine-like vasculars covered the surface of the spore cannon, although it wasn't mobile and could only target flying units. Its range of attack was relatively far. Once it discovers a hostile flying unit, it will regurgitate an acidic spore, repeatedly blasting towards the enemy. According to the combat analysis report given by the Blackthorn tribe, under normal circumstances, one spore colony would be able to slay several heads of mutalisks. Its threat was considerably great. Moreover, to construct it would require only 175 units of Pandora crystals. Of course, being unable to move and constant supplication of nutrients was its weakness. Looking at the spore colonies beneath them, Reef couldn't help saying, "It looks like the Blackthorn tribe had already assaulted this area before. Look at some of the spore colonies there, they are spurting blood fluids from their injuries." Mojentia squinted his eyes to survey the distant scene. Previously there should be only 5 to 6 spore colonies, the rest were new additions after the assault. Looks like the damage done by the Blackthorn tribe wasn't light. Beside one of the larger layer storage of Pandora crystals, there is only one sunken colony. Good. Xian was already starting to display an aura of a party leader. Have you caught sight of that spore colony a kilometer west from here, on the mountain cliff? Our target is that. I'll deal with the zerglings. If there are hydralisks, Mojentia, I'll leave those to you. Reef, your shattering cardiac roar ability should be able to instantly wipe out the surrounding zerglings, right? Then that will be our party's contingency during a crisis. If I haven't requested for aid, then you will focus on dealing with the spore colony. When they just entered this world, Xian had always been a detached bystander, minding his own business. The main party attention were revolved around Crazy Harnick, Chiaoer, and Reef. From a strict point of view, this was still a three-man coordination. The happiest guy amidst was naturally Mojencha. This black dude was still complaining about not having the protection of a professional innate defense corps, main tank, but now he was indulging in the security of 2 high-level main tanks. Plainly speaking, if these 2 thick-skinned brats couldn't die, then Mojencha would have unlimited health. His survivability rate had been immensely enhanced, naturally he was beaming with delight. Wait a moment. Before heading out, Reef suddenly handed 2 objects over to Xian and Mojencha. The 2 objects were palm-sized, looking like a pocket pistol. But after Mojencha received it, he got a fright. Actually, this was a medicine drink that shockingly required expending achievement points to purchase, honorary max protein injection gun dosage. It was tradable, but its price was shockingly more expensive than items that were untradeable. Its official price was 5 achievement points and 5,000 utility points. Actually, Mojencha previously held the notion of not saving Reef. After receiving this without another merits, a bitter taste lingered within him. However, without feeling burdened, he laughed politely as he accepted it. After inspecting it, Xian discovered that this medicine dosage's greatest weak point was its cooldown period being as long as 48 hours. Calculating it this way, it was roughly 1 usage per world. The 3 just stepped onto the Redliner tribe creep carpet, but were instantly discovered by a drifting overlord, instantly releasing a warning. Although that overlord immediately exploded into a blood mist with Mojencha's swift reactions, their operations had already been exposed. Such a strict and speedy defensive reaction naturally indicated that it wasn't only one time that the Blackthorn tribe had assaulted here. However, Xian's operation wasn't meant to be a covert one, but their objective was to create a grand commotion, the more extravagant the better. Xian covered himself with a helmet, taking lead in welcoming the incoming frenzied Zerglings. Fiery oppressive twin dragons roared out, engulfing the pack of Zerglings. Even the crippled escapees weren't spared by Mojencha's precision. Following that was naturally sticking with the plan and storming that spore colony. That spore colony was constructed over an elevated ground, its position was starkly defined. Moreover, its strategic position allowed its range to cover half of the entire arachnid base. Because it had received favored nourishment due to its strategic importance. Its health was several thousand stronger than usual, even its HP regeneration speed was rapid. Even though Mojencha and Reef combined their wild incessant attacks, they would still require several minutes. Reef was already fundamentally convinced by this seaman leadership talents, but he had always existed as the core of his party, innate defensive ability in addition to incomparably outstanding individual abilities. His heart had been filled with a slight conceitedness and a sense of adopting responsibilities. When Xian had rescued him, Reef was already in a semi-coma state. Hence, he had no clue of Xian's capabilities. Moreover, this was the first time he was being used in a role of firepower output. His sense of security naturally coexisted with being in the front line, and a despising underestimating notion welled up within his heart. As time dragged on, the rushing reinforcements of arachnids were pouring in greatly. Fortunately, Xian's deduction was spot on. The fleet was primarily made out of Zerglings. Although several hydralisks did appear, they were sparse and infrequent. An ordinary hydralisk was relatively larger than Zerglings, its HP wasn't much as well. After a consecutive 5 string of bullets from Mojencha's Golden Alaska installed with his black-grade magazine were released, the hydralisks were instantaneously slayed upon appearing. This greatly alleviated Xian's pressure. Although the Prometheus 3 flamethrower contained limitless ammunition, it could only persist firing for 5 minutes duration. Hence, Xian directly dealt with some sparse groups of Zerglings with his fists. Not even 2 to 3 minutes later, the heaps and piles of charred and bruised Zerglings' corpses towered greatly around him. Yet Reef observed him while feeling an inner apprehensiveness. His battle experience was relatively abundant. After a slight assessment, he couldn't help exclaiming to Mojencha, "I'm afraid Seaman wouldn't be able to last for long. How about I replace him for a while?" Adept in battlefield foresight and awareness, Mojencha was naturally as clear as a flame. Chewing his gum while taking aim, he smirked and replied, "No rush, it's still early." Reef was surprised. "What? Those damned arachnids aren't no pushovers. Even if I don't wield my shield, I should have already lost 200 HP by now. Seaman, that fella looks like a strength close combatant, don't tell me he has learned a certain superb regenerative ability." Mojencha erupted in laughter. "Big brother Reef, perhaps he is a MT like you." Reef was hugely shocked. What? How is this possible? Although my knowledge is considered superficial, but the number of MTs under this difficulty can be counted with one hand. I should already recognize most of them. Golden Alaska, your reputation is also pretty outstanding. You should know that those without an innate defensive ability cannot be hailed as a MT, you know. Mojencha shrugged his shoulders, releasing another burst shot of 5. The first 2 rounds volleyed into a hydralisk's eyes, connecting within its head as it sparked an internal implosion. That unlucky hydralisk slumped to the ground with lime fluids gushing out from its facial features. Mojencha then excitedly whistled triumphantly and replied, "Of course I know about that. In the Symbiosis sect, even though Xiao Gun was pretty ripped, he still wouldn't dare claim to be a MT. But this is really the case. Big Brother Reef, if our boss didn't possess an incredible defensive innate, then why would he dare to dive into a Zergling sea of thousands, just to drag you out?" Reef was still slightly dazed from the shock. Since Seaman himself possesses a MT ability, then why did he bother saving me? If that's the case, it looks like he should be much stronger than me, but why haven't I heard of him before? Mojencha shook his head and sneered. No, boss's current composition of abilities are beneath you, but his potential as a MT, I reckon, is stronger than you by a little. Regarding what he is thinking, I honestly have no clue. I just follow what he arranges and get the job done. I'll tell you another thing, I didn't betray the Symbiosis sect. Reef curiously asked. I remember now, it's really weird to have encountered you here. Although the Symbiosis sect didn't contain a professional MT, but the combination of the Metals Professor and Fanu's horrifying dragon was indeed extremely terrifying. It should be able to hold overwhelming superiority in the current difficulty. Moreover, you should have already won the Metals Professor's trust. How did you even appear in this newly constructed temporary party? Chapter 47, Definite Target. Chapter 47, Definite Target. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Faced with Reef's interrogation, Mojencha smiled but didn't reply. His mind reflected deeply into his memories. Reef glanced at Mojencha's expression, sincerely continuing. I remember when you guys parted, Crazy Harnick and Xiaoer were discussing furiously. They believed that you were afraid that your personal gains for equipments would be affected within this party. The equipment rewards should be at least a silver storyline class, hence you brazenly deserted us. If not, we really couldn't find the motive for your actions. Mojencha's expression turned heavy as he bitterly smiled, and shook his head. He sighed and replied. The reason I am now a free agent, strictly speaking, it was single-handedly orchestrated by Boss. Reef became increasingly curious. Seaman single-handedly turned you into a free agent. How is that so? Mojencha gently shook his head. The Symbiosis sect previously activated a assembling rock, and staked everything on stealing Harry Potter World's Philosopher's Stone. In the end, we were obstructed by the Bank Syndicate. Every close combat individual, even Xiao Gun, met their ends. In the end, the Metals Professor, Fanu, and several others infiltrated into the underground Gringotts, seeking to steal the treasure. Their underlings were actually treated as cannon fodder, especially the newly recruited seamen. Reef's face was already displaying a look of disbelief. He wasn't stupid and could roughly guess what Mojencha was about to say. Don't tell me. That's right. I have no clue what the hell happened in Gringotts. But the ultimate result was that the founders and everyone were annihilated, and the party disbanded. Except the only survivor was him. Seaman. Mojencha bitterly smiled. At that time, in my heart, Seaman was just like a stock that had good prospects. But after I received the news of the Metals Professor and Fanu dying, I unconditionally knew that he was going to be my boss. Reef pondered over the meaning behind Mojencha's words. In a flash his admiration for this Seaman fella leapt up by bounds. To be able to rely on himself to survive under such a treacherous situation, even Reef believed he didn't have that ability. Moreover, he even managed to eliminate the Metals Professor and Fanu. As the two chatted away, the spore colony health had gradually dwindled away. Boom. An explosion as blood water soared to the heavens. Xian immediately cast his fears about the fuel away, fully activating his Prometheus 3 flamethrower. Twin fiery dragons roared out, barbecuing 17 to 18 Zerglings in a clump of wildfire, before swiftly departing. This moment, their formation changed into Reef as rear guard, Mojencha in the middle and Xian leading the escape. The three quickly boarded the Overlord and traversed further away. The trio was brimming with abundant battle experience. Their first cooperation was indeed flawless. On board the Overlord, the trio finally relaxed a little. Besides, there was still a Mutalisk leading the route ahead, warning them if anything was amiss. Reef was currently extremely interested in Xian, taking the initiative to question him about his innate defensive ability. Xian had already planned to build good relations with Reef, hence he didn't try to hide anything, straightforwardly sharing his C+ innate details to him. Reef was instantly flabbergasted and enlightened. Now he understood why Xian was able to endure for so long within the Zergling horde. Naturally, when dealing with a 500-strong Zergling crowd, Xian would be able to sustain a little longer. But when dealing simultaneously against 10 elite Zerglings, then undoubtedly Reef would be able to survive much longer. Following that, the trio consecutively raided 2 other Redliner bases with consecutive victories. During their operation, they slayed close to 200 Zerglings, several dozens of Hydralisks. But when they arrived at the next Redliner subsidiary base, when they were about to begin their assault, Xian abruptly halted their action. Plan. The reason for giving up was simple and even absurd, because he and Mojentia simultaneously sensed something was wrong. Such a reason was just an omen and didn't have a substantial justification. But Xian was bent on discarding their plan. Using their perception as warning was naturally a ridiculous reason, but the Nightmare Realm was filled with danger in all corners. Their perceptive sensing would definitely warn them of any fatally dangerous location or terrain. But as the saying goes, dangers creeps up on those seeking riches and honor. Not daring to take a chance based on pure premonition was akin to not eating for the fear of choking. Hence, the bigger usage for perceptive sensing was in avoiding a sudden sneak attack or ambush, protective oneself from any hidden fatalities. Actually, this last-minute behavior of changing their plans mid-operation was rarely seen in the Nightmare Realm. But he didn't bother explaining much, directly commanding the Overlord to distance themselves before speaking in a solemn tone. That previous base didn't showcase any signs of being recently attacked, but the amount of Zerglings was actually less than 100. Furthermore, the other bases had no less than 50 drones harvesting Pandora crystals, but there were only roughly 45 drones in this base. Apart from that, the frequency rate of the drones entering and leaving the spawning organs were extremely diligent. Xian didn't say anything else, but Mojentia and Reef understood his intentions. Where were the other Zerglings hidden at? Moreover, in order for the arachnid race to construct an organ structure, it required the sacrifice of a drone as the organ's core. Then where did the missing 5 drones go? What were they constructing? The frequency and efficiency of the drones also explained another points, that meant a huge batch of arachnid larvae were being spawned, therefore the need for massive amounts of Pandora crystals. If only one suspicious point appeared, it could be considered a coincidence. But if all the signs were present, then most likely it was a trap. Of course, to the Redliner tribe, this thoughtful planning was to bait the Blackthorn over mind. But regrettably, their opponent now was a contestant. Then what is our next course of action? Reef questioned. His words were obviously exhibiting a certain reliance. A party leader wasn't for someone to acclaim himself, credibility was based on the minute details, fostering it bit by bit. When others recognized one as a fat pile of reliance, then not assuming that position would be hard. Xian laughed. Our primary objective for this skirmish is to confuse the Redliner tribe's overmind, while assessing the situation of the bases. The ultimate aim is to plunder a subsidiary base for its crystals, and gain some achievements. Since we have a target, then obviously we head over for it. Reef took in a deep breath and asked. Your target, is it that subsidiary base number 1? Xian nodded, confirming his suspicions. That's an affirmative. Under the dim lighting, a Hydralisk was dutifully patrolling around the base. Although there was a clear wound over it, it was slithering over their native nourishing carpet. Its strength was steadily restoring to optimum. Although the previous sneak attack of Mutalisks dealt heavy damages to their base, the enemy was similarly not without severe casualties. Spore colonies were scattered everywhere with distinct wounds, yet the carpet was littered with decomposing black Mutalisks. Suddenly, a warning transmitted from the far distance. An arachnid would emit a certain hormone before battle, similar to bees and ants. Other races wouldn't be able to notice their smell signal, but it was clear as daylight to similar race species. Undoubtedly, this Hydralisk spared no delay in rushing towards the battlefield. But at the moment it slid out of the base, a volley of flaming tongue illuminated from 100 meters away. Da-da-da-da-da. The clear, crisp gunshots echoed out. This hydralisk reacted swiftly, turning to spray its acidic jet at the hidden enemy. Instead, the incoming bullets drilled it to the ground with tremendous ferocity. Its body exploded instantaneously, forming into a blood pool with swirling chunks of flesh. From roughly a kilometer away, Sheehan and Reef battled shoulder to shoulder within an open land. They had approximately slayed off close to 100 Zerglings. Their Mutalisk and Overlord were both parked at the far ends to the east and west. If the Redliner Overmind dispatched reinforcements here, undoubtedly they would serve as the early warning signal. However, according to the communicated information transmitted by the Blackthorn tribe half an hour earlier, Overmind Mosey had already dispatched nearly a quarter of his forces, beginning a mass-scale invasion of the Redliner Overmind's fourth subsidiary base, 300 kilometers from here. The quantity of Pandora crystals stored was calculated to exceed even the Redliner tribe's main base. Although this attack could be described as a feint, but it could snowball into a mass-scale invasion in a short span of time. Hence to the Redliner Overmind, protecting its fourth subsidiary base was of critical importance. Therefore, merely a three-man sneak ambush onto its first subsidiary base would surely be neglected by the Redliner Overmind. More importantly, the crystal ore mine in the first base was already on the verge of drying up, thus its strategic value was already greatly lessened. It is soon, I guess. Reef cleanly pulled out his shining black sword from the chest of a Zergling. Thick greenish fluid dripped from its slimy surface, evaporating into fumes in no time. If they didn't spawn out new units, then their forces here should be dried up anytime soon. Back facing each other, they did look quite pathetic. But actually, they only suffered superficial wounds. Their every movement still carried perfect vigor and nimbleness, not influenced the least by each other's individual battles. Sheehan nodded. "AK, how is the condition over there?" F*******. That hydralisk sprayed acid onto my package asterisk. Heavens, if my functionality is impaired in the future, I swear I will slaughter all hydralisks alive. Mojentia roared out in rage. TN asterisk he is referring to his crotch. Sheehan wasn't impressed. I have no interest with what small toy the hydralisk shot at. I'm asking how many units can you see at the base? Chapter 48, An Accidental Ally. Chapter 48, An Accidental Ally. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Faced with Sheehan's questioning, Mojentia swiftly answered. Nothing left. Only 3 sunken colonies ahead. I suggest we first deal with the one at the west. That one isn't covered by the other 2. Apart from that, no sighting of flaming beetles. Those things should be concentrated at the other Redliner bases. The following events could only be described as breaking a dried twig. More crucially, Reef finally felt a preliminary benefit of working with Sheehan. That was his risk exposure was not greatly reduced. More precisely putting, originally he faced 100% of upfront risk, but now it was shared between 2 parties into a 50% each pie. This factor would later on be experienced vividly when assaulting the 2 sunken colonies. Once Reef's HP dropped beneath 50%, he would instantly retreat out of the attacking range of the sunken colony to Mojentia. The 2 sunken colonies would then focus their attention onto Sheehan. When Sheehan's health was wasted to a relatively severe state, Reef would have by then recovered himself with certain medicines and potions, tanking the front once again. This great compatibility immensely enhanced their survivability and ability to avoid sudden mishaps. After breaking through into the mother nest, Mojentia took the lead as he mercilessly slaughtered his way into the central region. Bullet clips rolled about as the hard-working drones were condemned into a pool of greenish gruesome death. Because the crystal ore mine had already dried up, the drones weren't harvesting anymore but merely transporting. They would then transfer their reserves of Pandora crystals into the digestive pool of the mother nest, for her to extract its energies. Through a certain method that humans would never understand, the subsidiary base mother nest would be able to transfer the energies to the main base mother nest. After Sheehan and gang had cleared up the enemy's defense, the ore mine had been completely depleted by the emergency rapid extractions. Yet the reserves stored inside the mother nest still provided a sense of generous reapings. After a clean sweep, Sheehan and gang had in total acquired close to 2,800 units of Pandora crystals, 500 units of Vespine gas ores. But a thorny problem occurred. These Pandora crystals and Vespine ores weren't digitized currencies like utility points, they occupied a fixed area. Of course, they could bluntly exchange it to the Nightmare Realm for utility points, but they would only receive 10,000 utility points, 3 guys sharing that would equate to peanuts. Just solely observing Reef's thirsting expression would indicate his dying desire for these minerals. Moreover, he had already coughed out 20,000 utility points to help them. Fortunately, Xian had risen to second lieutenant rank already. His nightmare imprint was vastly expanded, his storing capacity excellently impressive. Although it wasn't enough to store every single resource, he actually managed to fill up an incredible load of space. The remaining was naturally adequate for Mojentia and Reef to shoulder. Mojentia seemed pretty satisfied, but Reef stared at Xian with a look of extreme disbelief. "What is your current military rank? Don't tell me you've already promoted to a reserve duty commander ranking. Your personal interspatial area is so huge." Xian shook his head. "No, I'm just a second lieutenant." After his sentence was issued, both Mojentia and Reef had their eyes popped open. "You're a second lieutenant? Not a reserve duty second lieutenant?" "Yeah." Xian was taken aback. "Is that such a surprise?" Reef turned around and glanced at Mojentia, earnestly replying. "Actually, I didn't really believe you. How could the metals professor and Fanu, people who possessed incredible aptitude, die in the hands of one seaman? But now, I am starting to believe." Xian then understood afterward. Only a contestant who was promoted to officer ranking without any transacted achievement points would be able to achieve an official authentic military accolade. Apart from that, once someone uses transacted achievement points to up rank, it would be akin to having a stain imprinted on him. The military acknowledgement would have a reserve duty tag, only allowing one to receive the most basic abilities and privileges. Of course, it was possible to remove the damned words reserve duty. But the price to pay was relatively costly. Whatever transacted achievement points one purchased to raise their military rank, one would have to wash off those blemished points, and compensate with double that amount of achievement points. For example, Mojentia was now a reserve duty private first class. His promotion consisted of 10 transacted achievement points. Thus to remove this awful stain, he had to pay double the amount, meaning 20 achievement points. Instead, if one was a reserve duty officer, one had to compensate 3-folds the amount, following this logic. Yet in the end, washing off the stains and reinstatement to the rank would still be incomparable to a legit promotion. Hearing these words, Xian felt deeply moved and joyous. If not for his outrageously fortunate exploration of the ancient goblin kingdom granting him a massive boost of achievement points, how would he be able to promote to a second lieutenant so quickly? At this moment, Reef suddenly suggested, "Seaman, I wonder if you have any intentions of forming a party after this world concludes. I heard that an official authentic military rank would possess an innate party ability. Moreover, there should be many other advantages, excelling in every aspect when compared to a reserve duty party." Xian laughed. "I originally hadn't thought of that yet. But since you've put it like this, it really piques my interest." The trio then started to wreak havoc in this seemingly defenseless base. Actually, describing it as defenseless wasn't fair. The mother nest here was still trying her best to spawn out zerglings and hydralisks. But this degree of sporadic reinforcements wasn't the least bit useful at all. After destroying all the nearby spore colonies, Blackthorn mutalisks suddenly swept in after receiving news. 5 other overlords even transported several squads of zerglings to join the foray. Not even half an hour later, the entire base was a heap of flaming ruins. Moreover, destroying a fully developed base was considered as a pretty excellent feat, hence Xian and his gang all received close to a 20,000 reputation points bonus. At present, the overlord suddenly received the latest information. For some unknown reason, Overmind Mosey had unexpectedly taken the initiative to declare war. Relying on his aerial superiority, he segregated his arachnid fleet to exert an all-round pressure over the Redliner tribe. He even begun mixing in transporting overlords within his mutalisks to airdrop his arachnid troops, expanding his full force against the Redliner tribe. In a flash, massive clouds of smoke drifted up from the periphery of the Redliner tribe. Although the Blackthorn main fleet had an overwhelming advantage in terms of hydralisk and zergling quantity, flexibility was relatively lacking. If the entire army were to attack at one go, it would leave an empty void at the back. If something were to cut off connection to the main base, causing them to lose their steady flow of reinforcements, then undoubtedly defeat would come quicker than victory. We have to seize this moment. Sheehan gazed towards the distant sky as he murmured to himself. Currently, the Redliner tribe main base was roughly several hundreds of kilometers from here. Occasionally, a dark green splendor would rapidly rip apart the horizon, like a multicolored sunset. Following close were 3 to 4 gigantic clumps of emerald balls catapulting at breakneck speed towards the starry skies, leaving a trace of swirling colorless trajectory spirals following it across the atmosphere. The glowing balls were at least close to 100 meters, although it was witnessed from afar, it still carried a tyrannical destructive force. Just merely observing it from this safe distance, one could feel the threatening might of the glowing balls sweeping against their faces, causing one to hold their breaths unconsciously. Reef gazed towards the source of those tyrannical destructive balls, and said, "That should be from the one of those spore colony that the mission entails to eradicate. Shit, we couldn't really sense its extreme terror back in the transport shuttle, but from the way it looks now, I'm afraid it won't be such an easy task." Sheehan's expression was also sullenly heavy. If I didn't guess wrongly. The reason Overmind Mosey dares to initiate such a sudden assault is because he had obtained a formidable ally. That is why he dares to release his full wrath of army in a total frontal collision. This signifies one thing: if we want to destroy those spore colonies, then we have to hastily rush back to the Blackthorn tribe. If not, we definitely wouldn't stand half a chance. A formidable ally. Mojentia was shocked. Yes, shit. Who would be willing to help these bugs? Sheehan seriously replied. Since Overmind Mosey would be willing to cooperate with us and Lieutenant Colonel Dundee representing the homeland, then why can't it make alliances with other human powers? This train of thought that Sheehan tossed out was like an abruptly detonated explosion, blasting their minds away. Both Mojentia and Reef were slightly dumbfounded, but they couldn't find any retort against his argument. Sheehan's gaze was increasingly deepening as he continued. The Blackthorn tribe's territory occupies that superior abundance of Pandora crystal resources, if not it wouldn't have become a hot public enemy. Hence, the resource it's lacking in is not minerals, but time. From their behavior we can infer, it doesn't really possess a great reverence for the arachnid race's Blade Empress, but contains a thriving ambition within it. Moreover, there are examples of this. Having established their colonial powers over this planet, they humans here wouldn't wish for the homeland to interfere. Going by their own would present better benefits. Therefore, it is logical for both parties to chime together easily. The Blackthorn tribe has very possibly paid a relatively exorbitant price of Pandora crystals and Vespine gas ores to purchase weapons. The humans wouldn't pose any rejection for this, because of such extravagant alluring economic benefit. Especially when the weapons they loaned would be used solely for an internal stifle between arachnid tribes and not against humans. They would be able to acclaim their actions as justifiable to the higher-ups, and become absolutely unrestrained. Reef frowned bewilderedly. But this is just your conjecture, there's not a single proof. Sheehan smiled slyly. The evidence is very simple. Chapter 49, Spore Highland. Chapter 49, Spore Highland, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Ilkasser. That's right, the evidence is indeed clear. Mojentia suddenly interrupted. The Blackthorn tribe's shift from defense to offense is the greatest evidence. From hindsight, to maintain some form of aerial influence, the Redliner tribe had to assemble a fleet consisting primarily of scourges, hydralisks and zerglings. With such a composition to a Class II arachnid base, apart from fighting recklessly with no regards for the consequences, there really isn't any other better solution. But if the Blackthorn tribe was able to blend in some human siege tanks within its base, then huge amounts of spore colonies plus over 10 siege tanks transformed to siege cannon mode, plus a medium degree of hydralisks, would be adequate for defending their base. You must know, when the human siege tanks are in siege cannon mode, its range is 3-folds of a hydralisk. Moreover, its cannon strikes are AoE, possessing terrifying destructive might. It could be said to be the bane of the Redliner tribe's composition of troops, definitely slaying thousands with its domineering pressure. TN, siege cannon mode is stationary but allows it to strike at targets at a greater range. To control such warfare tactics, the Class II Redliner Mothernist would have to spawn out massive amounts of mutalisks, concentrating their efforts to destroying the siege tanks. If not, they wouldn't be able to deal with those siege tanks, but the awkward fact is that they have an overwhelming aerial disadvantage. To break through this vicious cycle, the Redliner tribe must spawn out bulks of aerial units to regain aerial control. This would take an excruciatingly long process, and would even sink both parties into an awkward drawn-out deadlock. But to the Blackthorn tribe who possessed the plentiful resources to harvest for a whole 10 years, a war of attrition is undoubtedly the scenario they wish for to happen. Damned. Reef also understood now, his voice turned gloomy. Since the assistance provided by Lieutenant Colonel Dundee is already insignificant, then to overmind Mosey, those tyrannical spore colonies must be preserved. From a public point of view, these structures are strategic weapons installed by the Arachnid leader, the Blade Empress. It would protect their well-being, contributing to alleviate tensions and foster crucial relations. From a personal point of view, if they assumed control of it, then the safety of the humans' transportation channel for this planet would be in their hands. They would be able to use this as a bargaining chip when negotiating with the humans, getting benefits from both sides. Sheehan nodded and replied. That is roughly so. Apart from that, we need to be mentally prepared. Because in close proximity to those tyrannical spore colonies, it is highly likely that the direct subordinate guards of the Blade Empress would be present. To deal with them, I reckon would be an extremely hard-fought battle. That is why we need to first make a trip back. First is to integrate our reputation. We should be able to let Reef purchase a Mother Nest's helping hand, and enhance everyone's survivability. Secondly is to hire some overlords and arachnid forces, and try roping the Dundee's Pebbles special forces with us. If our progress is smooth, we wouldn't need them to step in, but if the situation turns viciously ugly, then we at least have them as cannon fodder. Reef pondered for a moment, ultimately feeling that Sheehan's arrangement was indeed watertight and invulnerable. Thus, he nodded his head in silent acknowledgement. Back at the Blackthorn's mother nest, Sheehan's conjecture was indeed spot on. There were shockingly 16 heavy siege tanks over a strategic highland near the Blackthorn tribe's main base. Enormous flaming beetles could also be seen patrolling repeatedly around the base. Moreover, from the symbols over the siege tanks, they could tell that it belonged to the Fatal Helmet base that Sheehan had encountered with previously. Even Sheehan didn't expect that the first collaboration of the Blackthorn tribe was actually with this particular human base. But this matter wasn't a coincidence, actually it had an underlying reason. Once the humans' homeland successfully partnered with the Blackthorn tribe, then it was necessary to establish a base around the vicinity. Undoubtedly, Fatal Helmet base would be impacted the most. Thus, they struck first, and hard they did, choking off the footstool for the homeland to come ashore. As Sheehan controlled his overlord to go nearer, they could vividly see humans operating the 16 heavy siege tanks. However, their bodies had been infiltrated by parasites, their sovereignty in the hands of overmind Mosey. But according to Dundee, these parasites also possessed healing bonuses for illness. Therefore, it could be described as a blessing in disguise for these Marines. Furthermore, densely packed beside each siege tank were massive amounts of hydralisks and at least 2 spore colonies. Obviously, this was a warfare tactic to repel any sudden hostile aerial assaults. After a discussion between the trio, they allowed Reef to purchase the Mother Nest's helping hand, recovering his attributes by 1 point each. Following that, Mojentia purchased the Zergling's genetic, improved adrenaline, boosting his basic movement speed permanently by 33%. This amplification was based on his basic agility, thus its eventual outcome was approximately a 8 points agility bonus speed. The Hydralisk's genetic, FleshJet hormone, boosted 15% of attack range, but this property to Mojentia was something that he didn't really require, hence, he saved it instead. Finally, the three pooled their funds together, amassing a total of 12,000 utility points, spending it together with reputation points to hire arachnid units. They spent everything away cleanly, before searching for Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Apart from him, they managed to acquire the command privileges of all his Marines. The resultant army force was as follows: Elite Human Marine, 7, Hydralisk, 7, Zergling, 30. Scourges, 12, Overlord, 6, Mutalisks, 4. With such a squad and in addition to Sheehan's trio, their combat strength could be said to be relatively valiant. Probably able to dispatch an ordinary 100-strong arachnid fleet with relative ease, and able to contest evenly with a 200-strong arachnid fleet. After this their stint at the Blackthorn base, Sheehan anticipated that the ongoing battle had reached its climax. He then gave the order to set off. 6 fully loaded Overlord were escorted by 4 Mutalisks, while the 12 Scourges governed the exterior of the squad, as far as possible to prevent a sudden ambush. Nearly half an hour of flight later, the intensity of the battle ahead had far exceeded their imaginations. From a bird's-eye view, one could distinctly see a terrifying quantity of hydralisks and zerglings streaming out of the redliner tribe's main base. It appeared like a gigantic black flood, segregating into 4 contingents right ahead. 3 contingents were directed towards their other 3 subsidiary base as reinforcements, while the largest contingent broke out in a frenzied charge towards the Blackthorn tribe's main base. According to Mogentia's visual assessment, the military ratio of both parties had reached a horrific stark difference of 3-1. It seemed like the redliner tribe possessed a higher chance at victory. Probably because they had lost aerial supremacy, the redliner tribe shouldn't have been aware of the existence of those siege tanks. Thus Sheehan could already infer beforehand, the immense hope of the redliner overmind on this operation would end up in a total failure. In the face of the oppressive bombardment of 16 heavy siege tankers, along with their favorable high ground advantage, the redliner tribe should expect that more than half their contingency become casualties. Sheehan cautiously maneuvered his covert squad, detouring around the redlinerman base from a distance, as he attempted to approach from the rear. According to the coordinates on the electric map, those tyrannical spore colonies were situated at the peak of a precipitous rocky hill. The shape of the rocky hill was identical to a magnified giant tree stump. Its peak was flat while its edges treacherously steep, hailed as the Spore Highland by the humans. The redliner main base wasn't considered too far from the Spore Highland, and was demonstrated clearly in the current battle. Even though the Blackthorn tribe held aerial supremacy, not a single Mutalisk dared to engage from the back, which was the Spore Highland. Either they were fearful of the prestige of the Blade Empress, or the Blade Empress's subordinates at the Spore Highland did not make allowances even for arachnid species. As long as an aerial unit encroached on its territory, it would be shot down without negotiations. At a faraway region, a mixed fleet of redliner scourges and hydralisks clashed against the Blackthorn Mutalisk fleet. Both fleets were like 2 clumps of enormous black cloud colliding ferociously. Every second produced at least 10 fatal casualties. The battlefield was a portrait of bitter desperation. Riding on this opportunity, Sheehan gave the order. Within one of the congested overlords, he led his tiny squad steadily towards the rear. They were all flying suspended closely over the ground, preventing themselves from being tragically shot down. Slowly, they managed to infiltrate into the outskirts of the Spore Highland without facing any dangers. Upon reaching the Spore Highland, everyone was able to view the mountain cliff through the cracks of the overlord. They got a huge shock. At the cliff were exceptionally colossal tentacles just like tree roots. Its surface veiny and explosive, binding itself tightly against the cliff. It was as though the entire Spore Highland gave birth to a frightening colossal tentacular beast. The Spore Highland wasn't considered tall, roughly only 500 to 600 meters. But because of its insane steepness, it appeared insurmountable. Even looking up when directly beneath it would cause one's neck to feel sore. Although this seems exaggerated, the feeling was similar to looking up beneath a 100-meter high-rise building, and multiplying that by 5 times. Due to the fact this was arachnid forbidden zone, not a single redliner arachnid was in sight. Chapter 50, Danger Lurks on Every Side. Chapter 50, Danger Lurks on Every Side. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. After arriving at the Spore Highland without a hitch, Sheehan's expression became heavier. On the contrary, it felt like the calm before the storm. The supposed arachnid guards were non-existent around the Spore Highland. This gravely emphasized that they have utmost faith in its inner circle of defense. If it didn't possess an impregnable defense, then why would its exterior be so brazenly ignored? Sheehan diligently scanned his environment, willing the loaded overlord to hover over the ground motionlessly. First, he sent 2 Mutalisks and 3 scourges to scout up the precipitous cliff. When they soared to nearly 100 meters, a tumultuous crackle reverberated, followed by an unfolding of a colossal tentacle. The tentacle was nearly 20 meters, thick creamy mucus polluted its surface. It was much thicker than an octopus tentacle, and had split ends. Its horizontal sweep contained an unfathomable monstrosity. Fragments of rocks dispersed out, as the Mutalisks and scourges tried their utmost to evade. Instead, the flexible tentacle formed into a hoop, directly constricting 2 scourges as it roped them in without a struggle. Instantly, gobbling them up, leaving no chance for Sheehan to even command them to self-destruct. Fortunately, the 2 Mutalisk was more agile, managed to avoid the assault. They successfully flapped their panicky wings, diving down with their last remaining scourge counterpart. Upon witnessing this frighteningly queer scene, Sheehan ordered his remaining flying units to retreat. He then commanded his squad to slowly float up from several hundreds of meters away from the cliff, naturally trying to avoid aggravating those colossal tentacles. After they were parallel to the spore highland, he then ordered them to advance in formation. With the Overlord smacked at the rear, they charged bluntly towards the plateau of the spore highland, in a desperate bid to infiltrate into the peak. Although action seemed lunatic, Xian was fairly confident. That was because the realm wouldn't issue out impossibly deadly missions. This spore highland had such treacherously steep cliffs, and even guarded by the terrifying colossal tentacles, ascending the cliff by climbing was certainly impossible. Then naturally, the only way was to advance by air. Deducing this method from the situation, the odds were in their favor. Yet if an unexpectedly far-fetched variable appeared and massacred them even before landing, this mission difficult would have definitely been an A+ mission. Amidst the raging breeze, the trio drank down a dosage of Xian's genetic mix, fueling their maximum combat state. Paying close attention as the chunk of land became increasingly larger, closer and closer towards the treacherous fringe. On hindsight, it looked completely like a vast overgrown empty land. The only consideration was a sudden outburst of tentacles. Once the terrifying murder weapon appeared, no doubt, they would have to search for a newer landing spot. As the Overlord swiftly drew closer, their eyes suddenly popped widely. Because over the surface of the overgrown remote vast land, were countless faint glows of red holes. It was indeed the unique reflection of the arachnid's burrowing ability. Every Overlord was equipped with the true sight ability, hence everyone took notice of this abnormal scene. Astoundingly beneath the ground surface, 30 arachnids were silently awaiting their arrival. This was an obvious trap. Xian glanced towards Mojentia, because only Mojentia could execute an insight ability, wishing that he could provide some relevant information. Instead, Mojentia shook his head. Not possible, this place is notifying me that it's covered by the Blade Empress's mental powers. I'm unable to execute that ability. Xian's pupils contracted, but he defiantly roared out mightily. Prepare to land. I'll go down first to lure them for 5 seconds. You guys descend 10 meters away from me. An anxiousness gripped Mojentia's heart. What if there's a sea of hydralisks below? How about we change location? Xian refuted loudly. No need. If it were hydralisks, we are already within their attacking range. It is currently the optimal time for the hydralisk to burrow out to deal the heaviest blow to use. Only close combat units like Zerglings would stay hidden till now. I'm only afraid everything buried are elite Zerglings, which I probably wouldn't even have the time to detonate the electromagnetic cloud bomb. The longer we drag, the harder it'll get. The winds were howling furiously, 3 meters gap between the Overlord and the surface. Xian loosened his grip onto the Overlord's tentacle, leaping down in a flash. His legs stomped down onto the spongy soft soil. A sudden eruption of dust and soil. Followed by 7 to 8 savage Zerglings, tearing wildly towards him. Faced against this assault, Xian covered his chest with his left hand. A Zergling swiped in with its murderous claws, ripping a hole through Xian's battle armor, but it wasn't enough to penetrate through his defense. The damage sustained was only 1 point. Xian reacted swiftly as he grabbed the Zergling's neck, ferociously exerting strength. Crack! Its neck bone was crushed, as he flung it towards the nearby incoming Zergling. These frenzied Zerglings trampled over its comrade while baring their fangs. Anything that obstructed their path would be mercilessly ripped to shreds. Within seconds, their poor comrade was reduced to decapitated chunks of flesh. Thousands of Zerglings had already fallen to Xian's hand. After this preliminary warm-up, he could tell that these Zerglings weren't as strong as elite Zerglings, but they were at least several folds stronger than ordinary Zerglings. They boasted at least 150 more points of HP. Moreover, its body was painted crimson blood red, with a golden line stretching over the vertebra from the apex of its head to the tail. Its offensive speed was at least 2 times that of the ordinary Zergling. Once it struck, it left an afterimage of its swipe, unable to capture with the naked eye. Fortunately, Xian's endurance was utilized to its maximum, resistively tanking their attacks. But once an explosive strike occurred, it would still be relatively damaging to Xian. When every single Zergling had surfaced from the ground, Xian's health had rapidly plunged to half. He roared loudly, detonating his electromagnetic cloud bomb. A familiar blinding blue flashed out, enveloping these unique blood-red Zerglings, dealing sound damage while consecutively stunning them. Concurrently, the other 6 overlords had speedily approached the surface, repeatedly dumping its contents down. Within the 10 seconds of stun, Reef had already hastily reached Xian's side. Roaring defiantly to the heavens, he released a shattering cardiac roar. His roar contained formidable might. The Zerglings had already been injured by the electromagnetic cloud bomb, and suffered the same type of attack by Reef. After a fiery roasting by Xian's flamethrower, they were all slain. This underground ambush dealt 0 casualties to Xian's party, it only dropped his life to 350 points. It was only close to a dangerous margin. Noteworthily, the drop loots of these Zerglings were pretty decent. Random junk from the 30 could be sold for roughly 2,000 utility points. But the pleasant surprise was an unknown odd object. This object had the shape of a Zergling's stomach, but its mutilated surface was wrapped with a thread of golden resplendent hair, yet it could be used to exchange for achievement points in the realm. Mojentia and Reef both urged Xian to keep it, this he bluntly stored it without saying much. To prevent another of such ambush, Xian specially ordered an overlord to lead the way, with the remainder closely following behind. Although from afar the Spore Highland appeared like a flatland, as they walked on, they discovered tremendous boulders scattered about as tall as 2 to 3 building floors. There were also numerous deep crevices. It wasn't significant looking from high altitudes, but walking through it was like navigating through a maze. The terrain was exceedingly complex, the entire Spore Highland stretched out to at least dozens of square kilometers. Hence, a huge amount of time was spent journeying. After 50 meters deep into the middle region of the highland, Xian at the front suddenly felt a wave of bone-chilling, hair-standing threat sweeping in from the front. Instantly, he pushed down the miserable Reef beside him, proning directly to the ground. A mere split second later, a clump of emerald mucus bullets shot in from the front. PSSHHH. Directly splattering onto the Overlord, dyeing the Overlord instantly with green stripes as white fumes steamed out. Corroding rapidly, it collapsed to the ground, turning into a rotten mess within 10 seconds, it looked just like a pulverized gray mushroom. Xian and Reef glanced at each other, smiling bitterly as they shook their heads. Naturally, although this mission allowed for the contestants to ride in a transport to ascend the treacherous Spore Highland, it definitely prohibited them from freely advancing within the transport, not even when they weren't so deep in yet. If not, that Overlord was the prime consequence. Fortunately, observing the corroding process of the Overlord, it still provided ample time for the passengers to escape. It wasn't as tragic and cruel as a tentacle instantly swallowing you without room to react. The bunch of them, after witnessing this event, became more prudent from now on. Xian dispatched a Zergling to scout out 30 meters ahead, while he led the front with Reef guarding the rear. At present, he was left only with 3 electromagnetic cloud bombs, hence he had to use it sparingly. If it wasn't necessary, then he wouldn't simply detonate it. Chapter 51, Heavily Obstructed. Chapter 51, Heavily Obstructed. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcázar. As they advanced further, the pathway became slightly broader. During their journey, they had encountered 2 waves of surprise attacks. Apart from those mysteriously agile blood gold Zerglings, blood gold hydralisks also appeared. They were probably a mutation class between average arachnids and elite arachnids, the only difference was their rapid offensive nature. Their attack speed was almost on par with the 2 rare elite, boiling, and dense acid that Xian encountered previously. However, only 1 to 2 rare elites would emerge amongst several thousands of hydralisks. Yet to these blood gold hydralisks, that rapid frenzy offense was an essential basic. After turning round the corner of a large boulder, a vast empty horizon greeted them. 100 meters ahead was astonishingly a wide flat plain, roughly the size of 35 basketball courts. In the middle of the flat plain was a tremendous onion-shaped structure, at least a dozen meters in height, and occupied a size of roughly a basketball court. The stocky violet tentacles beneath were like twisted roots and intertwined joints, tightly grappling onto the rocks underneath. Its surface seemed to be composed of an oily leather membrane, probably swelling with faint dull green fluids within. Like breath, it trembled with a steady rhythm, coated with a sinister phosphorescence. Suddenly, the fluids within its body swiftly illuminated up, spreading from top to bottom, transforming from its initial dull green, to a light green, to a mild lime and finally blazing white. Its spherical membrane skin swelled excessively, fully exposing the tangled mess of human-like veins across its surface, fueling up abundantly. Its stocky violet tentacles wiggled restlessly, maneuvering its onion head as it aimed towards the sky. The swelling spherical membrane reached its limit, at least twice the size of its docile state. Suddenly, its skin was pulled back at frightening speed. Plop! A deafening blast, as an unbelievably rapid dazzling green substance propelled towards the sky. A violent gale formed in its wake, as it swept furiously against the distant Xian and gang. That dazzling green substance was at least the size of a 5 to 6 ton truck, but it constantly morphed and expanded while it shot into the sky. Like a comet, the ball released a thread of twinkling specks of firefly green, disseminating into the atmosphere. Although the main fluid body had soared toward space, the trailing leaks of glowing fluid behind it scattered into the starry atmosphere, displaying a sorrowful beauty. Undoubtedly, this gigantic deformed structure was that tyrannical spore colony the mission entailed. The substance released into the sky was extremely familiar to Xian and the rest. It was that acidic spore that dealt devastating damage to them in space. The projectiles released from an ordinary spore colony carried relatively high speeds. Yet the artillery shot out from the tyrannical spore colony possessed a temporary life and basic intellect. It could further propel its speed in midair, and could even automatically seek out its target before detonating against it. Plainly speaking, it was like a giant guided missile. Xian looked towards Mojencha, pouting his lips towards the tyrannical spore colony 100 meters from here. Can you hit it? Mojencha slapped his rifle, flashing his white teeth within his thick lips. Don't worry, that thing is like a jumbo-sized hammergo. I can't even miss it even if I shut my eyes. Xian nodded. Everyone take note. It definitely wouldn't be so easily destroyed from afar, if not this mission wouldn't have AB+ difficulty. There should be two consequences once Mojencha starts firing. Either we will incite the retaliation of the tyrannical spore colony, or incur the wrath of nearby guards of the Blade Empress. Everyone, immediately find reliable cover, and make preparations to go into formation. We must ensure that we can mobilize our maximum combat state within 2 seconds. As for Mojencha, didn't you mention being able to shoot with your eyes closed? Then just find a cover and stick out your hand to fire. That way, the worst outcome is that you merely lose just a right hand. Your last sentence is really unpleasant. Mojencha mumbled to himself. But whatever, I can only comply. 10 seconds later, the gunshots resounded, disrupting the stillness of the night sky. But to Mojencha's horror, after the bullets left his golden Alaska and pierced towards the tyrannical spore colony, shockingly, not a single reaction was made. Another 10 seconds later, the distorted bullet projectiles were now being forcefully squeezed out by the unbelievably tough membrane. Long-distance attacks have no effect. An absurd notion formed in everyone's heart. But in the next second, close to 100 crimson arachnids impaled out of the ground ahead of the tyrannical spore colony. Their cannibalistic roars echoed through the air as they charged in. Yet amidst the arachnid crowd, were astoundingly 10 blood-gold hydralisks. Their fearsome rapid-fire rate was experienced beforehand. If they concentrated acid jets towards a sole person, even a combined attack from 50 ordinary hydralisk would be inferior. Before the two parties clashed, Mojencha had already kept his golden Alaska, producing out his short spear once again. That silver splintered spear connected to a scarlet blood flag, with a kiss from his thick lips, offering release. At present, he had started missing Qiaoer terribly. No doubt within this current party, Xian and Reef were both performing exceedingly perfectly in absorbing and tanking enemies' firepower. Moreover, their coordination, although still somewhat shaky, it still exhibited a dominant display of terrifying potential. To Mojencha, he naturally wanted to display an equal complementing strength. If not, falling behind the pack would signify being phased out in the future. Hence, over the duration of travel, Mojencha had fully displayed his might. Slaughtering his way here, at least 60% of the total damage output belonged to him. However, for this time, the thunderous might and lightning pace of the Sparta spear may not fulfill his expectation. This didn't mean that his powers had declined, but it was because the Blade Empress's own units were too crafty and formidable. The Sparta short spear was like a hot knife going through butter, rummaging through 5 blood-gold hydralisks in an awe-inspiring display, before displaying signs of decline. After slaying the 6th hydralisk, it had spent most of its force, and the 7th hydralisk only suffered severe damage. In the end, there were only 4 hydralisks left, accurately putting, 3 perfect state hydralisk and 1 crippled hydralisk. But they were the direct subordinates of the Blade Empress, blood gold hydralisks. Without a doubt, Mojencha had successfully lured the offensive attention of these dangerous breed. Simultaneously, they turned to concentrate their priorities on Mojencha. Their robust muscles were already contracting, their swollen grape-like concentrated lymph nodes were already secreting out acid. Their infrared vision had already locked onto the enemy's heat emission. Predictably, in the next second, Mojencha would suffer a torrential greeting of acidic jet from these 4 hydralisk. But the worst part was, Mojencha was still in a daze after executing this grand-scale ability. He was completely unable to evade. Apart from Lieutenant Colonel Dundee, Sheehan had brought the rest of the Marines over. No doubt, they were deserving of the title elite. In this crucial moment, they concentrated their firepower against a perfect condition blood gold hydralisk, pouring down menacing firepower against the poor creature. Being pounded down by a barrage of bullets, it was completely unable to release any acidic jet. Meanwhile, Reef had charged to the front, activating his Silver Storyline class shield's ability, Tongue Thrust. Suddenly, a sinister black tongue ray drilled out from the alien skull, instantly slaying that severely wounded blood gold hydralisk. But there's still 2 more hydralisks. And they were 2 blood gold hydralisks. Mojencha was no Sheehan nor Reef. His defense rate was merely counted as powerful elite gunner. Moreover, he was currently in a state of paralytic daze, needing 2 seconds to regain his mobility. The torrential jet of acid within these short 2 seconds was enough to send him into a dangerously critical state. At best, he would be able to use that honorary max protein injection gun dosage. But at worst, Mojencha would melt within seconds under the combined efforts from the 2 hydralisk, leaving no chance for emergency medical aid. Suddenly, 10 ally Zerglings ahead abruptly forsake their opponents, leaping up in desperation. Their position coincidentally obstructed the firing path of one of the hydralisk. Hence, the lethal corrosive acid directly sprayed against them, as the Zerglings blocked off most of it. However, after interaction with such a concentrated corrosive acid, they undoubtedly met their fate, melting into a grotesque pool of blood and acid. No doubt, such suicidal behavior was instigated by their master, Sheehan. As for the last blood gold hydralisk, it wasn't too far from Sheehan's location. Yet it exceeded 10 meters. In this instance, Sheehan retrieved a weapon out, bluntly aiming over. At the moment this pitch-black weapon appeared, a peculiar fragrance of scented rum filled the air. From afar, Mojencha forgot about his current predicament for a brief instance. He finally witnessed Seaman's ultimate trump card. His pupils tightened in that instance, and then smiled internally. It was a firearm. An incredibly formidable firearm that could turn the tides in an instant, yet on the contrary, it was actually held by this close combatant brat, Seaman. What kind of heaven-defying object was it? Chapter 52, Crisis. Chapter 52, Crisis. Translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcázar. A raindrop-sized lead projectile bathed in smoky fumes volleyed towards the hydralisk's head. Yet, due to Sheehan's natural deficiency in accuracy, a distinct, crooked trajectory could be seen. The saying, 1,000-mile consequence from a millimeter mistake, could be used to describe this bullet. Yet a strange mysterious happening occurred. An unknown mystical energy seemed to manipulate it, suddenly reversing the trajectory of the bullet, blatantly correcting its path. The inevitable hit effect had surfaced. TN, recalling Ambition's Rum and Song's ability from CH-102, it possesses an inevitable hit effect. This one lethal lead round lodged into the blood-old hydralisk's head, sending it into a stunned stupor. After that 3 seconds of stunning effect faded, Mojencha had already regained his mobility. He hastily dove behind a cover, leaving no chance for any more hostile attacks. Following that, Reef charged straight into the pack of Zerglings. With the reliable, impregnable silver shield guarding him, he released a heart-shuddering roar. A formless shock wave swept out, blowing viciously against the surrounding blood-gold Zerglings. Slits of blood streamed out from their nose and eyes. Suddenly, these savage pack of carnivores experienced a huge plunge in their speed. Shattering cardiac roar. Originally, these intellectually superior nurtured Zerglings wanted to charge towards the backline long-range combatants, Blackthorn Tribe's Hydralisk and the elite Marines. They totally selectively ignored the 2 unmoving brutes in front. But after having their power speed reduced by half, if they persisted in their actions, it would only lead to one outcome. With their tortoise-like movement, that would be becoming target practice for the barrage of bullets and torrents of acidic jets. Thus, they rerouted their target to Xian and Reef. Unfortunately for them, these two humans were like an unwavering solid boulder with their current attack prowess. Their skin was like granite. In a short span of minutes, the fierce battle had concluded. In this battle, Xian was left with only 3 hired Zerglings. Luckily, the long-distance firepower team was perfectly preserved. From this scene, Xian's expression had sunk even heavier. He cannot allow any more Zergling casualties, if not, he would have to use a Hydralisk to scout ahead. Needless to say, there would be numerous dangers lurking ahead. For example, that tyrannical spore colony ahead. It was like a teacher teaching a class of barely naked and defenseless girls, but charging up to seize them would become with a frightening backlash. On the contrary, after the arachnid guards had perished, a huge sense of threat was lingering within Xian's heart, as though constantly working hard to advise him, "Don't go near, don't go near. You must never, ever go near." After the group of them rested for 10 minutes, they were waiting for their bodies to heal while discussing their attack plan. But during this peaceful moment of pondering, their nightmare imprint transmitted a notification to the trio, warning. "You have delayed for too long. The governing forces of the Blade Empress over this Spore Highland has detected an abnormality, dispatching additional patrolling forces. 10 minutes before arrival. Warning. You have delayed for too long. The governing forces of the Blade Empress over this Spore Highland has detected an abnormality. From here on, waves of patrol would be dispatched in 30 minutes intervals, wave strength would be exponentially increased." Oh. Crap. Xian hadn't had the time to curse, he instantly scanned his surroundings. Mojentia and Reef, who were both respective experts, instantly identified the most suitable region for a defensive fort. Very swiftly, a patrolling arachnid wave arrived. It approximately comprised of 30 blood gold Zerglings, and 5 blood gold Hydralisk. Furthermore, amidst the arachnid mix, was a freakish creature they had never seen before. This creature seemed to have 8 long legs like a spider. A metallic knife blade stretched out from the tip of its legs, releasing a baleful chill. Its head had the appearance of a Hydralisk, but larger by 2 to 3 folds as compared to a Hydralisk. Because of incessant sliding movement of its 8 legs, its advancing speed was relatively rapid. A golden stripe extended from its torso, splitting towards the 8 long legs. It emitted a dignified demonic aura. After Reef saw this creature, his eyes were hugely opened, immediately communicating to Xian. "That is an advanced strain of the Hydralisk. We encountered it previously when attempting to rescue Johnny. It surfaced at the same time as the flaming beetle. That creature is called a lurker. It doesn't attack over the ground surface, but can drill and burrow underground at frightening speed. While underground, it will release its razor-sharp spines in waves, wildly slashing upwards and impaling everyone. Because of that, we didn't notice it previously, and ended up with 13 roughneck Marines dying in its hands. We definitely have to dispose of it as a priority. If not, once it burrows into the ground, then it would be difficult to deal any damage to it. TN, can Google Lurker if you wish to see its image. It has an AoE attack like the sunken colony." Xian coldly glared at the carapace shell of the lurker. The carapace was shimmering with a metallic luster. Obviously, this guy possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. What is its range? Definitely not inferior to a marine. Although these guys cannot move while burrowed underground, but its attacking range and scope is at least comparable to our firearms. More critically, because of its underground attacks, even a bunker is useless against it. But more crucially, we have no clue if the Blade Empress's lurker possesses any additional enhancements. Naturally, Mogentia's Sparta short spear was still in its cooldown duration. Xian sighed as he understood their predicament. This battle would definitely be a hard-fought victory. The only good news was, his ramen songs only had a 10 minutes cooldown duration. This represented another usage within the battle. 15 minutes later, the battle finally concluded. Hidden sneakily by the side, Xian was successful in mounting a sneak attack. Straight away, using his ramen songs from the get-go and inducing a 3-second stun, he complemented it with his electromagnetic cloud bomb, resulting in a total stunning control period of 10 seconds for that blood gold lurker, because the lurker had a stronger resistance to stunning effects. Thus, the long-distance combat team was able to seize the opportunity to wipe out this deadly creature. However, this patrolling wave of arachnids had ingeniously segregated itself. Under the twin tanking pillars of Xian and Reef, 7 to 8 blood gold zerglings and blood gold hydralisk managed to deliver attacks towards the long-distance combat team. After the battle concluded, Mojencha was now blind in one eye because of the acid. Xian and Reef didn't really incur much wounds. Instead, his entire hired zerglings were utterly annihilated, and only one hydralisk had survived but was bitterly injured. The human race wasn't spared either, as only 3 elite marines were left. It was obvious. They had to complete the mission within the next 30 minutes, at least destroying this tyrannical spore colony in front of them. They no longer hoped for additional rewards. They had to at least prevent themselves from incurring the penalty of failure. Although his perceptive sensing was transmitting extremely clear warnings, Xian still ordered the final heavily wounded hydralisk to scout their way ahead. Inching forward to the tyrannical spore colony with its swaying body. 100 meter, nothing. 80 meters, nothing. 50 meters. Suddenly, this heavily wounded hydralisk exploded. Its flesh and green body fluid spraying in all directions. Its flesh landed on the ground, rapidly dissolving like butter on a burning pan. In mere seconds, its existence was completely erased. At the instant of the tragic explosion, a golden brilliance flashed out visibly, as though trying to puncture people's heart. Xian turned to look at Mojencha, who possessed the best vision. His expression sullen as he asked, "Did you see it?" Mojencha swallowed his saliva, his dry and hoarse voice sounded out. "I saw it, it's the impaling strike of a sunken colony. That attack was ruthlessly brutal, incisive and swiftly precise. It was brimming with bloodlust. However, its attack speed seems to be only half of an ordinary sunken colony. Yet with every strike, 2 deathly pale, blood-stained tendrils will surface. The pointed tip of the tendril radiates with a golden flicker. Moreover, the position of that blood-gold sunken colony is extremely cunning. To deliver far-range firepower against it, one has to make a big round over. However, to do so, we would have to enter its attacking range. There has to be someone to tank its firepower first. Naturally, this should very well be the tyrannical spore colony's final defensive line, blood-gold sunken colony. Thus, the pivotal role would fall onto Xian and Reef. If the two were able to withstand the assaults from the blood-gold sunken colony, then they would be able to destroy that sunken colony and complete the mission. But the crux of the matter is, can they withstand it? If they played the alternating swapping method, then the problem lies in the ability to attract the attention and aggro of the sunken colony. For example, if Xian was currently tanking and he cannot withstand any longer, then Reef must be able to attract the sunken colony's aggro at the critical moment, and he had to ensure it would only attack himself. Fortunately, this problem was quickly resolved by Baiz. He very confidently mentioned to Xian, according to the human race intelligence, every sunken colony is programmed to attack only the closest hostile enemy. Unless, the Overmind personally commanded and controlled it to attack otherwise. Moreover, there doesn't seem to be any Overmind present within the Blade Empress's forces. They would only obey the commands of the Blade Empress. Lucky for them, the Blade Empress herself wasn't here, hence, this was a weakness they could very well exploit. For the next step, very possibly the most important one, it was for Xian and Reef to personally experience the attacking might of the sunken colony. Instead, the test concluded with everyone getting icy cold water poured down onto their head. Although the blood-gold sunken colony's attacking duration/interval was relatively longer, and could only attack once roughly every 6 to 7 seconds, but its damage output. It reached at least an atrociously terrifying 200 points, 250 plus points. Furthermore, its regenerative prowess were not only dreadfully fast, its health point was estimatedly close to 7,000 HP. Chapter 53, Dark Gold, Power. Chapter 53, Dark Gold, Power. Translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcácer. It was exceptionally clear to everyone, the primary flaw in this strategy lies in Xian. Even after defense was factored into the blood-gold sunken colony's attack, it still disgustingly exceeded 100 points of damage. His innate ability, endurance, could only lessen it by a seemingly negligible degree. Instead, Reef was much better off. His innate ability was able to reduce damage based on percentage, hence under the outrageous damage, he only suffered 60 plus points of damage. No matter if it was life points of equipment/skills, he vastly outweighed Xian's capabilities. The trio sunk into a grimly silent deadlock, as time sped by rapidly. After calculations, they only had a short 10 minutes left. This includes needing to search for the weakness of the tyrannical spore colony, and destroying it. Perhaps there is another way. Reef breathed in deeply. He started by first unequipping his Silver Storyline class shield, processed alien skull, and his black-grade weapon, Centaurus ionized lightsaber. Next, he removed his personal equipments that boosted his physique, and proactively handed them to Xian. Your current problem lies in your inadequate defense. If we work around this to increase your defense, we can very well decrease the attack blood gold sunken colony to 80 points. That will be extremely significant already. Adding your innate ability, you'll definitely be able to exhibit the maximum potential. Xian received Reef's equipment, but he didn't put them on. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before earnestly shaking his head to Reef. It's useless, I haven't learned shield handling. At most, I can utilize 80% of the shield's potential. Yet you are able to exhibit 120% of the shield's ability. That itself is a huge disparity. Moreover, you still have that extremely solid Faith Guard shield ability, thus, if I wear your equipment, at most I will be able to stay level to your previous persisting duration. But more importantly, just based on your physique attribute alone, it is already higher than mine by 13 points. Such a huge difference, there is nothing else needed to be said. As he spoke, Xian took a deep breath and continued. Therefore, the best way to go from here is for me to pass my equipment to you. Assembling our combined prowess onto you, I'll change to a damage output role and support you instead. I've already calculated, with the addition of my equipments, you'll definitely be able to reach the 50 points physique limit in this difficulty level. According to my deduction and knowledge, once a single attribute reaches the extreme limit, there should be a huge possibility of an additional bonus reward. Moreover, even without mine equipment, I'll still be able to take over you for at most 10 seconds for you to heal up with medicines or bandages. With that miraculous achievement-based medicine dosage that can allow my health to heal instantly, we have a good shot at accomplishing this darn mission. Of course, even if a 50 points physique is not enough for us to tide through this mission, then the option of retreating is still possible. At least we still have that liberty. While Xian spoke, he removed his own Silver Storyline class accessory, +5 monstrous fighting spirit, and his blue-grade, rotten bone ring, strength +1, physique +1, and handed it to Reef. The ring was fine, but the monstrous fighting spirit caused Reef to gasp with shock. With a disbelieving gaze, he exclaimed to Xian. This is a defense-type Silver Storyline class accessory. And you even drew out a miracle unique accessory attribute bonus. You're actually willing to trade it to me? Hey, you must understand, its value, it is even be mentioned on the same breath as a high-quality dark gold equipment or a green set equipment, able to mature equipments. TN, revision of equipment/item grades, white, common, light blue, 1 bonus attribute, dark blue, 1 to 2 bonus attribute, black, 1 to 2 bonus attribute, 0 to 1 passive ability, Silver Storyline class, unique boss/elite loot, possessing uniquely strong attribute, /green, light green, set items/maturing equipment, /golden. Xian laughed candidly, bluntly replying. Since you're able to trust me first, why can't I similarly place my trust in you? Reef was speechless. Time was of the essence, there couldn't be any more delays. He quickly equipped the accessory Xian loaned to him. He then swung his head round, shooting a deep penetrating gaze towards Xian. Suddenly, he instigated a trade with Xian. Within the trade details, was an astonishing dazzling with dark gold brilliance necklace. Smith's Matrix microchip equipment, dark gold grade world origin, the Matrix material, unknown additional installations, non-equipment position, neck a keep model, necklace weight, 11.6 g, equipment usage requirements, every attribute not beneath 15 points / or military ranking above private first class details, strength/agility +6 points details, explosive strike rate /accuracy +3% passive ability, update database, condition not reached to activate passive ability, inspect, dir, every time a successful attack is dealt onto the enemy, an order for inspect, dir, will be engaged. Successfully determining the enemy's weak point, allowing your explosive strike rate to increase by 3%. This effect can be stacked for maximum 3 times. Inspect, dir, effect will be lowered to 1% when facing a contestant, able to stack for maximum 2 times. Active ability, Format and order upon oneself, temporary converting 5 points of physique to 5 points of strength. After the formatting, at least 20 minutes before able to cancel formatting. During this duration, the initial health points of the converted physique will be preserved, but once that health is lost, it would not regenerate. Example, if Sheehan did a formatting on a 10 points of physique, his HP will still remain at 100 points, but his defense will now drop by 2.5 points. If an enemy managed to inflict damage until he has 30 HP left, he would only be able to regenerate to 50 HP. TN, revision for defense calculation, every 1 point in physique equals 10 points of HP. Every 1 point of physique equals 0.5 points of defense. Description, this is Agent Smith's replicate dropped ordinary microchip. Because Smith exists as a computer virus, he is assigned special abilities by the Matrix. In the Matrix, he has the role and ability as a revising human program, and is able to continuously borrow others' bodies. This microchip has absorbed the ruthlessness and craziness of Smith, possessing immense power. Once used by a person, it can be rebirthed. Why were you doing this? Sheehan was taken aback. Reef gently replied. This is in case I die in battle, an insurance to prevent you from losing everything. After conversing, Reef instantly activated a faith guard over himself. A glossy transparent glass like a solid ice layer covered him. Then with an honor that disallows him from glancing back, he tightly gripped his black lightsaber, and silently charged forward. The aura he emitted was an insane defiance, as though 1 against 1,000. As the saying goes, pull a hair and the whole body goes. When Reef led the charge, the rest simultaneously charged forward. Because the sunken colony had such a wretchedly cunning positioning, from their current vision perspective, it was cleanly blocked by the fat onion, tyrannical spore colony. Hence, to be able to attain a suitable angle to fire against it, they had to brazenly make a detour after approaching to a 20-meter distance. Reef's charge was abrupt and decisive. Sheehan didn't even have the time to forewarn him about triggering the monstrous fighting spirit. Heinously sharp twin tendrils erupted from the ground in a flash, piercing towards Reef. A ripple formed over his semi-transparent faith guard, before dull hot blood gushed out. Without hesitation, Sheehan had already equipped that dark gold necklace, instantly activating its format ability. Immediately, Sheehan felt a surging heat boiling through his body. His strength ferociously climbed to 27 points, consuming his strength of the bare flesh. Sheehan's HP was now at 330 points, his physique only 18 points. Even with such statistics, his innate ability, endurance, still allowed him a pretty adequate survivability. Reckoned, it was not inferior to that Xiao gun from the Symbiosis sect. Moreover, the reason Sheehan dared to take such a risk was also because of that honorary max protein injection gun dosage that Reef gifted to him. That item guaranteed that if Sheehan was not wasted instantaneously, he would still have a second life. Actually for Sheehan, the reason he didn't purchase such items wasn't because of being unwilling to part with his achievement points, but it was that he lacked utility points. Reef had previously only wore one accessory. Monstrous Fighting Spirit provided a total additional enhancement to his attributes. Apart from physique, it boosted an entire 6 points PF perceptive sensing, 2 points of strength, and 5 points of agility. Reef's agility was currently an incomparably domineering 33 points. Even a long-range combatant focusing on agility would not even reach such a frightening state. Just a mere 50 meters distance to Reef was equivalent to a wild howling gale. He then raised his lightsaber as he chopped down. The sunken colony had a crimson appearance with golden vein lines, its look was grimly sinister. Although the attacking interval was considerably slow, its speed of attack execution was still relatively rapid. Trying to utilize rolling or diving evasive tactics was completely inconceivable. Wham! After a radiant chop with the black lightsaber, a burnt scar was left on it, releasing an awful burnt flesh stench. As the most crucial battle organ structure for the arachnid race, it instantly directed its pain towards a fiercer fighting spirit, mercilessly impaling Reef once again with its deadly sharp tendrils. Every despicable tendril assault was done in pairs, but the sustained damage was actually considered as one strike. It wasn't segregated into 2 attacks. Hence, its attack damage was so high, and was extremely disadvantageous to Sheehan's innate ability, causing him to reach an unbearable state. Moreover, right now, after Reef receiving the second pierce of the tendril, it was counted as the second attack. That indicated one thing. That was, the accessory, monstrous fighting spirit, had now reached its maximum potential, propelling his physique by 10 points. This undoubtedly signified that Reef's physique had broken through to the extreme limit of the current difficulty, the 50 points physique boundary. Chapter 54, Crushing, Rapid Dispatch. Chapter 54, Crushing, Rapid Dispatch. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. After that series of engagements, Sheehan started to closely observe Reef's expression. He could see him shuddering slightly, before flashing a relieved expression, and then, he blatantly removed his faith guard. What did this mean? It meant that Sheehan's deduction was spot on. After reaching the 50-point boundary limit, although a person's attribute will no longer stack and improve, they would definitely receive an additional favorable bonus. This wasn't Sheehan randomly shooting without aiming, he simply derived it from the choice bonus from the realm, when the pure attribute, without equipment, reached 20 points. The facts were glaringly obvious. The bonus should be pretty great. So great, that Reef could even remove his faith guard, and still be able to stand up against the horrifying might of the elite sunken colony for a long duration. His faith guard could now be kept as an exceptional trump card, as he preserved his MP for now. Upon seeing this, everyone else seemed to receive a huge vigorous motivation, opening fire without a tinge of hesitation. Those Marines activated their stimulant, anyone with powerful abilities straightforwardly executed them. Aiming ahead, releasing a frenzied barrage without restraint. Repulsive blood gushed out from the elite sunken colony all over its surface, its wounds festering like a honeycomb. Although it possessed frightening regenerative abilities, its flaw was its mediocre defense. It was completely unable to withstand such vicious intense aggression, its health points wildly plunging down. Because his flamethrower wasn't very effective against the defense of an organ structure, Sheehan had to summon his twin fists and pound fiercely against it. His strength was pretty outstanding, thump. Thump, as he smashed down onto the sunken colony. Blood splattered out miserably, the muscles and flesh of the elite sunken colony constantly spasmed beneath every collision. Naturally, if it had a pain nerve sensor, it would definitely be distraught by the severely acute pain. But at this moment, coincidentally at that moment, when the 3 elite Marines had the stimulant effect wore off, Sheehan's pupils suddenly contracted. Even though he had lost the 6 points of perceptive sensing from the monstrous fighting spirit, under this nerve-wrecking circumstances, he was still able to sense premonitions of a sudden change in environment. An unbelievably intense sensation swept through him from the vast empty land at the left. Suddenly, the earth rumbled as the soil erupted into the air. Dust and soil polluted the air, but an appalling 8 fresh blood-gold zerglings, and 2 blood-gold hydralisks burrowed out. They appeared at such a timing. They actually appeared at such a situation. They really, genuinely appeared at this critical juncture. At this moment, it was coincidentally the moment when the effects of stimulant had wore off. Every long-range combatant was at its ultimate weakest and unprepared state. If they were earlier by a second, these arachnids would have to face a deadly barrage of firepower instantaneously. Yet if they were late by a second, the elite sunken colony would have to sustain an all-out assault for another second. Although they were few in numbers, they managed to grasp the critical aspect of the Overlord being unable to approach this area. They actually appeared as this damnable timing. Astoundingly, it seemed like the main idea was to precisely turn the tides on Sheehan and gang. Normally, it cannot be said that Sheehan and his team didn't require any effort to dispatch just a few pathetic arachnids, however, it would still be a relatively simple process. But these few arachnids actually decided to show up at such an immaculate position, and critical juncture. They were 7 inches of disaster to Sheehan's team. They may very well be that last straw that overwhelms the camel asterisk. TN, asterisk Chinese idiom, that tiny game-changing variable. Currently, it was confirmed that the Blade Empress was not present here. But that signified that the subordinate forces of the Blade Empress were not only vastly superior to other arachnid races, but they even possessed their own supreme battle instinct and intellect. They could precisely access the battle situation, and seize their chances. This was not a threat inferior to any human. At this instance, Reef had completely lost his self-control. His eyes wide and bloodshot, as he roared out furiously. "Draw close to me. I can protect you guys." Undoubtedly, by drawing close to Reef, they would be able to avoid the threat of the Zerglings. His shattering cardiac roar had a huge scope, and lessened enemies' movement. it was a natural counter to those speedy Zerglings. Then, Mojentia and the 3 elite Marines would be able to combine their firepower and send the Zerglings to their graves. However, there were still 2 blood-gold hydralisks in the distance. Moreover, they were outside the range of the shattering cardiac roar and possessed the most fatal threat. Apart from Xian and Reef, nobody else would be able to last even 5 seconds under the torrents of acidic jet. Yet, if there were any casualties, this no doubt meant that the duration needed to destroy the sunken colony would be lengthened. Any unnecessary delay may spark a calamitous domino of chain reactions. Sadly, at this moment, they had completely ran out of the incredibly handy electromagnetic cloud bomb. But at this very moment, Xian's heart seemed to suddenly become terribly calm, even his heartbeat and breathing could be heard distinctly. Such a peculiar state had surfaced only twice before. One was deep in the sewers in the Terminator world, and the other was the eve before encountering the mountain troll. At this moment, his heart was flowing as clear as crystal water. With a flick of his left hand, an object appeared, an object stored in his nightmare imprint so long ago that dust should have settled on it. This object was something he envisioned himself using during his Harry Potter world endeavor, yet he was actually going to use it here. That magical fanged frisbee. With an arch of his head, a green curve sliced out in midair, carrying a shrilling screech as it spun towards the 2 hydralisks. Its fierce ivory spikes covered it densely, issuing out a violent whizzing cry mid-flight, but yet its speed wasn't very fast. Thus, the 2 highly intelligent blood-gold hydralisks instantly swapped targets, concentrating their efforts against this relatively slow, but seemingly menacing frisbee. Their incessant lime acids rapidly splashed against the frisbee, but seemingly to no avail. Concurrently, Xian seized this chance to charge at the 2 blood-gold hydralisk with his full might. As long as he could completely suppress them, then undoubtedly, the group of elite Marines, Mojentia and Reef, would be able to take care of those Zerglings. But if those hydralisks were allowed to freely jet out their lethal acid, then perhaps, not a single one of them would make it out alive. To overcome tremendous hardship and achieve one's goal, that is the true hero, in the Advent crisis against an insane tide, only by pulling through would one be considered a genuine champion. A true leader. The fanged frisbee precisely sliced against one of the hydralisk, but only jokingly teased it of 1 HP. It then swerved to the other hydralisk. When the 2 hydralisks realized this fanged frisbee was utterly useless, they had already wasted a full 3 seconds on it. Yet, Xian had already seized these precious 3 seconds, and sprinted furiously to 10 meters away from them. Fortunately, due to his prior battle experience, Xian had already went through a life and death struggle with the 2 rare elite, boiling, and dense acid. With his flourishing experience, he fished out ambition, diving forward in mid-air as he activated his rum and songs, and pressed the trigger. Boom. Smoky fumes pervaded away. A lethal lead bullet spiraled into the head of the nearest blood-gold hydralisk. Xian then landed with a simple front roll. Neglecting the unaffected hydralisk, he was like a famished ferocious wild beast. Releasing an oppressive wild from deep within his throat, he pounced towards the stunned hydralisk. The unaffected blood-gold hydralisk had long ago ignored the incoming fanged frisbee, concentrating its wild torrential acid jets onto Xian. This male's sprinting footsteps were ridiculously heavy, as though announcing his rapid heartbeat. Within Xian's pupils was an ignited glint of crimson brutality, like an unstoppable wild beast pressing forward. Like a bloodlust wild beast that had lost all its senses, the acidic burn sizzled over his skin seemed like nothing to him, as he aimed straight for the stunned hydralisk. The bone-deep corrosive burns were utterly neglected, as he raised his fists toweringly. With a clear twitch of his right hand, he clenched his fist tightly as he propelled it forward. It was like his whole body was being carried by this one first, as he smashed in with all his weight. His movements were terribly obvious, but the execution of it was miraculously fast. A black glimmer flashed over his fist. He had just expended the final usage of his ghost whetstone. In this instance, Xian's hand was clearly equipped with only a brass knuckle exuberating a light blue radiance. Yet it carried a tyrannical dominance, booming down thunderously. "You want me dead? Then you'll have to die first." Xian felt his blood boiling within, exploding out in the form of a domineering roar. Ah! This fist actually punctured deep into the body of the stunned blood-gold hydralisk, stopping only at his elbow. Its incredibly solid carapace was shockingly like a tofu, easily splitting apart upon impact. The blood-gold hydralisk's entire body then broke out into a despairing fit of spasm. Pam! It exploded forth with excessive lime-green fluids, leaving behind only 17 to 18 chunks of its flesh. Xian's face was completely smeared with its revolting substances. Rapid dispatch. What, it actually just died like that? The crazed Xian was completely astonished. According to his earlier battle experiences, he had calculated that although the blood-gold hydralisk didn't possess much health, it still had at least 300 HP. Moreover, according to Mogentia's True Clarity Insights, an ordinary hydralisk carapace would be able to absorb at least 15% of physical damage. Yet he was actually able to finish it with just one gunshot and an ordinary punch. Chapter 55, Arduous Triumph. Chapter 55, Arduous Triumph. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcácer. After his fatal strike, Xian didn't pause to reflect. He instantly focused to the other blood-gold hydralisk. While doing so, he couldn't resist the urge to sweep through his combat log. You used rum and songs to shoot the enemy, dealing a total of 112 damage and 2.71 stunning effect. You utilized Ghost Whetstone. Your next 3 physical attacks will neglect your enemy's defense. Your ordinary punch is an explosive strike. Explosive strike of 200% damage, dealing a total of 132 points of damage. Your strength is 27 points. Enemy's strength is 12 points. You will deal additional crushing damages to your enemy, 64 points of crushing damages. This crushing damage neglects enemy's defense. Your damage neglects enemy's defense. Effect of Ghost Whetstone. Crushing damages similarly neglects enemy's defense. Your crushing damage is an explosive strike. Explosive strike of 200% damage. Your additional crushing damages is now 128 points. You slayed the blood-gold hydralisk. Crushing damages, so that's the case. I never expected myself to deliver crushing damages. Xian surged with a disbelieving sensation. So this is the terrifying might of a dark gold equipment. Able to completely reinvigorate a contestant in an instant, without needing a negative trade-off. Previously, Xian had already felt the erratic sensation of having an eyeball bursting like an overpumped soccer ball. But this time, thanks to the other blood-gold hydralisk's attack, he once again felt this agonizing familiarity that he wasn't willing to feel again. In order to repay his gratitude towards the damnable hydralisk, with a grotesquely deformed face and bloodied body, Xian charged in and delivered a flying kick towards the hydralisk's belly. This one kick completely ignored the tight abdominal muscles of the hydralisk. His irresistible force left a deep depression over its belly. If not for its body having a different body composition than humans, its intestines would all have been ruptured on the spot. Ah! Xian released a miserable shrieking under the searing pain of his flesh corroding. He felt like his entire body was boiling. Stretching his left hand, he tightly gripped onto the hydralisk's scaly neck, kneading it like a bun. This one move finally caused the blood-gold hydralisk to shut. Its mouth, frothing with its repulsive deadly acids at its throat. The froth regurgitated out of the hydralisk's nostrils, releasing an awful nauseating stench of blood and body fluids. With his eyes blazing wildly with his near triumph, his sturdy right arm bent downwards further, the muscles tightening incomparably. As tough as steel. In the next second, after a hefty final uppercut punch up the blood-gold hydralisk's neck, its neck bone completely fractured through, its bones splintering out of the neck in 7 to 8 cuts. If not for its stretchy and tough skin and bundles of blood vessels, its head would have completely been severed, and blown into bits. The last punch was like an invisible fishing hook, hooking the hydralisk upwards like a helpless fish, knocking it flying onto a nearby rock. As the hydralisk landed, the rocky edges ripped open the hydralisk's flesh, as its ruptured innards came pouring out distastefully. It was really like tearing apart a piece of cloth ferociously. The revolting remains constantly spasmed, as lime-green fluid spewed over the ground, forming a pool around. Looking at it, if it wasn't dead, it would surely be crippled for life. Actually, Xian had already formulated his battle plan. But he didn't expect himself to be able to deliver such domineering ferocity. Moreover, hydralisks were long-range units that were already determined to suffer in close proximity to close combatants. And Xian actually reached the apex of his prowess at that moment, hence suffering such a cruel and swift defeat was only logical. But now was not the time for Xian to savor the pleasant greatness of his crushing damages. Time was of the essence, he still had to destroy that sunken colony. But unexpected variables were normal on the battlefield. He was still utterly astonished at his rapid dispatchment of the two biggest trouble. But when he turned his head round, he realized that a devastating accident had occurred. After Reef's command to draw towards him, Mojencha and the three elite Marines reacted swiftly in doing so. The fresh blood gold Zerglings naturally sprinted frenziedly towards them. However, this was where the shocking twist happened. After a mighty roar from his shattering cardiac roar, amongst the 8 blood gold Zerglings, there were actually 6 who were able to resist his ability. That meant the slowing effect wasn't effective. Occasional screw-ups were bound to happen during several crucial moments. That was the law of nature, and was also bringer of mortal calamity. The 6 savage beasts ferociously clashed into the entire long-range combat team. Reef was completely tied down. He was still primarily tanking the deadly drills of the sunken colony's tendril assaults. The 8 fresh blood gold Zerglings had already added on a heavy burden onto him. Even though he had broken through to the 50 points of physique boundary limit, it didn't mean that he was completely invincible. 30 seconds later, 2 blood gold Zerglings laid motionlessly beside Reef. Clear fatigue and gruesome wounds covered his body. But what was more depressing was the fact that apart from Mojencha, the rest of the Marines had all collapsed. Actually, the long-range combat team were only facing 6 Zerglings. Not inclusive of Mojencha, the 3 Marines were elite. According to their composition and credentials, 4 versus 6 wasn't really a huge disadvantage. However, prior to this, the blood gold Zerglings of the Blade Empress were actually being restrained greatly. Xian and Reef did an excellent job in suppressing them. But at this very moment, this advanced and berserking Zerglings were now able to exhibit their fullest might of a vicious close combat arachnid. Within a mere 6 seconds, apart from Mojencha, everyone else was dragged into a massive massacre. At least 2 elite Marines had been ripped to shreds in 2 seconds, completely and utterly ripped to shreds. But at this moment, Mojencha was striving hard to survive. He howled desperately as he extracted every ounce of potential of his innate ability, beastly instincts. Every single released bullet intertwined in midair, colliding, and finally exploding around him. This seemingly meaningless action actually gave him a chance at survival. Life and death circumstances always injected inspirations into people. His inspiration came from his previous battles. When Xian detonated those electromagnetic cloud bomb. The arachnid's greatest flaw wasn't their vital organs, but rather their sense of hearing. This electromagnetic cloud bomb was constructed specially to exploit their greatest flaw, and induced an incredible stunning duration. Yet when Mojencha under his despair, managed to shoot all massive amounts of bullets, manipulating them to constantly clash against each other. Thus, the sound waves from these collisions sparked the same reaction as the electromagnetic cloud bomb, completely stunning them and salvaging precious time to guarantee his survival. When Mojencha successfully executed this, it also represented that his MP was being drained out rapidly. Mojencha gritted his teeth unyieldingly. He was someone that had climbed back from the pits of despair numerous times. Before his MP was nearly dried up, he continued to activate his trigger, reloading, as he dished out volleys of rounds into the brains of the Zerglings. His vision was increasingly turning fuzzy and gloomy. On the other hand, Baiz, who had lost one hand and one leg so far, was fighting hard to keep himself from fainting. With a single hand, he continued releasing his firepower towards the stunned Zerglings. After finally slaying the remaining Zerglings, Mojencha coughed out a mouthful of blood. He tossed aside the golden Alaska in his hand, as he pulled out his silver short spear again, staggering as he limped towards the elite sunken colony, watching grimly as its tendrils erupted from the ground. He already understood their current crisis. His vision was increasingly fuzzy, completely unable to maintain the stability of his gunfire. Hence, he could only choose such a method to support the damage output. From a distance, gunshots from Baiz were still resounding repetitively. Although his attacks were weakening like his life force, it still carried his tenacious fighting spirit. Time sped by rapidly. A sparkling and translucent faith guard condensed, reinforcing Reef's body once again. Ahead of them, that elite sunken colony was already brimming with holes, with its body fluid streaming out sorrowfully. Yet its vicious assaults were still monotonously consistent, and still carried an unfathomable degree of threat. From beginning until now, it felt like a long duration had lapsed. But in actual fact, it was just mere minutes. Everyone had suffered considerably grave damages, but ultimately, it was Reef who had sustained most of the threatening damages. Without a doubt, only he was able to withstand the dreadful ravages of the sunken colony. Once things went out of control, he would definitely be the first to perish. Yet Reef's gaze remained steadfast, clutching onto his shield and lightsaber steadily. Although his body was littered with severe wounds, his heroic and gallant appearance hadn't died off. This sensation was like an unyielding ancient noble kingdom, enduring the test of centuries. Even if he were to ascend onto a hanging post, with a noose around his neck, his hair flowing harmoniously with the wind, his mouth will firmly utter these unyielding noble words: I traverse over the great earth, yet only loyalty, conviction, gallantry, and sacrifice, my delight. Finally, the elite sunken colony was decimated in an awe-inspiring fountain of purplish-black blood. It was like a huge flesh fountain wildly spraying its bloodied contents towards the heavens, downing everyone in close proximity. From hindsight, Reef still appeared to be fine. But when he attempted to take step towards the tyrannical spore colony, he instantly collapsed harshly to the ground. His face exposed a bitter and hopeless smile. Every tendril from the elite sunken colony drilled out first from the ground, towards his legs. In other words, Reef being able to stand firmly against its constant attacks, could already be deemed as an amazing feat. Chapter 56, Pursue and Being Pursued. Chapter 56, Pursue and Being Pursued. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. Amongst the survivors, after Mojentia witnessed the sunken colony exploding, he directly fainted and collapsed to the ground. His mental powers, MP, had been sapped. He was persisting based on sheer willpower. Naturally, his willpower would vanish after the sunken colony was destroyed. Reef had suffered severe crippling to both his legs. Baez was needless to say. He had lost a hand and a leg. There was nothing much that he could support with no. Therefore, the only one left standing now was actually that bare-fisted, soaked thoroughly in corrosive acid Xian. As he stood imposingly alone on the spot, he gave off a lonely, majestic demeanor like an unyielding mountain range. Xian glanced at Reef, as he couldn't help asking, "Have you used your honorary dosage? How much health are you left with?" Reef was currently wrapping his knee with bandages, shaking his head as he smiled grimly. 164 points. Xian nodded, his heart was filled with perilous vigilance. One had to understand, from the beginning of this battle, several unexpected variables had surfaced. Especially those few arachnid units hiding underground in ambush, it could be said that they had completely foiled Xian's plans. Hence, Reef had to tank for a much longer duration. According to Xian's calculations, even if Reef had attained a certain bonus from reaching a 50 points boundary limit physique, he would still able to barely make it. And this was under the pretext of no other surprise arachnids. But with Reef's current answer, it signified one thing. That was the bonus that Reef acquired from reaching a 50 points physique, had vastly exceeded Xian's imagination. But at present, it wasn't the time for Xian to muse about such a thing. He hastily charged towards the nearby region of the tyrannical spore colony. Initially, it was enveloped with a layer of thick exterior skin, but after the elite sunken colony had been smashed into a blood mist, its exterior layer had shriveled away, exposing its internal red flesh. Within its interior, 7 to 8 tremendous hideous deep purple vasculars were twisted and knotted together, deeply leading into the depths of the tyrannical spore colony. The vasculars were glossy and rich with mucus, every bunch was as thick as the diameter of a person. Even without approaching closely, one could vividly see the vasculars pulsating like a rhythmic heartbeat. Waves of fluids were consistently pumped upwards with great might. Undoubtedly, those were the vital spots of the tyrannical spore colony. In view of having to deal with 7 to 8 tremendous vasculars, Xian had to abandon his 27 points of strength supremacy, opting to engage his Prometheus 3 flamethrower with an AoE effect instead. He pressed firmly onto the trigger. TN, the flamethrower probably works on structure now cause its initial defense layer is already gone. Twin fiery dragons roared out, engulfing the deep purple vasculars as they emitted crackling sounds, as though they were currently being barbecued. Not long later, gigantic blisters started forming over these tremendous vasculars, before being fried. It seemed like this triggered the automatic defensive mechanisms, as it attempted to utilize its body fluids to extinguish the flames. Of course, such tactics were totally futile. During the manufacturing of the Prometheus 3 flamethrower, this factor was already considered. Therefore, the flames of the flamethrower were equipped with potassium-sodium grains, which possessed a natural chemical reaction with water. Hence, it only served to fuel the blazing heat. Therefore the more body fluids released, the fiercer the flames. A contradicting twist, within only 20 seconds, the supposedly ultimate boss, the onion-looking tyrannical spore colony, was engulfed in a sea of flames, roasted thoroughly. From far, one could also tell. Its internal fluids would also have a violent reaction under high temperature, transforming from light green to emerald and finally dark green. It appeared just like a balloon filled fully with boiling water. Green and lush brilliance radiated from inside, as it continued to bubble and froth up. Ultimately, this huge tyranny exploded, crumbling down like a gigantic waterfall. Its body fluids poured down in torrents, like a huge dam exploded. The blazing flames released choking white fumes into the atmosphere. If Xian didn't evade in time, he would have been thoroughly drenched in the body fluids. At this emotional moment, Xian and the rest finally received a notification from the nightmare imprint that they had always wished for. You've destroyed a tyrannical spore colony. The fundamental condition of your side mission, eradicating the spore colonies, has been met. Mission summary: for every additional destroyed tyrannical spore colony, you will receive an additional reward from the human and arachnid race. Do you wish to continue in your mission to destroy the other tyrannical spore colonies? If yes, then this mission will be deemed incomplete, and you will have an additional 12 hours to accomplish it. If no, then you will immediately receive your rewards, and the mission is concluded. While wrecking the tyrannical spore colony, Xian attempted to summon another overlord over. But regrettably, once that overlord approached 50 meters into the spore highland, it would be instantly decimated. Evidently, the defense system of the spore highland was still tight as before, not showing a single loophole. Faced with the list of notification, Mojencha had already fainted after his MP was depleted. Furthermore, he didn't even have this mission to begin, thus he did not have a single reaction. Instead, Reef released a long sigh of relief. He was about to accept to instantly receive the rewards, but couldn't help gazing towards Xian. Xian gently shook his head, as he carried Mojencha. He then carried the similarly fainted Baize as he strided towards the edge of the spore highland with big steps. Hurry up, the second wave of patrol is about to arrive. After a hard-fought battle, Reef suddenly recalled that the first wave had already included a terrifying arachnid unit. According to their nightmare imprint, the waves would become increasingly tougher. Reef started to limp and chase after Xian's rear view. Based on their current state, if they really encountered another wave of lively dragon and animated tiger, there wouldn't be a need to fight, they would just strangle themselves and suicide. The second wave was actually slightly bigger than the first, it was roughly the same composition of the first patrolling wave. Apart from a slight increase of zerglings and hydralisk, there was still only one lurker present. But, there was another new arachnid creature. This arachnid unit was able to levitate and fly in mid-air. It was a queen zerg. Queen zergs would only be able to spawn with a Class 2 base. The Blackthorn tribe's rare elite queen zerg belonged to that category. Although there was only one queen zerg, it created new offensive possibilities for the arachnid wave. Of course, the most headache-inducing ability, apart from that instant kill, spawn parasite, it was that harmless but annoying speed-reducing capture web. Once Xian and the rest were caught within, undoubtedly those nimble zerglings would be able to charge past them, and directly rummage through the long-range combatant backlands. As they were about to board their escape tool, an overlord, they were discovered by the blood gold queen zerg. Naturally, she spat out an alluring golden web towards them. Fortunately, Xian still had a wild card up his sleeves. He straightforwardly commanded the remaining few scourges to congregate together, assembling this suicide squad to collide head-on with the queen zerg. Before she could fully release her ability, they self-destructed in her face, finally venting their inner resentment. While fleeing within the safety of the overlord, they all started recovering steadily with their regenerative abilities. Or at least, their condition wouldn't worsen further. Baize didn't possess a regenerative capability as strong as contestants. After having 2 of his limbs severed and losing too much blood, he sank into a deep unconscious state before boarding the overlord. The overlord had to use its tentacles to lift him inside. With the several straps of tentacles inside binding his decapitated wound tightly, it prevented any further loss of blood, as he finally woke up from his sleep. After awaking, Baize's expression was gravely dejected. Actually, who wouldn't be after losing a hand and a leg? His appearance really caused the surrounding people to fear that he would commit suicide. Reef suddenly broke the awkward silence. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to block those vile zerglings. Baiz continued his silence, but suddenly erupted with a vengeful frustration. You idiot. If not for your foolish command to gather up, we would still be able to slay those dogs from our positions. Every one of our pebbles. Squad died here, and it's only me left. Look at me, just look at me. I will never be able to pilot, never be able to race with them anymore. I can't even kick your ass right now. All this is all because of you. It is all you. Until here, Baiz had really lost his cool. Ignoring his severe injuries, his eye had turned bloodshot. Saliva spat out incessantly. His gaze was filled with animosity, his tears welling up with vengeance. If he still had a weapon beside him, he would have really gunned Reef down. Xian faintly sighed, chopping down onto Baiz's neck, allowing him to faint once again. Currently, being calm was of importance to the overall mission objective. Actually, Baiz's extreme behavior was fueled by his personal state of mind. After such a traumatizing experience, it was not really a surprise. Just like common occurrences in the present world, where people would vent their anger on random cars, or beating others, when they just broke up or lost an important loved one. Furthermore, actually Baiz may not be very compatible with Reef from the start, hence, such a violent reaction was not uncommon. But when Xian turned around to try and console Reef, he got a huge shock. Chapter 57, Victory. Chapter 57, Victory. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. After the berating from Baiz, veins swelled over Reef's forehead. His face was exceedingly ashen, and his fist tightly clenched. It seemed like his rage was about to reach the limit. Xian was shocked, stunned, and forced out a smile. He hurriedly sat beside Reef as he patted his shoulder. Hey, Reef, his buddies were just wiped out. Furthermore, he just lost half of his limbs, don't take it to heart. Reef shut his eyes, breathing in heavily. No, he is right. It is my fault that I implicated everyone. Xian was using his logical speculative thinking, but he never thought Reef was actually blaming himself. His body trembling slightly, as beads of perspiration rolled down his cheeks. You did pretty well. An AoE damage like shattering cardiac roar would definitely have a higher probability of failing than others. This is heaven's will, don't blame yourself. No. This is my mistake. Reef's gaze was resolute, unhesitantly declaring. I'm at fault. I cannot let selfishness, greed, and other evil forces cloud my heart. I cannot put the blame on others. What's my responsibility is mine to shoulder, I will never escape. Xian was dumbfounded and dazed. He was carefully reflecting on Reef's words, thinking if it came from the Holy Bible. He rubbed his temples, as he sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. Since we are still a party, naturally we should help each other. Then how do you want to compensate him? Reef firmly continued. For those that died, I cannot do anything about it. But based on the current technology, Bai's severed limbs should be able to regenerate, right? Xian shook his head faintly. I'm afraid that will be difficult. Reef curiously asked. Why? Xian pondered for a moment before replying. In the main storyline, the Roughnecks Commander Raskzak is also a handicapped with an artificial limb. This represents that even if the human race do possess such healing techniques, it would surely come at a costly price. At least, a lieutenant would not be able to afford it. If we were to try engaging such treatment services, undoubtedly the price to pay would be exceedingly expensive. Without hesitation, Reef exclaimed. Even if it's a high price, we have to do it. Until here, Reef suddenly started stammering. But I don't really have much utility points nor reputation points now. Seaman, I know you're very capable, can you help me think of a way? Faced with this random challenge, Xian started to pity the contestant in Reef's previous group who assumed the role of a housekeeper. Although Reef was incomparably able, but it looks like he really brought in a whole load of unnecessary thorn in the ass. He carefully pondered before replying. If you really wish to settle this matter before leaving this world, then probably there's no hope for the human side. Because to rapidly raise our reputation points with them, we probably may need to completely eradicate the entire Spore Highland. That mission's difficulty, you should be very clear. Then we can only hope for the Arachnid's aid. Arachnid. Reef was taken aback. Xian firmly continued. That's correct. Bayes has lost an arm and a leg. These two aren't really vital surviving organs like the human's heart or brain. A hand would still require treatment for its precise movements, but the leg requires are just having the ability to support the person and running. Moreover, we have special relations with the Blackthorn tribe. Perhaps we can find the mother of the Blackthorn for a way. At least, recovering his mobility shouldn't be a huge issue. Reef suspiciously asked. What you mean is, seek help for the arachnid race to recover his severed limb. Sheehan nodded. Yes, that is our biggest hope. Haven't you forgotten, us contestants were able to recover and regenerate our organs and limbs inside the mother nest. If we were to seek help at the human race, then there's a 78% probability that we would have to leave this world before getting this matter done. Reef was stunned. 78%. So precise. How did you calculate that? Sheehan sternly replied. I guessed it. You. Reef was speechless, sulking as he leaned onto the flesh wall of the Overlord. After a brief pause, Reef initiated a trade with him, returning the +5 monstrous fighting spirit and other equipments back. Sheehan naturally returned that dark gold necklace, Smith's Matrix microchip, back to Reef. Sheehan then leisurely asked him about the secret bonus of having his physique reach the 50 points boundary limit. Faced with Sheehan's query, Reef leaked out a difficult expression. He pursed through his brows as though hesitating about something, before sighing out. Everyone has his own path to walk, apart from that, I cannot say much. Sheehan's gaze flickered as he urged. Then, do you still have that bonus? Reef gently shook his head. Nope, I need to reach that 50 points extreme limit before being bestowed with that might. It is really infatuating. A pity, it is not something I can have right now. If there's a will, won't there be a way? At this moment, Mojentia had awakened with his coarse voice. That previous battle to him could be considered as free labor. Because he didn't even accept that mission to eradicate the spore colony. Reef frowned. A little kid with an unstoppable, invincible carbine in battle would still be the first to get crushed. Using something that doesn't belong to him, he will have to pay a tremendous price. Sheehan suddenly interrupted. Then shouldn't you be in grave danger now? Reef hanged down his eyes. As long as I don't activate that strength again, then there shouldn't be a problem. The Spore Highland was originally adjacent to the Redliner tribe's main base. As they rode on the Overlord and swerved past from the distance, they could vaguely see the battle was clearly tilting towards the Blackthorn tribe. Ultimately, it was due to the assistance of those over 10 heavy siege tanks from the Fatal Helmet human base. Such a game-changing horrific weapon providing immense killing potential to their defense line, it vastly exceeded the Redliner tribe's predictions. The Redliner tribe's Hydralisk and Zergling Sea stubbornly aimed for the Blackthorn tribe's sunken colonies under the heavy bombardment of the terrifying siege tanks. Although the Blackthorn tribe didn't keep a large stay-back guarding force, its incredible economic superiority was displayed fully. Every single base layer was engaged in spawning out larvae and then converting into countless fleets of Zerglings. They streamed into the front lines endlessly, as they overwhelmed their enemy and halted their tracks. As for the newly spawned arachnid units of the Redliner tribe, they had to sprint for a good hundreds of kilometers before reinforcing the assault. More devastatingly, as the battle unfolded, the Redliner fleet were unable to launch an all-out assault. Only the nearest front line of Zerglings and nearby Hydralisk could engage with the enemy. The bulk of their fleet were trapped idly within the narrow ridges of the mountain range, exposing themselves freely to the fearsome heavy siege tanks without any means of retaliation. According to the tactical inference of the Redliner Overmind Mosey would not be able to pose such a huge threat to this common hybrid fleet of Hydralisk and Zergling, in addition to their overlords. Unless Overmind Mosey and the Blackthorn Mother could once again evolve to a Class 3 base, and had the privilege of newer powerful arachnid units. But that was entirely impossible. Therefore, the Redliner Overmind really did not care about the narrow terrain, which will result in his forces not being able to be fully utilized. Because the Redliner Overmind had already deduced, it had a tremendous advantage in terms of sheer numbers. Even if the casualty rate was as ridiculous as 4:1 to their disadvantage, it would still be able to easily allocate streams of unending reinforcements, and ultimately breach the seemingly tenacious defense line. Yet, those fatal-killing heavy siege tankers supplied by the Fatal Helmet base was something that the Redliner Overmind had completely overlooked. Under the intense bombardment of these steel monsters, the casualty rate had soared to a horrific 6-to-1 ratio in advantage of the Blackthorn tribe. That goes to say, for every arachnid that the Blackthorn tribe loses, the Redliner tribe would pay a price of 6 arachnid units. If it was internal warfare between humans, this casualty ratio would be able to cause the entire battalion to crumble and retreat. But with their twisted beastly genetics, the Redliner arachnids continued to wildly press forward, viciously advancing, until the last Redliner hydralisk had died, collapsing, gradually dissolving into the creep carpet to become nutrients for the Blackthorn tribe. At this moment, the Blackthorn base was utterly disorientated. Not only had all the heavy siege tanks exploded into flames under the constant arduous claws of the Zergling and corrosive acid from the hydralisk, not even a single mutalisk that had rushed back to aid had survived. Apart from that, a third of the organ structures of the Blackthorn tribe had been wrecked, and only 3 sunken colonies from the 40 sunken colonies were left. The Blackthorn mother had upgraded to a Class 2 base, therefore its quota of organ structures had been greatly enhanced. On the contrary, under the persevering aerial harassment of the Blackthorn tribe, the Redliner tribe had conceded 3 of its bases. At that precise moment when the last Redliner hydralisk fell in their base, Overmind Mosey, without hesitation, commanded an all-out counter-attack. A Zergling with a fractured left foot led the charge as it limped towards an overlord and boarded it. Their target destination was the Redliner tribe's main base. Moreover, alongside the Zergling were 3 similarly hobbling and injured hydralisks. This was the first counter-attacking force that Overmind Mosey dispatched. This sparse and shameful composition was utterly shocking to the core. Instead, behind that, inside the spawning pools, was an appalling and disturbing sight to behind. Within it were a multitude of densely packed arrangement of larvae, as thick as a forest. One glance wasn't enough to see its end. Half an hour later, this batch of a semi-crippled preliminary force was carried by the speedy overlord as they arrived 100 km away from the Redliner base. Greeting them were a pack of Redliner Zerglings and Hydralisks mix, meeting them face to face. This was the newly spawned out forces of the Redliner tribe. Without hesitation, they collided into the Blackthorn forces. Without a doubt, they submerged them. Chapter 58, A Perfect Mission. Chapter 58, A Perfect Mission, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. 10 minutes later, 150 kilometers from the Redliner tribe's main base, 17 newly spawned Blackthorn Zerglings and 2 mutalisks clashed with the Redliner forces, extinguishing them, with at least half of them becoming casualties. As they advanced to 80 kilometers away from the Redliner tribe's main base, they were then wiped out by the newly spawned units of the Redliner tribe. This to-and-fro tussle persisted. Naturally, with every new wave of Blackthorn units, the gap towards the Redliner main base would decrease a little. When the overlord they were riding in swept past the battle line, the newly spawned forces of the Blackthorn tribe had managed to gain within 20 kilometers from the Redliner tribe's main base. Ahead of them, the Blackthorn arachnid squad were remnants of the previous battle, looking as if they were about to be exterminated by the Redliner arachnids. The passerby Sheehan and gang decided to step in. Even though they were plagued with fatigue and injuries, for such a small-scale battle, defeating ordinary hydralisks and Zerglings was like a breeze in the park. Hence, these Blackthorn remnants were spared. Sheehan's group then accompanied them as they clashed with another new group, easily suppressing the newly spawned Redliner arachnids as they arrived. From here on, the Blackthorn arachnid forces had occupied total supremacy. Citing an example, when both sides were equal, like in a 10 versus 10 situation, the victor would only have about 1 to 2 units left, and they may be injured badly. However, if one side had an overwhelming advantage, like in a 10 versus 15 situation, then the one with the advantage would be able to dispatch the other party easily. It wouldn't just be a simple 15 to 10 equals 5 casualty rate. Instead, even over 10 units may be kept alive after crushing their opponents. When the Blackthorn tribe had forced their way towards the Redliner tribe's entrance, they no longer continued advancing. Because there was still a massive quantity of sunken colonies guarding the base. Of course, the Blackthorn arachnids wouldn't make a suicidal charge, but instead, they stationed themselves near the entrance, trapping the Redliner arachnids within their base. Thus, the Redliner tribe had lost its sovereignty over its land, completely losing its ability to be on the offensive, only able to take a defensive stance. Although the base was still considered airtight, but to the wealthy Blackthorn tribe, once they amass a new arachnid army, they would be able to march into the Redliner tribe and attain an overall victory. The Redliner Overmind only had one hope of survival, that is when the Blackthorn tribe hadn't amassed their forces, it could board an overlord. Then bringing along some drones, resources and its personal guards, it could locate a new region and spark a comeback. But this also meant that it would have to abandon its painstakingly constructed Class 2 mother nest. Because once the mother nest conceded its drones, she would completely lose control of the base, the sunken colonies would lose its nutrients and wither away. The Blackthorn tribe would then achieve a total victory easily. Such a daring decisiveness wasn't something that could be decided straight away. After the two sides fell into a deadlock, there was no longer any platform for them to earn reputation points. Hence, they boarded the overlord and returned to the Blackthorn tribe. After a series of mundane consecutive skirmishes, they were all exhausted. Moreover, Xian was blind on one eye. Mojentia still had blurry vision, and had several fingers that were chomped off previously. Half of his leg was also gone. Naturally, they re-entered the mother nest spawning pool to begin rejuvenating. During the healing process, Xian contacted Overmind Mosey, requesting for assistance to repair Bai's severed limbs. Of course, Overmind Mosey gave them a definite yes. However, Mosey was still in the midst of his war against the Redliner tribe, thus he wasn't able to supply them excess crystal resources to repair this reluctant person. The fare had to be paid by Xian and the rest themselves. Before that, they had already plundered one of the subsidiary base of the Redliner tribe, and reaped a huge harvest. Hence, they were confident of meeting the price. But after hearing it, they were so shocked they could cry. Repairing the severed limbs would require a ridiculous 1,300 units of Pandora crystals, and 800 units of Vespene gas. Calculating from there, even if Mojentia contributed his Pandora crystals harvested by his drone, he still wasn't adequate. Anyway, Mojentia was very reluctant to do so. Only a lunatic like Reef would be willing to part with his precious Pandora crystals, and use it on an ordinary storyline character. Xian frowned as he contemplated. Finally, he produced an item stored previously in his nightmare imprint. Valuable item, high energy crystal. This was a drop loot from his previous battle against Scorching Mouth. Its description was, in any human base, you can use this equivalent of the present world diamond to trade. However, they only interacted with arachnids from then on. When could they find time to travel to a human base? Therefore, his item had long been tossed into the back of his mind, and he only recalled about it now. This item should be pretty valuable, as he tested his luck. This high-energy crystal had the shape of a deep black oval, like an amplified black crystal olive. It did not possess any distinctive qualities. Xian produced this item out, as he tried testing the waters. This was found inside Scorching Mouth's corpse when I slayed it. What did you think? Overmind Mosey summoned his mental powers to examine it. This is the coagulated concentration of many undigested Pandora crystal that Scorching Mouth had probably swallowed. You understand it as a type of special rock, but it contains immense energy. One such crystal is enough to exchange for 1,000 units of Pandora crystal. Xian's testing water was really a success. With a gesture, the long ago impatiently waiting goblin Jinquang immediately hopped out like a nimble rabbit. His eyes glittering as he stared at the high-energy crystal. With a delighted exclamation, "My noble master! My current research solution lies in this object." Actually, even if Jinquang hadn't requested, Xian had already decided to gift it to him. From Xian's prior knowledge, don't even mention a 120 loyalty level servant, even those reared pets for those summoner-type contestants, would have to fork up a high maintenance fee for them. According to Mojentia, Fana's Stegosaurus would require approximately 5,000 to 10,000 utility points every time it entered a world. Compared to these haughty money-suckers, their practicality was definitely inferior to Jinquang. Although this Jinquang was wretchedly cunning and awfully greedy, he was still considered a superb aide. Following that, Xian retrieved another high-energy crystal, allowing him to choose one reward out of two. Faced with such a joyous matter, Jinquang ecstatically rubbed his hands together, his saliva dripping out unconsciously. After this small-statured green brat fondled about his tattered sackcloth bag a little, he actually produced out a worn-out junk weighing scale. After weighing the two high-energy crystals, he finally selected the heavier one with great satisfaction. Following that, was time for a transaction, but not with the human race. Xian folded his arms as he leisurely walked out. Currently, he couldn't help reminiscing about that Mo Waller and alchemist Pygon. Xian still doesn't know of his demise, of the pirates of the Caribbean world. These charm sluts. Xian was exceedingly thirsting for the day he met them again. Just thinking of that got his blood rushing to his head with glee. He believed that his loyal servant Jinquang would definitely give them a pleasant surprise. After a short 10 seconds, Overmind Mosey yielded to him, only charging a fee of 1 high-energy crystal plus 200 units of Vespine gas for the treatment. Of course, even a 50 points charm would not provide such preferential treatment. It was because Xian had previously allowed Jinquang to donate the Scorching Mouth's nucleus to them, successfully inflating his friendship rate with Overmind Mosey. Hence, he was favored with the most optimal pricing. Because of the interspatial storage space constraint, most of their plundered loot of crystals and Vespine gas ores were stored with Xian. Hence, he easily settled the accounts for the treatment. He wasn't afraid Overmind Mosey would renegade on his promise. Then, Baiyi soaked into the spawning pool as he started to receive his treatment. Honestly speaking, Baiyi was initially against having to go through such a disgustingly filthy treatment process. But the prospects of regrowing his limbs was enough to spur him on courageously. After soaking inside the amniotic liquid of the mother nest, then his apprehension slowly loosened up. Xian had always been a loyal and responsible person even in the present world. What he promised Reef, he would surely do. Thus, he arranged everything cleanly and perfectly for Baiyi, allowing Reef to owe him a debt. Hence, he was completely diligent, accompanying Baiyi by his side, preventing any mishaps from happening. Suddenly, the nightmare imprint resounded. Redliner Overmind is over 1,000 kilometers away from this regional district. Redliner Overmind has fled. Conditions have been met to conclude this district's storyline. Twin Arachnid Hegemons. District storyline. Twin Arachnid Hegemons concluded. The Blackthorn tribe has assumed ownership of the region's Pandora ores. Blackthorn tribe is now the ruler of this district. Your previous mission has concluded in advance. Your mission assessment/evaluation will thus receive a substantial upgrade. You have attained the requirements needed for a perfect mission completion. Your reputation is raised by 15,000 points within the Blackthorn tribe. Your reputation will be permanently acknowledged as worshipped. Even after purchasing and reputation points is 0, your worshipped status will be retained. Chapter 59, Choose 2 out of 5. Chapter 59, Choose 2 out of 5. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Ilkasser. Regarding the Redliner Overmind fleeing, it was expected by Xian. Its resources were already dwindling and drying up. Staying on courageously to face death was a foolish mentality. Only by living, everything else would be possible. When the Blackthorn Overmind Mosey had been captured into the enemy's mother nest, only a madman would declare that he would become the overall hegemon today. At least, that fleeing Redliner Overmind would have been in a much better position within this planet. Following that, the Nightmare Imprint rolled out their rewards. Side Mission, Blackthorn Tribe's Predicament, Complete. Mission Difficulty, B. Mission Summary, use all methods to stall the Redliner Tribe from attacking. Mission Completion Rate, Perfect. Mission Details, Redliner Overmind proclamation of fleeing has satisfied the mission's prefect conclusion. Mission Details, with your aid, the Blackthorn Tribe has triumphed over the Redliner Overmind. Victory was easily obtained. You will receive the highest degree of additional rewards and assessment. You can choose 2 out of the 5 options as your final reward. Reward A, 12,000 utility points. Reward B, random 6 points of basic attributes. Details, after choosing this option, 6 free attribute points would be allocated to your basic attributes. Randomization will take into account your current attribute utilization. Reward C, achievement plus 5 points. Reward D, privilege of purchasing every category of arachnid larva from the Blackthorn tribe. Details, the purchased arachnid larva is able to spawn into the relative arachnid unit, and can be brought out of this world. Details, after using the larva to spawn, the arachnid unit will die after leaving that specific world the larvus was spawned in. Reward E, your period of stay is extended for 7 days in this world. After thoughtful considerations, Xian ultimately chose option B and D. Truthfully speaking, option E was rather alluring to him. Because with an extended period of stay, everything else was possible. But after factoring in the next course of mission from the Blackthorn tribe may very well be a direct confrontation with the Blade Empress, such a mission would definitely possess a high difficulty. Moreover, it seems like Reef wasn't willing to activate that bonus gained from the 50 points physique limitation. Hence, he could only bite his lips and abandon that prospect. After selecting option B, Xian managed to gain +3 strength and +3 physique from the randomization. Although he had wished for the 3 points of strength to be added to his physique instead, what was done cannot be undone. After selecting option D, he received a purchasing list similar to what he had previously with the mother nest. Written on it were all the same arachnid units that a Class 2 mother nest could breed. However, behind each unit was an additional larva world. Probably due to the fact that he could bring them out of this world after purchasing it, it not only required reputation points and utility points, it even required Pandora crystals and Vespine gas ores. Fortunately, Xian and company had aided the Blackthorn tribe in war against the Redliner tribe. Thus, he had quite an abundance of reputation points to use. The only lack was in terms of Pandora crystals and Vespine gas ores. Fortunately, he still had Mojentia and Reef to count on. After explaining his ideas to them, since Mojentia was already willing to call him boss and buying these items would contribute to the existence and survivability of their party in the future, he would definitely offer Xian some. After Mojentia had listened, he bluntly voiced his support. Moreover, that unlucky infant drone that he had seduced was all along painstakingly harvesting ores, thus, he had amassed quite a plentiful reaping. He very vehemently agreed, as he bluntly offered every single Pandora crystal and Vespine gas ore to him. Naturally to Mojentia, after completion of this dangerous side mission, no matter what ideas he had, he would definitely select the option E. Since he could stay on for another 7 days, then he would be able to continue squeezing everything out of the unlucky drone for a full 7 days. Naturally, he would be willing to part with his current amassed fortune. Of course, the Pandora crystals and Vespine gas ores on Xian had a huge portion belonging to Reef. He had already forked out 20,000 utility points previously to purchase, in hopes of upgrading his forging ability. After Reef listened to Xian's difficulties, he very refreshingly acceded to Xian's request. Mojentia even declared that he would gift Reef with half of his earnings the next day. This was an overall cause for celebration for everyone. Since he now had adequate financial backing, Xian naturally dispatched out his beloved goblin Jinquang. This slut immediately became exhilarated, brandishing out a worn-out calculator as he sprinted over to the mother of the Blackthorn. Before his transaction, he dismantled his calculator and took out the battery within, biting it repulsively before starting to engage in his purchase. Finally, Xian received the following larvas: Arachnid Overlord Larva, 9 units every usage will spawn out a Blackthorn Overlord. Its life force is 1000 points. No battle capabilities. Maximum speed velocity is 480 km per hour, maximum transporting load of 10 tons. Transport capacity, 3m × 3m × 5m. Overlord possesses a true sight ability, and an additional camouflage ability in other worlds. Details: camouflage allows the Overlord to disguise as a common flying unit in that world. Usage of 500 utility points. Details: within the interior cavity of the Overlord, your HP regeneration will increase. Arachnid Scourge Larva, 3 units every usage will spawn 2 scourges. Scourge life force of 100 points. Maximum flying velocity is 800 km per hour. No offensive capabilities. Able to self-destruct against any aerial targets. Damage of 300 points. Arachnid Zergling Larva, 5 units every usage will spawn out 2 Zerglings. Zergling life force of 50 points. Maximum sprinting speed of 80 km per hour, attack damage of 27 to 33 points. Possess an adrenaline ability, passive, increase movement speed by 50%. Burrow ability. Details: burrowing, difficult for enemies to discover, field of vision decreased by 50%. Increase HP regeneration. Arachnid Drone Larva, 2 units every usage will spawn 2 drones. Identical to an ordinary arachnid drone, able to harvest Pandora crystals. Purchasing these larvas expanded a total of over 10,000 utility points. His reputation had once again plunged to near zero. This undoubtedly caused his swelling pocket to swiftly deplete, currently left with around 5,900 utility points. Yet, being able to earn money in the realm wasn't considered much. But to be able to swiftly convert money into battle strength would then be hailed as a sensible move. Of course, this Xian still felt the heartache from his excessive spending. Craftily, after Jinquang completed the transactions, he winked at Xian and called him over. After that, he cunningly transferred several hundred units of Pandora crystals, calling it commission. To be able to cause this stingy slut to suddenly turn generous, Sheehan really suspected that Overmind Mosey had been coerced to provide free labor previously. Sheehan fearfully stored these crystals, not expanding them. After a long delay, Baez had finally regrown his severed limbs. No doubt, after a short rehabilitation, he was extremely pleased with his new limbs. But of course, because of the arachnid genetic dilution, his newly grown limbs had a slightly queer color and texture. But the benefits was it possessed great strength. After Sheehan saw him, Baez repeatedly waves his hands and kicked his legs, looking like he was familiarizing with his new limbs. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, Baez was actually extremely grateful towards the 3 points charm Sheehan, but he held Reef with no regards, loathing him as before. This matter caused Sheehan to become speechless and only could be described as incompatible. Besides, to Reef, he didn't really care how Baez saw him. He only became greatly assured after watching Baez standing up and waving his arms unharmed. His gaze towards Sheehan carried a heavy gratitude, as he thanked Sheehan many times. After escorting Baez back to his camp, they were reunited with Lieutenant Colonel Dundee once again. The Lieutenant Colonel had a displeased expression. Naturally, the entire situation with the homeland had been changed significantly after the disruption of the fatal Helmet human base. His current position had now sunk into a rather awkward predicament. As the saying goes, all disasters start off small. After the homeland was unable to acquire the services of the Blackthorn tribe, it would surely be exceedingly tough for the homeland to construct a basic base in this exceptionally abundant Pandora Crystals district. If that base could be realized, then undoubtedly, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee would have become the chief commander of this base. Naturally, his influence and prestige would have been propelled by several folds. Regrettably, his hope is starting to turn dimmer. Sheehan and the rest could only feel sympathy for Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. But he and Reef's main focus was directed to that side mission, eradicating the spore colonies, and its rewards. Without a doubt, a B+ difficulty mission really lived up to its name. If not for Sheehan being able to borrow the bonus of the 50 points physique boundary, saying his group would be annihilated wasn't realistic, but the mission would go up in smokes. Apart from that, their current mission evaluation sure wouldn't be too high. After Lieutenant Colonel Dundee finished listening about the destruction of the tyrannical spore colonies, he flushed with delight. Standing up as he tossed aside his cigar. What? You're sure this is true? Heavens, you guys are just a bunch of young lads. That damn tyrannical spore colony probably wrecked more than 371 space shuttles. Even our powerful air shuttle was struck down by those fat bastards. You guys did well. What? You only eradicated one. No, that isn't enough, it is far from enough. Chapter 60, Giving Up and Returning. Chapter 60, Giving Up and Returning. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcázar. Upon the booming howls of Lieutenant Colonel Dundee, Sheehan and Reef received the notifications. You've managed to destroy at least one tyrannical spore colony within 72 hours. You have successfully accomplished his mission. You only destroyed one tyrannical spore colony. The Marines following you to battle has a death rate of over 50%. You received the lowest evaluation and rewards. Please choose two amongst the following as your rewards. Please choose from the following options as your final reward. Reward A, 9,000 utility points. Reward B, random 3 free attribute points. Details: by choosing this option, 3 free attribute points will be randomly allocated to your basic attributes. Randomization would take into consideration your current attribute utilization. Reward C, achievement plus 3 points. Up till here, Sheehan didn't feel convinced. However, the next two options caused him to gasp in astonishment. For the following two options, they were shockingly two black-grade equipments. Reward D, NCC High Quality Combat Armor. NCC High Quality Combat Armor. Origin, Star Alliance Centaurus 9th Planet. Equipment rarity, black, unable to upgrade. Material, high quality Kevlar. Additional installation, pouch slot for chest. Bulletproof vest, compatible with all category armor. Weight, 8.31 kilograms. Usage requirements, strength 12 points, agility 10 points, physique 15 points. Durability, 100 points. Details, defense plus 4 points. Details, strength/agility/physique plus 1. Details, lowers your movement speed by 8 points, 8 points of movement speed from agility. Equipment add-on ability, stimulant, inject a mixture of ephedrine and black henbane. Cause current HP to drop by 25% but raises attack speed by 30% cooldown. Duration, 15 minutes. Equipment battle score, 19. Description. This is a rather familiar combat armor which can greatly enhance survivability in battle. This thing is more reliable than condoms by 10 folds. ED, this novel. More reliable than condoms. Reward E, NCC High Quality Helmet. NCC High Quality Helmet. Origin, Star Alliance Harp Stellar System. 4th Planet. Equipment rarity, black, unable to upgrade. Material, high quality Kevlar. Additional installation, infrared scanner, granting night vision. Note, the infrared scanner is fairly common, can be purchased in any human base. Weight, 3.11 kilograms. Usage requirements, agility 10 points, perceptive sensing 15 points. Durability, 6 points. Details, defense plus 2 points. Details, physique/perceptive sensing plus 1 details, MP plus 40 points. Details, lowers movement speed by 5 points. Equipment add-on ability, active, pulse detector, gather intelligence on the target upon usage. Gathered intelligence is based on perceptive sensing. Additional ability, passive, pulse interference, greatly lowers the probability of enemy gathering intelligence on you/misleads enemy. When clashed with other abilities, this ability will take precedence. Equipment battle score, 18. Description. I must educate the creator of this damned helmet on art. Why is it shaped like the male's urine organ? Truthfully, even for such a decisive person like Sheehan, he was still at a loss because of this options. No doubt, that stimulant from the NCC high-quality combat armor would be practical. If used wisely, it would definitely prove to be a great aid in critical moments. It was a double-edged sword that could be used to increase attack speed and movement speed. Instead, that NCC high-quality helmet wasn't something Sheehan wanted to give up on. Pulse detector, was like an insight ability, and had been a tremendous aid to Sheehan so far. Also, for his future schemes, that pulse interference would no doubt be like a safety charm, lowering the chances of any unnecessary variables. Ultimately, because of that roll of mountain troll leather, black, Sheehan made a decision. After it had been appraised previously, it could be used to process into shoes, clothing, etc. However, it made no mention of crafting a helmet, thus, Sheehan very blatantly selected reward B and the helmet. After the 3 random free attribute points were allocated, it actually allocated 2 points to strength and 1 point to agility. His most desired physique was ultimately neglected. Faced with that, Sheehan could only console himself with, fortunately it didn't allocate to spirit or intelligence. Following that, Lieutenant Colonel actually tasked them with another side mission. This mission difficulty was instantly inflated to a difficulty. Naturally, the mission contents were to continue eradicating the remaining tyrannical spore colonies. Although the mission was seemingly alluring, Sheehan unhesitatingly shook his head and refused. Even though the realm wouldn't task them with a suicide mission, yet Sheehan immediately passed on it after seeing the difficulty. No doubt, as of now, their combined firepower output had been a persistent huge problem. This temporary group was currently pretty unbalanced in different aspects. Reef had already placed his full trust in Sheehan, hence he chose to pass as well. Instead, the Mojentia who had chosen to stay on for another 7 days was interested in it. He was still pretty disappointed with missing out on the mission previously. Fortunately, Lieutenant Colonel Dundee didn't lay down a time frame to accept the mission, hence, Mojentia hurriedly asked Sheehan if there were any methods to destroy the other spore colonies. Methods? Sheehan's voice was sullen. The realm wouldn't give us a suicidal mission, there'll certainly be a method. Mojentia's eyes sparkled. Let me hear it. Sheehan deliberated for a moment. Based on our current situation, to forcefully complete this mission is impossible. Those forces of the Blade Empress definitely possess powers above us. The only method is to instigate an internal arachnid conflict between the Blackthorn tribe and the Blade Empress. Although it seems far-fetched, but there is one important factor. What is the reason the humans and arachnids are constantly clashing? Isn't it just to acquire more Pandora crystals and Vespine gas ores? Speaking till here, Sheehan's eyes flickered with passion. As long as we divulged out the news of how wealthy the Blackthorn tribe is now, especially towards the Blade Empress's forces, then there would be a motive for war. The next course of action is simple, just give the Blade Empress's forces an excuse for war. Wait. Mojentia furrowed his brows. Why wouldn't the Blade Empress's forces not know about this? Wouldn't the redliner Overmind have told them? Sheehan shook his head, replying slyly. The redliner Overmind would never mention this matter. Never forget, that guy's aim was to colonize the entire region of Pandora crystals. Previously, when its military might was still flourishing, it didn't release such news. Now when the Overmind has fled, similarly, it still wouldn't divulge it. That is because if the Blade Empress is kept unaware, then the redliner Overmind would still have a slight hope of making a comeback. If the Blade Empress is aware, then it wouldn't even stand a chance. The merits and drawbacks are obvious at a glance. Wow. Seaman, your brain is like Albert Einstein. Mojencha scratched his bald head as exclaimed. Then why didn't you accept this mission? Sheehan bitterly smiled. Haven't you noticed? If we accept this mission, the most likely, we would have to fall out with the Blackthorn tribe. This means that what we have done so far will all go down the drain. I have reasonable grounds to believe that a traitorous scoundrel who leaks your greatest secret, no matter if it's me, you or Overmind Mosey, undoubtedly, he would be placed first on the wanted list. But we can definitely keep it low-key. Reef joined in the debate. Sheehan sighed. If we can hide from the skies while crossing the river, why would it be called a difficulty mission? The crowd was silenced. Sheehan earnestly urged Mojencha. Even though words are useless in the end, I still need to say this. Careful. You should just operate together with the Blackthorn tribe in the next 7 days. Even though the redliner Overmind has escaped, but I reckon its mother nest would still be able to last on for a period. Based on your shooting skills and strength, earning much reputation should be simple. Finally, I want to advise you, just forget about Lieutenant Colonel Dundee. Sure, the rewards are high, but it may come at the cost of your life. The Blackman Mojencha laughed loudly, raising his golden Alaska as he blew a kiss with his thick lips towards Sheehan and Reef, then they said their farewells. Not long after rejecting Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's mission, Reef and Sheehan both received the Nightmare Imprint's notification to return to the realm. Following that, an aimlessly drifting overlord came stumbling in. It didn't look very different from the Blackthorn tribe's overlord. But after approaching, it forcefully constricted Sheehan and Reef with its tentacles, kidnapping them into its cavity. Then it took off towards the sky in high speed. Chapter 61, Strength and Reward. Chapter 61, Strength and Reward. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. The overlord sped past the clouds at breakneck speed, entering straight into space within seconds. Then, like a drizzle against water, it gradually faded away, with only Sheehan and Reef left behind. They seemed to be trapped inside a formless screen, there surrounding the mysterious pitch-black universe, the mystical nebula with twinkling stars. Beneath them was the titanous yellow earth backdrop of the planet. Because they had entered this world as a temporary party, thus, the ending of this story was similar. Following that, was naturally the battlefield overview reflection. Firstly, the screen shone with the encounters of Reef and the other bunch of contestants when accomplishing the main mission. The crazed resistance against the arachnids in Steel Whip Base, encountering a flaming beetle on the way to Whiskey Base, reuniting with the Roughnecks, finally, the deaths of Johnny Rico and the other main storyline characters. Next, Sheehan's reflection of events were much lesser. Obviously, his unorthodox path led to his abandonment of the main mission. His first reflection was the moment he killed that gigantic scourge back in Steep Whip Base. The second was fast-forwarded to the moment he reached the tragic scene of the main character. The third was the emotional explosion of the tyrannical spore colony. The battle summary finally concluded. The realm flashed out the following information: time, galaxy era. Year 383, April 17, 10 a.m. in the morning. Location, Planet P, 6th District, Steep Whip Human Base. Latitude, 43.19 degrees. Longitude, 91.02 degrees. Setting, Starship Troopers difficulty, mid, C grade, pain limitator, 30% individual capability enhancement, 0% current setting exploration rate, 7.2% main mission, failed mission theory exploration rate, 41% mission completion score, D. Main mission failed / only met the basic requirements of Lieutenant Colonel Dundee's mission. Note, you possess 1 legend level, you will receive additional bonus. Setting completion reward, free attribute points, 1+1 points, because of legend level. Requirements not met to receive utility points or potential points. Current free attribute points, 2 points. You can freely add the free attribute points to your basic attributes, strength/agility, etc., using it to enhance your body. Seeing this string of notifications, Sheehan quietly glanced towards Reef and shrugged his shoulders. Reef sighed and said, "Such an arduous main mission for this mid-difficulty setting, indeed it is a little too demanding of a temporary constructed party. But if everyone had worked and cooperated together, especially you seamen. If you could have displayed your schemes right at the start, we would have been able to succeed." Sheehan shrugged his shoulders, sincerely replying, "Let's not talk about others. If I had tried to give orders at the start, would you have been convinced?" Reef was stunned, sighing again as he shook his head and sighed once more. Then he forced out a smile. Sheehan patted Reef's shoulder and continued, "No matter what, we still managed to survive, that itself is enough. What are your plans from now?" Reef raised his eyes to observe Sheehan, then he gently replied, "Why? Trying to recruit me?" Sheehan bluntly replied, "That's right. If I missed out on you, or you missed out on me, wouldn't we regret next time?" Reef earnestly replied, "In my heart, I've always had one belief, and that is principles and impartiality. Everyone should have equal privileges and rights, even a storyline character. I firmly believe, everyone has a good side to them. As long as we don't give up on them and trust them, then justice and integrity would never die. I'll definitely make genuine companions." As he speaked on, Reef's voice steadily turned passionate. Sheehan carefully listened, before he hung down his eyes and replied, "I can only say, I do agree with some of your ideologies." Reef shook his head. "This world is filled with evil, but we cannot be influenced by it. Instead, we must cleanse it." Sheehan suddenly asked, "You should be of an European nobility origin in the present world, right?" Reef snorted coldly. "That's right. Are you going to follow that up with the stereotype, horse rider, delusional mental patient?" Sheehan very honestly replied, "No. What I want to say is, a dead person carries neither righteousness nor evil, only by living can one purify the evil. If you come with me, at least, you'll be able to live longer." Reef resentfully continued, "What if in the future, I'm bent on disagreeing with your plans?" Without hesitation, Sheehan declared, "If there are circumstances that harms your interests, then I'll try to amend my plans. Just like that time with Bayes." Reef suddenly felt a stifling sensation. For a person with deep-rooted beliefs and conviction like him, he had always been questioned by others, and would always be faced with rebellious behavior and frustration. He was about to dispute and leave, but at this very moment, he couldn't help recalling the moment of Tulip's betrayal. The deadly despair he felt. That hopeless loneliness, the desperation that even breathing had lost its meaning. That sudden outstretched hand of hope and warmth. That security descending down from the heavens. In that instance, Reef turned silent. His heart was always loyal, the grace showered on him, he would always remember, etched within his memory. Therefore, his original notion of breaking off the relation with a rupture was stored back in, but still, he was reluctant to admit his mistake. "Fine, if you're really forming a party, then count me in. But remember, if not for my own desire for knowing what a genuine second lieutenant's party would be like, I would have never agreed." Sheehan smiled lightly. He stretched his hand out to pat his shoulder, leisurely speaking. "You've made a wise decision. Just think about it really, just think about it and you'll realize. Out of all the contestants, trying to join a party with a formidable MT is already excruciatingly rare. But for us, we actually have two mighty MTs. What sort of composition is this? Such an attractive idea of such a solid party. Under the heavens, what challenges can't we conquer?" As Sheehan proclaimed boldly, his eyes ignited with a passion named ambition. To increase his persuasiveness, he raised his hands mightily. His background the vast, inexhaustible black dome of stars. It was like he was about to grip the entire universe in his hands, an outrageous defiance. As Reef listened on, he himself couldn't keep his blood from boiling within. He knew that he was a rarely seen MT, thus he understood this party composition of two MTs, in the current development phase, was indeed a terribly exceptional event. How many others would scramble madly for this unattainable goal? With his very thinking, even the specks of twinkling stars became extremely glaring within Sheehan's palm, causing him to reflexively squint his eyes. A strange, unfathomable, spontaneous spark jolted up his heart. As time rolled on, their visions gradually turned fuzzy, and finally blackening out. When they regained their visions, they were already separated, and back inside their respective personal rooms. Once Xian returned, the slut Jin Kuang immediately, with saliva splashing, announcing to start seeking for huge business opportunities. He started fiddling with those earthen jars and pots of his, continuing his experiments in high spirits. No one knew who his next victim would be. Xian was completely speechless towards this ancestral goblin, but he couldn't help it, only able to sigh as the experimental smoke and flames burnt against his deformed wall. He secretly lamented, of course without letting Jin Kuang know, if not that slut was bound to ask for certain remunerations for his psychological trauma. At this moment, the nightmare imprint transmitted Reef's voice. "Seaman, hurry up and gather here. Let's settle this party thing first. Xian was roused, instantly leaving towards the realm space. To create a new party should be like applying for the military, requiring to ride that elevator towards the roof of the realm. While waiting for Reef, Xian remembered he still had 2 free attribute points to add. As he was about to allocate them to physique, he suddenly noticed another attribute. That was strength. At present, Xian's strength attribute without any equipment bonus had already reached 18 points. A servant's capabilities are incorporated with the master's attributes. For a person that would have to tank the front lines for prolonged periods of time, concentrating solely on physique wasn't really a good idea. In Harry Potter's world, that insanely destructive crushing damages done by the mountain troll had taught Xian this lesson well. Moreover, from the nightmare imprint, Xian knew that crushing abilities took utmost precedence in battle data. It actually wasn't affected by the 40% battle limitation set by the realm between contestants. From here, investing precious attribute points into strength was definitely essential. At least, one had to avoid enemies from dealing crushing damages. But more critically, if he allocated the 2 free attribute points into strength, his pure strength would reach 20 points. Furthermore, he vividly remembered. After his pure physique had reached 20 points, he received an additional bonus from the nightmare realm. From this perspective, if his pure strength reached 20 points, then surely he would be entitled to a bonus. Chapter 62, Establishing Party Mission. Chapter 62, Establishing Party Mission. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. When Xian's pure strength was raised to 20 points, he received a notification: your basic attribute, strength, has reached 20 points. You receive additional basic attribute bonus, please select within 10 seconds. Basic attribute bonus I, passive, Fatman. Apart from damage output, other aspects regarding the strength attribute receives a 5 points bonus. For example, to wear a 25 points equipment would now only require 20 points of strength to equip. The same goes for a 25 points ability scroll. When determining crushing damages, a 26 points strength contestant would be able to deal crushing damages to a 15 points strength opponent, but damage output would still be based on 26 points of strength. B. Basic attribute bonus I, passive, muscle baron. Your muscles can effectively protect your body. Explosive strike rate dealt to you will be lowered by 10%. If an explosive strike still occurs, its damage will be reduced by 20%. Xian lingered between both options for a long time. But after recalling the previous world, the devastating Zergling Sea, the main problem was the fear of explosive strikes dealt by the Zerglings. If he could have suppressed those explosive strikes, then probably, he had a good chance of lasting 50% longer within the Zergling Sea. From a deeper perspective, with the mechanics of his innate ability, endurance, no matter if he was battling with contestants or against storyline characters, the high damage sustained from every explosive strike was indeed Xian's thorn in the flesh. Thus, Xian chose option B, Muscle Baron. This was equivalent to having sort of a protective charm with him. After his brief decision, Reef had already rushed over from his personal room. After seeing his hasty state, Xian couldn't help asking what was stalling him. Reef panted as he replied. Of course it is about forging. Although to treat Bei's limbs we had expanded quite a handful of Pandora crystals, but Mojencha managed to supply me with an adequate amount from his relentlessly harvesting drone. Realizing that Reef was indeed an expert in the art of refinery and forging, Xian immediately produced his white-grade brass knuckles, consulting with Reef. Reef looked on with amazement. This should have been done by an expert forger. He could even bring out the resistive property, and add onto your white-grade brass knuckles. Only a talent in forging is capable of that. The process of drawing and installing the additional property has a high chance in damaging the equipment. As they conversed while walking, they arrived at the marketplace of the nightmare realm. They stepped into the tentacle elevator and swiftly ascended to the roof. A metallic hexagon chamber greeted them. Presently, there were 3 others ahead of them accessing the metallic chamber. In the meantime, no one else could enter. Sheehan seized this opportunity to produce his black-grade troll's leather, allowing Reef to see if he could forge out something. After Reef examined it, he nodded as he inquired if Sheehan possessed any more materials. Sheehan pondered for a moment before searching within the interspatial area of his nightmare imprint. Previously, he had slaughtered an astonishing amount of zerglings with his Prometheus 3 flamethrower. Hence, he managed to acquire quite a number of rare carapace shells even though the drop rate wasn't considered high. After identifying these carapace shells as materials, their quality were more or less dark blue grade. Apart from leaving 2 pieces for the pragmatic slut, Jean Kwong, he offered the rest to Reef. Upon viewing them, Reef expressed his satisfaction as he chose several better condition pieces, and returned 3 to 4 to Sheehan. At this moment, the 3 other contestants in front of them stood up. They appeared like they were done with their matters. As they walked out, they casually discussed amongst themselves. Because every contestant had a shadow enshrouding their faces, it was impossible to recognize their features. Sheehan could only eavesdrop on their conversation. Finally promoted to a rank 3 party. Man, this was F*** King Hard. Carter, you didn't die in vain. Why didn't Boss settle this himself? It seems like he refuses to see anyone recently. I heard it's because of a woman. Remember that fierce woman, Fu Liana? I heard our boss was entangled with her previously. But I heard she is dead. For F*** sake, dying is totally common in the realm. Isn't it just a woman? If Boss is willing, I can find him 100 in Amsterdam. You blockheads that only think with your reproductive organ. I suddenly recalled, even though Fu Liana is dead, previously Boss managed to secretly bind a Horcrux on her. Horcrux? That same object that Lord Voldemort uses in Harry Potter. Wow, Boss is really willing to part with his treasures. Yes. Recently, Boss should be anxiously engaged in a mission to revive with the Horcrux. As the 3 strolled further away, their voices were slowly drowned out. Sheehan took a deep breath. Rank 3 party. Boss. Horcrux. Metals Professor, Fu Liana. As the seemingly irrelevant words connected together, waves of shock rippled against Sheehan. It was like gulping down a mouthful of 56 degrees ergwota liquor, then munching on a snow-white dried garlic. The spicy burning sensation mixing together, as it wreaked havoc from the tip of the tongue all the way down the throat, with you ending up with a belly of fire. Interesting. Sheehan's lips curled into a sly smile. The faint burning fervor of his blood once again skyrocketed within him. This wasn't fear, instead it was an immense excitement at the prospect of a massive challenge. This maddening sensation had been reignited from the depths of his soul once again, flooding throughout his body, before leaving. What's wrong? Reef questioned as he saw Sheehan daydreaming. Nothing. Sheehan obviously couldn't explain this. The Metals Professor was no Voldemort. To revive her was no easy feat, but so what if she managed to? He couldn't determine what others wanted to do, but what he could do was to rapidly evolve himself. While thinking, the 2 of them entered into the metallic chamber. After passing through a green laser scanner, they sat down on a metallic chair at the end of the chamber. A screen appeared in front of them. Contestant No.1018, analyzing, confirming identity. Your current nightmare imprint rank is at 2nd Lieutenant. Your current achievement value is 52 points. Here are the following services. A. Purchase military rank related items. Detailed list of purchasables. B. Assess military rank relevant classified information. Requires a fixed fee. C. Application to establish a party. D. Acquire military rank allowance. Current allowance, free purchasement of 1 military rank item. Item must be within the scope of your rank. E. Receive a military rank mission. Presently, no relevant mission. F. Withdraw current party. Not applicable for now, you are part of a temporary party. G. Others. Because Reef was still part of the temporary party with Xian, upon seeing that long list of options, he exposed a tremendously shocked expression. After Xian asked, he realized a reserve duty second lieutenant only had 3 options available to them. A. Purchase military rank-related items. B. Application to establish a party. C. Others. Just based on this alone, one could tell those vast difference between a genuine second lieutenant and a reserve duty one. Xian wasn't in a hurry to establish his party. He had previously acquired an unknown object, Blade Empress's hair, from the recent world. After suggesting a trade, he received 2 choices. Selling it. Receive 10,000 utility points. B. Donating it to the realm. Receive 2 achievement points. Currently, he knew the importance of achievement points. Naturally, he chose the charity option. After his achievement value was raised to 54 points, he then selected the option to establish a party. He received a list of notification. You can establish a lowest rank party. Party core members are limited to 3 people. Ordinary members are limited to 10 people. Temporal members are limited to 20 people. You can buy the party prestige from the realm to expand these figures. You can appoint a vice head, but his rank must be at least a sergeant. Appointing it will consume a little achievement point. Please give your party a name. If you skip this step, a serial number will be assigned to your party instead. For some unknown reason, or demons and gods at work, one word gently drifted out from his mouth. Ace. Immediately after, Xian was momentarily stupefied. Because after confirming, he received a shocking notification. Confirm establishment of party. You will instantly receive an establishing party mission. During this mission, normally your lives wouldn't be in danger. Yet ultimately, the mission assessment will determine your welfare provided and the party's ability. Witnessing that, both Xian and Reef were dumbstruck. It seemed like for a genuine second lieutenant to establish a party, it was pretty rare. Therefore, even Reef hadn't heard of such a regulation before. Chapter 63, Method to Awaken the Innate. Chapter 63, Method to Awaken the Innate. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. Witnessing that, both Xian and Reef were dumbstruck. It seemed like for a genuine second lieutenant to establish a party, it was pretty rare. Therefore, even Reef hadn't heard of such a regulation before. Xian inquired further. Is it only me that can participate in the mission, or can others participate as well? Very quickly, he got his answer. Maximum quota of 5 people, but mission difficulty will increase linearly based on man count. Obviously, Xian couldn't take on this establishing party mission now. He had just returned from a nightmare world. Even though his body was fine, as a result of mental exhaustion, his mind was on the verge of snapping like a bowstring. He definitely had to rest and rejuvenate his mind, if not, he would crumble under the fatigue. Fortunately, he wasn't posed with a time limit for this mission. After resting to optimal condition, he could still challenge it. Xian and Reef then returned below and went their separate ways. Sadly, Xian had no additional equipments to sell inside the marketplace. This was the shortcoming of a party. Because of the scarcity of equipments in the realm, most equipments would be partitioned and distributed amongst members. Only a few would be actually converted into cash. Fortunately, according to Reef, the troll's leather would be processed by the time he entered the realm again. He still had a chance for good protective equipment. It could be counted as a minor improvement to his powers, and improve his scoring for the establishing party mission. Moreover, in the previous world, Xian had realized one thing. That his genetic mix had proved to be exceedingly useful, and could even be sold for several thousands of utility points. However, all his concocting materials, like the bear flesh powder, raptor flesh powder, and fox flesh powder, were completely depleted. Hence, Xian was still brooding over how he could restock when he returned to the present world. As he was about to separate with Reef, Reef suddenly spoke. I heard from Mogentia, your innate ability hadn't been awakened in the present world. Xian was abruptly stunned. His ability, endurance, not being awakened had constantly been pricking at him. It was because of his innate ability being limited. Xian was still apprehensive about suffering from the concentrated fires from automatic rifles. Hence, he hadn't found Huashan Fei for revenge. But if he could gain his innate ability in the present world, complemented by his outstanding 23 points of physique, naturally Huashan Fei would be nothing in his eyes. However, this was something innate in an individual, and was classified as a private matter. Truthfully, Sheehan understood that Reef was the best teacher in this aspect, but he still felt rather inappropriate to ask. If he became excessively demanding just because he was another's life savior, then this would defeat the purpose of friendly relations. But now that Reef proactively raised it, then naturally he wouldn't let this go. Yes, what you said is correct. Sheehan immediately seized the chance. I can't think of a way to awaken my innate ability, please advise me. Reef pondered for a moment before replying. Innate awakening varies from person to person. I can't tell the triggering factor, but can only tell you my personal experience. Until here, he spread apart his forehead showing the tip of his hairline. There was a scar over there. When I was 13, I got caught up inside an extremely severe car accident. My forehead was completely shattered, and I laid in the hospital for half a year. I had completely lost all consciousness, and only discovered that my resistive ability was noticeably stronger after waking up. Sheehan was shocked, then he forced out a bitter smile. Obviously I can't purposefully throw myself into a car accident, and it has to be an intense one. Reef nodded as he replied sincerely. As for Mojencha and many other gunmen, even they do not know when they awaken their innate ability. Because for shooting, it is similar to muscle memory in sports like basketball and football. One has to feel it within their limbs themselves. Perhaps, Mojencha had a sudden brilliance of inspiration, or forced into desperation before he managed to awaken his innate, beastly instincts. During my stint as party leader previously, many others were willing to confide in me and told me their stories. The eventual conclusion I derived with was, for anyone with an innate ability, whatever it pertains to, most of them went through painstaking, arduous training. Speaking till here, Reef turned around as he sincerely stared at Sheehan. What I want to ask is, have you ever trained your resistive ability in the present world? Sheehan was momentarily stumped. With that statement, it was like a sharp blade stabbing into his heart. Or an electric shock, illuminating the dark path ahead. No, I haven't. Sheehan miserably shook his head. Honestly, I've been tied down by many things in the present world, I don't have any time to concentrate on that. I'm afraid as for this time, my main priority would be to see for materials to concoct my mixes. Because I expended most of my materials in the previous world by mixing a massive amount of genetic dosages. Reef frowned. What kind of materials do you need? Sheehan then explained in full details. Reef let out a breath after listening fully. Why didn't you mention earlier? Brown bears, raptors, and foxes, right? I'll just get someone to gather for you. But those cannot be brought into the realm. Where do you stay in the present world? I'll get my butler to deliver it. Sheehan naturally felt elated from this news. He was waiting for this statement from Reef for far too long. With such a noble and righteous ideology, this Reef definitely was brainwashed since young. To be able to shine brightly with trust and kindness without being influenced inside such a terribly twisted and, every man for himself, place like the nightmare realm, undoubtedly, only a virtuous European household would be able to nurture out such noble thinking and mannerism. As for the wealthy backing of such noble households, Sheehan believed finding those wild creatures wouldn't be a huge problem. After contemplating for a moment, he replied. Get your butler to deliver directly to 14th Street, Big Wave Bay, Hong Kong, addressed to Lady Jessica, should be fine. Reef replied. No problem, I'll try and get them to send it within 7 days. Apart from that, if you wish to train your resistive capabilities, then I suggest heading for Thailand. Although the Thais have a smaller body frame, their martial arts are savagely violent. Although it may not deal much damage to us, but their training methods may prove useful. Otherwise, you can try Siberia's death concentration camp. In the harsh conditions of the high altitude and severe winter, training your body will do you a whole load of good. If you get a chance to wrestle others there, then undoubtedly, your improvements would be immense. Finally, you can try Tibet, China. Due to the high altitude there, the oxygen in the air is low. Even staying there is a form of training and can greatly enhance your body. You can agitate those wild yaks to ram against you in the high plains, or attempt to climb the highest mountains there with your bare hands. It will help you train up your inner resistance. Reef diligently offered the 3 places to Sheehan. Naturally those places were areas he previously trained in before. Sheehan was filled with gratitude. After considering, he decided to head over to Thailand first. Firstly, it wasn't very far from Hong Kong, and secondly, Sheehan was pretty familiar with Thailand already. If he wanted to find social connections, it would be pretty simple. At this moment, Xian suddenly recalled he still had a silver storyline equipment that hadn't been appraised on hand. This was that rare elite Hydralisk Boilings drop loot, that acid gland. After appraising it, if it wasn't useful, then he could just trade it away. Thus, he first thought of getting Jinquang to appraise. But after thinking of him, he had a slight fear of being cheated. Hence, he gritted his teeth and decided to spend some utility points to display within the marketplace, wishing that he could once again meet another pitiful soul who was in urgent need to raising his appraising ability. Although the chances of that was low, it was better than that crafty Jinquang. Regarding the address that Xian gave to Reef, it was the private property of that mixed blood, Jessica. That property was an inheritance left behind by her granny. Currently, after inquiring with the realm, he realized that the probability of contestants dropping a key after being murdered in the present world was identical to a free world setting. Based on their current relationship, it would do no good for Reef to try and pull a fast one. Moreover, he was someone that possessed such a noble and righteous heart. Hence, the chances of Reef investigating on Jessica, and finally ambushing him was as good as zero. Thus, Xian was extremely willing to divulge this news to him. After confirming his plans, Xian immediately chose to leave the realm. He first sent a text to Jessica, something came up, a friend will send some wild creatures over, help me keep them. Jessica very straightforwardly acknowledged him. After a short conversation, Xian realized she was still a student. Recently, her exams were nearing, and she had to study. Probably due to the recent news of typhoon approaching, Xian was consecutively rejected by 3 to 4 past connections when asked to travel to Thailand. Of course, he could still access illegal smuggling methods, hosted in shoddy areas like bars, discos, brothels etc. He would only have to mix with several others. However, when he attempted to pay $100 small fee inside a bar named Green Beer, he was let down once again. But suddenly, someone called out from the side. Isn't this Yen's son? TN, son in this context is used in the same context as, bro, lad etc. Chapter 64, Bars Lethal Weapon Chapter 64, Bars Lethal Weapon translated by, Chua edited by, TN, XRCO, and Alcasar. Xian turned around, only to see a golden-haired fella that seemed to be in his mid-30s standing by the side. Wearing a leather jacket outside, he had a black elastic singlet inside, his muscles bulging out distinctly. Xian recognized him, he was called Bao Tianshan. He loved others to call him Baoyu, abalone, bro. He was one of those despicable sort that didn't work without money, and if there was money, he wouldn't work wholeheartedly. Xian didn't have the time to bicker with him, he quietly replied. Brother Baoyu, let's have a drink next time. After speaking, he proceeded to exit. Instead, Baoyu took a glass of beer and obstructed Xian, exposing his yellowish teeth as he laughed. I heard you offered that fan tong, rice bowl, $30,000 to find your old man. Then what about your other brothers? That rice bowl Baoyu was talking about was actually the boss of a casino. Xian had previously looked to Fan Jun to search for the others. The boss was a man of principles. Even though he conducted a shady business, his reputation was well known and he was very well informed. Xian had sought his help in finding Uncle Desai and the rest. Xian had plenty of money on hand, moreover he was a contestant that didn't really require money, thus he could treat money like dirt, and casually throw out $30,000. He never expected this news to spread so quickly. After Xian heard Baoyu was trying to hint at something, he halted his steps. My brothers. I have loads of them, from here all the way to Istanbul. Which one are you referring to? Baoyu shook his beer bottle, hiccuping as he spoke. Obviously that lackey of yours. Xian's pupils shrank. Lackey. Are you talking about Sanzi? Sanzi had always admired Xian, hence whenever Xian had to leave for a voyage in the past, he would always want to follow him. Xian similarly wanted to create some connections for him. Therefore after a period of time, Sanzi was recognized by others as his lackey, however he remained joyous and easygoing. Baoyu sneered. That's right, I saw him today, do you want to know where? Xian turned sharply, his voice turning serious. Speak. Baoyu quietly sneered, gesturing the universal money hand gesture. Xian reached into his pockets, without counting at all, he stashed it into Baoyu's hands. booming with an oppressive voice. Speak. Seeing the notes, Bao Yu's face turned green. They were actually American dollars. His eyes sparkled with greed, plucking against the notes. Upon hearing Xian's oppressive voice, he licked his lips with his fat pink tongue, raising his brows as he teased out. All right, fine, fine, I saw that lackey in the afternoon, Brother Sanzi, right? He was taken away by Pangxie, Crab Bro at Temple Street. Crab Bro. Xian was confused. Who's that? HNH. Bao Yu snorted mockingly, raising his brows as he replied in a mysterious tone. Yen son, you haven't been here for so long, so you don't know, right? Crab, that scoundrel, stepped over his big brother * to ascend to his position not long ago. I heard he's even in cahoots with those jerks from Vietnam and Myanmar. His prices are the same, but the purity instead he much higher than others. His henchmen distributed the goods incredibly fast, fueling his position ridiculously high. None of the farts recognize his boss anymore. TN, * big brother here refers to his boss. After gathering the information he needed, Xian no longer stayed to thrash talk with him, flicking his hand as he left. Instead, Bao Yu pulled Xian back, splashing out with his saliva. Oi oi oi, Yen son, where's the information fee? Xian had plentiful experience with the society. He knew this good-for-nothing was eyeing his money, yet his worry for Sanzi was building up rapidly. Without bullshitting any further, he threw him another stack of notes and turned tail to leave. Bao Yu, noticing that Xian still had abundant cash on hand, his eyes flickered with covetous greed as he signaled towards his two underlings. Suddenly, from the corner, they raised an icy cold beer bottle and rushed forward, smashing down straight towards Xian's head. At present, Xian's mind was wholeheartedly distracted by Sanzi. Moreover, he was in the present world, his guard was done and he completely treated Bao Yu like a worthless ant. The icy cool beer swooped down with an oppressive sound, smashing directly against the back of his head. Piank! The beer bottle shattered into 1,000 glass shards, spaying in all directions. The beer soaking everyone near the area. Xian didn't possess his endurance body, as dark fresh blood streamed down from his scalp. However, to him, it felt just like a slightly dizzy superficial wound. It opposed Bao Yu's expectation, where he would collapse right away. Upon seeing his underling landing the strike, Bao Yu's heart flushed with glee. Instead, he saw Xian turning around fiercely, staring down at him with a murderous gaze, as though he wanted to devour him alive. Bao Yu was also one that didn't shrink away from any crime, killing and robbing, everything he did. But strangely, he couldn't help curling in fear under Xian's piercing glare. He immediately turned towards the surrounding audience, shouting out frantically. Everyone capture him, he is wanted by Crab Bro. After Sanzi was captured, Crab Bro took out half a kilo of goods to share with everyone. After we capture this bumpkin, we won't need to worry about our supplies in the next year. Xian's head dipped but his eyes glared upwards against beneath his drenched hair. His fist was clenched, and trembling slightly. Not because he was afraid, but because of hate. A fiery hatred similar to a dragon being disturbed. Because Xian's reverse scale was his loved ones. Restrain yourself, don't let your identity be exposed, endure, to hell with that. My own kind being betrayed and captured, letting this shitty good-for-nothing defecate all over me. After Bao Yu's deafening roar, 5 to 6 other tattooed hooligans rolled their sleeves up, raising their beer bottles as they surrounded Xian. Xian gently raised his head, maintaining an expressionless look. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Xian's expression was still. But unbeknownst why, his aura induced a sickening fear in Bao Yu's heart. A hooligan cursed his mother as he struck in with his bottle. Xian abruptly swung out his right fist. Piank, cleanly sweeping the beer aside, as it shattered after landing on the ground. His fist carrying an unstoppable might in the midst of the shattering glass, as he heavily pounded against that guy's left cheek. Instantaneously, that hooligan was lifted from the impact, his neck twisted into a horrifying awkward arc, his face facing 180 degrees to the back. Blood gushed out along with his pink tongue, extending half an inch out of his mouth. Xian's punch carried such ferocity, that his left cheekbone was totally shattered, even his neck had snapped. Everything happened so quickly, the other hooligans hadn't had the time to realize his insane might. They roared loudly as they charged forward. Consecutive bottles smashed down onto Xian's head, a random stool crushed against Sheehan's back. As if nothing happened, Sheehan blatantly drilled a kick into a hooligan's stomach. After the kick landed, everything within his stomach, air, gastric juice, even the drunk and semi-digested food sprayed out wildly. His stomach instantly ruptured, his eyes seemed like they were going to pop from the pressure. Not even a sound could come out from his mouth, as he flew 5 to 6 meters, landing against and scattering the tables and stools into a massive mess. His limbs remained motionless, his mouth frothing with repulsive meal remains, mixed with fresh blood. But the dark red blood streamed out like a tap, soaking his entire face. Another hooligan had much better luck. Considered as the second wave of attack, before he could strike Sheehan after cursing, F*** your wife, he was already sent flying with a punch to his right shoulder. Everything turned muffled, as he collapsed onto the ground, rolling in agony as he wailed out in misery. Everyone could clearly see, that was a distinct depression in that kid's right shoulder. In that instance, his right shoulder was clearly lower than his left by 2 centimeters. His shoulder blade and 2 of his ribs had broken, the rib bone piercing his lungs, as he wheezed violently, coughing out crimson blood. These hooligans had been served a stern warning by Sheehan. However, the underlings under Baoyu were no cowards, anyway, getting caught for selling heroin was much harsher. A hooligan whipped out an army knife, stabbing straight against Sheehan. Unexpectedly, Sheehan was even too lazy to dodge the knife, allowing himself to be stabbed, as he gripped his wrist instead, twisting it mercilessly like twisting a cloth. The hooligan's wrist rotated a full 180 degrees, his eyes swelling with anguish. After a brief stunned expression, he cried out in agony. Sheehan then gave him a tight slap, as he stumbled to the ground. Rolling several rounds along the floor, he covered his face in despair, as blood trickled out from his ears. As Baoyu witnessed this scene unfolding, he was so afraid his eyes turned blank. Yet, he had killed others before, gritting his teeth as he reached out from a pistol at his waist. Instead, a shadow casted over his vision, before a body crashed down against him. Startled and off guard, he tried to block with his hands but still sprawled to the ground from the impact. When he finally stood up, Sheehan was already behind him with a mighty hand locked against his wrist. Sheehan coldly started. "Bao Tianchen, you want to kill me with this gun?" Thinking that Sheehan was only a loose vessel and not someone that associated with an underground organization, Baoyu defiantly roared out. "If you dare, kill me." Sheehan calmly replied. "Of course, but not you only, I'll kill everyone." Chapter 65, Following the Vine to Find the Melon. Chapter 64, Following the Vine to Find the Melon. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcázar. A frightening chill gripped Baoyu's heart. Turning down to look at that corpse that collided against him, he saw a gruesome distorted neck, its long tongue rolled out. It was that AFA that followed him for years. From the state he was in, it was impossible that he survived. That piercing chill soared crazily within him, his body shivering uncontrollably. That demanding mighty hand controlled his own hand, forcing himself to point his own gun at his own temple. "I've always been a fair person, you want to gun me down, right?" Sheehan composedly pronounced Baoyu's fate. Baoyu finally pleaded in fear. "Don't please. Bro Yen, I was wrong." Bang. Baoyu's pleading wails were cut off by the gunfire, his blood and brain juice forming a puddle. Actually, these fatal brawling scenes were a frequent occurrence here. Most of the other bar patrons had fled long ago. Hence, there were no panicked cries, or frantic shouts for help. That brutal ruthlessness had welled up inside his heart, pouring out without restraint. Presently, whatever hiding his contestant traces had been tossed far behind his mind. As for getting involved with the police, he completely couldn't care less. If he was so prudent to the extent his hatred couldn't be appeased, and he couldn't protect his own family, then so what if he possessed unparalleled strength? Sheehan casually tossed aside the pistol, marching out in huge strides as he left tragic bloodied footprints trailing him. As he walked on, the blood trail expired. After killing 4, Sheehan's fiery hatred had not been extinguished, in fact it was being fueled. That murderous intent induced by harming his family, how could it be simply appeased by a Baoyu? If Crab didn't die, and Sanzi wasn't safely rescued, his hatred would never die down. Ignoring the gasps as he walked towards the street, he flagged a cab. "Temple Street." "Thanks, hurry a little." Half an hour later, Sheehan got down from the cab, leaving behind a note as he closed the door. He wasn't familiar with Temple Street, however, he understood how this kind of places worked. With a huge crowd, crooks mixed in with honest folks, it was bustling with activity. This crab bro actually dared to betray his big brother, and had relations with the Veets. Definitely his name would be known here. Sheehan leisurely halted someone, stuffing $100 into his pockets, and he already knew that this crab was currently inside Dafa gambling den. Sheehan nodded his head after getting the gambling den's address. He headed off. The gambling den was located at a remote side alley, with a grocery store sign as concealment. Outside stood two huge brutes, smoking their cigarettes, observing around after every few minutes. Yet even the police understood the logic of the water that is too clear has few fishes. At most, this was just the calm before the storm. Sheehan strided towards them. The two brutes would often experience uninvited gambling addicts. Without giving him any attention, they carried on with their chatter, treating Sheehan as fart. After Sheehan entered the gambling den, he realized this place was honestly miserably small. It only had 2 rooms, probably the dormitory of the previous grocery store's owner. Within them it was congested with 5 to 6 round tables. The smoky fumes polluted the air. Sheehan wasn't able to advance further without hindrance. A fat man smoking his cigarette walked in front of Sheehan, speaking out with a menacing tone. "Who are you? What did you want?" Sheehan replied gently. "Is Crab around?" "Pooey." That fat man snorted and spat, raising his chin and pressing his middle finger onto Sheehan's chest. "You think Crab Bro's name is something you can say?" As he spoke, he threw away his cigarette and slapped across Sheehan's face. Sheehan instantly caught his wrist, pressing down slowly with increased strength. The fat man started breaking out in cold sweat, turning around as he yelled out pitifully. "Dolly, Heisey. Hurry and chop him. Get Crab Bro to come." At this moment, every gambler had turned to face this commotion with a surprised expression. Sheehan remained peaceful. An outsider's grudges, those who don't wish for blood to spray against them, scram immediately. The bunch of gamblers immediately started dispersing in confusion, flocking out like bees. They were here just for entertainment and did not wish to get implicated. Even if they were just a spectator and needed to be a witness for the police, it was troublesome and bad luck. Not even a minute later, the place was emptied out with the exception of Crab's underlings. Sheehan raised his head, his lips curling into a smile. "So you guys are Crab's underlings?" Crack. His voice hadn't faded yet, but was instantly interrupted with a clear, crisp sound from the tightly gripped wrist of the fat man. The sound of his wrist being forcefully fractured. Following that, a furious grunt sounded from behind, with a solid steel rod swinging down onto Sheehan's head. Sheehan leaked out a vicious glare, shooting his palm out towards his face. A steel rod and a palm. Which was stronger, which was lighter? Everyone easily chose the steel rod. Yet, the cruel fact was the person shouldering the force of the steel rod stood harmlessly still, while the one facing the palm was thrown back by 2 meters, blood flowing out from his eyes, nose and ears. Even his neck was slightly twisted. It seemed like the neck bone had snapped. That one slap shook the entire audience. Following that, another disbelieving thug charged towards him. Without exception, Sheehan instantly slaughtered him with a single movement. Moreover, it was a gruesome, internal organ-rupturing death. After the death count had soared to 4 people in this house, the remaining 2 thugs were frightened stiff, crying desperately as they begged for mercy. Strictly speaking, they were pretty remarkable. In ancient warfare, an ordinary army fleet would lose their morale even after a third had perished. To endure psychologically even after half had perished was remarkable. Yet these 2 thugs managed to keep up their mentality until 66% of them had been dispatched off. They could be already hailed as a courageous soldier, that was if they were in the military. Sheehan swiped away the blood on his hand, his voice had cold as ice. "Do you wish to die or live? It's very simple. Make a call and get Crab over here. Whatever it takes, if you wish to lie or speak the truth, it's up to you. When Crab arrives, I'll let you off. But if you wish to die, that's very simple. I'll only wait for 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, I'll kill one." Soon, Crab hastily rushed into the gambling den. It was like the 2 thugs had seen their parents, opening their mouths as they released a cringing cry. Then they hurriedly scrambled away from Sheehan's presence. Crab was a buff brute. He had triangular eyes, partitioned eyebrows, thick lips, appearing rather uncouth. Upon entering the den and seeing his men sprawled across the floor, and the gruesome state of their corpses, his expression changed. Instantly reaching for his waist, obviously for his gun. He wasn't alone, beside him were two fierce massive dudes. They had a wrinkled face, dark skin, and calluses covered their fingers, indicated their experience with the gun. Similarly, they pulled out their guns. Taking aim. Sheehan was only 5 to 6 meters away from them, brazenly sitting on the chair beside him, allowing the 3 black barrels to aim at himself. He was fearful of gunfire without his innate ability, but only from semi-automatic rifles. Instead, his physique not was as domineering as 23 points, his health 330 points. Moreover, he had roughly 32% of damage reduction defense. As for these measly 0.38 centimeters caliber pistols, he completely disregarded them. Who are you? Why did you come here for? Because he was the one with the gun, Crabbe spoke with a disdainful low tone. Leaning on the chair, Sheehan lazily replied. A guy named Sansi, he is with you, right? Crabbe's eyes flashed a glint, the two gunners behind him flashed a look at each other. He sneered slyly. That's right. That little scoundrel, after kicking him a little and stuffing his head into a bucket for several minutes, he even divulged the color of his mother's undies. I reckon he is still crying right now. Sheehan's clutched on the chair tightened, but replied with a cool tone. How did you catch him? Crabbe snorted loudly. It is me with the gun pointing at you. You think you're the CIA, taking my record? Sheehan played down his tone. You think that by pointing your gun at me, you're safe? Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, throwing the chair beneath his butt towards them. Crabbe scrambled to dodge pathetically. Instead, the two gunmen seemed to be rather decisive. With their years of rich experience, they pulled the trigger without hesitation. The piercing gunfire echoed within the room. Sheehan only covered his head, charging explosively like a wild beast. Throwing a fist straight to a gunner's chest. Instantly, that familiar bone-cracking sound emerged, forming a deep depression at his chest. Pooh! From his mouth, blood and dull red disintegrated organ fragments sprayed out. His face was brimming with anger and disbelief. Without even feeling the pain yet, he was terminated. The other guy only lasted for another 3 seconds. Emptying his cartridge against Sheehan, before frantically cutting down against Sheehan with the pistol shaft. Sheehan raised his head viciously, as the pistol broke upon impact, but only cut a small wound on Sheehan's scalp. Sending a kick up his calf, he released a mournful shriek. Chapter 66, Killing 1 in 10 Steps. Chapter 66, Killing 1 in 10 Steps. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. The kick appeared to be rather light, yet upon impact, his bone arched 90 degrees forward as an eerie white bone splintered out. The gunner rolled on the floor as he wailed in agony, beads of cold sweat rolling down. Retaliation was the last thing on his mind. Sheehan ignored him, stepping over him as he swung his head round and glared at Crabbe. Pardon my lack of manners, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sheehan. My other status is also the older brother of that Sansi you captured. Crabbe staggered back several steps, his face brimming with disbelief. You, how is this possible? Sheehan raised his finger and shook it. Nothing is impossible. This advertising phrase Sheehan borrowed did not carry a single trace of humor. Right, I have to inform you. In the next 10 seconds, if you do not tell me where Sansi is, then get ready to turn into a cripple. Crabbe panted heavily, still feeling secure because of the pistol in his hand. He couldn't understand Sheehan's intentions. Sheehan, a person that always kept to his words. After 10 seconds, the wretched cries of Crabbe reverberated inside the gambling den. His left ankle had been stomped on by Sheehan, instantly decimating his bones, so gory that amputation was the only solution left to it. Even though Crabbe shot another 3 rounds at Sheehan, but to his horror, when a round collided against Sheehan's skull, it bounced off, while the other 2 lodged into his flesh. Yet Sheehan was completely nonchalant, flexing his muscles as the bullet rounds were forcefully propelled out of his flesh. Clank, it bounced against the floor. Such a ridiculously unbelievable scene totally crushed Crabbe's mentality. Hence, without leaving out a single detail, he regurgitated everything to Sheehan. In actual fact, Crabbe had always been receiving his goods from his superior's boss. This extensive hierarchical layers when it reached him, provided only low earnings. In the end, by chance, he got to know several people from the major ring gang. Through them, he was connected to Viets, and they became his supplier. Receiving goods directly now, naturally the money came rolling in. But this matter ultimately couldn't be kept a secret. His big brother got wind of it and wanted to punish him by the books. Crab was no pushover. Fostering assistance from the Viets, he managed to get rid of his big brother. He had guns and money, naturally underlings would pledge their support towards him. Unknowingly, he had gradually turned into the Viets' puppets. As for his 2 bodyguards, they were actually gunmen sent by the Viets. Just a while back, the Viets placed up a wanted list of a bunch of fishermen, scribbling Xian and everyone else's names and features on it. Yesterday, an informant reported sighting of someone they were looking for. When they arrived, Sanzi was coincidentally squatted at a corner wolfing down a bowl of fish balls. Contrary to the details, Sanzi wasn't a coward like what they described, he was exceedingly stubborn. After a day of interrogation, he still didn't utter a single word. Xian managed to obtain the information he desired the most, the location of Sanzi's captivity. It was inside a lavish high-class club not too far from here. Of course, within it were all thugs and scum like Crab. After Crab had lost his usefulness, Xian proceeded to question the other gunman, but the gunman remained tight-lipped. Xian blatantly crushed his neck, and didn't bother sparing Crab even after he begged miserably. He held no mercy for people daring to harm him or his family. After organizing himself, he casually changed into one of the dead man's shirt, because his was tattered from the firing. He wasn't worried that the police would pursue him. For internal conflicts within the underground society, even intense crossfires, several policemen would actually look favorably on it. If those hooligans with guns survived, the policemen would actually be exposing themselves to greater risks when they pursued them, or interfered in gang fights. But even if the police did happen to chance upon here, Xian wasn't worried. Besides, detective shows on televisions were all a farce, and the rate of solving a case was not even 20%. There was no such thing as a freak like Sherlock Holmes, but even if they did trace it back to Xian, the ones worrying wouldn't be him but the policeman. Instead, the lavish club wasn't far from here, it only took him 5 minutes to arrive. After forking a small fee of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, he easily reached the peak of this club. The place gave off a stifling secured feeling. Only 2 kinds of people stayed here, one was distinguished guest, and the other convicts. Naturally, Xian's low-key passage was finally halted by 2 massive security guards. Trying to bribe them was futile. It was like trying to offer them a generous toast, yet they chose to have it splashed against their faces instead. Fortunately, even though Xian was on a killing spree, he wasn't willing to be so lethal on those that were completely unrelated. Hence, he only knocked them out cold. The penthouse had an interior design of a traditional Japanese style. Tatami mats were laid orderly over the ground. The elegant wall partitions along with the flowerbud-shaped lanterns provided a serene atmosphere. Looking carefully, the penthouse had roughly dozens of rooms. Crab had mentioned that they kept Sanzi there for convenience of the Viets to collect him, but he didn't mention his exact detailed location. Xian hadn't anticipated such an immense penthouse. He was afraid that these thugs keeping watch over Sanzi would be startled and harm him, but to search room by room would be extremely inconvenient, just like a mouse trying to pull a tortoise, clueless on where to begin. Helplessly, Xian dragged 2 of the bodyguards in and tried to wake them up. However, his actions were too harsh, and the 2 unlucky brats were totally out cold. After realizing things were going nowhere, he tossed them into random storeroom and allowed them to continue sleeping. Changing into the bodyguard's uniform, he stood at the door awaiting incoming patrons. Normally, things would get heated up only around 6 in the afternoon. It was only mid-noon now, and was still pretty peaceful. After a brief wait, a graceful young woman entered. She was hoisting a tray with a delicate tea set above it. She looked refined and elegant, appearing full of class, probably a server within this penthouse. Xian, upon examining her appearance, walked ahead and obstructed her. "Lady, may I know where Crab Bro stays?" That woman swept through Xian's security guard uniform, and completely ignored him as she continued advancing. Xian was afraid of the repercussions of dragging too long. It wasn't easy to come across her, hence he wouldn't give up so easily. His face turned solemn, and he tugged at her uniform. "Where does Crab stay? Speak." The woman berated him coldly. Xian was instantly stupefied. he didn't expect this woman to be Japanese. Suddenly, two young males in black suits appeared in the passageway ahead. They were casually looking around, and when they saw this commotion, they scolded loudly and rushed here. Because of Xian's action of pulling against the woman's clothes, it was easy for others to misinterpret him trying to take advantage of her. One of the males shouted in Japanese, while the other in Chinese, both trying to get Xian to lay off her. When they reached, they instantly acted. Slaps/fists/kicks, everything happened in a flurry. If Xian was an ordinary person, he would have long ago been beaten down to the ground. Xian initially tried to acknowledge his wrongdoings, he tried dodging and blocking but wasn't willing to retaliate. But once those males realized their fists were landing nothing, they turned furious from shame and drew out a shimmering dagger from their waist. Upon seeing this, Xian's aggression was ignited. "This daddy here, even if I wanted to harass your mother, it doesn't warrant a death right." Although he was unwilling to slaughter his way in, these fools had to trigger his inner ruthlessness. He backed away from the woman, fleeing backwards swiftly. How would they know they were walking towards their own demise? Naturally, they chased him into the storeroom. When they entered, Xian, who was waiting for them, immediately blocked off their way out. The Japanese thrusted his dagger forward. Xian's eyes flickered with a bloodlust chill, extending his fist out to meet the dagger. Bare flesh versus steel. Chapter 67, Brittle Bones. Chapter 67, Brittle Bones. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. As the dagger pressed in, the Japanese man felt an unexplainable massive oppression against his hand. The dagger distorted and flew out of his hand, the webbing between his fingers stained with blood. Yet Xian's fist didn't stop there, whizzing forward with a violent oppression, threatening to explode in the Jap's face. The Jap curled his arms into a perfect defensive posture, like he had gone through wrestling training before. But it was futile. It couldn't even delay the blow slightly. With the might of 4 times the average man, his fist collided heavily. It was identical to fate, nothing could stop it. So what if his defense was perfectly positioned? The Japanese man was instantly sent flying, his head slamming into the wall behind. Slumping to the ground, he left behind an awful sickening blood stain on the wall. If he wasn't dead, he would be crippled at least. After releasing his fist, Xian didn't bother looking at his tragic ending. His feet crossed back towards the door, ceiling of the entrance as he stared at the other shocked personnel. "You wish to live, or die?" The other guy was completely shaken up, he swallowed his saliva and stammered. "Are you from the Four Seas Gang or Heaven Union? Going against our Union Bamboo Gang, the only way out is death." Xian paid no attention to his words, he offered coldly. "Do you know where Crab stays?" "Crab?" This person was confused. Xian continued. "About 30 years old, triangle eye, partition brows, thick lips, looks like he owes a huge amount of money to others." I know. At the end of the corridor to the right." He hurriedly answered. Xian nodded. To prevent unwanted haggling, he knocked him unconscious as he walked out to the corridor. But at the moment he walked out, a chilling voice traveled towards him. "Stop, unless you want your brains to be spilled." Xian frowned, glancing sideways slightly and saw a middle-aged male behind him. The male was pointing a pistol installed with a silencer towards him. That middle-aged male had tremendously steady hands, as though the pistol was a part of his hand, emitted the composure of a serial killer. Xian could feel the influence of the United Bamboo Gang. He had only wished to seek for directions, but landed himself into a mess. If he was alone, then it would be fine. But he was here to rescue Sansi. He had to be cautious in case Sansi became an innocent collateral. Killing one is considered a murderer, killing 10 would also be considered a murderer. Then why not uproot every single hidden danger now, to ensure a clean escape after his rescue? Thinking of that, his eyes blazed for bloodshed, and he halted his footsteps. "Hands behind your head, face the wall and squat," the middle-aged man gently ordered. Xian remained expressionless, following his orders. Someone proceeded to search him, letting him off after confirming he did not have any additional weapon. Then another person walked in with a vexed tone. "Song Xiaojuan and Stone are dead." Actually, Xian only killed that Song Xiaojuan. That Taiwanese named Stone had only fainted, but probably because of the horrid state of Song Xiaojuan, the impression of a cold-blooded killer had already been formed. The middle-aged man wasn't affected the slightest, as though he was so familiar with death. He leads Xian towards the side passage at gunpoint. Go in. Xian had the same sentiments. If he were to start a massacre in the open corridor, he would really disturb the peace here and cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Similarly, the United Bamboo Gang was having the same thoughts. Hence, Xian cooperated fully as he walked along the passage and entered into a room. The room was rather spacious, about 300 square meters. The furniture was pasted to the wall, allowing a broad space in the middle. Just like a performing stage, the floor had a glossy smooth appearance. The glossy wooden flooring had been cleaned thoroughly, even reflecting a person's figure. Opposite the door at the window was a back-facing person dressed in snow-white kimono. He seemed to be appreciating a drawing hung on the wall. To his side was a delicate weapon shelf, displaying an ancient katana. That woman that he had harassed earlier was present and had changed into a kimono, currently bending her back as she poured tea. She was totally focused on the tea, completely uncaring about the current situation. Several people were kneeling inside the room, clad in black suit, white socks with their sandals at the side. Xian caught whiff of an awful stench. Obviously someone here had athlete's foot. Amongst them, a dignified-looking middle-aged male roughly in his 40s, broke the silence. "Huan, what's the matter?" Huan unhurriedly replied. "Chairman, this man killed Song Xiaojuan and Stone. I suspect he is from another gang sent here to spy on our meeting." Xian observed as the last guy entered the room, closing the door shut behind him. His heart was firm. His face turned sullen, as he cracked his neck and started warming up his arms. Huan's berated out furiously. "Stop moving. This is the final warning." Xian replied boldly. "I also issue out my final warning. Anyone who thinks of killing me will die." Upon hearing his words, everyone present leaked out a taunting expression. Only that man clad in snow-white kimono was silent, as though completely engrossed with his painting. He reached out to feel the painting. "Whoa. So fierce. Little shit." Huan mocked sarcastically. "Let me kill you now, let's see how I die." As his words faded, Xian suddenly sprung up like a savagely wild beast. Without hesitation, Huan pressed the trigger. A muffled echo followed by white spiraling fumes filled the room. He could even hear the bullet puncturing into flesh. Blood filled his vision. Yet this man didn't fall. Instead, he faced right up to him. A provocative, overbearing stare pierced insanely towards him. Why isn't he dead? An unfathomable notion filled Huan's mind. His instinctive reaction was to immediately shout for help. But in this instance, Xian's uppercut fist had arrived against his chin. His vocal capabilities had now ceased to exist. That uppercut directly sent Huan flying up, lifting him from the ground highly as he made an awkward flip and crashed to the ground. Huan was a middle-aged male with tall stature. His height was 190 centimeters, trained in fighting and was nearly 90 kilograms. Yet one uppercut sent him up off the ground by half a meter. The formidable might hidden inside the fist was completely out of everyone's imagination. In mid-air, a chunk of flesh like a tongue drifted down. In actual fact, before Xian landed his fist, Huan was about to call for help with his mouth opened. Hence, the moment the tremendous force connected, his jaw shattered, slamming his teeth shut as he chomped against his tongue, severing it completely. Blood and saliva bubbled out from his mouth, his eyes white as he fainted. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer from a severe concussion. At that instant, the others were definitely not idle. They were the elites of the United Bamboo Gang, and were the primary guards of the chairman. Pulling out their guns, they took aim and fired. Their movements were so smooth, it wasn't the least bit inferior to a militant. However, Xian was a person who had battled between life and death in the realm, his combat experience abundant. Why would he just allow them to shoot him idly? While executing his uppercut, he had already prepared his next course of action. After sending Huan flying, he darted towards the nearest gunman behind, punching him in the chest, dragging him to the front, as he used him as a meat shield. Pew 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 pew. The muffled gunfire sounds continued to sound out. Blood sprayed in all directions, holes formed against the wooden walls. In the end, it failed to connect with their target. That unlucky brat that Xian used as hostage was already struggling as death's door after his punch, and instantly gave up as the bullets pierced his body. Xian dragged the corpse as he charged towards the nearest guy. Upon shortening the gap to 3 meters, he flashed out like a demon, sweeping his arm straight against that guy, flipping him into the air, as the poor fella made a 470 degrees flip before landing. Within the next few seconds, the beast-like Xian wreaked havoc within this room. Even though he sustained 3 gunshot wounds, every bullet only dealt a non-threatening 20 damage to him. Yet those that opened fire against him probably wouldn't be able to stand for the rest of their lives. Chapter 68, Katana. Chapter 68, Katana. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Xian surveyed the room, noticing that Japanese still had his back facing them, as though he was completely oblivious. The female, too, was diligently brewing tea without the slightest disturbance. Instead, spilled tea droplets exposed her nervousness. The chairman of the United Bamboo Gang looked at Xian with an ashen expression, his eyes about to pop out. Slapping both hands onto the wooden floor, he exclaimed, "Come, do it. The Four Seas Gang was able to hire a monster like you. It is indeed Gu Yuan's misfortune." The person that Xian just killed was called Huan. As for the chairman, his name was coincidentally Gu Yuan Star. Yet Xian couldn't be bothered with him, casting aside his shirt filled with bullet holes as he stripped off a black suit from one of the corpses, and wore it. Preparing to walk out, the Gu Yuan's eyes widened with shock. T.N. Huan is almost identical to Gu Yuan. In Chinese, "You're not going to kill me. You're actually not going to. What game are you trying to play?" Xian turned around with a frustrated look. "Didn't you hear me? Whoever tries to kill me will die. If you had fired against me, I would surely destroy you. The only reason you're still alive is that you didn't open fire against me." Gu Yuan was brimming with disbelief. Then why did you assault my people?" Xian felt a belly of hot air rising, as he pointed towards the Japanese woman. "I was just King asking that woman for directions, but that Japanese tried to kill me with a dagger. Just ask that bitch if I'm right." Gu Yuan had a puzzled expression on his face, turning around immediately to interrogate her. As they conversed in Japanese, Xian simply ignored them and proceeded to leave the room. But at this moment, a sudden chill enveloped his back, the same icy cold sensation of a venomous snake slowly slithering towards him, shocking him rooted to the ground. Behind him, that unperturbed, devoted to art kimono male straightened his body as he turned calmly. His hand held a old-fashioned katana. His glare was directed straight towards Xian's back. "You are not allowed to leave." His voice as clear as water. Although his Chinese wasn't accurate, his pronunciation was extremely clear, like water droplets falling from a gentle bamboo in the still courtyard. Drip by drip, the deathly cold silence piercing into the ears, and deep into their hearts. Xian turned around rapidly, drinking 2 mouthfuls of his endless vodka, bringing his health back to 80%. His pupils had shrank as he asked, "You're a contestant?" But as the word contestant left his mouth, Xian instantly received a stern notification from the Nightmare imprint. "Warning, you are suspected of mildly leaking the realm's secret. First offense, no disciplinary action taken. Warning, you are suspected of mildly leaking the realm's secret. First offense, no disciplinary action taken." How did I forget about that? Xian was shocked. He immediately recalled the first few warnings received back in the Terminator world. In the real world, it is strictly prohibited to divulge any information pertaining to the Nightmare realm, whether passively or actively done. The unique abilities obtained in the Nightmare realm should not be casually used in the present world. If not, faced with massive repercussions. Example of a passive usage, the samurai had thick black brows, roughly in his 30s to 40s. He appeared cultured and refined, leaking out an incisively sharp aura. He was like a cloth wrapped over a dazzling weapon, gentle and meek outside, but devastating on the inside. As he witnessed Xian's wine cup, his eyes flickered. "Good stuff." Xian replied gently. "You're pretty knowledgeable. What do you want?" "Wufu, please advise." After speaking, he unsheathed his shimmering katana, piercing straight towards Xian. The two were nearly 30 meters apart, yet as his snow-white kimono fluttered to the rhythm of unsheathing the katana, he had arrived in front of Xian. As the saying goes, when an expert makes his move, even knowing it was equivalent to not knowing. Based on his one move, Xian could determine his agility was at least around 25 points to 30 points, his speed was able to suppress him totally. But to Xian, his biggest headaches were still those formidable support magician-type contestants. Instead, an agility-type close combatant would probably not have an innate defense, and was an opponent Xian welcomed greatly. Like a drifting leaf, the samurai gracefully arrived, and the first thing Xian did was to retreat. This was the experience he gained from facing Vampire Edward back in the Harry Potter world. Knocking against a wooden sliding door behind him, he exerted strength into his back. The door broke into dozens of splinters, scattering in all directions. The katana shimmered, slicing mercilessly against his chest and arms. Long trails of blood was drawn out without staining the katana blade. Before the first wave of blood landed, the second trial had already been carved out. Even though he was facing a barrage of blades, Xian didn't slow down, his back breaking through every single obstacle until it collided with cold, solid wall. Moreover, the position he ended up in was cunning, coincidentally in the corner of the room. The walls by his side would now limit the frontal assaults to only 90 degrees, restricting it substantially. For an agile close combatant trying to rely on speed superiority to strike at vitals from every angle, this was now an impossibility. Especially those with abilities specially suited to backstab an enemy, naturally all these was impossible now. The katana shimmered coldly, flashing by his left shoulder as a blood ray spurted out. Xian didn't even get the chance to see its shadow, before a chunk of flesh was carved out again. Yet Xian was unconcerned, such a degree of damage was still acceptable. More importantly, he knew that contestants would similarly be bounded by the 40% damage regulation even in the present world. His eyes were combusting with a fiery blaze. Yi Wufu consecutively executed 4 sword moves. This monster ahead had rigidly took it head-on. Even though Xian had 4 gruesome long slash wounds, for some unknown reason, every time he gazed into Xian's eyes, Yi Wufu would feel a painful burnt sensation. The tranquil and graceful Yi Wufu certainly hated such an inharmonious feeling. Yet the worst part was, this enemy had a perceptive sensing that could stifle his own. He was completely unable to receive any combat log information about the enemy, while everything was plainly visible to the enemy. The combat log was vital in indicating who occupied the advantage. Yet it fueled Yi Wufu's desire to behead his enemy, using blood to dye his snow-white kimono. Only by killing could he climb to the pinnacle of existence. After his 5th sword move, he suddenly felt a ripple of reaction from his enemy. He couldn't help sneering. "Can't handle it anymore? You think you can break through my sword path? Although I don't have my equipment now, my pure agility is already 23 points. Even a barrage of bullets is nothing to me. I, Yi Wufu, have been training with the sword since I was 4 years old, right up till 38 years. My swordsmanship has 35 years of experience. Every single sword move has been honed painstakingly 1,000 times. You only received 4 moves, and you think you can see through me?" As expected, everything was in accordance to Yi Wufu's judgment. The enemy slumped his shoulders, looking as if he wanted to attempt to break out of the flurry of swords. Yi Wufu laughed, his wrist twisting as his katana swerved from a strange angle, slashing down against his enemy's lats. This ingenious move was like a wave crashing against an immovable cliff, water mist filling the atmosphere, as a torrential waterfall of wave remnants came showering down. The katana flashed by, slicing a long wound on Xian's lats. His flesh whirling out of the wound, exposing the rib beneath. Yet at this moment, Yi Wufu finally showed an opening. It was a calligrapher stroking brilliantly without stopping, but eventually, there would always be a short moment of pause after a masterpiece. At that instant the katana halted momentarily. Xian pushed his chest right into the knife blade of the katana. Blood finally dyed the katana as it splashed everywhere. Yi Wufu was completely stunned at his opponent's drastic suicidal tactic. The katana was a deadly weapon. No matter how exquisite his sword arts were, he would definitely not miss out on the chance to drive it into the enemy's flesh. Normally, when his deadly katana drilled fatally into the enemy's chest, it would signal the conclusion of the battle. Therefore in this instance, Yi Wufu felt a temporary relief. Who could fathom the agonizing terror of a katana impaling one's chest? Yet if Yi Wufu had witnessed Xian's battle with the centaur Hertz roar, he would have been utterly amazed. This move was Xian's signature trump card. Even if this move ended up in a failure, with his high HP and defense, he could afford it. Since he was willing to take the gamble, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer a crushing, unsalvageable defeat. Chapter 69, Dangerous Counter. Chapter 69, Dangerous Counter translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. The katana had penetrated through Xian's chest. The devastating might of a real world's weapon was far beyond Xian's estimation. Iwufu smirked gleefully as he withdrew his katana, yet he discovered that it was tightly lodged within Xian's chest, so tight that pulling out was excruciatingly difficult. Knowing something was wrong, he instantly released his katana. However, during the brief moment of attempting to withdraw his katana, it gave Xian adequate time to react. His right shoulder blades tensed up, his breathing heavy, adrenaline pumping throughout his body. Rapidly clenching his right fist viciously, he smashed it down relentlessly against Iwufu's right leg. The punch was overwhelming, like a pile driving drilling into concrete. Crack! Iwufu's right thigh instantly snapped loudly. Obviously, his bone had fractured. The nightmare imprint instantly streamed in. A list of information to Xian. You released a full-force ordinary attack against another contestant in the present world. Your attack target, leg. Determining, enemy's strength is 9 points, your strength is 20 points. Your strength exceeds the enemy's by 2.222 times. Determining, your strength is twice your enemy's, dealing additional crushing damages. Crushing damages is 50% of that damage. Crushing damages is considered as an additional attack, and negates defensive abilities. This category of damage takes superior precedence. Determining. Factoring in basic close combat ability. Factoring explosive strike rate of Alcohol Master. Crushing damages is an explosive strike. Total damage is 25 points plus 26 points of crushing damages. Enemy's defense is 6 points. After factoring 40% limitation and defense, resultant damage of first attack is 12 points. TN. I omitted the details because I honestly don't know how author calculates that. 1 equals 19%, so I feel it's better to not confuse readers. You deal additional damage of 21 points of crushing damages. You deal a total of 33 points of damage. With one crushing fist, Iwufu's face turned pale. Not because of the sheer pain, but the underlying horror. He only had 120 HP, but one normal fist removed a quarter of his life. And this was under the protection of the 40% limitation. His only explanation was that Xian's strength was overbearing, and induced that domineering crushing damages. Bakairu asterisk. If I had my equipment, how would I be so miserable? His veins were about to burst on his forehead, as Iwufu yelled out. But actually, even in the realm, Xian, who possessed equipment and his innate ability, was equally a nightmare for his type of contestant. TN, Japanese curse word. After abandoning his katana, Iwufu stumbled back in retreat. He had no choice. Xian endured the katana lodged inside his chest. He was like a berserking wild beast with arrows all over its body, yet still charging forward with murderous frenzy. With that one misstep, only one, Iwufu had been reduced to a sorry state and could only stagger backwards while facing Xian. He could only rely on his agility to widen the distance. Suddenly, Xian pounced forward with his fist. Iwufu immediately dodged, as the fist landed onto a pillar in the middle. Fine cracks formed around his fist, as dust floated down. Xian was relentless, his twin fists carried the wind as he smashed out. Iwufu gritted his teeth as he rolled and dodged. Whichever furniture they passed through, Xian left a calamity there with his fist. Abruptly, Xian pulled out the katana from his chest, blood drenching it as he chopped towards Iwufu. Iwufu was extremely adept with such close combat fighting. Don't mention about raising his powers in the realm, even in the present world itself, he had trained in the arts of kendo for 30 years. As Iwufu observed Xian's sword handling, he knew this guy was a layman beginner. Naked unarmed sword. He roared as he executed a kendo technique. With his palm, he wedged the incoming katana rigidly firm. At that instant, Iwufu instantly flushed with delight. For a samurai like him, once he lost his katana, it was equivalent to losing his entire security. But at that exact moment when Iwufu made the abrupt decision to clamber the katana, Xian instantly loosened his grip, and sunk his left elbow down. His action looked extremely clumsy, as though losing his balance, with the elbow bearing his entire weight. Naturally, his target was that same left thigh he had struck earlier. This attack once again triggered crushing damages, but unfortunately not an explosive strike. The piercing ache pervaded into Iwufu's soul. More critically, Xian had realized previously, their digitized evolved bodies weren't perfect, if a contestant accumulated too much damage within a particular area like the joint, the functionality of it would start to decline. Hence, once his leg sustained more damage, most likely, his speed would definitely decline. Iwufu didn't possess as much HP and defense as Xian had, even his offense was slightly weaker due to crushing damage. Under this circumstances, if he even lost his superior speed, then his fate would have been sealed. Iwufu roared furiously as he sliced Dao against Xian, thinking that his enemy would dodge and he could then execute a twist and unleash his next attack. But sadly, things didn't go as planned. Blood splashed up. Xian accepted the slash with his skull, the sharp blade cutting into his scalp but not powerful enough to chop through his skull. A clump of black hair mixed with blood scattered down. While the katana chopped against his skull, his fist swung and collided into Iwufu's chest. Iwufu's vision darkened, that intense pain dispersing rapidly from his chest inwards, sending an irresistible pressure up as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the tragedy of an agility-based combatant facing up against Xian. Although their attacks and movement completely overwhelmed their opponents, openings were bound to surface whenever they released their attacks. Coming in close contact, anything was possible. Especially, for a patient freak like Xian, enduring the initial 4 sword moves, before creating his own chance for breakthrough only at the 5th move. It seemed like Iwufu was being suppressed disastrously, yet if he faced Mogensha, then that would be his bliss. As for Xian encountering a lethal gunman like Mogensha or Diaz in the present world, his only consideration would be how to flee. Gaining the upper hand, Xian wouldn't let go so easily. He scrambled forward with incessant strikes, disregarding his personal defense in exchange for offensive oppression. Moreover, his HP now was still left with about 140 points. How was Iwufu going to fight against him? Instead, the samurai kept his cool, repeatedly dodging Xian's punches. In the end, he was forced into a corner, as a momentary lapse in judgment allowed Xian to knee his belly, instantly turning dizzy and vomited blood. Baka. Baka. Why is it like this? Iwufu's bloodshot eyes radiated with despair, stumbling backwards as he howled in anguish. I haven't revived my family's honor, and my beloved lady isn't mine yet. How can I be defeated now? Suddenly, threatening chilliness emitted from his body. Feeling this immense threat, Xian knew it was his perceptive sensing warning him. He instantly blocked his front with his hands, and dove behind. It was like a desperate wolf trying to hide from a hunter's shotgun. Iwufu clasped the katana hilt with both hands, his expression dull and blank, a total void of emotions. He slowly raised his katana as though it was 1,000-ton heavy. Finally, the katana rose above his head, taking a kendo, Daijōden posture. During the process of Iwufu raising his katana, Xian really wanted to seize the chance to attack. However, he was forced back by the stern warnings of his perceptive sensing. At this moment, Iwufu was like one with his katana, dazzling, elegant, filled with hidden ability. Xian was able to sense, when Iwufu executed his stance, his body's spirit, energy, essence had concentrated onto the katana's blade. Like an impending tsunami, the energy rolled in peacefully, but once unleashed, it could sweep away cities and mountains. Instantly, Iwufu swept horizontally with his katana, releasing a shocking blade ray. A head flew out, blood gushing out from the decapitated head. The head carried an unexplainably ghastly serenity, naturally no idea she was just killed. That decapitated person was that female servicing Iwufu beforehand. Adorned in a sapphire dress, the headless body stumbled around and spun rounds, blood spurting out from the neck like a fountain, before slumping to the ground. The blade ray disappeared amidst the drizzling blood, vanishing with elegance and sorrow. Chapter 70, Realm Taboo. Chapter 70, Realm Taboo. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. What in the world? Xian was confused, suddenly receiving a notification. Warning, warning. Contestant number 7277630 has violated the realm's regulation, using the active ability, Daijōden Essence, in the present world. Warning, warning. Contestant number 7277630 has violated the realm's regulation, using the active ability, Daijōden Essence, in the present world. Warning, warning. Appearance of special punishment task. Contestant number 7277630 utilized an active ability of the Nightmare Realm in the present world, bearing severe repercussions. Please kill all eyewitnesses of the present world within half an hour. if not he will be erased. Task completion has no rewards. Using an ability in the present world actually induces such a frightening punishment, then if he was filmed using the ability and broadcasted on TV, then wouldn't he be doomed to die? Xian celebrated the fact his ability now was almost all passive except for that genetic mix. Yet concocting those were done individually and affected no one else, hence he wouldn't suffer the same fate. The nightmare imprint once again transmitted a notification. Your current military rank is Second Lieutenant. Contestant number 7277630. Current military rank is Reserve Duty Major. Do you wish to use your military rank to oppress him? This will prevent him from taking the emergency measure of returning to the Nightmare Realm. Of course, Xian wouldn't decline that. Currently, he could see how strict the realm was with regards to military ranking. Even a mere second lieutenant was able to oppress a reserve duty major. There were several layers between both ranks. A second lieutenant still had to pass through his lieutenant phase, captain phase, before reaching major. That was a vast difference between military tiers. Yet Xian was able to oppress a reserve duty major. This signified how immense the weight of a genuine rank was. It was totally out of his imagination. Once again, Yi Wufu slashed out, blade rays flashing out with peerless ferocity, the sword aura permeating throughout the room as the rays slashed against the corpses within the room. Yi Wufu's eyes shrank, because one target that he had to kill was actually blocked by someone. Xian pounced forward, pulling back the dazed Gu Yuan of the United Bamboo Gang, pulling him back from the depths of death. That formless blade ray slashed against Xian's back, carving out a deep cut as blood sprayed out. The formless blade rays carried traces of blood. Without dwindling in strength, it clashed through the partition walls. Boom. The thin wooden walls exploded into pieces, yet remnants of the blade rays managed to advance and chop against the concrete wall behind, releasing a piercing sound as the cement rocks crumbled down, exposing a 1-meter-long scar on the wall. After Xian had rescued Gu Yuan, he shouted, "Run!" Xian grabbed him and sprinted out. According to the realm, if this eyewitness were to survive, then Yi Wufu must die. Xian grasped this concept clearly. Gu Yuan glaced at Xian with gratitude, immediately scrambling pathetically down corridor and fled. Xian then hastily hid himself at the corridor's bend. He had calculated everything by this time. Naturally, Yi Wufu was forced into desperation to have to use his special ability. That meant that he had no intentions of dying now. Hence, his emotions would definitely be filled with anxiety and panic, and would certainly not spare the Gu Yuan. If Xian could hide in ambush now, he'll definitely take him down. With a bloodlust aura, Yi Wufu clenched his katana as he dashed through the corridor. His sword essence had been accumulated to the maximum. If gods blocked him, he would kill gods. If demons blocked him, he would kill demons. But at the corridor bend, an appalling figure appeared, one that was covered with distinct slash wounds. An unyielding, unwavering figure as he bluntly collided into him. Blood, rage, and excitement. In a flash, blood soaked deep into the tatami mats like spring water. Xian panted in deep breaths. That punctured, horrific wound over his chest, one could see through it from the back to the front. If an average person sustained such an injury, he would have died long ago. Caught in an awfully disadvantaged position, Yi Wufu still put up a terribly valiant struggle against Xian, causing painful injuries, especially this final blade, deeply impaling Xian's chest wound once again. The daunting sword essence wreaking havoc within his body. If not for Xian luckily producing an explosive strike at the last minute, he may very well died alongside him. But everything was worth it. Xian picked up the crimson blood key from Yi Wufu's corpse, simultaneously receiving the milestone notification, suspect. Completion rate, 2 out of 10. More crucially, during the battle, he unknowingly followed Reef's advice, allowing his body to experience more stress from the enemy. Although it was exceedingly dangerous, it was still an effective method. Xian could feel a queer sensation within his body. This sort of sensation wasn't something he experienced before, it felt peculiar like an inspiration. His blood circulation was like a tide, constantly rippling about his body. When the day comes when it calms down, that should be the day his innate awakens. Xian retrieved his endless spirited vodka, gulping down whatever that was left. He could feel the life force permeating into his bones, as he released a satisfied sigh. Even though Yi Wufu was dead, but he seemed like he had a rather exalted status back in the present world. At least, he could claim equals to that United Bamboo gang. If reinforcements arrives, that would be huge trouble. Thus Xian hurried to the toilet first, wrapping himself up before cleaning off his blood stains. He then put on a set of clean clothes, and headed straight for Crab's room. Although there were 2 underling guarding the room, they obviously were nothing to Xian. With an anxious spirit, Xian rummaged through the room before hearing strange movements from the toilet. Kicking the door open, he finally saw a bound-up person. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth, producing woo-woo whimpers. If not Sanzi, then who? Xian hurriedly untied Sanzi. Sanzi seemed like he had suffered a great deal of hardship, seeing his older brother after such a long uncertain period. His tears streamed down like the tide, his voice shaky. "Brother Yan. They hit me and starved me, and choked me with that bucket of water. But I didn't say a single thing." Xian patted his shoulder, his voice solemn. "Well done, it's dangerous here, let's go." Sanzi acknowledged. Walking out he saw the 2 guards sprawled over the floor. He hatefully stomped onto them thinking they had just fainted. But after stomping, he realized something was wrong. One of them had his tongue severed and flung 10 centimeters away from the mouth, one was bent in a grotesque 70 degrees backwards. No matter what, both couldn't be alive. He got a fright as his face turned pale. "Brother Yan. Brother Yan. They seem to be dead." Xian gently replied. "I know, I killed them. After hearing how they tortured you anyway, whoever touches my family shall die." Sanzi was stunned. "Then, where's Crab?" Xian disdainfully scoffed. Of course he was the first to go. At this moment, shouts and screams could be heard from outside. Previously, when he was taking care of the United Bamboo gang in their room, the place was enclosed and soundproof. Hence, even after an intense battle with numerous deaths, not a single commotion was made. But after facing off with Wu Fu, with his vicious Daijoten sword raise, he almost demolished the entire room, causing such a huge ruckus. In addition to other security guards realizing that the security guards Xian removed had gone missing, of course they blew the entire matter up. Since his retreating route had been cut off, Xian opened the window and looked down. The club was 5 stories high, behind it was a remote back alley without a single soul in sight. With such a high altitude, an ordinary person would have his bones shattered into pieces by jumping. But to Xian, jumping down wouldn't really pose huge damages. He instantly ordered Sanzi. "I'll head down first, wait a while before jumping. I'll catch you." Sanzi was stupefied. "Brother Yan, this is the 5th floor." Xian replied calmly. "You trust me?" Sanzi remained quiet. He had idolized Xian since young. Biting his lips, he nodded his head. Xian had 10 points in agility, just now 2 times of an ordinary person. Pushing off the window ledge, he directly jumped off the railing. Using the air conditioner vents as his footstools, he made his way down to the alley in 10 seconds. Signaling to Sanzi, Sanzi closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall off like a piece of rock. Xian easily caught him before making a roll to disperse the impact. Hence, the 2 brothers successfully escaped unscathed, as they blended into the human crowd with ease. Chapter 71, Drawing. Chapter 71, Drawing, translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. After Crab kidnapped Sanzi, he prevented Sanzi from eating anything, only serving water, preventing him from having the strength to escape. Sanzi was so famished now, and still had to run vigorously. Hence after a short distance, he clenched his stomach in distraught. "Brother Yan, I can't run anymore, I'm starving." Xian flagged a cab and headed straight for Yao Ma Ti, before finding a random eatery for Sanzi to fill his belly. Sanzi's appetite was tremendous, fishing with his chopsticks as he wolfed down half a bowl of rice, before talking about his traumatic experiences. Previously, when Fu Yuan set sail amidst the typhoon, it was extremely dangerous. Yet the heavily wounded Desai fell unconscious due to his worry for Xian's safety. Without their main pillar of support, they sailed wherever the winds brought them to. Finally, they were blown to Taiwan. Fortunately, even though they rarely came there, they were sailors and fishermen who could find their own path, thus they settled down quickly. Huashan Fei was considered part of the underground syndicate of the mainland and Vietnam. Because of the awkward relationship between the 2 countries, therefore even if Huashan Fei's hand had grown longer, he still wouldn't be able to stretch it all the way there. Hence, they put their minds to ease, first seeking for connections to sell out their fragrant powder from the sperm whale. Uncle Daisai then split the proceeds amongst themselves, letting them find their own path. Even Fuyuan was sold. Then the crippled Daisai fell ill, but thanks to Sanzi taking care of him, his condition gradually improved. Relying on their past connections, they rented a little house near the shore. Uncle Daisai could only slowly recover, while Sanzi set out in search for a temporary job to take care of Uncle Daisai. But after a short while, news of Xian appearing in Hong Kong spread to them, and was looking for them. This news caused raised Daisai's spirits, wanting to travel to Hong Kong to find Xian. Instead, after a few steps he directly collapsed to the ground before making through the door. Yet he refused to give up, getting Sanzi to search for Xian in Hong Kong. As Sanzi spoke, tears dripped down into his soup bowl. Xian couldn't help but shut his eyes, a sour and heavy feeling surged towards his face. He slapped the table and stood up. "We must return to Taiwan immediately." Actually, Xian's decision was a sensible one. The police wouldn't poke their noses into the underground society's affairs, but so many Japanese and Taiwanese had died inside the club, this would spark an international problem and the police couldn't ignore it. If he could hurriedly leave before the police increased their surveillance, that would reduce the hassle. After forking out cash and with various connections, Xian and Sanzi finally boarded a merchant ship bound for Taiwan. At present, because of the high turnover rate, many ship owners did not manage to hire veteran sailors. Even though the owner of their small merchant ship couldn't find enough manpower at first. But because of that, Xian and Sanzi offered their expertise along with a small fee, which moved the ship owner. After a simple introduction, the owner eventually waived their boarding fees, with the condition that they helped out on board. Because the merchant ship had a deep draft, it required 2.5 days before reaching Taiwan. After boarding, Xian sought a serene location and summoned out the chest from Yi Wufu's blood key. Naturally, the same 4 options surfaced. 1. Receive 50% of the user's potential and utility points. 2. Due to the user being killed in the present world, there's a 50% chance of receiving an equipment stored in the realm. Note, equipment is randomly chosen. 3. Randomly receive 3 items from the user's interspatial imprint region. 4. 33% chance of receiving an ability scroll of the user. The scroll includes a randomly drawn ability grasped by the user. Includes basic abilities, advanced abilities, innate abilities. The level of the ability scroll is based on the user's ability divided by 2. Next, Xian continued to receive notification. Contestant number 7277630 violated the realm's regulation and was killed by you. You receive an additional choice of option, but the option will not be repeated. During the Starship Troopers world, Xian had missed out on 2 golden opportunities to earn utility points, but that didn't mean he didn't want it merely suggested there were better options. Truthfully to him, his various basic abilities, advanced ability, and even that rank 6 ability, he urgently wanted to upgrade them. To upgrade those abilities, he definitely needed potential points and innate points. Before his decision, Xian considered carefully before deducing one thing. Yi Wufu had a military rank of reserve duty major, which means his position within a party wouldn't be low. Hence, chances of him paying tributes to the party was low, and it seemed like the party would place more efforts in grooming him. From his own inference and deduction, he blatantly chose option 1, acquiring 50% of the potential and utility points that Yi Wufu had. Actually choosing that option was a gamble for Xian. Yi Wufu may very well be like him, immediately leaving after accomplishing a nightmare world, and return to spend his wealth only after 7 days. Through this, Xian could also gain several insights from this gamble. There were 3 scenarios for this. The first scenario, completely no potential or utility points. This meant that Yi Wufu had expended everything before returning to the present world, indicating that he may have upgraded his abilities, or spent on purchasing/enhancing his equipments. As for spending a fortune on an object, that possibility was low, unless it was an object that could salvage a desperate situation. But if he had it, why didn't he use it earlier on? Hence, Xian would go with the second option of a random equipment. The second scenario, receive an average amount of potential and utility points. This is the scenario Xian didn't want to happen the most. If it happened, he would select option 4 and make a gamble. The third scenario, drawing a generous sum of utility and potential points. That undoubtedly indicated that Iwufu was saving up, trying to purchase something good. In this situation, Xian's decision would resign himself to fate. Still, the option of a random equipment was more desirable. A red blinding flash. Xian stuck his hand into the blood-red chest, but the results left him speechless. All his scenarios were wrong, and he was shockingly presented with a fourth scenario. You draw from the blood chest. You receive 2,311 utility points. You receive 12 potential points. You still have one additional drawing option, but you cannot choose option 1 again. Through the resounding notification of the nightmare imprint, the result was something he didn't expect. Because from this result, he could tell Iwufu had 4,622 utility points and an incredible 24 potential points. Such a strange figure, what did it mean? Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity. Without hesitation, he selected option 3, randomly choose 3 items from the dead contestant's interspatial region. Undoubtedly, although the potential points could be used extensively, composing of leveling abilities / enhancing equipment / execution cost for certain high-level skills etc., but still there wasn't a concrete reason as to why someone who save up to 24 points. Furthermore, after his crossing hands with him, even though that Daijoden essence was tremendously powerful, it certainly wouldn't require a full 24 potential points to level it. The most logical explanation for this was that Iwufu was holding onto an exceedingly formidable ranked ability scroll. That scroll was probably given a rank 6 or above rating from the realm, that was why it required such a ludicrous amount of potential points to learn. Of course, this deduction may be wrong. Xian wouldn't normally make uncalculated gambles, and he similarly loved the thrill of gambling as well. Without hesitation, he sunk his hand into the blood chest. Even though Iwufu may be carrying as many as 20 items, if such a formidable scroll was really around, Xian had confidence he could draw it. During the first draw, an apple appeared within Xian's palm. That's right, an apple, as small as his fist, the green kind. It was a food category. After consuming, it would restore 25 HP within 60 seconds, and improve MP regeneration by 20% within half an hour. The apple was probably worth 500 utility points. Chapter 72, Chris Redfield's Lucky Bracelet. Chapter 72, Chris Redfield's Lucky Bracelet. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Xian's pupils contracted upon seeing the next item. Even if he was mentally prepared for something terrible, he nearly snapped and cursed in rage. Because the item he drew was that counterfeit product that Slut Jinquang manufactured. That 5% success rate, black venom powder. Xian almost vomited blood. As for its value, just look at how many bags of fake powder Jinquang dumped away and you'll know. The final draw, Xian took in a heavy breath as he stretched his hand into the blood chest. During their 2-day voyage, the two brothers chatted about their past experiences. Xian churned up several fragments of story for Sanzi, mentioning about how he had previously learned certain self-defense martial arts from a retired Russian Marine he encountered during his days as a seaman. As Sanzi listened to Xian's stories, his hair stood as he worriedly asked, "Brother Yen, after killing so many of Huashan Fei's men and Crab's men, won't you be wanted by the police?" In his heart, he wanted to reply that he wasn't afraid of any policeman, but restrained himself and consoled Sanzi instead. Xian was more concerned for Uncle Desai. He knew Uncle Desai was holding on because of him. Once he knew he was safe, because of his crippled hands and losing his boat, he may not have any desires to carry on living. Thus, he had to think of a way to give him hope. No doubt, nothing would be better than a brand new Fuyuan for Uncle Desai. His uncle's lifelong dream had always been to own a huge fishing boat without any obligations. If he ordered a brand new boat, and invited Uncle Desai to be the overseer of it, then surely it would renew his spirits. Of course, that was just the icing on the cake. The real deal would definitely be that medicine that will heal Uncle Desai's hands. That item could only be purchased with a higher military rank, hence he needed more time. While planning in his heart, he produced an object and started fiddling with it. It was a little string, radiating a soft red glow. Occasionally a translucent illusion would appear in spots over it, and carried a strange lingering cologne fragrance. Xian had always held utmost confidence in himself. When he tried his luck with Iwufu's blood key, it was really a gamble. This time, his gamble paid off. This item was the main reward he obtained. That very last object he drew. It was a shabby-looking, second-hand red bracelet. It was called Chris Redfield's Lucky Bracelet. Sheehan's fingers stroked against this unimpressive-looking bracelet. He had examined its details several times, yet he still couldn't contain the urge to read it again. Chris Redfield's Lucky Bracelet. Blood sealed, unable to activate, TN. Chris Redfield is a character from Resident Evil, Weaver, Shinji Mikami, TN. He is a game designer best known for creating the Resident Evil series, rank classifier, granting up to rank 7. Releasing the first blood seal, allows you to grasp the rank 5 passive ability, Luck Art. Releasing the second blood seal, allows you to grasp the rank 6 passive ability, Major Luck Art. Releasing the third blood seal, 50% probability of grasping the rank 7 passive ability, True Luck. Also, 50% probability of a curse, causing you to randomly lose one ability. TN, it was Authentic Luck, previously, decided to change it to True Luck because it sounds simpler and smoother. Usage prerequisites, nil description. Luck Art is a rare ability that only several important storyline characters possess. It can turn a misfortune into a blessing, handle a crisis effortlessly. This luck bracelet is a treasure cherished by Chris Redfield. Anyone in possession of it is either his friend or his foe. Usage fee, 28 potential points. Usage requirement, at least release a blood seal realm evaluation. Details, this ordinary bracelet was originally white. After being stained countlessly by fresh blood, it formed a mystical magic power. The blood owners of it were Leon S. Kennedy / Albert Weskier / Claire Redfield / Ada Wong / Chris Redfield / Rebecca Chambers etc. TN. All these are characters of the Resident Evil series. Unsealing, 3 incomparably powerful seals lingers on this object. There is only one way to unseal them, that is by using the blood of 3 different main characters. After releasing the seal, one only has a small time frame to learn before it is resealed. Unsealing, to learn the overbearing ability, True Luck, one must face a tremendous risk. Truthfully, even Chris Redfield may not completely possess this ability. Because he is only the main lead of Resident Evil 5, unlike the permanent leads, the likes of Harry Potter and Jack Sparrow. Observing this object and pondering about the junkie Wufu had, he probably stored several main characters' blood. It was Sheehan's bad luck that he didn't draw out any of those blood bottles from the chest. Killing these storyline characters was exceedingly difficult, even for an innocent kid like Harry Potter. But obtaining a trickle of their blood would definitely pave certain useful measures for using it. To learn this monstrous ability, even for Sheehan, would pose a thorny problem. This Luck Art belonged to a vague illusory category of abilities. Comparing with Sheehan's rank 6 abilities from the Urukai Diary, it definitely required a massive investment in potential and utility points. One will then be able to learn it to the highest rank, and display its awe-inspiring might. Regarding Sheehan's current state, relying on acquiring potential points was not realistic. He hadn't established a grand-scale party yet, thus, it was difficult to achieve a high mission exploration rate, and scoring generous rewards of potential points was a fantasy. Moreover, the 3 blood seals over this object would cause the value of it to deflate terribly low in the marketplace. Besides, he had the chance of learning a rank 7 passive ability, True Luck, that normally only a main lead could possess. Sheehan had a rather deep impression of that rank 7 ability. This was because he had personally witnessed the main lead Jack Sparrow possessing it before. Also previously, Diaz similarly mentioned Harry Potter possessing it from his father's bestowing. Hence Sheehan made an epic inference. It seems that only a storyline main lead, or someone that was placed in the position of a storyline main lead would possess it. That was why they could always turn a misfortune into a blessing. After his reflections, Sheehan stored the luck bracelet back. Although the Realm advocates contestants to make trade-offs that could build their strength, if Sheehan were to sell this item because he could not use it now, he had to sell it together with the blood of 3 storyline main leads. If he sold it alone, then its value would plunge pathetically. After affirming his decision, Sheehan no longer pondered about the matter. He was about to meet Uncle Desai soon. His heart was surging with unfathomably deep emotions. With the assistance of Sheehan and Sansi, this small merchant ship easily moved through the storms and arrived at the port safely. Sheehan was so capable, the shipowner did not even have to step in. Sansi too was rather skilled. As they parted, the owner expressed his intentions to keep them. Sheehan had so much on his mind right now, he wished terribly that he could split himself into 2. How would he find time to be the vice-head of the ship? Instead Sansi was pretty moved, but after thinking that Uncle Desai still needed someone to take care of, he could only reject him regretfully. The shipowner was determined. Not only did he not accept their money, he even paid them several days' worth of salary, leaving behind his name card and number. They could contact him anytime they changed their minds. With Sanzi leading, Xian arrived at a place called Shiwu Pier in Taiwan. This place was pretty identical to Xiqiao, belonging to a rather gloomy gray zone. The only difference was that the overlord of this place, unlike the cruel Huashan Fei, was a person called Deshu. He was incredibly astute and favored great relations with others, having his foot in both the black and white of society. Previously, Uncle Desai had arranged for a portion of their goods to transfer to Deshu. Because of that, Deshu allowed them to stay in Shiwu Pier to nurse his health. When Xian reached Shiwu Pier, it was mildly drizzling. He and Sanzi got down from their ride, breathing in the refreshing and cooling fishy air. Scanning around, no matter the distant ocean or the surrounding houses, a layer of thick haze enveloped everyone's vision. The distant light rays struggled to penetrate through the haze, indicating it was approximately noon. Chapter 73, Reunited. Chapter 73, Reunited. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcázar. A passionate anxiety was currently burning in Sanzi and Xian's heart. The two sprinted towards a little house near the shore. The house appeared crooked and run down, as though it would collapse from a heavy gale. Sanzi pushed open the door fiercely, about to exclaim loudly, but was hindered by Xian's sudden hand over his mouth. The house only had one room. Even the kitchen was hosted at the entrance of the house. On the left was a tattered wall, with a makeshift bed made of stone and planks beneath. A shabby torn cotton quilt was covering the bed, while spotlessly white hair leaked out from its end. The hair swayed along with the infiltrating sea breeze. A gentle snore could be heard. The patient was currently in deep sleep. Beside the bed was a wooden stool. On it was placed a half-eaten bowl of dried rice, houseflies swirling above it. Xian gazed at the brown filthy bandage leaking out beside the bed. A violet sour sensation flushed within his nose. Upon hearing the slight ruckus, the old man wriggled up the bed with immense effort, swinging his head round to look. At this moment, Xian's mind was totally blank. He could feel the items on hand turning 1,000 times heavier. His hands trembled for no reasons. Thump. His baggage crashed to floor. His eyes welling up with fogginess. In an instant, it seemed like his entire world was concentrated onto the two warm, gentle eyes. Uncle Desai. Xian could no longer keep the tears from pouring out unbridled. The storms and droughts of life, pressed deeply beneath his heart, the pain and weakness, finally exploded out. In front of others, he was firm and resolute, never letting others take advantage of him. Who knew he could behave like a boy in front of an uncle who was more like a father who cared and sheltered him for 20 years without the slightest complaints nor regrets. He could only cry. He could finally unburden this immense baggage. Finally seeing Xian, Desai's wrinkled cheeks streamed with tears, muttering with sorrow yet excitement. "It's good you're back, it's good you're back." After father and son had reunited, Xian did not conceal his matters as he updated Uncle Desai with full details, apart from things related to the nightmare realm. After hearing Xian's murderous path of escape, Uncle Desai couldn't help feeling worried for him. The boulder he was carrying in his heart could finally be placed down with Xian's return. His vitality had been depleted for far too long, slowly falling into deep sleep as Xian talked on and on. During the few days of Sanzi's absence, fortunately the neighbor Grandma Zheng came around every day to take care of Desai. Naturally, Xian went over to offer his gratitude and even expressed his sincerity to Dashu. After these miscellaneous things were completed, it was already night, soaked thoroughly by the rain. After returning home, a pale-looking Uncle Desai who was incessantly shivering greeted him. Xian immediately boiled a bowl of piping hot ginger soup, pouring out for his family to drink. The warmth of the soup seeped into Uncle Desai's bodies, comforting him thoroughly as he fell back to sleep once again. Xian and Sanzi both slept on the floor because the room had only one bed. Besides, they had done this countless times in the past already. Listening to the gradual snores of his uncle, Xian was finally able to quieten down his heart. The torrential rain spattered heavily against the house, the chilly winds infiltrating the cracks as it permeated into their bones. Sanzi rolled his blanket around him several times. Even Xian was covering himself with a blanket. A digitized body wasn't freed from cold or heat, it only meant a higher resistance towards it. Xian woke up the next morning to a dusky atmosphere, thinking that it was still early. After listening closely, he could hear the distinct sounds of water converging on the rooftop, and the clamorous sounds of peasants outside. The atmosphere here was indeed vile and shabby. Due to the dim lighting the previous night, he couldn't really observe the interior carefully. The surrounding walls were stained with mud and rust, and had excessive amounts of paint peeled off. Several fat dolls covered in a layer of dust had turned yellow over the years over a wall rampart. The uneven flooring honestly felt like raw earth, the roof supported by only 7 to 8 slanted frail beams. Greenish-black decayed moss settled around, along with a plastic bag hung by Sansi the last night to prevent the leaked rain soaking the entire floor. This place is not livable. Sheehan sat up from his makeshift bed, turning to Sansi with a commanding deep voice. Even a healthy person living here would turn ill. What more, Uncle Desai is already sick. Sansi had woken up long ago. Feeling wronged, he replied, I've already told Uncle Desai numerous times. He kept on insisting for the remaining cash to be kept for their marriage. Sheehan directly pulled Sansi out of the door. Losing his patience, he continued. Money-wise I'll settle. Uncle Desai has a tough temper. We try our best to give in to him, but this matter what I say will stand. Didn't we see those detached small houses when he arrived earlier? We'll buy those. It seems that Granny Zing took care of him pretty well. After settling the house, we can invite her over. Whatever income she is drawing now, we will double that amount to take care of Uncle Desai. Sansi was a capable and nimble person, but he lacked decisiveness. This was completely unrelated to age. A person's character followed him for life. But once he was tasked with something, he would ensure it carries out completely. After Sheehan finished, he tossed him several layers of notes to Sansi, allowing him to settle the rent for the house. He then returned to boil another bowl of egg porridge for the ill Uncle Desai. He then accompanied him and ate, chatting continuously with him. As they spoke, Uncle Desai questioned him of his future plans. Sheehan already had a mental outline in his mind. He immediately replied in a respectful and serious tone. Uncle Desai, after I shrugged off Washan Fei's men that day, I didn't stop there. Seizing the chance when his house was empty, I infiltrated and managed to snag a batch of goods, carrying it to Hong Kong and hand it to one of my connections. This was a blessing in disguise. I even received 3 million Hong Kong dollars from that. A pity Uncle Desai hasn't recovered, or we would have made enough this time. Desai asked curiously. Made enough for what? Sheehan replied in surprise. Of course, for a new boat. Our whole lives were spent out at sea. Without a boat, should we climb the mountains and eat air instead? Even though Fuyuan was preserved by us sentimentally in the past, it had already been rolling at sea for 15 to 16 years. Since it's sold, we can now get a new one. But I still have matters to settle. Why would I find time to watch over the workers? Leaving it to Sansi is definitely a risk. How about Uncle, you take charge again? Once the subject was about boats, Uncle Desai immediately regained his vigor. 3 million Hong Kong dollars. We can really build an amazing boat. Uncle has the suitable connections. How big do you wish to go? Sheehan was aware of Uncle Desai's dreams. He instantly replied. I reckon the standard 77 isn't bad. We probably need over 1,000 horsepower if we want to take it abroad. The 77 standard refers to a 49-meter steel trawler load, which had always been the pinnacle of Uncle Desai's dreams. His face shone with an ecstatic brilliance. This idea isn't bad indeed. Sheehan earnestly replied. That is why, Uncle, you have to hurry up and recover. Without you watching over those slacking scums, how would I dare to place a deposit to build the boat? Let's go to the hospital once the rain halts in the afternoon. The faster you recover, the quicker we can get to shipbuilding. After listening to Sheehan's words, Uncle Desai hesitated slightly before agreeing. In his heart, he felt that he was a useless cripple. Why should they waste hospital fees on him? But once he found his existential value, naturally the desire to live returned. After Sheehan succeeded in triggering Uncle Desai's passion, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Uncle Desai cooperated, everything else would be a breeze. After 2 consecutive days of treatment at the hospital, Uncle Desai's physique repeatedly became healthier. His condition took a huge turn for the better. In order to calm his heart, Sheehan immediately initiated the various procedures in ordering a steel trawler load. 5 days had passed since returning to the present world. Everything was going on the right track. The matters of the realm continued to prick at Sheehan. besides amassing his own strength from the nightmare realm was his life goal. He then gave a call to Jessica. The mixed-blood young lass instantly grumbled about why he didn't call earlier. She then exclaimed in grievance that the pack of wild animals were filthy as hell. Their frightening howls caused her to fear returning home to sleep. Sheehan beamed with delight and hung up, before finding his Uncle Daesai. As the saying goes, money will make the devil turn millstones star. After Sheehan confirmed he didn't have a criminal record in Taiwan, he leisurely footed an expensive price for a flight back to Hong Kong. Within 3 hours, he arrived at Jessica's mansion. Chinese idiom, anything is possible with money, even though Sheehan had caused such a huge commotion, because all of the casualties were from the underground society. Also, Wufu was no virtuous individual, and none of the victim's family came out, thus the entire incident vanished into smoke. It only circulated internally within the police. To them, by announcing such a chain homicide, apart from indicating that the police was useless, plunging the society into panic had no benefits at all. Hence, the matter was kept low, and only investigated in the shadows. There was no news about it that Sheehan could find on the newspaper or the internet. Chapter 74, The Truth About Achievement Value. Chapter 74, The Truth About Achievement Value. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar, of course, for Sheehan, who disregarded the police completely, caring about his own criminal records only fed his curiosity. Putting it bluntly, he was feeling bored during the dull process of processing and manufacturing the raw materials. The process was excessively bloody, revoltingly smelly, and terribly filthy, but Sheehan didn't care. All this knowledge was gained from the Urukai diary, and who was the author of the diary? The corrupted wizard, Saruman. Hence, the brutality and vicious process of manufacturing. After killing Wufu, Sheehan earned 12 potential points. In addition to his remaining 1 previously, his 13 potential points were adequate to upgrade his rank 6 black art mix technique, damaged slightly. Sheehan originally planned to continue upgrading his Tier 1 integrating knowledge, but realized it had reached its limit. The nightmare imprint notified him that unless he acquired more pieces of the diary, it was already the maximum limit of the skill tree. After additional investigations, Sheehan realized that for all ability skill trees beneath rank 8, the maximum it could reach was LVL 3. Following the corresponding notifications, Sheehan then raised all categories of the Tier 2 Urukai Gene Fluid skill branch to LVL 2. It then activated the 3rd tier of the skill tree. Tier 1 Integrating Knowledge LVL 3 Tier 2 Urukai Gene Fluid, Bear, Eagle, Fox, all categories at LVL 2, Effects, Strength/Agility/Intelligence +3, Tier 3, Concoction Mastery Support, unactivated, /Concoction Mastery Curse, unactivated. Obviously, the 3rd tier had 2 option branches, allowing the user to select, either an assistant to allies or a bane to foes. This was actually within Sheehan's expectations. For a rank 6 ability, how would it be only limited to supporting skills? Sheehan had only spent 4 potential points, he still had 9 left, which was more than enough to spare for the 3rd tier of skills. He then invested another 4 potential points into both support and curse concoction expert, activate both skills. Description of Concoction Mastery Support lengthens expiry period of medicinal mixtures/dosages to 24 hours, effect duration increases by 100%. Description of Concoction Mastery Curse lengthens expiry period of curse mixtures/dosages to 24 hours, effect duration increases by 100%. Those 2 passive abilities solved a huge headache for Sheehan. It removed the awkwardness from needing to concoct the mixtures at the start of battles. Following the activation of the 3rd tier, the 4th tier of the skill tree surfaced. Similarly, the 4th tier needed to be activated. Tier 3, Concoction Master Support, LVL1/Concoction Mastery, Curse LVL1 Tier 4, Urukai Gene Fluid, Blended Mix, /Urukai Gene Fluid, Curse Mix. After viewing the 4th tier, Sheehan was stunned. As he sunk into his daze, he momentarily recalled the words when he just got promoted to 2nd lieutenant. The words that Hoarse Voice spoke previously: cherish your achievement points, just like how you cherish your lover, how you stingily allocate and use it, if not, believe me, you'll certainly squander it way in the near future and regret. Sheehan was already feeling the bitterness of regret. Back in the Starship Trooper world, he blatantly overlooked the option of receiving achievement points as his rewards twice. That surmounted to a whole 8 achievement points. This regret was triggered when Xian wished to raise the skills of the 4th tier. His nightmare imprint transmitted a clear notification. Warning, to promote, it requires 2 potential points and 1 achievement point. Please confirm yes/no. Warning, achievement points gained from transactions cannot be used. 2 potential points, Xian still had the means for it, but although 1 achievement point may not seem like a big deal now, but this was merely a step to reach the 4th tier of the skill tree. This meant that from here onwards, undoubtedly the horrifying truth was that more achievement points were needed, and the amount needed would be astronomical. What makes matter worst, achievement level was equivalent to 1 status. A dip in achievement points would spark a same dip in realm status. Xian currently had amassed 56 achievement level, missed out 2 points earlier. Yet in actual fact, he could only afford to spend 6 points, if not his rank would be demoted to staff sergeant. Obviously, if his achievement level dropped beneath 50 points, for Xian who was pending to establish a party, that was an unacceptable disaster. Without a powerful party, his personal scores who dropped by above 50%, while after establishing the party, all the more he couldn't give up on his vital rank of a 2nd lieutenant. Once his rank dropped, then his qualification to establish a party would be gone, leaving only one conclusion: the party would be utterly disbanded. Xian shook his head, tossing this intense regret to the back of his mind. What was done has already been done, no point brooding over it. From here on, he would be wiser. After Xian went over to comfort and thank Jessica, he returned to the nightmare realm. The realm was exactly the same, the soft glows and organic-like walls, along with its untold mysteriousness. Xian couldn't resist the urge to feel the elastic, bouncy, and warm wall, which reminded him of the mother nest previously. In his mind, he couldn't help forming this ridiculous notion: what would be the ultimate evolution of the mother nest? Would it be the same as this nightmare realm? He quickly shook his head and discarded these useless thoughts. Reef had yet to return to the realm. Xian's current attention was naturally directed to his message left behind for that acid gland from the rare elite hydralisk. Sadly, although many offered to buy it, only a handful mentioned about appraising. The only exceptions were ones that asked for ridiculous exorbitant fees, ranging from 5,000 utility points to 12,000 utility points. Of course, none suited Xian's stand on the matter. I knew it, trusting chance rather than proactiveness is futile. Xian shook his head miserably. He then hurried to the official appraisal room of the realm, to apply for an appraisal. After forking out 1,500 utility points of appraisal fees, he awaited the results. But roughly 5 minutes later, he was disappointed. Warning, your appraisal has failed. Xian wanted to vomit blood onto the screen. It actually showed his appraisal had failed. There was actually such a fraudulent thing. Fortunately the fees were fully refunded. After retrieving back the acid gang, he nervously ensured that it hadn't been damaged or spoilt. But now, he was lost. After returning to his personal room, Xian contemplated for a long time, before observing that Jinquang dragging his feet in, hunchbacked, he carried a tattered sackcloth bag in. That sneaky appearance of his had completely no difference to a mouse that stole the chicken's egg. After strolling in, Jinquang gulped down a belly full of water, burping several times before fishing out a cigarette butt from the sackcloth bag, starting to smoke elatedly. Xian was speechless, and had no authority to refute him. Oi, what are you doing it? What you're smoking is another's used cigarette butt, and you're forcing me to smoke second-hand smoke with you. Isn't that equivalent to a fourth-hand smoking? TN, LOL. Author can be really lame at times. The slut Jinquang totally ignored his master's existence, exhilaratingly rummaging through the harvest of his tattered sackcloth bag. Xian suddenly recalled that this servant was about to appraise stuff. His eyes sparkled as he asked. Oi oi oi, David. A 500 utility points task, you want it? In the next second, Jinquang was right in front of Xian, his eyes flickering with greed as he folded his hands into a begging gesture. My dearest favorite master, any task that will increase my livelihood, I will definitely accept. Just when Xian was about to hand over the acid gland from the hydralisk to him, his heart skipped a beat. Glancing at Jinquang with an up-to-no-good luck, he took several steps back before taking out the acid gland. Don't come near. Let me first test you what this is, just give me a rough explanation. If you cheat, I'll deduct money, you know. Jinquang's mouth widened, tiptoeing as he peeped in, then he took out a presbyopic glasses spying in with discerning eyes. He then slapped his thigh in enlightenment. Isn't that a pig's heart or liver from a market? First wash it clean, then stew with red/white radish, scatter some soy sauce, vinegar and onions. At least it is capable of king 3 bowls of rice. Xian was lost for words. The goblin Jinquang frowned. So, I got it right, right? Still amazed, Xian replied. I am very sure of your capabilities now. Just one last thing, 3 bowls of rice is enough, why must you add that there? Jinquang shot a crooked smile. Don't you feel that word carries more weight? Oi oi, gracious master, why are you leaving? What about the money? At least leave that pig heart with me, I can save at least 1 week of grocery fees. Xian returned to the realm's appraisal room. He sighed helplessly as he took out the acid gland once again, applying for appraisal. Chapter 75, Equipment Resonance. Chapter 75, Equipment Resonance. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. Upon Xian's application, the realm once again accepted the undertaking without hesitation. Yet for every good news, there were bad news. The bad news was that the appraisal fees had been raised from 1,500 utility points to 4,000. Fortunately, he had enough to spare. This time's appraisal indicated a waiting duration. When Xian went up to check, he realized he had to wait for at least 2.5 hours to 7 days. Feeling tremendously disappointed in the realm's work efficiency, he resentfully accepted reality. Because when Reef returned, they would probably face a long and arduous battle. That was why Xian was currently afraid of expending every second in training himself, only scouting around the marketplace for any cheap pickups. Sadly, most people had the same thing as him, thus in this mutually undermining environment, getting a cheap bargain was wishful thinking. At this moment, he suddenly felt a tugging at his shirt. Lowering his head, he got a huge fright. A Star Wars robot greeted him, its head radiating green glows. Beloved master, I've finally found you. Xian instantly rolled his eyes. He had been fooled by the appearance, but when the slut Jinquang projected his voice, all veils were uncovered. His distinct duck voice exposed him easily. How many others did that slut offended in this marketplace to be forced to use a Star Wars robot, and where the hell did he even get it? Cash cow, a fatty cash cow. Seeing there was nobody around, Jinquang pulled closer, the robot radiating with delight. Someone needs that arachnid shell urgently. You must give me a percentage, commission. Hearing that, Xian's heart flushed with delight. Even though a zergling carapace was a commonly seen material, that dark blue ones were still rarely seen. If not for him possessing his unyielding innate ability, and without that natural slaughter tool his Prometheus 3 flamethrower, he may not even have found a dark blue zergling carapace in the Starship Troopers world. But that wasn't important, the important word was urgently. Very rapidly, Xian was now standing in front of the interested buyer. He had a massive build, and was rather pleased with Xian's goods. It seemed like he had abundance on hand, and thus they very quickly completed the trade. Xian's potential points was now 6 points and his utility points 8,300 points. He now had the means to upgrade his rank 6 Black Art Mix Technique, Damaged. The 2 skill branches of the 4th tier were both relatively important, but to fully activate them, it required 4 achievement points. Currently, Xian possessed 56 achievement points. If he were to invest everything required by the Tier 4 skill branch, then he would be left with 52 achievement points. This goes to say that Xian could no longer approach with the method of abandoning the main mission to evade risks, or if he had other plans in mind. If not, the achievement level could easily be penalized to below 50, and he would lose his status as a second lieutenant. Yet Xian considered one fact, that was for the establishing party mission, it most likely would be the only possible route available. There shouldn't be an outrageous scenario for them to disband the party and engage in the mission again. It would be a mission that would affect them in the long run, one that inevitably required an all-out effort. Hence, he gritted his teeth and decided to gamble. He then activated both branches of Tier 4 of the skill tree, Urukai Gene Mix, Blended Mix/Curse Mix. Once he saw their descriptions, he released a deep breath. The 4 achievement points were not in vain. Urukai Gene Mix, Blended Mix LVL1, you acquired a new inspiration in concoction, allowing you to now compound and blend 2 of the gene mixes together, allowing their effects to overlap. Details: previously, once your body possesses the buff effects, unable to receive other gene mix effects. For example, after blending Bear's strength and Fox's intellect, the resultant effect would be strength and amp, intelligence +3. Previously, if one used the Bear's flesh mix and then used the Fox's intellect mix, the initial +3 strength would be replaced by the +3 intelligence. Uruk-I gene mix, curse mix LVL1, you acquired a new inspiration in concocting. You can now make advanced refinements to a completed gene mix, allowing the gene mix to become a pollution bomb. By throwing out the gene mix, the landing area will explode with a huge area of poison contamination effect. Any enemies within the radius will be contaminated, and the effects will last even if the enemy escapes from the contamination zone. Effect duration lasts for 15 minutes. For example, a Bear's flesh gene mix would result in a pollution bomb of 3 strength. Details, your current level is unable to work with a blended mix. Details, the pollution effect may be negated by certain abilities. Details, pollution bomb similar requires the same relevant materials. Observing the list of information, Xian nodded in satisfaction. The only bad news was that for now, this rank 6 black art mix technique would be unable to receive any more upgrades. That was because the price in doing so was exceedingly great. For the Tier 3 skills to advance to LVL3, it required the Tier 2, Bear, Eagle, Fox, skills to raise to LVL3 first. For them to even reach from LVL1 to LVL2, he approximately used close to 20 potential points already. As for the Tier 4 skills, needless to say, it required the 2 skills of the Tier 3 branch to reach LVL3. Don't even mention potential points, it even required achievement points from there onwards. While brooding over this, Reef finally returned to the realm. After hurriedly settling his issues, he then arranged a meeting point with Xian. Reef was still that same taciturn and dispirited-like, as if uninterested in anything. Upon meeting, he straightforwardly traded with Xian. It was indeed that equipment forged out from the black-grade troll's leather with heaps of dark blue-grade zergling carapace. This equipment appeared rather crude, having the slight flavor of a Spartan armor. Simple, crude, durable, and tough. It was pretty bold and powerful. It was mainly the troll's leather, with the zergling carapace sheltering the vital organs like the heart, with dried tendons from wild beasts used to weave the materials together. It was like wearing a shell over the body. Xian swiftly examined its attributes. Barbarous crust armor manufacturer, anonymous equipment rarity, black, non-upgradable, material, chitin carapace / animal collagen / natural protein fiber additional installation, shoulder armor slot equipment position, chest weight, 10.31 kilograms usage requirements, strength 20 points, physique 11 points. Durability, 120 points / strength / agility +2 details, reduce accuracy by 3%. Details, when an enemy deals damage using skills / abilities onto you, 50% chance of reflecting the MP back to enemy, if the ability uses MP to execute. Passive ability, Zergling Rush, when attacked by the enemy, 15% chance of receiving an attack speed bonus of 100% / 200% / 300% for your next 3 ordinary attacks respectively. Every consecutive attack will be reduced by 50% damage. Rush state lasts for only 15 seconds, unable to stack. Equipment battle score, 17 description, mid-grading. Of course this grading is due to the manufacturer possessing only a beginner-level forging mastery. Frankly speaking, this black-grade equipment had pretty shameful attributes. Firstly, it only had one beneficial attribute, while it had 2 negative attributes. Its saving grace was that passive ability, it was pretty unique and could release a burst shot effect in a split second. Moreover, the 2 attribute +2 bonus to strength and agility was pretty handy. Of course Xian would rather have a physique +4/1, but one shouldn't wish for too much. But what gave him a pleasant surprise was when he wore on the barbarous crust armor. It shockingly transmitted a notification. The Troll's Soul, Horcrux, within the +5 silver storyline accessory resonates with the black-grade equipment, barbarous crust armor. +5 silver storyline accessories passive ability, pain accumulation, is upgraded, no longer requires damage to trigger effect. Black-grade equipment, barbarous crust armor, received an upgrade. Chances of triggering the passive ability, Zergling Rush, is now 30%. Once you unequip and break the resonance, upgraded effect will disappear. It seemed like the resonance was because of the Troll's Horcrux, moreover the core of both equipments originated from the mountain troll. Unwilling to delay the matter any longer, Sheehan had been anticipating the establishment mission for pretty long. They were now prepared physically and mentally, once again ascended up to the peak of the nightmare realm. Everything followed accordingly to the standard procedures. After Sheehan entered the party name, Ace, even though he already knew of the notification, he still couldn't keep his excitement as he breathed deeply. Confirm establishment of party. Yes. Chapter 1, Survival Volume 6, Chapter 1, Survival translated by, Chua edited by, TN and Alcácer. The notifications rolled down from the screen, emotionless, ruthless, grim and monotonous as Sheehan absorbed them. You will immediately receive the party establishment mission. Under normal situations, this mission would not pose a risk to your life. Your final mission assessment will determine the welfare and party ability of your established party. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Maximum quota for mission is 5 people, mission difficulty will increase with man count. Do you wish to take the temporary party member along with you for this mission? Yes. Final authentication of status. Data in process. Confirming. Contestant number 1018, this is your first time establishing a party. You are required to pay a fee for this private propriety. Achievement points, 0/potential points, 10/utility points, 10,000. Sheehan was dumbfounded, immediately shooting a helpless gaze at Reef. Pooling their finances together, they managed to afford it with a heavy heart. However, Sheehan once again landed himself in a deficit, left with merely 1,000 utility points. Sheehan further inquired. If I'm not satisfied with the mission completion score, can I disband the party again and establish another one? To establish a second party, it requires a fee of 10 achievement points /30 potential points /100,000 utility points. Achievement points must come from yourself. Reef. What? Let's do it well in one try. Sheehan wiped his sweat. The two waited for roughly 10 seconds. Suddenly, a list of orders appeared. Payment has been made. Note, Special Realm Convoy channel has been generated for the party mission, please return to your personal room. Note, Special Realm Convoy passage has been generated for the party mission, please return to your personal room. Warning, the Realm Convoy passage will disappear after 600 seconds. Warning, the Realm Convoy passage will disappear after 600 seconds. After they grasped this information, why would they delay? Hastily, they rushed back. Fortunately, the realm was a peaceful zone, nothing obstructed them and 600 seconds was more than enough. When Sheehan blazed back into his personal room, a dark grayish portal greeted him. The portal was roughly his height, ripples of formless gray emitted from it, drawing and enticing him in. Sheehan took a deep breath, taking a step into the depthless portal. He didn't lose consciousness. A swarm of darkness enveloped his vision before a boundless mountain forest filled his eyes. The trees were tall and lofty, forming a spruce forest identical to the likes the Swiss Alps. The distance between each tree was great, thick leaves scattered throughout the ground, even the shrubs were sparse, grass was almost non-existent. A layer of thick fog lingered around, seemingly non-existent. But when he relaxed his vision, the fog could be seen drifting against him. In Sheehan's vision, there were only 3 distinct colors. The dull brown of the rotting leaves, the sepia of the desperate tree trunk fighting to withstand the bitter cold, and the gloomy shallow gray skies. He took another deep breath, feeling the frosty air permeating into his lungs before releasing the converted warmth out. A queer pungent odor lingered around the atmosphere, foiling the freshness in people's minds. Sheehan was standing beneath a hillside. He could hear the tramples of leaves crunching, instantly looking up vigilantly. Very quickly, the culprit of the noise appeared. Naturally it was Reef. Sweeping his legs against the floor, he sounded like a road roller, depressing and clamorous. Take a look. Reef raised an object. I found this on a tree stump. Sheehan received it, his brows raised. It was forged with metal, looking rather sharp at the tip with a flat body. The pointed tip carried a blood stain, and seemed to be plated over with grayish black. It's an arrowhead, one forged with pure steel and laced with poison above. Reef offered his insights. The arrowhead is incredibly sharp. Sheehan frowned. Can you bring me to where you found it? Reef similarly just entered this world. The place he found the arrowhead wasn't far, roughly 10 meters up the hillside on a gigantic fir tree. From the mark, it seemed like the arrowhead didn't sink in very deep, and was probably released just a while back. Thus Reef easily chanced upon it. Sheehan carefully inspected the dent and orientation of it. He then turned to observe a spruce tree that the shooting direction came from. After a short examination, his face gradually turned sullen and his voice rough. "We have huge trouble. I'm afraid this mission's difficulty is much more terrifying than our imagination." Reef suspiciously walked towards Sheehan, bending his back to inspect what Sheehan had examined. Then, he gazed towards the scenery that was originally covered by the thick spruce tree. Actually, that arrowhead had penetrated through that tree trunk, and finally came to a halt at the opposing fir tree. Yet the crucial point was that the surrounding of the penetrated hole was exceedingly smooth, more smooth than an electric drill. Its penetration force was completely ridiculous. Besides, the tree grew extremely slow and its bark was tough and dense due to the harsh winter. The entire width of the penetrated spruce tree was close to a meter. In fact, even by using a gun to shoot, it may not even achieve the effect of this arrowhead. The two glanced at each other, understanding their mutual shock. Both being MTs at the front lines, they naturally thought of the same thing: what will happen if that arrow lands on me? Reef picked up that arrowhead and inspected it again, furrowing his brows. "Strange, where did the shaft go?" Sheehan shook his head. "From what we have now, I can only infer that we've arrived at an era where gunpowder isn't popular or inexistent. The probability of where the shaft vanished to is too varied. Perhaps it was chopped off mid-flight, or it was a magic arrow. Or, something that we definitely dread, the arrowhead didn't have a shaft to begin with, it was directly thrown from a hand-concealed weapon." Hearing his last deduction, Reef rolled his eyes. "Oi seaman, I really pray your sense of humor doesn't turn into reality." Following that, the Nightmare imprint started to notify them. "Contestant number 1018, welcome to the Nightmare world. This is the first-party establishment mission you're experiencing. Mission content, survival. Mission summary, live, try your best to survive, hold on until you no longer can. Mission difficulty, unable to assess. Details, during the mission, you can choose to return to the realm anytime. If you choose to do so, any fatal damages being dealt will barely sink you into critically wounded state. In that state, you will have 10 seconds of peace to return to the Nightmare realm. But please note, once the 10 seconds expire, you can similarly die from that fatal attack. Details, anything utility points, potential points, equipments, items acquired within the mission process cannot be brought back to the realm, includes medicine concocted/forged equipment. The rest are not restricted. Your relations formed with storyline characters, allies or foes, will last. Time, Third Age, year 3018. 3 years before the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Location, Middle-earth, Misty Mountains. Setting, Lord of the Rings. Difficulty, A, Nightmare. TN, just a slight clarification, difficulty of the world setting is different from mission difficulty. Pain limitator, 50%, additional capabilities enhancement, 0%, current setting exploration rate, 0%, additional details, other contestants are already engaging this world. Under normal circumstances, you will not have any interactions with them, but the current setting is free setting. You may suffer their aggression. For your safety, the regulations will be placed above others. You automatically grasp the relevant language, able to interact with characters in the world. Language erased upon leaving the world. Current mission count, 1. Certain items you brought along are restricted, unable to be used for this mission. Your appearance/identity has been settled, recovering after returning to the realm. You can modify your appearance inside the realm anytime. For any questions, direct them to your Nightmare imprint. If your privileges allows, you will receive an answer. Chapter 2, Strength of 40 points. Chapter 2, Strength of 40 points. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Live, try your best to survive, hold on until you no longer can. Sheehan and Reef carefully scrolled through the mission contents, coming to terms with the cruel reality. After seeing the setting evaluated as a difficulty, Sheehan instantly recalled the Starship Trooper world. That difficulty B+ side mission, eradication of spore colonies, had already tortured his entire group, causing them to hover between life and death, yet it only satisfied the basic completion requirements. Yet for this party establishment mission, survival, it had an unknown evaluation, and the world setting was devastating. It was a nightmare difficulty. This concept solely signified that the entire setting was 2 categories harsher than the previous demanding side mission. It could also imply that Xian may have to face enemies that were 2 categories superior to the Blade Empress's forces. Thinking of this, Xian could feel a chill creeping up his back as he pitifully sighed. After an investigation of his imprint, Xian discovered those arachnid larvae he purchased couldn't be used here. Of course this was to be expected. If they could simply ride on Arachnid Overlord, easily traversing hundreds of kilometers, then the mission difficulty would surely be easier. Oh shit. Reef couldn't help cursing. The setting difficulty has reached a. What kind of damned grading is this? When I previously cut into the Pirates of the Caribbean world, its setting difficulty was only D+. There were at most several decaying undeads only. After hearing that, Xian felt a strange inkling. The world you experienced, could it be that history storyline of the Pirate of the Caribbean world, destruction of Paragon Fleet? Reef nodded. That's correct. That time with great difficulty, someone in my party managed to trigger that mission. Why? You also experienced that plot? Xian gasped in reply. Did you perhaps encountered another party then? That party had a core member, a female called Z. Reef was astonished. How did you know? That was our second time colliding with their Illum Union. Our both sides were at loggerheads. Beside it was a naval warfare, and we merely clashed in long distance. There was why the #1 contributor accolade for that battle was snatched by them. Heis, if only we had achieved that reward then, perhaps things may not have went down the drain. Reef sighed as he spoke, reminiscing about his past. He suddenly noticed Xian's expression and asked. Why? Xian had an awkward look as he stammered. Actually, what you said reminded me. That #1 contributor for the battle was actually me. Reef immediately shook his head violently. Impossible. Xian didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's true. Why would I lie to you? Reef shook his head, earnestly replying. Seaman, although I admit you're a formidable guy, but it's not that I belittle you. That time, the Illum Union for some unknown reason, seemed to have assembled their full forces for that historic storyline battle. Based on your previous strength, it is impossible to have gotten #1. Xian shook his head gently. Based on what you said, then the Illum Union summoning their full might may not be for that historic storyline battle. It is actually to accomplish a huge historic event for the main storyline of the Pirates of the Caribbean world, Davy Jones' disgrace. Therefore, their powerful members did not even step in. Following that, Xian's next sentence immediately silenced Reef's doubts. I shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture, you guys aimed for that right? This time, Reef finally believed him. He released a long sigh as he shook his head bitterly. It looks like. It is fate indeed, I never would have guessed, you're actually this strong. Xian smiled reluctantly. It was just luck. Reef shook his head, he suddenly inquired. What is your strength now? Even after enhancement of medicine buff. Xian counted. 29 points. Reef nodded, suddenly triggering a trade request. He directly transferred that dark gold grade necklace, Smith's Matrix microchip, to Xian. When Xian wanted to transfer his monstrous fighting spirit over, it was rejected by Reef. Xian asked curiously. What's this about? Reef remained silent for a while before answering. I cannot equip this necklace, it is idling with me, but you can definitely exploit its greatest potential. As for that insanely domineering, monstrous fighting spirit, if I wear it, I will break through to the disgusting threshold, but that problem is, I do not possess the qualifications now to possess such a tyrannical might. Remember necklace usage requirements was either all attributes above 15 points, or military rank above private first class. Reef cannot equip because his rank is a reserve duty 1, not that his rank is low. Xian stared into his eyes, his voice immensely profound. You cannot avoid it forever. One day, you'll definitely have to face it. Reef agonizingly shut his eyes, pausing a moment before replying. But it's not now, really. Xian sighed, he no longer forced him. When Xian put on that dark gold necklace, his attributes soared to a terrifying state. If one considered him to be an outstanding close combatant, then the only phrase that could describe him was, freak. At present, if Xian were to maximize his strength, by activating the necklace's ability format, consuming a gene-blended mix of bear plus eagle, then his strength would reach a domineering 40 points. His agility would be 23 points, his physique 35 points. Moreover, he had a 15% damage bonus. With such an impressive might, it already surpassed the mountain troll. Even Venter would be considered a dreg to him. However, the reason Xian could attain such an impressive attribute was because he was holding onto the dark gold necklace. For a dark gold grade equipment, under normal circumstances, it should not even be in Xian's possession. But think about how Reef acquired it. His grand 40-men strong party had been sacrificed, leaving him as the lone survival with that accessory. Did Xian have 40 members to go through water and thread of fire with? Even if he had an incredibly ingenious mind, maybe he could perhaps work with a quarter of the total force. But where was Xian going to find 10 others who were willing to die and sacrifice for him? Suddenly, the winds carried a noisy commotion. The sound was extremely peculiar. It was like the grunting sounds of a human throat, or the muffled roars of a wild beast. The two of them glanced at each other, instantly hiding themselves behind a metasequoia tree. After a brief pause, 3 human-like creatures approached closely. These people appeared filthy, their lead-colored skin were covered with excrescent warty bumps, their clothes were ragged or bluntly putting, it was hide. Their foreheads shrunk in, with protruding mouths, their tiny eyes glinted with viciousness. Their height were close to that of a human bending their waist over, the tallest one was as tall as a human. They had messy hair, corpse-like skin, long arms, and was hunchback and slightly lame. From their injuries, one could tell they had black blood. The weapons in their hands were somewhat unsophisticated, wooden club, hatchet and so on. Currently, even without an insight ability, Xian was in possession of that helmet with a pulse detector ability. He carefully placed it on, trying his best to conceal himself as he utilized its ability. After a covert flashing scan, Xian received details on those creatures. They were orcs. Instead, the other information provided were all. Causing Xian's heart to wrench, the 3 orcs seemed to have felt something and halted their steps. Their tiny vicious eyes searching far and wide. Currently, Xian wanted to curse out loud. He had 25 points perceptive sensing, yet he only used a probing device from far and was actually discovered. This only meant one thing: those orcs had a perceptive sensing that was close to 25 points. Reef suddenly transmitted a message to him. They do not have any bows, it shouldn't be the creature that shot that arrow. Attack. Witnessing these 3 orcs slowly approaching, increasing their cautiousness as they did so, trying to sneak away was impossible. Xian nodded as he replied. Attack. He instantly pulled out ambition and leapt out. In this desolate, difficulty world, Xian didn't dare to withhold anything. Upon seeing Xian, the 3 orcs grunted oppressively, charging forward with their mucus dripping. Xian sprinted down. When there was a 5-meter gap, his legs bent and suddenly kicked off the ground. With his mighty 40 points of strength, the ground beneath him exploded with mid. His entire body soared through the air, kicking heavily against the first orc's chest. Crack! A dull crunch emitted from its chest as it depressed down slightly, before lifting from the impact and crashing against a fir tree 5 meters behind. Blood frothed out from its mouth, evaporating into blood mist due to the cold air. The kick looked devastating, but it only dealt basic strength damages. The orc coughed and grunted, crawling back up as it roared furiously. This time, its other 2 compatriots had raised their wooden club and hatchet, wildly rushing in. Xian panted slightly, raising ambition in his right hand. Taking aim, fire. The crackling gunfire of the Caribbean Sea echoed through the chilling atmosphere of the misty mountains. A lethal lead bullet mercilessly tore through the skin of a orc's forehead, its foul blood bursting forth, revealing the eerie skull to the cold. The fearsome might of the gunshot startled the orc into retreat, clutching its head as it painfully grunted. Chapter 3, Narrow Road. Chapter 3, Narrow Road. Translated by Chua. Edited by TN and Alcácer. A list of statistics appeared in Xian's vision. Your weapon ambition dealt 140 points of damage to the orc. Musket-type weapon ability ready triggered. Additional explosive strike rate of 50%. Your shot landed on the enemy's head, explosive strike rate increased by a further 26%. Ambition released an explosive strike. Steel canvas black arm strap effect increases the explosive strike damage of 250% to 300%. Your total damage delivered, 140 by 300% equals 420 points. You shot the orc's head. Ambition dealt a total resultant damage of 373 points. Your damage dealt to the orc's head exceeds its HP by January 6th, thus causing the orc to suffer extra negative effect in the hair. Of course, when Xian opened fire, the other two orcs weren't idling. They roared loudly with revolting white breaths released, charging straight up with their raised weapons, chopping down. Even though his agility had reached 28 points, he still had to pause to take that shot. Hence it was too late to avoid the ferocious chop of the orcs. The wooden club and stone hatchet carried the stifling wind sound, heavily smashing against Xian's back and head. The two strikes caused Xian to lose his stability, his vision darkening as he collapsed down. The wooden club had dealt a full 70 points of damage to him. Furthermore, that stone hatchet had dealt an explosive strike against his head, blood splashing out tragically, as it deducted 124 HP instantly. Fortunately Reef arrived, releasing his shattering cardiac roar. A formless shockwave reverberated out, throwing thousands of dried leaves into the sky, scattering about. The three orcs were caught in this shockwave. The 70% speed deduction caused them to stagger about sluggishly. Xian seized the chance to make a backward roll, swiftly leaving the attack range of the orcs. Roaring loudly, he bent his back and dove against that filthy orc, tightly clenching his fists, concentrating his strength as he heavily pounded against the orc with severe concussion. Damage. Crushing damages. The nightmare imprint indicated his damage output of 53 plus 30 points. Crushing damages were indeed destructive. Xian's powerful 40 points of strength were in full effect, dishing out crushing damages against the poor orc. Even though Xian's punches were ordinary, but after his enhancements in strength, the damage dealt in terms of ordinary attacks and crushing damages were not to be trifled with. The orc bent down in agony, spitting out a mouth of repulsive vomit. But it was no weakling either, retaliating with a punch towards Xian's chest. With that sneaky counter-attack, it deducted another 60 HP from Xian. It was obvious in this, difficulty world setting, Xian's innate ability, endurance, was not as useful. But with that one punch, Xian's armor suddenly radiated with a bluish brilliance, like electric sparks jolting through. A strange hull suddenly resonated out, a hull similar to a zergling. The blue sparks surged into Xian's fists, electrifying them with blue brilliance. His fist suddenly burst forth in breakneck speed. Then pulling back, and striking again. Pulling back. Striking again. With his first punch, its speed had obviously increased. When his second punch released, it already carried an after-image, but the third punch burst forth like an indiscernible formlessness, like a sweeping gale. The destination of the first punch didn't even have time to inflate back up before Xian's follow-up punches arrived. Xian's armor special ability. Zergling Rush activated. The next three ordinary strikes will receive a speed boost of 100% per 200%/300%. Every strike will have its damage reduced by 50%. Yet Xian noted that even though his basic strike damage was reduced by 50%, the consecutive crushing damages were exempted from the 50% weakening. This undoubtedly meant that the crushing damages took precedence over the weakening effect of the equipment. With a speed boost of 100% on his first strike, his fist moved at a terrifying speed equivalent to 56 points of agility. His second fist completely overshadowed the first with a tremendous 78 points of agility speed. The third fist was just unbelievably, 100 points of agility, his fist like the wind. The three punches were perfectly executed in one breath under 2 seconds. Although his basic damage from the punches were considerably low from the 50% weakening, its crushing damages were completely unaffected. It also negated his opponent's defense. More importantly, one of the crushing damages actually released an explosive strike. Your ordinary punch dealt a total of 25 plus 30, crushing, equals 55 damage to the orc. Your ordinary punch dealt a total of 26 plus 31, crushing, equals 57 damage to the orc. Your ordinary punch dealt a total of 24 plus 56, crushing, explosive strike, equals 80 damage to the orc. With such frightening explosiveness, its resultant damage almost reached the heights of ambition. More crucially, its frequency of outburst was definitely higher than ambition. Of course, primarily the opponent must have a considerably punitive strength compared to Xian for him to deal crushing damages. Next, Xian had to first tank the opponent's attack after the third punch, the accumulated might instantly blew the orc off the ground, before Xian viciously elbowed across its face. It didn't even have time to mourn painfully, before Xian struck again towards its blooded face and protruding eyeballs, finally killing of this orc. Yet this small victory didn't signify the end of the battle, it was merely the appetizer. After slaying the orc, Xian didn't dare to rest as he hastily gulped down 2 mouthfuls of vodka. He then hurried over to support Reef against the 2 orcs. Naturally, using his shield to resist attacks, Reef had a much smoother time with the orcs. A huge portion of the orc's attack would be weakened from the resistance of his silver storyline shield, Alien Skull. Moreover, his passive ability, Rude, would occasionally surface, along with the passive ability of his lightsaber. It effectively guarded and weakened the damage output of the 2 orcs. Indeed, a professional MT was much more tactful than Xian's current beggar state. Remember Rude, is Reef's rank B+ passive ability that creates AoE damages occasionally. Reef's stats are in Volume 5, ch 43. After 2 minutes, the 2 orcs slumped over the ground, their corpses still spasming as black blood streamed out, dyeing the scattered dried leaves, the vile essence draining away from them. Xian and Reef didn't have a joyous expression on them, only a bitter smile. One must understand. These orcs were probably one of the most average and weaker creatures existing in this world. Comparing it to the other worlds, they were probably equivalent to an ordinary pirate on board the Bell and Mug. Yet Xian and Reef had to unleash their full force to subjugate them, and even wasted so much time. That indicated the frightening prospects of other creatures in this Lord of the Rings world. Reef picked up a dropped white key, casually opening the chest but unexpectedly gasping in shock. The rewards aren't bad. In this ordinary chest, it actually rewards 6,000 utility points. Xian instead was pretty aloof as he replied. These things are just the realm trying to tease at our cravings, it is useless in the end. The only possibility is for raising our skills, but it requires the adequate potential points as well. Careful. Yet another batch below. As Xian's words faded, 200 meters away below appeared 4 more orcs. Realizing humans ahead, then emitted a queer grunting sounds, charging straight for them like bees. After Xian spoke, Reef was stunned. He suddenly recalled he couldn't bring any utility points, potential points, items, nor equipment back. It was like an icy bucket of water poured over him by Xian, sighing resentfully. What do we do? I reckon we are still be able to handle 4 orcs. Xian pondered momentarily, suddenly suggesting. We will charge down as well. When you arrive at the enemy, immediately unleash your shattering cardiac roar, lowering their movement speeds. Then we will escape, it is best we don't conflict. They don't seem to possess any long-range attack capabilities, they won't be able to tie us down. After going past them, we will head directly for the valley below. It is best we follow the trail of the mountain stream, this will help us mask our odor and walking trails. If we can't shake them off, then we have to try splitting up to escape. Reef raised his brows curiously. Wait, if we want to flee, why didn't we head upwards before they clash with us? Why must we charge towards them? Chapter 4, The Lost Maiden. Chapter 4, The Lost Maiden. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, TN and Ilkasser. Faced with Reef's questioning, Xian released a breath and replied. Brother, our goal is to survive, not to explore. That arrowhead wouldn't simply appear for no reasons here, most probably it was left while the hunter was pursuing a certain prey. Moreover, the direction it was shot at was towards the mountain top. If we headed up instead, it seems that we may avoid conflict with the orcs below, but it may mean encountering that fearsome arrow guy. I don't reckon that he would welcome us with amicable arms, and invite us for steak and wine. Reef, being enlightened, immediately took the lead in rushing down. Upon seeing their prey not escaping but rushing towards them, the orcs roared ecstatically as they raised their weapons, stomping their thick legs ahead. Who knew, after the first human arrived and counter-roared at them furiously instead, the surrounding dried leaves spiraled about chaotically, as the 4 brutal orcs felt their feet not responding to their mind. Their sky spun and earth revolved asterisk, unable to proceed a single step, and could only fume in anger as they watched their prey escape. TN, feeling tremendously giddy, Xian's agility was 28 points and Reef's was probably 30 points. Apart from physique, it was his second main attribute, hence they easily dodged and fled. Actually, his attribute composition had a different tune, playing towards the same skill as Xian. Xian relied on perceptive sensing for any forewarning, while Ralph concentrated his agility to dodge and evade. As they frantically sprinted forward, Xian even drank from his soul equipment to increase his movement speed. Naturally, they easily tossed the orcs far behind. They followed the ridge line downhill. The intervals between trees inside the spruce forest widened up, providing a suitably safe environment for them. If it was a densely packed forest, those countless shrubs and vines would certainly pose a huge problem. The two sprinted speedily, leaving dried leaves scattering in their tracks. As they continued to advance swiftly along the nearly dried-up valley. Their principle was this: as long as there was a distinct route, they wouldn't take it. That was probably trampled out by orcs. Although the occasional tumbled boulders blocked their path, but as contestants, they easily made it through them. In this situation, Reef was obviously faster than Xian, even if there wasn't a concrete pathway for them. Xian carefully observed Reef's motion patterns. He discovered they were simple and relied on quick-witted intuition, easily analyzing the eccentric terrain and obstacles, finding cracks amidst the thick undergrowth, and continued forward. After asking, Xian finally understood. Actually, Reef's basic footwork had already reached LVL 7. Moreover, he selected the option of not having his speed affected by nasty terrains, desert, swamps. No wonder it seemed like he couldn't catch up to Reef. Even though their bodies were digitized, long extended periods of sprinting still came at a cost, that was their HP would slowly decline. Hence, after determining they had shrugged off those pursuing orcs, they too slowed down their pace and drank some water to replenish their physique. The Misty Mountains Valley wasn't like the mountain ridges above. It didn't only possess seasoned lofty trees that acclimatized to the higher altitude and harsh temperature. Because of the humidity from the water source and sunlight, the banks grew shrubs and vegetation. Xian observed a layer of hazy dust covering these vegetations. It was like the malicious aura of the orcs had polluted them. Suddenly, Reef halted his steps and took guard. The shrubs ahead suddenly shook, before a nimble figure leapt out. A slender and alluring maiden. Apart from the grass weaved around her chest, her upper body was stark naked. A red moon was painted onto her left arm, carrying an exquisite bow behind her, a mildly yellow grass necklace strung across her neck, wearing a makeshift hide skirt. She was holding onto a dusty black wooden spear, and had a pair of beautifully toned legs. Xian couldn't resist the urge to check her out. Her skin was fair, her lips tightly pursed. Even though she seemed young, she gave off a fresh and determined temperament. Her sharp pointy ears finally betrayed her race. Her pointy ears were linked to her temperament, giving off an immature freshness. Even though it was winter, an ordinarily undried green leaf necklace slung around this elf's neck, weaved with branches and leaves. Xian and Reef sensed a natural energy emitting from that leaf necklace. It was obviously not an ordinary accessory. The elf maiden didn't expect the suddenly appearance of two uninvited guests. She was like a startled deer as she retreated a step backwards, executing a battle stance. After affirming the two ahead weren't hostile, she suspiciously asked, "Humans? What are you doing here at the Misty Mountains?" Reef respectfully stepped forward, placing his left hand against his chest as he humbly bowed and spoke. "Heir of the virtuous spring goddess, please accept his Gundor human sincerity and fellowship." The elf maiden loosened her breath, anxiously glancing backwards as she hastily replied, "We must leave now. The demons are catching up." As she spoke, she started to lead the way. Xian and Reef glanced at each other. They were both completely unfamiliar with the Misty Mountains, running aimlessly about like a headless housefly. Why not follow this elf maiden who was seemingly familiar with the terrain? Besides, the dangers in Misty Mountains were not limited to the orcs. There were still golems, shape-shifting beasts, evil slimes, and the inescapable departed souls. Any of those creatures were immensely powerful, and there were probably legendary creatures lurking around. From their current perspectives, at least they could still deal with the orcs through brute force or strategy, fleeing. But if they encountered any other creatures, even fleeing may not be a possibility. As the elf maiden sprinted with them, she suddenly grabbed against the air, as though there was something there. She then sniffed her palm, finally stopping as she patted her chest. "The winds are telling me, we have lost those filthy demons for now." Xian tried to summon for Jinquang, but realized he couldn't do so, but this was only to be expected. If Jinquang could surface, the advantages Xian received were too ridiculous. Furthermore, the Nightmare Realm probably felt whatever loot that goblin acquired here would be hard to retrieve back. At present, Reef, who was born of European nobility and well-versed in medieval culture, was already getting along well with the elf maiden named Mist Melody. He easily discovered that this innocent maiden hailed from Rivendell, the last elvish shelter to the east of the misty mountain ocean. She had ventured out far away from Rivendell in search of certain tree seeds. She accidentally encountered hostile orcs. Sheehan and Reef also realized from her, recently these orcs had suddenly turned much more violent and even learned how to cooperate with each other. They had started to explore the misty mountains, contaminating the area. They even assaulted other creatures, and some Rivendell elves who had probed deep into the misty mountains had been kidnapped. Nobody knew where they were taken. Because of that, the furious elves from Rivendell had dispatched an investigation squad, but the sheer quantity of orcs were overwhelming. Although they weren't a match for the investigating elves, they could flee in all directions. When the elves mobilize a huge team, the orcs easily dug a tunnel into the ground. The elves, who were lacking in numbers and didn't possess capabilities for a drawn-out battle, were unable to pursue and round up the orcs. Hence, their efforts to annihilate them were futile. Thus, the elders could only warn the elves not to go too far from Rivendell. However, Melody had found several precious seeds. While following the trail, she got careless and left the boundaries of Rivendell. Finally, she was forced here by the orcs. Sheehan and Reef called themselves adventurers, seeing out dwarves here in the misty mountains. They planned to purchase some rare minerals like black iron, secret silver, and other rare gems, in hopes of making a profit from selling them. Instead, they got ambushed by orcs after getting lost. With such an ambiguous, half-hearted explanation, the innocent elf maiden didn't hold a thread of suspicion. After they rested for a while, Melody continued to lead the way, occasionally detouring around several orcs and other magical beasts. So far, they met with no dangers. If it had been just Sheehan and Reef, they would have incurred a calamitous trouble long ago. The trio continued to infiltrate through the valley. The sky was still polluted with lead-colored gloomy clouds, but the light rays were turning brighter. Thin shadows formed against the shrubs, the atmosphere still pure and cold. The chilling rigidity permeated their lungs with every breath, capturing the subtle freshness of the vegetation. According to Melody, they were approaching Rivendell soon. Chapter 5, The Arrowhead's Owner. Chapter 5, The Arrowhead's Owner, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. In the Lord of the Rings world, although the elves were haughty, they would still be amicable to kind humans. Naturally, they also wouldn't provide great hospitality to strangers and nameless humans. It was like how people in the present world treated pets. Which goes to say, if they could enter Rivendell upon the back of this innocent maiden elf, Mist Melody, then undoubtedly they could stay for months without meeting dangers. Of course, Sheehan definitely didn't expect a mission to just pit them against some orcs. With the guidance of the little maiden elf, the gorgeous scenery of Rivendell emerged. In actual fact, as they got nearer to Rivendell, he felt a thicker danger forming in his heart, but a tremendous enticement lies ahead of them. Once entering Rivendell, it was like akin to achieving the greatest reward. Even during the period of Sauron's madness, Rivendell had never caved in. Entering was like getting something done once and for all. No doubt the enticement was extremely tremendous to Sheehan. After a brief discussion with Reef, they ultimately decided to continue advancing with increased caution. They agreed that in any extreme emergencies, they would split up to charge for Rivendell. As long as one of them made it, they would succeed. On the contrary, Melody, who was in high spirits, didn't have that awareness. She even skipped and jumped, just like a joyous little deer, humming her elvish songs along the way. The two had no clue what she was singing, yet it sounded as pleasant and carefree as the springs crashing against the rocks. As the three continued roughly 100 meters ahead, according to Melody, after descending down the hillside, they would be able to see a white rocky pathway leading to Rivendell. In that instance, Sheehan felt the threatening sensation vanishing. It was extremely queer and abrupt, as fast as the receding tide. But in the next second, Sheehan suddenly recalled one object. That arrowhead. That deadly arrowhead Reef discovered upon entering this world. An arrowhead that could pierce through an unyielding 100-year-old fir tree. Suddenly, he felt a stifling sensation creeping up against him. Turning his head around ferociously, an enormous bough was aiming in approximately 40 meters away. The frame of the bough seemed to be forged with a pitch-black metal, and the wretched white bowstring was the thick tendon peeled out from an orc. It was as thick as a thumb's diameter. More critically, the bow was fully drawn back, its arrow loaded and the bowstring at maximum tension. The thick flesh of the palm clutching the enormous bow was pressed white, a layer of velvet hair covering it. The arrowhead was aimed straight towards Xian's chest. Twang! The sound of the released bowstring. The striking sound vibrating into his body. A sound causing Xian to feel choked and nauseous. Ash-black flames immediately combusted the wooden body of the arrow, dissipating out dust bit by bit in the air. Hence, a mild black trace could be seen along the trajectory of the arrow. The strange blue shimmering of the arrowhead arrived within 3 meters of Xian in a flash. There was completely no time for him to react, dodge or resist it. But at this critical juncture, a solid and sturdy silhouette rammed in from the side, carrying a whistling gale. It was Reef with his raised shield. His figure was like a majestic reef, unwavering against the howling winds and torrential rain. He completely shielded Xian's back. Courage, activated. Thump. The arrowhead bluntly slammed against his silver storyline shield, alien skull. Yet it continued to force its way in. Fortunately, the trajectory had been shifted, tearing a long chunk of meat from his shoulder, as it left behind a trail of blood towards the sky. It was indeed Reef's ultimate ability, courage. It not only substituted the target and endured the damage instead, it reduced the damage by 15%. After that sneak attack, the two instantly adapted themselves. Reef raised his shield to cover his head as he charged forward, while an insipid dull black radiated from his body. It seemed like the arrowhead had carried a poison that greatly affected his movement speed. Xian could now see the enemy vividly. It was a towering human-like creature. Its physical appeared extremely robust, with its muscle outline exceedingly defined. Its skin was rough, colored deathly white mixed with dirty brown. Its nostrils were similar to a swine and its grayish sparse hair draped over its shoulders. Even though it remained silent, its facial muscles twitched with a gnashing viciousness, its muddy eyes brimming with venomous intent. Melody yelled out. Uruk-hai. Another one of these demons. The Uruk-hai mounted its arrow and drew its bow again. Without hesitation, Xian pulled out ambition, activating rum and songs and fired. Never forget, Xian's concocted mixtures originated from the damaged diary, Uruk-hai research, hence he had in-depth understanding on an Uruk-hai. It could be said that the overwhelming majority of the Middle-earth could not compare in this aspect. The crackling explosion of the musket, a lead bullet whizzed out. Upon sensing that imminent threat, the Uruk-hai instantly withdrew its bow and rolled to the side. The lead bullet was bound for nothingness with its current trajectory. Instead, it suddenly swerved 30 degrees with the unique imminent hit attribute of rum and songs, tearing open a tiny blood bloom against the chest of the Uruk-hai. It carried a further stunning effect, as the Uruk-hai stoned. Even though the lead bullet was supposed to induce a 3-second stun, Xian believed if not for the definite 2-second stunning minimum cap of the ability, the powerful Uruk-hai may have suppressed the 3 seconds to a useless 0.5 seconds. Hence, this fortunate 2 seconds allows Reef enough time to approach the Uruk-hai. After dashing forward, Reef released the formless shockwave of his shattering cardiac roar. But the worst-case scenario happened. The nightmare imprint immediately transmitted the merciless resisted notification, sinking Reef's heart with despair. Gritting his teeth, he immediately sacrificed 25% of his HP to release another, shattering cardiac roar. Concurrently, at that instant Xian's gunshot resounded out, it jolted the elf Melody awake from her panic. She waved the pike in her hands and chanted out a curse. O green flora! Heir of the spring goddess, beseech thee. We praise thy natural stalks. We nourish thy bountiful fruits. Lend thee thy impregnable roots, and constrict thine enemies' feet. After Melody's chanting ended, the stunning effect of rum and songs had ended. Suddenly, dense thick roots erupted underneath the Uruk-hai, tightly binding its feet and the fibrous even impaled into its flesh, plundering its flesh and blood like a tentacle. Drinking from his sole equipment, Xian's speed exceeded the poisoned Reef as he successfully reached the Uruk-hai's front. Although Xian wasn't tiny in size, when compared against the heinous creature, he looked like a frail little child. Not knowing how long the roots would bind the Uruk-hai, Xian charged up without hesitation. Based on normal circumstances, a long-distant bow user would definitely be deficient close combat-wise. But Xian was wrong on one thing. His assumption may not be feasible in a nightmare world with a difficulty. Faced against Xian's sudden onslaught, the Uruk-hai's white hair spread out as it tossed aside its bow, accepting its binded mobility. Its fist clenched as the hide armor swelled up with the tensing of its muscles. When Xian arrived, the Urukai's eyes shone with contempt. Issuing a war cry, it huffed out a stench from its nostrils as it welcomed Xian with a ruthless punch. Because the Urukai had the superiority in size, its fist bluntly headed towards Xian's face. Xian realized an uppercut fist sweeping in, if he took it head-on, he would definitely be blown up. The murderous wind rushed against his face. Xian shifted his hands into a cross blocking from his chest down, but this action failed. The first directly blasted his hands apart, and struck against his shoulder. His vision blackened as he felt an unbelievably immense force, following by a searing pain from his shoulder. Rushing in with full speed, Xian ultimately got knocked up, backflipping into the air. Chapter 6, Wasting to Death. Chapter 6, Wasting to Death. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcázar. After eating a devastating punch, if not for his relatively strong agility, he would have really been smashed down miserably. With a backflip, he landed half-kneeling onto the ground. He could feel his entire shoulder numbing, but the terrifying fact was that the punch shaved off nearly 186 HP from him. Fortunately, Xian had a defying 40-point strength, and 13% explosive strike suppression. If not, one punch may have left him crippled instantly. That damn diary said the Urukai was only slightly stronger, curse you Saruman. Having a diary is good as having nothing. Xian clenched his teeth, wiping away the trail of blood along his lips as he cursed inwardly. Fortunately, Reef had finally caught up, his black lightsaber slicing against the Urukai's left hand. Reef's movements were swift. The Urukai roared furiously as it grabbed the lightsaber blatantly. Of course, this action was futile. Upon gripping the scorching radiation, a sizzling sound emitted along with a queer burning odor. Simultaneously, Reef raised his shield and blocked an incoming punch from the Urukai. Thump, a muffled sound released as the punch crashed against the alien skull. Reef drew back his lightsaber and slashed it down again, a thin black light screen formed along his body. The passive ability, ray refraction, of his lightsaber. Even though it could only absorb 30 points of damage, it appeared quite frequently, which will amount to great damages absorbed eventually. Xian's left arm was now totally numb. After gulping down 3 consecutive mouthfuls of endless vodka, he rushed up again. Crack! Like the shattering sound of a glass, Xian broke a bottle of mixture. Faint greenish fumes dispersed as it enshrouded the Urukai. The Urukai suddenly shivered in the midst of the fumes. Xian instantly received the notification. You activated the Urukai Gene Mix Curse Mix. Based on the Curse Mix contents, the respective effect would appear. A hidden attribute of the Curse Mix appeared, 2 times the effect against Urukai and Orcs. Urukai agility plunged by 6 points. This great news was something Xian never expected. But actually it was normal. Besides, the origins of this Curse Mix came from the study of the Urukai genes. Hence, being able to invoke a stronger effect against it was only to be expected. Of course, the opposite effect was also a possibility. Seizing the chance when the Urukai attacked Reef, Xian pounced forward with a shimmering glint across his brass knuckles. Lowering himself, he heavily pounded against the knee of the Urukai. Reef had already perfectly executed his duty, tanking the assaults from the enemy. Now Xian had to assume the role of damage output. He had to show his worth. Xian's brass knuckles were considered trash, definitely unable to amplify high damages. Yet even though crushing damages didn't surface, he still had the luxury of his base damage from his terrific 40 points of strength. Furthermore, Xian had quickly inspected the Urukai, realizing that although it released powerful punches, its attack intervals were relatively long. This was only to be expected. If it was equally terrorizing in terms of long range and close combat, didn't possess weak defenses and had thick HP, in addition to the poisonous arrowhead, if it really had fast attack speed, then wasn't it close to a legendary creature? Moreover, although it seems 6 points of agility deducted wasn't great, it could be distinctly felt in the bat. The Urukai's agility was 20 to 30 points to begin with, and Xian now reduced its attack speed by 15 to 20%, its movement speed by 7 to 10%. After the shattering cardiac roar, its attack interval had already dropped to 3 seconds, but now it had been lengthened to 3.6 seconds. Which meant 8.3 strikes in a 30 seconds time frame as compared to the previous 10 strikes. For the Urukai who possessed formidable strikes, every single one was considered nearly a 100 points of HP. Moreover, this was all based on theory. Xian and Reef were definitely not sandbags for the Urukai. They could counterattack, dodge, and even resist the attack. Hence, these 6 points of agility had weakened its overall damage output by a quarter. With Reef's cover, Xian pounced into strike against the Urukai and immediately rolled behind Reef's protection. Seizing the 3 seconds to the fullest, he continued without much pressure nor danger. According to the diary, Xian's attacks were weaker than the Urukai. Meanwhile, Xian changed the milestone title he was wearing to Bowtruckle's Feedback. The trees were aplenty nearby, thus the extra regenerative powers were rather beneficial. After consecutive strikes against the Urukai's kneecap, one of Xian's passive ability finally surfaced. Monstrous Fighting Spirit, passive ability, Troll's Spirit, increases attack interval by 5%, while increasing accuracy by 8%. Can cause enemies to be repelled. An illusion of the mountain troll casted behind Xian, assimilating as he smashed down his fist onto the Urukai's kneecap. Xian had been constantly launching punches against the Urukai's kneecap. Once that repelling effect happened, it instantly caused the Urukai to lose its balance and collapse to the ground. Apart from special individuals, when someone is beaten to the ground, he will be left wide open. Moreover, due to the suggestion of the diary, an Urukai's brain structure causes it to be unable to resist after it falls to the ground. Xian and Reef naturally seized this golden opportunity, charging up as they rained down punches and kicks to their heart's content. The Urukai roared in anguish as it attempted to climb back up, but a black aura suddenly hovered around Reef's alien skull. A tongue slithered out as it thrusted against the head of the Urukai. Tn, Xian and Reef sound like big bullies. LOL, ability, tongue thrust. Along with inflicting damage, it would invoke a 3-second stun. Concurrently, Elf Maiden, Melody, was certainly not idling. This long-legged girl was no flower vase. She was fully utilizing her pike, bow, and arrows. Probably because of their affinity with nature, while Melody used her pike as well as her bow and arrows, fresh leaves would bloom over them, infusing with abundant nature energy. Every arrow that landed on the Urukai would radiate with green. The damage she was dealing to the Urukai was probably at least combined that of Xian's and Reef's. Seizing the chance when Melody executed another of her constricting roots, Reef gestured to Xian and swiftly retreated back to use a bandage that could heal 230 HP in 8 seconds. The furious Urukai wanted to chase him but was tied down by the roots. Finally, when the magic binding disappeared, it was instantly obstructed by Xian. Never forget that Xian was similarly a MT. Even though he had 186 HP deducted previously, 3 mouthfuls of vodka had healed 75 HP in addition to his rapid health regeneration from the Bowtruckle's Feedback. The Urukai roared frustratedly, swinging in a punch but was easily blocked by Xian. Still, it dealt nearly 140 points of damage. Fortunately, its attack speed had been greatly reduced. After Xian tanked roughly 200 plus damage, he had gained adequate time for Reef. A thunderous, shattering cardiac roar exploded from Reef again. Xian swiftly retreated, pulling out Ambition as he took aim at the Urukai's knee and unleashed it. Ambition's previous ordinary attack was several hours ago, thus its ready musket ability was fully accumulated at 50% explosive strike rate. Although it wasn't a definite, Xian himself had other explosive strike rate bonuses. Hence, the gunshot naturally released an explosive strike, unleashing a disastrous 300% additional damage. TN, Rum and Songs is considered as an ability, not an ordinary attack for those that are confused. Even with its sturdy defense, the Urukai was still received a horrific 306 points of damage from the 420 points released by Ambition. A sorrowful punctured wound formed on the Urukai's knee, exposing the shattered remains of its ghastly white kneecap. Obviously, this Urukai's mobility had received a huge impairment. Reef was a combat veteran, brimming with battle experience. He immediately shifted his position around the Urukai, circling around him incessantly. The Urukai struggled to face him in order to land its strikes on Reef. The utterly shattered left kneecap had obviously caused the Urukai to feel less capable than desired. Its attack carried brutal ferocity, its roars still nerve-wracking, its insane gaze remained ludicrous. Yet Xian and Reef were like spiders toying with a trapped prey, bit by bit wasting away its strength and mentality. Moreover, with a crippled leg, the Urukai had no chance of escape. Chapter 7, Atrocity. Chapter 7, Atrocity. Translated by, Chua, edited by, TN and Alcácer. Finally, Xian released a backhanded punch against the Uruk-ai's head. The last punch smashed out its eyeballs, repulsive black blood leaked out from it. An awfully disturbing howl echoed out, the Uruk-ai collapsed, limp and finally dead. Hearing the Uruk-ai's final howl, the elf maiden's face instantly turned pale. Heavens! This demon is actually the servant of an Enigma force from Vala, Middle-earth. Xian and Reef were instead distracted by a list of notification from their nightmare imprint and ignored her. You slayed an elite Uruk-ai created by the wizard Saruman. You accomplished the milestone, Brave One. You received the title, Bloodthirsty Eye. Bloodthirsty Eye, all attack damage increased by 5%, additional 5% increase against orcs/Uruk-ais. You can only wear one title at one time. Do you wish to equip the title, Bloodthirsty Eye? Advanced Milestone, Slaughterer activated. Slaughterer accomplishment requirements, slaughter 10 elite Uruk-ais. Reef carefully observed the title, his face flushed with delight. I've just inquired with the Nightmare imprint, our titles can be maintained after leaving. Xian's heart skipped a beat, instantly checking it himself and received the same answer. However, his heart surged with an intense weariness, two of them along with that elf maiden. It required such a taxing battle to slay a Uruk-ai. He despaired at the future of facing the ringleader of the elite orcs. Wouldn't that mean not the slightest chance at victory? Xian observed the frightened pale face Melody. He was about to offer some words of encouragement. Suddenly, his attention casted towards beneath the hillside. His face transformed drastically, exclaiming crazily. Run! At the hillside 200 meters from here, Xian caught a glimpse of a huge pack of orcs led by several beastly Uruk-ais. They were swiftly nearing here. These orcs looked to be of a similar tribe, their appearance suggested so. As they prepared to charge up the hill, their bended backs caused them to look shorter than usual. Yet once they arrived, one will realized his visual mistake. Xian noticed that these orcs had a difference in their skin tone compared to the previous orcs he encountered. They had a greenish-gray color. Gruff black hair flowed down their heads, varying from gray, brown, and jet black. Some of the orcs kept supremely long hair, braiding them neatly. From a distance, the thick petrifying blood stench swarmed in with the wind. The orcs had a myriad of eye color types, ranging from grayish-blue to purplish-black. Instead, the might Uruk-ais all emitted a crimson glow in their eyes, the symbol of power to the orcs. The elf maiden gazed at this scene. She released a desperate shriek. But that's the only route to Rivendell. Why would Xian and Reef still carry the notion of Rivendell? It was obvious Rivendell was like an illusory cake, an irresistible delicacy, yet a pie in the sky. Upon seeing this scene, Xian and Reef instantly turned tail and ran without hesitation. They had to expend everything they had just to finish off an Uruk-ai. Looking at the imminent deadly beasts, tigers in wolves' clothings, they would certainly be torn into shreds within a minute. After a sequence of intense fleeing, the three ultimately had no choice but to split up. Relying on his superior speed through his soul equipment, he finally managed to shrug off his pack of parasite-like orcs. While fleeing, he managed to take down one average orc as well. That orc seemed to be vastly stubborn. Even with an injured head and arm, he still hobbled in relentless pursuit against Xian. Upon seeing a slight opening, Xian immediately turned around, tanking a few of the orc's assaults, before his Zergling rush was triggered. Hammering down in lightning speed, his ruthless burst-shot punches obliterated the orc completely. Xian even managed to obtain a key loot. Although the key was of a white grade, his gaping reaction was similar to Reef's previously. The Nightmare Realm was really playing a cruel joke on them. It obviously knew they couldn't bring back any loots, and purposefully teased the contestants with an abundance. After Xian opened the chest, he instantly received 4,000 utility points, and a dark blue-grade wooden lance. All this extravagant loot came from a measly white chest. Fortunately, the latter could still be wielded even though the utility points were useless. Xian raised his combat capabilities after wielding the wooden lance. He could even use it as a walking stick in this harsh mountainous terrain. Currently, Xian couldn't help acknowledging that in this world, both his innate ability, endurance, and his brass knuckles were relatively ineffective. Especially endurance. In the previous world it was like a godlike SSS ability as went on a rampage with it, yet the damage sustained in this world was so absurd, the damage reduction was as good as peanuts. Such a vast difference left a cringingly salty taste in his mouth. Although he had temporarily escaped from danger, Xian was not trapped in an awfully impossible predicament. As the saying goes, a newborn calf wouldn't be scared of a tiger, it would naturally dare to run amok because of its dangerous ignorance. For Xian, after listening to Melody's introduction, he had roughly understood the treacherous environment he was in these misty mountains. Who knows, his bad luck may carry him into a certain encampment of a ferocious beast, or a group of urukais. As he anxiously pondered, Xian suddenly heard a peculiarly mournful wail from far. This wail sounded similar to the songs of the elf maiden, Melody. Immediately, without hesitation, he rushed towards it. Roughly over 100 meters away, Xian could hear the wailing gradually dying down. He cautiously crept in, discovering that the elf maiden, Melody, had been captured. A naked urukai with its muscles bulging fiercely, huffed as it tried to force her legs apart. Probably because it was aroused, its layers of fuzz were erected straight. From far, it looked like a massively moldy creature. Witnessing this scene, Xian couldn't help recalling a portion of that urukai research diary. The innate ruthlessness of an urukai is obvious, and its manner of handling females is no exception. For an urukai, it finds pleasure in the agony of its mating female. This is because a female urukai/orc is unable to feel pleasure while mating. Therefore, the only way to produce their offsprings is through rape, which means they do not go through a mutual lovey-dovey relationship/mutual lust. Contrary to outsiders' view, an urukai's appreciation of the opposite sex was something similar to the humankind. The only difference was that humans would normally cherish the beautiful partner, yet the urukais were heartless and savage. Their only goal was to seek self-entertainment and pleasure. Saruman had also specially written, urukais/orcs can be crossbred between humans or elves. Xian understood this phrase similarly to how a stray animal or dog would want to hump anything. Moreover, the female urukai didn't ovulate and get menses like humans. The male urukais had extremely formidable sperms, instantly adhering against the ovary walls and survive there like parasites. The genetic material would then easily infiltrate into her ovaries and egg. LOL. Enjoy the biology lesson, guys. This was how the male urukai would crossbreed with wolves, dogs, pigs, and other female animals. But their sexual partner had to be a female, because the pagoda of mammals definitely requires females. Instead, the female urukai would be unable to crossbreed with outside species. That was how weird half-animal half-urukai creatures came into existence. However, the normal urukai wouldn't proactively lust after other species. Their actions would normally be due to the prompting of a certain leader or a malevolent force. It was difficult for crossbreds from the urukai and animals. Normally, the reproduced urukai would have weird incompatible pig/dog/wolf features. Freaks of nature with half-dog legs and half-urukai bodies may form. Naturally, these freaks couldn't survive in the wild, and be brutally cannibalized by their fellow urukais. The attraction of the elf maiden, Melody, was like a colossal black hole sucking the urukai in. She was completely defenseless, her body emitted a fresh fragrance, and she looked like a tender, beautiful yet frail enticement. The urukai's bottom brain was already brimming with pent-up madness. If not for the emerald leaves on Melody's necklace releasing waves of faint turquoise aura, protecting her feeble self, she would have already been frenziedly and gruesomely violated. Imagining the cruel and perverse nature of an urukai, it was no surprise that it may even start chewing on her while satisfying his arousal. Melody was doing her utmost to resist, but the emerald leaves were slowly withering away, finally turning into ashes. Obviously, maintaining her turquoise shield was difficult. Chapter 8, Exploded Anus. Chapter 8, Exploded Anus. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, TN and Alcasar. Everyone had their own bottom line. Xian couldn't call himself an upright gentleman, but of course he couldn't just watch as this sickening bestiality unfolded. He couldn't allow this innocent elf maiden that he fought alongside with suffer such a tragedious fate. This was not about a hero saving a beauty, it was purely his personal bottom line. Of course, even if this rescue went haywire, he still had the option of withdrawing back into the realm. Xian was firm in his decision, there could be no other. Seizing the chance when the lecherous urukai was single-heartedly devoted, Xian sneakily circled a huge round, climbing down from the downslope behind. His movements offered a subtle disturbance, yet it fell on deaf ears. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Xian had crept in so near, yet the urukai was completely oblivious. It frantically panted in excitement. It was like having a sumptuous meal in its face, or orc draft, a beverage the orcs loved. The urukai trembled violently. It had been fully stimulated. Its revolting thick stench polluted out from its body like a deathly fog, using its crude brown fingers to rip apart this maiden's straw bra. The innocence of the maiden leaked out, patches of snowy white skin and her underripe bosom swelled up with elegance. Don't mention the urukai, even Sheehan felt an eagerness burning within him. Melody's pale despairing expression, her screeching sobs echoed out as she powerlessly and helplessly struggled. Her pure and innocent aura, infused with nature energy, was like a freshly drawn spring water, seducing all male creatures to explore their desires. Sheehan breathed in deeply, as he quietly wriggled through the undershrubs. He silently examined the urukai's naked self, enduring the foul stench of the excitement urukai. Worth mentioning was that Sheehan was really a terribly patient person. He waited until the last emerald leaf had withered and disintegrated, her final line of defense crumbled apart. The urukai roared in ecstasy, tearing apart the final protective hide at her waist. Pushing back with great strength, it protruded its bare naked black gigantic butt backwards, a rock-solid horrifying whip shuddered, warming up for its long-awaited deep thrust. In the next second, the elf maiden would definitely groaned out in sorrow. But at this exact moment, it was the moment the urukai let all its guard down, intending to thoroughly indulge itself. It's now. As a male himself, Sheehan naturally understood the weakness of a male. Prying and aiming at the minute pitch-black darkness amidst the overgrown air, he slanted back his incisive wooden lance, slowly arching it backwards. His muscles contracted intensely, and exploded forth. The wooden lance impaled forward mercilessly. It could be said that he utilized his entire strength in this one thrust, a thoroughly wretched move. His eyes flickered with amazement. Trying to rape Lil Elf sis. Try getting raped instead. The incomparably frantic screams resounded out. The razor-pointed tip of the lance ruthlessly impaled into the darkness of the urukai's pit, at least piercing 30 to 60 centimeters deep. Its sinister frontal humongous solid weapon sprayed a concentrated turbid liquid. Oh, don't misunderstand the urukai to be a masochist. It was because its prostate had received severe internal injuries, which resulted in a muddied viscous blood trail spurting out. Definitely it included all sorts of bodily liquid. The severity of this blow, if dealt onto a normal human being, would be instantly delivered to a colon specialist doctor, then stashing a thick red packet into the doctor's pocket in gratitude for an overnight operation. Sheehan's devious strike could only be described as successful, vicious, cunning, shameless. Undoubtedly for a long time to come, this unlucky urukai would definitely turn uninterested in any female creature. This could be vividly seen through its rapid shrinking of its little bean. Yet because of his inexperience in dealing with urukais, Sheehan made a major error. He was focused on thrusting the wooden lance deeper, repeatedly rotating while carving it in. Still enjoying the evil taste of enjoyment, his mistake was that he triggered and overlooked the fearsome backlash of the agonizing urukai. The urukai ferociously spun round as its sweeping hand snatched away the lance, glaring furiously at Sheehan with its crimson eyes. Although the urukai was brimming with a dreadful aura, the comical torrents of blood flooding out its ass had sullied its dreadful emotions. Sheehan felt a tremendous sweeping force against his hands, before the wooden spear was snatched away. What the F***? My 40 points of strength couldn't even hold onto a lance. The webbing between his fingers turned numb, before a striking pain kicked in. A huge laceration appeared, blood streaming profusely. Face to face with this vile urukai, Sheehan instantly sensed a tremendous danger. A bottle of agility curse mix released from his hands as he turned around to flee. Sheehan no longer cared about the unknown dangers he was running towards, his only thought was to keep on running, into the dense forest. His priority was certain, to escape. No doubt, the throbbing pain the urukai was experiencing, it would repay 100-folds on Sheehan if it caught him. Although the feeling of impaling others' anuses was great, he was definitely no masochist to find pleasure in his own ass being penetrated. During their intense chase-off, countless gorgeous scenery zoomed past the sides of his vision. Sheehan's shirt was constantly being torn and ripped by the edges of the tree branches. Yet Sheehan couldn't care less about such minor details, his mind was only reverberating with one constant: gotta run faster. After a seemingly eternal chase, the aftermath of utilizing excessive energy to maintain his sprinting speed kicked in as he wheezed heavily. Beads of perspiration covered his skin, as his insatiable lungs hungered for more oxygen. Spots of black gradually affected his vision, warning him of the eventual consequences if he didn't stop. Yet the oppressively muffled thumping footsteps followed him strictly. Like a death god hunting down its prey. F*******, F******. Am I going to have to return to the realm so fast? Suddenly, the horizon ahead opened up. Xian stumbled, his feet trampling over several dried branches at the edge of a treacherously steep slope. Losing his entire balance, he tumbled down without even a single alarming squeal from his throat. Needless to say, if he knocked against some rock or tree, the injuries weren't going to be light. Also, even without the furious Uruk-hai chasing him, traveling alone in this misty mountains maze while injured, only a catastrophe await him. Fortunately his luck wasn't bad. After tumbling for 7 to 8 meters, a patch of black vines enveloped his view. God knows how long the vines had been growing, but its dense and interweaved appearance acted like a gigantic cushion, shuttering a huge portion of Xian's tumbling inertia. Yet it was not enough as the rolling Xian tore through the vines, smashing heavily against a tree trunk. After rolling a few rounds, he laid there with numerous heavy wounds covering his body. After his disastrous fall, his vision turned fuzzy with spots of black. However, he knew the catastrophic outcome of fainting now. Gritting his teeth, he climbed back up while facing the steep slope. As he turned his head around, a fishy pungent rush of wind filled his nose. A split second later, a massive shadow crashed against him. Xian felt like a mountain had struck against his chest, his entire body flying back as his bones fractured internally. A piercing agony jolted from his chest, spinning out to the rest of his body like a web. Spitting out a thread of fresh blood in mid-air, the blood instantly evaporated into red mist. It was that Uruk-hai who struck against Xian. Fortunately, it had been fatally wounded before. After dashing for a long period, the perpetual blood loss from its ruptured anus had exhausted his life force. The Uruk-hai had only been relying on its fueled rage to pursue Xian. It was like an arrow at the end of its flight when it struck Xian, but by borrowing the rushing speed down the slope, its punch still carried great monstrosity. Xian flew for over a dozen meters down the slope, finally crashing into a river. The icy chill of the river permeated into his consciousness. No longer able to bear the weight of his injuries, his eyes sank into darkness, perhaps a long while later, or maybe a short while, the semi-conscious Xian knocked against an obstructing object, before getting picked up from the water. He could feel someone swiftly changing his clothes, wrapping him and examining him. After a long pause, Xian sensed waves of refreshing coolness sipping into his body. He finally opened his eyes to see, realizing a female clothed in linen chanting an incantation beside him. Fluffy glows of spores emitted from the cracks between her fingers, entering into his body. He felt extremely soothing. Chapter 9, Coming of Age Ceremony. Chapter 9, Coming of Age Ceremony. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Seeing Xian awakening, the female courteously nodded and spoke. Men of Gordon, you've awakened. I am Alicia, meaning noble in Latin, from Isengard. I am here to aid the elves and investigate the truth. Xian gazed towards the clouds. It was already nighttime. He was currently lying beside a bonfire. His brain was still in a stupor, as if a hatchet was lodged within. His body tremored to the agonizing pain from his chest. Yet he could feel his wounds rapidly rejuvenating because of this woman's magic. Xian nodded. He copied Reef's manner of speech and replied feebly. My sincere gratitude, fair maiden. Pleased to fellowship with you, maiden with an immortal beauty like Minas Tirith. Alicia giggled politely, but her meaning beneath the smile was obvious. Naturally, Xian's outstanding +3 charm was in full effect. The woman was reluctant to engage in conversation. She turned around and spoke. He's awake. After a hurried rush of footsteps, a familiar face finally appeared. It was the elf maiden, Melody. Her pure innocent eyes were red and swollen, filled with worry and tears. Upon seeing the conscious Xian, her tears turned into delight. Currently, she was dressed the same as how she was when they met her. But Xian could never forget the image of the Uruk-hai pressing onto her, the snowy white skin, slender long legs, that alluring sight. Seeing Xian's eyes scanning her body, Melody instantly guessed the wretched thoughts flowing inside his mind. Her delicate cheeks immediately flushed pink, as she shyly walked back to the bonfire, occasionally sneaking several concerned looks at him. Several elves sat around the bonfire. From their conversations, Xian found out the movements near Rivendell's vicinity had garnered their attention. After a desperate request from Melody by some unknown methods, they formed a search party and hastily arrived. After exploding that Uruk-ai's anus, Xian had at least fled for his life for a dozen kilometers. Even after the elves managed to rush over, he had been swept downstream by the rapid river currents. Saving him had required a long, arduous process. Due to them rescuing Xian, the group of elves similarly lost their way within this remote area. The elder of the party understood the treacherous nature of traveling within misty mountains during the night. Hence, he set up camp to prevent them from suffering any ambushes. They then waited till the next day, yet they still could not find any traces of Reef's whereabouts. Seeing that night was round the corner again, an elf suddenly stood up. He looked like a roughly 50-year-old male. His name was Elder Chawan Zimu. He then circled around the surrounding dress near the bonfire, stopping at a huge exuberant tree. He then used his crutches and started tapping onto the tree trunk, beginning his incantations. O magnificent nature, we thank thee for bestowing sunshine and rain dews. O cleanse and purify this abundance of food. We enjoy the warmth, air, and vegetation, bestow peace on our slumber. You alone restore my longing hope. Nature surround us with grace and favor on us mortals of this world. From now to the future, till the earth passes away. The majestic tree mysteriously contorted under the incantations. The place Elder Chawan was tapping turned meek, the branches extended down, its leaves mystically folding up. Several other elves dispersed to pluck the leaves, carefully gathering together before drinking from it. The rolled-up leaves were like a cup. Melody glanced at Xian before she bashfully offered him one. She knelt beside him, her eyes not daring to interact with him. Xian could see the slender fingers of the elf maiden, exquisitely fair like a scallion. It really exuberated a cleansing aura of spring water, as he couldn't help feeling slightly charmed by her. Receiving a rolled-up leaf, he realized a cyan fluid sap swiveling within, clear with a tinge of jade allurement. Even though the sap was filled to the brim, it didn't leak out. Like a formless cover sealing it up. Xian sucked against the cyan sap, it tasted sweet and raw. The sap felt like it could infiltrate out from his throat to the rest of his body, a silent moisture dissolving his fatigue and pain. He instantly gulped it down, before smiling towards Melody. Is there any more? Melody blushed, evading his line of sight as she hurried to pluck 2 more leaf cups. Xian was curious why this elf maiden loved to blush, but he honestly consumed the 2 leaf cups in a flash, comfortably exhaling. Following that, 2 other elves went up and dug out chunks of snowy white tree core out of the trunk, before mending the tree wounds with mud. After a series of incantations, the tree returned back to normal. The snowy white core tasted like a cooling sweetness, just like a fruit. After wrapping it up with leaves and barbecuing in the bonfire, it tasted distinct, like the silky fragrance of a bread. After installing several magical traps and protection, the party begun resting. In view of how his notorious +3 charm was sweeping aside everything aggressively, he desperately missed the slut Jean Kwang. He no longer tried to start conversations with other storyline characters. Based on the composition of a contestant's marvelous body, his injuries had been healed by roughly 70 to 80%. However, in the elves' eyes, he was still a severely wounded patient, hence he was allocated to rest inside the security of a tiny cave behind the temporary campsite. The rest were resting at the cave entrance. Since his environment was secure, Xian naturally decided to rest. But as his vision turned dreamy, he suddenly heard faint footsteps echoing in. His heart shuddered and immediately jolted up. His heart was feeling inconceivable. There were several elder elves outside. Even if they encountered an unstoppable variable, they surely wouldn't be annihilated without a single sound. Instead, Xian caught whiff of a rather refreshing fragrance, a faint cooling sensation that could bewitch the soul. A warm voice called out for him, pure as the rushing spring waters. It was indeed the voice of the elf maiden Melody. Xian was perplexed, he had no clue what she was here for, thus he shut his eyes and feigned sleep. After calling 2 times for Xian without a reply, Melody didn't go out. Instead, she creeped up and sat gently beside him. Even in the darkness, Xian could sense that she was looking at his face, probably because an elf had night vision abilities. Her slender fingers caressed against his features, like a gentle wind, refreshing and calming. It then curved down Xian's back, slowly heading for his chest. Finally, the elf maiden weakly laid down on his chest, arching her heated-up face in. Her voice sounded like a fantasy dream, occasionally hearing the sound of leaves rustling. Actually I lied. I'm not here in search for any precious seeds. I am here for my coming-of-age ceremony. I was lost, in this unfamiliarity, no clue on what I would encounter. That demon was horrifying, like a deathly swamp, eating away anything around it. That time, my mind was blank. I thought I was dying, but you saved me. Although my sisters searched for trees, or rocks, or the soaring eagles in the sky, or the vigorous unicorns for their coming-of-age ceremony. In the past, there was never one that seeked out a human. But I felt, ever since you rescued me from that nightmare, that you are the one I'm looking for. By your side, I feel comfort and security. Sheehan never anticipated such good fortune. He was completely dumbstruck. Suddenly, an aggressive yet rejuvenating breath warmed his face. A feeling of elastic ecstasy rubbed against his lips. This feeling could not be described with words. People often likened a female's purity to that of nature itself. Like a dragonfly touching the water, Melody's kiss reminded Sheehan of a wind breezing across a lake. The sunshine revitalizing the grass, the budding flowers of spring. In this instance, Sheehan shamelessly accomplished from 0 degrees to 90 degrees and finally to 180 degrees. I believe males and similarly females would know what this mean. Don't be mistaken, I was just doing what I had to. Oh, wow, it's really elastic. Sorry, that wasn't on purpose. I swear my hand was placed by my side. Why did it suddenly move on its own? I'm not used to having a woman pressing down on me. Hey, I'm really not used to a woman on top. Not even an elf maiden. Just when Sheehan couldn't contain his boiling blood rush, guns loaded as he panted and engaged little Melody above him. That instant their upper bodies were interweaved together, a sudden scream resounded in from outside. A short miserable shriek. Chapter 10, Orc Metropolis. Chapter 10, Orc Metropolis. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. The shriek was abrupt, vanishing as fast as it came, as though it had been cut off from the throat. Sheehan's heart shivered instantly upon hearing it, instantly pushing off the alluring and curvy elf maiden up. Another shriek echoed in. Elves were hailed as the children of nature. Once they concealed themselves inside the forest, even an expert hunter would find it hard to deal with. But in a short span of 3 seconds, the alerting elf scout had died. Only a well-planned out and brutal ambush could result in such devastating agility. In the next second, orcs and urukai swarmed into the little camp like a tidal wave, an utterly malicious ambush. This ambush was swift, venomous, and sharp, like a perceptive dagger abruptly penetrating in. The ambushers were comprised of orcs, urukais, and another urukai leader. Sheehan noticed, apart from having a physically larger build, a mystery man clothed in a black mantle stood beside the urukai leader. The man was hunchbacked, wearing a mysterious wizard robe, his hand holding onto a crooked staff. Elder Chowan was sufficiently formidable, yet he was completely suppressed by this mysterious wizard. If the magic arts of an elder elf could be described as resplendent like starlight, then the magic arts of this mystery man was like the eternal night, boundless and choking. Upon seeing this mystery man, Sheehan instantly knew his journey in Middle-earth had come to an end. Others probably had no clue, but to Sheehan, who had read the Urukai diary, he had ascertained this scene. During the degradation of Saruman, he had been putting on a false pretense of a righteous white-robed wizard, even holding the appointment of chairman of the Council of the Wise. To maintain his righteous disguise, Saruman was unable to expose himself. Hence, as a divine servant, Saruman utilized his powerful magic and research, creating several doppelgangers for himself using alchemy and witchcraft. He fragmented his soul and imbued them into his several identities, representing him to traverse the Middle-earth. This strategy was no doubt effective. If not for his ambitions growing too huge, Saruman wouldn't even have exposed his identity. At present, this crooked mystery man in front of Sheehan was a representative of Saruman. Although it held only a minor portion of Saruman's might, it definitely wasn't something the present Sheehan could resist against. Against the elves, the orcs, and urukais who were being supervised fearlessly charged in.to these savage creatures who were being controlled, death wasn't a burden but a freedom. Even though the Rivendell elves were exceptionally valiant fighting inside a forest, even though Elder Chowan in his rage cast several nature-type magic which transformed 5 orcs into rotten wood, but he was immediately countered by Saruman's representative. With a wave of Saruman's staff, a strange paralytic wave swept through him, as he slumped to the ground paralyzed. Within a short time of half a cigarette, the elves were completely routed. Yet strangely, These vicious by nature orcs and urukais, after achieving total supremacy, did not touch the remaining survivors. They merely bounded up these captives. Xian continued to feign being severely injured, pretending his shattered sternum prevented him from walking. The orcs proactively carried him on their backs. Alicia had a long bleeding cut wound across her arm, and the orcs even proactively treated her. They seemed particularly concerned about the lives of their captives. Ultimately, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was already prepared to return to the realm. He obviously knew this abnormal development of events was just a deadlier danger hiding beneath the false security. But to him, being able to drag on for another minute, he would gladly do so. Besides, he had the upper hand of returning to the realm anytime. Of course, if presented the opportunity, he naturally wished to assist these elves from escaping the grips of the Evil One. As he eavesdropped on the orcs and the urukais, he could faintly hear them addressing their own organization as the Slave Seizing Squad. Slowly, they were being dragged towards the north. During their journey, they converged with other identical slave-seizing squads. The captives came in various shapes and sizes. There were even orcs and urukais. The orcs were probably rogue orcs, and the urukais probably those that had lost control. Their genetic makeup was probably flawed, causing them to break free and flee while carrying on mission. In order to keep them a secret, Saruman ordered the recapture of such urukais, or even killed these failed products. Just like that rapist urukai previously, was one of those that had lost control. Its flawed genetic makeup had already greatly weakened it. That was how it died of blood loss even after only one sneaky thrust by Xian. As time sped by, Melody and the other maiden elves were surprised they hadn't been raped. They had already mentally prepared themselves for suicide, but instead they were being treated extremely well. After traveling for 2 days, the temperature had started to plunge rapidly. Every captive was given an animal hide coat. Some orcs even rummaged through the leftover meals of the captives. If not for the strict surveillance, one would mistaken them to be invited guests. But very soon, the cruel reality shattered the farce of this false image. A heavily wounded elf could no longer trudge forward due to exhaustion. His condition kept worsening. After he breathed his last breath, the voracious orcs ravaged through his body. The head of this unlucky elf was decapitated and offered to the urukai leader. The urukai leader elated drank the brains of this elf. Like what humans would do to a coconut, the journey went on for 2.5 days, before they finally arrived at the snowy peak of a world of ice and snow. This was the deepest pole of the Misty Mountains. To everyone's amazement, right smack in this treacherously cold environment, the urukais who normally loved traveling in small groups had actually established a massive coalition here. It could even be described as a metropolis. Countless amounts of caves had been dug out. From afar, the entire mountain range was covered with black spots. It looked just like a devilish honeycomb, enormous, surreal, and brimming with unprecedented dangers. My God! Elder Colin gaped in appall. This must be the fabled chasm of the Misty Mountains. Legend has it that death awaits those who enter. Looking at it now, it must be the origin of these orcs and urukais. Right in the nucleus of this coalition metropolis stood an average-sized wizard tower. The tower emitted a devilish aura. The black doors of the tower seemed to be the devil's eyes. In front of it stood that mystery wizard. Currently, he had removed his black mantle and face mask, revealing his face to the crowd. Every single captive would have to pass through under his supervision. The profound wrinkles crisscrossed across the wizard's face, his eyes turbid, as though his life had been snuffed out long ago. Yet his genuine power continued to ripple around his surroundings. Just sweeping a gaze at him caused the captives to feel a throbbing pain cutting against them. His might could only be described with one word: unfathomable. But sometimes, ignorance is a bliss. At present to Xian, an unfathomable sea had no intrinsic difference to a shallow bathtub. The same logic as how the outcome would be similar if someone jumps from a 50 meters tall cliff compared to a 500 meters cliff. Probably because of his lackadaisical expression, Xian attracted the attention of the wizard. The wizard glared over, without moving his shriveled lips, yet an aged old voice suddenly sounded of his abdomen. Eh? You actually possess a tiny fate glow on you. Due to legend +1, Xian shrugged his shoulders, replying bluntly. Should I feel honored or afraid from what you've said? The wizard horrendously released a hoarse laughter. To someone like me who has created such perfection like the urukais, you are worth nothing. The wizard then gazed towards Alicia, asking suspiciously. Woman, why do you have such a loathing aura on you? He reached out his dried, bird-claw-looking fingers, covering Alicia's head. Suddenly, Alicia started spasming violently. Under the watchful view of the multitude, the woman's clothes rapidly disintegrated into ashes, revealing bit by bit her bare body. Astonishingly, her body's surface was covered in scars, old scars. It looked like she had suffered ruthless torture in the past. The wizard shot out an essence glow through his eyes, scanning Alicia's body. The penetrative rays reached deeply, forcefully exposing her blood vessels to protrude from her body. Lines of cyan-colored vein lines appeared. When the wizard examined her left arm, the pitiful woman released a mournful shrill. Crack! Her arm instantly exploded, blood and flesh scattering out. A sparkling and translucent six-sided crystal ice object floated up towards the sky. With a gesture, the crystal ice halted instantaneously in midair. He then casually tossed out a bottle of deep black potion out, the liquid forming into a thick black fog enshrouding it. After a few seconds, when the fog finally dispersed, there was nothing left in the air. Chapter 11, Imprisoned. Chapter 11, Imprisoned. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. A foolish, meager spy. Interesting. Saruman's doppelganger laughed hoarsely, seeming rather pleased. He then continued to inspect the others. It was probably because he was a contestant that Xian performed better than the rest. Even the formidable elder elves, after a mere 10 seconds of chilling gaze from the wizard, had their vitality crushed to a limp. They only recovered after several hours. After Saruman's doppelganger had appraised and screened them, the captives were all ushered towards a prison, situating in the inhabited middle region of the place. The reason why the prison wasn't located in any caves was because the kind dwarves who could handle rocks easily were similarly captives of the slaves' seizure squads. Not only was this prison enveloped by a sturdy domain formed from the wizard tower, it was segregated into an inner ring and an outer ring. The inner ring held the prison cells, along with some of the resident orc jailers. The outer ring was the dwelling place of the guards, comprised mostly of urukais. Yet more crucially, even if someone broke through the inner and outer ring, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the thousands of intense surveillance of the packed orc caves around the mountain range. From hindsight, the secrecy of this place was completely sealed up. In this world of ice and snow, the elves who lacked winter clothing felt terribly uncomfortable. Shivering inside the ice-cold prison cells, they were locked up for 2 days. They were both physically and mentally drained. The only source of comfort from the low temperature was that it effectively froze their bleeding wounds, and halted any infections. Even the medicines provided from the orcs were effective. Alicia's injured arm did not worsen but healed swiftly. To prevent any unnecessary troubles, same species were arranged into the same prison cell. Hence, Xian very delightedly reunited with Reef inside the prison cell. Of course, the wounded Alicia was also delivered here. When the two reunited, they were exceedingly joyous. As they conversed, Reef also knew that the slave seizure squad sent by Saruman similarly captured other orcs along with the various creatures. Apart from that, Reef had personally witnessed a rogue urukai being slaughtered. Naturally, the two were extremely delighted at being locked up inside the prison cell. They wished for Saruman's doppelganger to completely forget about them, bestowing life imprisonment onto them. The third day was a sunny day. A rare sunlight penetrated into the prison cells. This was undoubtedly a luxury for the miserable elves, squeezing each other at the cell window to enjoy the warmth. The elf maiden, Melody, also crept towards the comforting sunshine. Yet it seemed like her status was neglectable within her own kind. In this harsh environment, she was mercilessly pushed to the side by several stronger elves, reduced to sobbing in misery by the side. Upon seeing this scene, Xian's eyes flashed with an evil tendency. His heart felt rather bitter. Alas, he had no influence over those elves, and could only watch helplessly in his cell. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered, gazing towards the orc jailer, and called out. "Pest, big guy. Yes, you without the ears, come here." The direct glares of the sun could easily damage the orc's eyesight. Hence, orcs who had to work outdoors were used to wrapping a black cloth around their eyes, making for simple primitive sunglasses. This all-bronze but no-brains jailer was irked by Xian's calling, striding in big steps towards him and frustratedly roared. "Shut, mouth. If not, skin you. No ear, honor and glory." Xian pointed at it, earnestly speaking. "You dare to disrespect me? Be careful or I'll strip you of your strength." The orc laughed out hilariously. Little worm, man. Who? Lies. It was all along boring in here. After hearing this banter, several other bored orcs came over to participate in the liveliness. It seemed like these simple orcs were like different tunes playing to the same melody. Sheehan was still worried they wouldn't congregate. He immediately tossed out a bottle of curse mix, exploding out an immense poisonous fog. This fog instantly caused the lowly intelligent yet flourishing with muscles orcs a decline in 6 points of strength, 3 points x2 for orcs/Uruk-eyes. These bunch of orcs weren't as mighty as the Uruk-eyes, an entire 6 points of strength cut was rather distinct. To the orcs who relied wholeheartedly on their brute strength, a 6 points weakening was undoubtedly an unprecedented calamity for them. They roared in horror, flaring their weapons at Sheehan, puffing and spurting their saliva in rage, wanting to gobble up this damnable wizard. Sheehan folded his arms across his chest, lazily continuing. Kill me, and your strength will be permanently weakened. Although my meager powers are vastly inferior to your god, Saruman's doppelganger, it isn't something you filthy, trifling fools can offend. The orcs glanced at each other, their weapons gradually tilting back down. Their simple minds were tangled up by fear. Looking at Sheehan, who possessed mysterious power, their gazes carried a tinge of respect now. Sheehan obviously wasn't going to pass on this, he tossed out his bait. Of course, I can forgive your ignorance and return your strength. As long as you agree to one tiny request. The orc jailer, who seemed like their chief jailer, instantly turned vigilant. Stammering, he replied. Impossible, you, release, die, never. Sheehan sneered in secret and replied. I'm not asking you to release me. See that little elf girl at the opposite cell? Deliver her to our side of the cell. That chief jailer clad in nail leather armor was momentarily shocked. It was obvious his simple mind required more time to process this information. After a brief pause, he leaked out an intuitive smirk and leaned closer, grasping the iron balls with his fingers and replied. Woman elf, you like mating them. Grecular, I also like. Sheehan was amazed. Is this orc chief jailer trying to be friends with me? But he immediately replied. Regarding the orc's intellect, he absolutely wouldn't feign civility and worm his way into a friendship. Instead, it seemed like he had found a compatible relation, who shared a common language. Now, even with his pathetic +3 charm, and without the hegemon Jinquang, it could still achieve the upper hand. Since that's the case, Sheehan instantly released an excessive and mischievous laughter. Yes, bring her over to my cell. Then I will release your curse. The orc chief jailer shook his head, his face filled with dread as he stuttered. Elf, touch, poof, suicide, become seed. Strict punish, die, us. Alicia walked towards them. After a brief explanation, Sheehan was finally enlightened. Actually, elves possess an innate ability to ignite their own life essence in extreme despair, causing damage to their surroundings and transforming into a seed. This suicidal tactic was extremely peculiar. Sheehan couldn't help recalling his previous encounter in the Harry Potter world. Venter's lover, Danny, casted a similar ability called Fairy's Praise. It seems like this orc chief jailer and received strict orders, not permitting a single convict to perish. Sheehan laughed hysterically. Relax, she won't commit suicide. If you don't believe me, try asking her if she is willing to come over. How about this? If you can satisfy my request, I not only will relieve you of your curse, but introduce you to a drink you've never tasted before. Drink? Raising the subject on drinks, the orc chief jailer instantly bared his yellowish teeth, replying with a stammer. Oh. Delicious as, orc draft. The orc's favorite delicacy was naturally orc's draft, concocted with fermented honey and blood. Its flavor was sweet and carried the piercing fragrance of blood the orcs loved the most. Many orc squads would bring along orc's draft during operations, and more during wars. Because it required fresh blood to concoct, such methods were simple yet cruel. Fresh orc's draft could be drank after 3 days, but the most optimal period was after a week. Sheehan disdainfully snorted. You call orc's draft delicious? Is there a cup? Chief jailer, Grecular immediately retrieved a wooden mug, it was still stained with dirty. Sheehan poured a cup of endless spirited vodka inside the mug. This orc was rather shrewd, smelling it first before tasting it a little. Instantly his bloodied eyeballs swelled up, gulping it down with ferocity. More. More, cup, full. 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 Chief Jailer, Greckler, had eyes sparkling like mini stars, jumping aggressively as he raised his mug, violently licking his lips as he shouted at Sheehan. The orcs surrounding them were similarly drawn in by the intoxicating fragrance, their eyes glimmering with insatiable greed. Sheehan naturally knew the tendencies of these orcs, akin to pirates/bandits/murderers etc. He only cared about the chief jailer's ideas. Tossing his wine cup up, he stored it back within his nightmare imprint and laughed. If you're thinking of robbing me, then you've got the wrong idea. The orcs glanced at each other again, crowing in and whispering together. Swiftly, they nodded in agreement and Greckler marched over again. His voice stern and sincere. Lock her, over. You, drink, how much? Sheehan straightforwardly replied. My drink requires time to ferment, I will offer you 10 mugs, but only at night. Chapter 12, Elf of the Twilight. Chapter 12, Elf of the Twilight. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. The chief jailer, Greckler, attempted to put on an imposing manner. Wine cup, mine. Elf woman, yours. Cyan scoffed in silence, turning around stubbornly as he poured the contents in the wine cup into his mouth. Greckler's eyes flushed with despair, shaking with iron bars and furiously yelled. Drink. No. Wait. Finally, Sheehan successfully reached an agreement with the orcs using hand gestures. For the price of 9 cups of endless spirited vodka, and freeing them from their curse, the elf melody would be transferred to their cell. Yes, Sheehan managed to trick them and gave only 9 cups. Still, the chief jailer, Greckler, was extremely concerned with his superior's orders, emphasizing that the elf maiden had to be willing, preventing her from committing suicide. Although as males of the same kind, he understood the passionate desire of Sheehan in mating, the transaction would be voided if the elf wasn't willing. Reef glanced at Sheehan, using his nightmare imprint to transmit his message. Should we make a run for it? Sheehan shook his head gently. These orcs should only be the first line of defense, they only handle the trivial matters like feeding and watching the prisoners. I reckon the exterior has a fearsome Uruk-hai line of defense. If we rush out now, undoubtedly, I'm afraid our Lord of the Rings journey ends here. We mustn't. Reef nodded, acknowledging Sheehan's points. He then leaned against the corner of the cell. And sat down. Sheehan was starting to be more confident of his own judgments. Even in a prison cell, Reef sat strictly according to the rules, he still carried his noble and dignified posture. Undoubtedly, he had been long accustomed to this style in the present world. The prison door of the elves' cell swung opened. Greckler tried his best to gesture and signal to the alarmed and frightened elf maiden. The pitiful elf maiden repeatedly shrunk back, obviously disregarding whatever Greckler had to say. Several other elves started to step forward and spray raging insults at him. In this prison, their abilities had been suppressed greatly. Hence, they could only curse at the orcs, stinky, crude, and just a ball of flesh. After a long while, the chief jailer, Greckler, once again stood in front of Sheehan. He scolded in agitation. Lies, you. Elf not willing. Cancel, agreement. Sheehan scoffed disdainfully as he replied. Bring me over, I'll speak to her. After speaking, he once again gulped down the vodka, the intoxicating aroma infiltrating Greckler's nose. He then stared down at his bulging muscles, his eyes still hiding beneath the black cloth, and then glanced at Sheehan's arms, which were noticeably smaller than his by half. Finally, he made a simple, win-win decision. Besides, this little worm Sheehan couldn't possibly post him any troubles. No doubt once Sheehan got into action, his few phrases instantly captivated the elf maiden. Even though Melody was still shy and bashful, she lowered her head and followed him over. Reef turned to shoot a surprised expression at them, then sunk back into his meditative self. Although the cell wasn't narrow, it wasn't spacious as well, only 2 windows allowed the sun rays in. Currently, it was being occupied solely by 2 other human captives. The 2 humans were Guile and Sneaky. When the orcs delivered food, they directly snatched away Sheehan's and Reef's portions. It was just that Sheehan and Reef had prepared food inside their interspatial area, and did not wish to bicker over the rotten stew delivered by the orcs. Yet the 2 humans took their ignorance as weakness. They watched as Sheehan brought in such an alluring yet bashful elf maiden into their prison cell. She was as pure and refreshing as the springs. Then they observed the orc jailers gathering outside as they greedily feasted on their drink. With a sly smile on their face, they inched closer. The taller poacher issued a stern and malicious warning. "Lil kid, hand over that female elf. If not, your throat will be slit tonight." Sheehan looked like an elder brother, brushing aside the messy hair on the little elf sister's face. The words of that poacher completely fell on deaf ears as he continued without a slightest care or concern. Fuming, the tall poacher charged towards him. Without even turning around, Sheehan released a back kick, coincidentally landing against his chest. A 40 points of strength force instantly sent that guy flying backwards, crashing against the prison wall behind. His facial muscles twitched, shriveling up like a prawn, his complexion deathly pale as he retched non-stop, but nothing came out. He probably fractured several ribs, his eyes brimming with dread. How would he dare to retaliate? The shorter poacher was originally turning restless, yet upon seeing Sheehan's effortless might, he instantly retreated wretchedly into the corner. Actually, they were indeed unlucky to meet two contestants like Sheehan and Reef. The body search was completely futile for them. Their equipment was disguised by the realm, and they even had the nightmare imprint to store away their hidden trump cards. How could they even match up to Sheehan, who was fully equipped? Except Sheehan, whom she treated extremely intimately, Melody carried a trace of icy-cold arrogance towards the other humans. She had a refined and courteous aura that would repel people 1,000 miles away. She completely ignored Sheehan's explosive aggression. It was like watching as Sheehan kicked away an obstructing stone. Afterward, she dashed towards the window, basking underneath the permeating sunrays. Sheehan stood silently behind her. Being locked up inside the shade for several days, Melody enjoyed the sunlight with a guiltless countenance. Elves were children of nature, their disposition carried a cleansing ability. As Sheehan stood behind her, the unexplainable refreshing aroma lingered into his nose. It was the same smell the tender grassland emitted after a rain, untroubling the heart and clearing the mind. The elf maiden basked in the sunlight for a while, her face exceedingly radiant. She suddenly turned around, focused and sincerely asking Sheehan. "You saw me being bullied by my fellow elves, that is why you schemed and transferred me here, right?" Sheehan wasn't a person to claim credit. He wanted to laugh it off but suddenly noticed the serenity in the elf maiden's eyes. Her gaze of pure innocence. Hence, he earnestly nodded his head. Melody turned her head away, stroking her hair as she composedly replied. "I won't thank you. You are the protector selected for my coming-of-age ceremony. This is naturally required of you." Sheehan turned petrified instantaneously, his lips stammered but his heart was shouting out. "I don't want to be the protector. I just want to be a beast who takes liberties and run. I'm not a possession. I'm just an innocent passerby." The screaming thoughts swirled around at the back of his tongue, none leaking under the watchful supervision of the calm Melody. Melody giggled as she sat on the floor wrapping her hands around her knees. Slanting her head as she gazed at Sheehan, her pureness seemingly trying to pry deep into Sheehan's heart and mind. Observing Sheehan's dazed expression, Melody impolitely commanded him to sit behind her, using him as a pillow. Snuggling up into his bosom, she finally shut her eyes and started humming an unknown elvish song. At this instant, Sheehan abruptly sensed a disturbance. He could clearly see the sunlight penetrating through the window, distorting slightly, like a streaming river, jubilantly radiating into Melody's body, who was pressed against his chest. This elf maiden's tender body was like a piece of thirsty sponge, wholeheartedly absorbing the nourishing sunlight. Gradually, Melody's tone turned ethereal-like and discernible. Even though they were pent up inside a filthy prison cell, her voice drifted into the humans' ears like a fresh spring water, thoroughly cleansing their bodies. Although Sheehan could not understand the contents of her humming, he could smell the fresh aroma exuberating from her. A faint yet clear elation welled up in his heart. It was like starlight blending with sunlight, bestowing revitalization of his soul. The elves in the opposite cell suddenly broke into an intense uproar, bellowing loudly and repeatedly the words, "Twilight Harmony." Even some of the aged old elder elves started tearing, and some started laughing ecstatically. Yet the distance along with the prison bars prevented them from clarifying the matter. Melody ignored them, leaning against Sheehan as she continued singing softly under the warmth of the sunrays. After a long while later, the elves were finally permitted to enter the internal courtyard for a fresh air. Once they stepped out of their prison cell, they instantly dashed towards the human cell. Elder Chowan grabbed the iron bars tightly, cyan-colored veins swelling throughout his arms. His voice tough and unyielding as he clenched his teeth and rebuked. Human. Release our elf of the twilight. Stop profaning her with your filthy carcass. Chapter 13, Your elder brother has no choice but to profane. Chapter 13, Your elder brother has no choice but to profane. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. In truth, amongst the elves in the Lord of the Ring world, those who hailed from the grand kingdom Valinor of the Undying Lands, were the most noble. They were known as, Elves of the Light. This was because they immersed inside the radiance of the divine tree in the Undying Lands. These elves were exceedingly rare and powerful, not even known in the movies. The Undying Lands were akin to the divine kingdom of the elves, only known to be infinitely far from Middle-earth. Other elves are considered dark elves, including Sylvan elves, Lindar elves, even Eldar elves and Avari elves. Yet there were a small minority of elves who had seen the divine tree in the Undying Lands before. These elves were either elves who randomly drifted and chance upon it, or reincarnated in Middle-earth. They were known as Grey Elves, who were neither of the dark nor the light. Although they were similarly considered under the Dark Elves category, due to the fact Grey Elves had seen the divine tree before, they were more noble than standard Night Elves. Actually, their official term wasn't Grey Elves, but were actually hailed as the Elves of the Twilight. In the eyes of every Dark Elf, an Elf of the Twilight was like a leader who could lead them into the Holy Land of Valinor. In extremely rare cases, a Grey Elf would suddenly awaken its memories of the previous generations, thereby advancing to become an Elf of the Twilight. Which was what Melody was experiencing. Being aggressively berated by the pack of elves, she instantly imploded indignantly. Your mother, what filthy human! Which part of me is dirty? I hadn't even said anything about you bullying this little elf sister. Brother here had to pull some tricks to protect her. You actually dare say I'm profaning her? More importantly, do you have eyes? It was she who leaned in herself. After listening to these elves' vehement hurls of insults at him, Sheehan knew he definitely wouldn't be able to contend in a debate against so many elves. But, Sheehan wasn't one that could normally tolerate being wronged. His furious spirit raged within him, seething deeply up his gall. Your mum. This brother here was purely acting out of goodwill. I hadn't even moved on her, you guys that to malign me. What, remove your filthy carcass from profaning her? Today I have no choice but to King profane. With a fiery ball of rage consuming his mind, his furious instincts had taken over. His right hand had started to explore around the elf maiden's chest without restraint, then tracing up those alluring curves directly ascending the peak. After he pressed in, Sheehan felt a melting warmth and flexible sensation, employing more force as his strength rippled back from the abundant elasticity. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva lecherously. The murderous howls of the elves rocketed into Sheehan's ears, ultimately consoling his retaliation. This is called profaning, understand? So what if I profane? At this moment, he suddenly felt the woven straw vines around her chest becoming more and more of a hindrance. He so much wanted to rip it apart and fiddle with the two under ripped softness. His breathing turned heavier, an incredible impulse urging him to use both hands to earnestly toy and fiddle against it. Yet Melody appeared as though she was completely oblivious to Sheehan's grave crimes. She did not have the usual shameful reaction of an ordinary young lady, completely did not look like a victim. She did not even contain any notion of resisting, much less caring about her own elves, continued to lean against Sheehan's chest and enjoy the sunlight. Her hair floated loftily against the sunlight, producing speckles of shining glow. It appeared like a dream or fantasy, everything around it was surreal. The furious roars of the elves outside the prison cell was more than just anger. They rattled violently against the iron balls, the roars turned into desperate howls. It was like watching their ancestral tomb being dug out. At this moment, the elf maiden suddenly halted her singer, sweeping her gaze towards her fellow elves. She then swung suspiciously towards Sheehan, finally glancing down at the demonic palm pressing her chest. Her expression was filled with curiosity of what the chaotic bickering was about. Then she very calmly returned to her chorus of hymns. But for some unknown reason, when Melody shot a composed look into Sheehan's eyes, it was like being cleansed by that serene gaze. His heady impulses suddenly died down. Even though the elf maiden hadn't offered any resistance, Sheehan obediently withdrew his hand. At this moment, the outside elves seemed to have caught on. Although they were furious, they weren't unreasonable. The fact was that it was impossible for an elf maiden to be so calm after suffering such violation and insult, unless she was willing. This was also what they were extremely unwilling to see. To them, their inherent nature caused them to feel like a superior race over the humans. Only those extremely valiant, distinguished heroes with noble bloodline can receive the acknowledgement of the elves, and be a suitable companion. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary human and an elf wanted to date, they would incur the abandonment and expulsion of both sides. Yet shockingly, this usually unnoticeable elf maiden, Melody, was actually performing the tune of the Twilight Harmony right beneath the faint glare of the sun, and in this sullied and filthy environment, it was like crying out for Mother Nature's resonance. This anchored her current status firmly as an esteemed worshipped individual, but it resulted in a terribly awkward fate, something unprecedented that had never surfaced before. If a twilight elf and a human were to fall in love, what would happen? Expel her? No, that wasn't possible. This was the first appearance of a twilight elf in over 317 years in Rivendell. Accept her? That tacitly approved one thing, that was a lowly wretched human could blaspheme an elf, not just an elf but a twilight elf. Just this thought itself could cause the elves to go berserk. This dilemma was the worst-case scenario for those elves. They sighed in misery, even the few elders were silently shaking their heads, repeatedly gazing at this nature goddess for an oracle guidance. The Twilight Harmony sounded long, but also sounded short. As its name Sake Harmony implies, it completely resonated in perfect harmony resonance with Mother Nature. It was like the cries of a new infant, the clamor of a crashing wave, the thunderous crackle in the night sky. When Melody finally shut her little mouth, her voice still lingered on. Treads of melodious harmony scattered about, swirling within their ears. After singing, Melody continued to lay comfortably in Sheehan's embrace. She glared upwards at him, as though warning him to stay motionlessly as a pillow. Then she reached out to the bucket by the side, scooping up a ladle of water. Yet it was exceedingly hard to praise the quality of the water contents, it was slightly murky, and rotten leaves revolved around it. This wasn't the orcs' pee, but those crude and dirty orcs similarly drank such water. Elves who were naturally clean normally kept their own due for hydration, they wouldn't even carelessly drink from springs. Don't even mention drinking, even touching it was considered disgusting by Melody as she instantly gave up on it. Upon seeing her frown, Sheehan instantly stretched out his hands as he retrieved his own water supplies from the nightmare imprint. Of course, the water was certainly disguised as part of this world. Melody suspiciously examined Sheehan's hand, she asked curiously. How did you do that? Sheehan laughed, caressing her hair like how a big brother would pamper his sister. Good girl, hurry up and drink. Melody gracefully allowed the water to flow smoothly down her throat. Then passing it back to Sheehan with a grateful expression. You want to drink? You really like my chest, right? Sheehan was about to drink, but after hearing the last phrase, he instantly choked on the water. Wiping away the spills, he bitterly smiled. That was an accident, a slight carelessness. Completely unaffected, Melody swayed her slender fingers in mid-air, as though feeling up the sunshine. Her skin was slightly transparent under the sunlight, as delicate as a porcelain. Using a conceited tone, she replied. You are the protector I've decided on, so I wouldn't mind whatever you want to do. The elves instantly had a headache upon hearing that. Elder Chawin yelled out from outside the cell. O noble twilight elf! You cannot take this lowly man of Gondor as protector. This man of Gondor even has black hair. 3,000 years till now, not a single royalty of Gondor has black hair. We cannot accept such a mediocre black-haired man to be your protector. Melody didn't even bother turning to face him to answer. Right, just 6 minutes ago, my beloved fellow elf pushed me away from the warmth. Yet a mediocre black-haired man allowed me to bask in the sunlight. Your rejection is pointless to me, it is utterly useless. He is mine, and I am his. Sheehan was shocked, wanting to smile, but not because he was overwhelmed with favor and elation, but more of amusement at this absurdity. Fortunately at this time, a group of Uruk-hai suddenly marched in, their eyes beaming with scarlet glows. They forcefully ushered the elves back to their cells. The chief jailer Grekler slowly approached in. His face filled with honest cruelty and unyielding cunningness as he pointed towards Xian and stammered. "It's him." Two Uruk-ais waved their hands, walking into the cell and dragged Xian out. Melody stared on with a sunken expression. As a newly awakened Twilight Elf, she had to first go through training and tempering before being able to unleash her abilities. If not right now, her only advantage was a slightly strengthened body. Xian glanced slyly towards Reef and lightly shook his head, sneakily offering him a thumbs up. A slight curve of his lips as he obediently followed the Uruk-hai out. As expected by Xian after he was escorted out of the prison. The inner ring was relatively loose as compared to the heavily fortified outer ring. Perhaps, not even a housefly could escape. When Xian strutted out of the prison, he leaked out a cunning sneer upon seeing where these Uruk-ais were bringing him to. "So it is there indeed. Looks like the bait I cast out has been hooked." Chapter 14, Wizard Tower. Chapter 14, Wizard Tower. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. The sunlight beat down ferociously. Yet in this harsh winter, the temperature remained rock bottom. The ice and snow had no intentions of melting, releasing a crunchy sound when feet trampled over them. A line of movement headed expectedly towards the wizard tower, still emitting the same malevolent aura. When Xian finally saw it closely with his naked eyes, this structure should not be hailed as a wizard tower. The largest portion of this structure was constructed with deep black foundation rocks, revealing the stark solidarity of this structure. Chisel marks covered the periphery, possessing a faintly crude firmness. Yet because of that fact, it could be hailed as a grand fort or a magnificent stronghold, but definitely without any relation to wizardry. Silver threads of cracks joined each other allaying the roof, its calcite composition conducted sorcery, protective seals carved out against the granite, partitioning the different energy regions. It was obvious, only the roof could lay claim to the description of wizard tower. Thinking with their feet, one could tell. Most likely this tower was constructed by the orcs under the command of Saruman's doppelganger. Being able to construct in this manner, they had already done their best, it was impossible to ask more of them. When Xian arrived at the tower entrance, a massively burly Uruk-hai strided out from inside. His face sinister and fierce, carrying a gigantic bow slung across his back. The bow looked rather gruff, yet no matter the bow string or the bow arm, a layer of water-like glow streamed around it. Obviously, this was no ordinary weapon. The rest of the Uruk-hai saluted in fear, making way to the side. The massive Uruk-hai observed Xian and asked, "Who's this?" Chief Jailer Grekler walked out. His voice muffled and held back, one could sense the desires beneath his tone. "Your Excellency Lurtz, the majestic god has arranged for him." T.N. Lurtz is the first ringleader of the Uruk-hai scouts. Hearing the name Lurtz, Xian's heart jolted with an electrified notion. This guy is actually Lurtz. In the movie, the Fellowship had a core member called Boromir. This Prince of Gondor was slayed under the frightening arrow skills of this Uruk-hai. Even the Elvish prince, Legolas, was hindered by him. His strength and skills were one of a kind. Looking at his status now, it seemed like he was extremely important to Saruman's doppelganger. Lurtz coldly replied, "Wait here." After speaking, he turned and left. After a brief pause, he walked out signaling for Xian to follow him. It was obvious. This Uruk-hai had a superior intellect to other orcs, outstandingly smooth with the common language of Middle-earth. From outside, the wizard tower didn't look very big, yet its interior wasn't small. Xian followed Lurtz as they advanced. Repeatedly ascending to the next level, doors after doors, in a flash, everything was captured inside his memory. He would then dwell on this in the future. Their final destination was a laboratory polluted by a piercing pungent stench. An enormous oaken table was set up nicely with test tubes, various other heating catalyst, a crystal ball, and several types of spirit lamps. The walls were vividly constructed by thick stone and metal alloys, a network of protective arcane energies layered over it. The internal walls were even fortified with various elements, indicating the frequency of accidents occurring here. Of course, Xian didn't recognize certain magic apparatus and items. Saruman's doppelganger was currently in deep thought while seated on a stool. The apparatus in front of him had been shattered. Xian was familiar with it, it was the same glass fragments of that curse mix he threw out to scare the bunch of orcs. This powerful wizard raised his head, Xian could feel his glare like an incisive dagger, threatening to slice through his organs. It was obvious the huge disparity of power between the two. Don't even mention Saruman's doppelganger, perhaps Lurtz could silence Xian with barely a single arrow. In Xian's prior calculation, even if he was Reef, the extreme limit he could face should be the chief jailer, Greckler, and this was in a one-against-one situation. Fortunately, Xian entered this world with the aspiration of not slaying or doing battle, it was merely to drag out their period of stay, and survive. But more crucially, Xian's biggest encouragement was that he could choose to return to the Nightmare Realm at any time. From hindsight, he could tell the doppelganger's current mood. Adding on his vicious and merciless nature, if his farce with the rank 6 black art mix technique was revealed, there was a 30 to 40% probability of instant annihilation on the spot. Fortunately, he had the protective charm of returning to the realm. Since he did not have to shoulder the burden of death, naturally he would gladly gamble. Even if he did lose, there was still Reef to buy more time for them. Saruman's doppelganger didn't bother turning to observe Lurtz leading Xian in. He continued to sit quietly on his stool. My slave said he discovered an interesting matter, and had adequate evidence to prove he isn't lying. Speaking till here, the aged Saruman doppelganger slowly raised his hunchbacked body. Coughing several times, his eyes continued to glare at the shattered glass shards on the table. I originally didn't believe him, hence Mr. Greckler had to endure 3 lashes of the whip in vain. But under his bitter endurance, I didn't miss out on this interesting specimen. Or evidence. For now, I will bestow a reward for Mr. Greckler's loyalty and shrewdness. Please answer some of my questions now. If you dare to lie or your answers are unsatisfactory, then prepare to suffer the fate of a memory scour spell. This supreme magic spell can perfectly extract most of your memories. But there are 2 side effects. The first is that your brain will feel more dense than red wine gravy, and the second is that you will experience excruciating, unbearable agony during the process. You have 10 seconds to think about my suggestion. Lurtz, reward Mr. Greckler with a mug of orc drought, and 25 kilograms of meat, the bloodied kind. Xian hobbled towards the table. Lurtz's vicious vision tightened. Yet Xian unhurriedly picked up a glass shard, as he prostrated himself before Saruman's doppelganger. My respects, Grand Lord Wizard. I am an advanced alchemist assistant, Seaman. My master has been researching on biological weapons since years ago. All along he believed that the strongest weapon isn't forged, but something similar to a body possessing a self-restoration ability. Hence, he concentrated his research in this direction, and gained certain small insights. I am merely a disciple that inherited a small portion of his legacy. In view that I had a deeper understanding and knowledge compared to these orcs, nimble arms and a clearer mind, abundant experiences in this field, and more effective and efficient work rate, hence, I have grounds to request for delicious food, cleaner residence, and certain finite privileges. Ho, please refrain from using that expression against me, my Lord Wizard. I'm just a lowly man blessed with a critical mind. This is just an essential weapon an outstanding alchemy assistant would bring along. It seems like Mr. Lurtz is a little moody. There are many reasons why a human's emotions are unstable, but for a Uruk-hai, it must be because his master berated him. From this perspective, and the numerous clues here, there seems to be loads of dirty and uncleaned apparatus. Looks like your current assistant is not competent. Of course, the reason I can stand boldly in front of you is because of a phrase, a wise and quick-witted alchemy assistant would be welcomed anywhere. Saruman's doppelganger replied with a chilling voice. If your talents are even half of your sweet lips, then I can very well guarantee satisfaction for your previous 2 requests. But first you have to tell me, who is your master? Pardon me. Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm not permitted to mention his name. If not, my oath would backlash against me, my brains would explode in a split second, it would be worse if it went through a memory scour. Believe me, Lord Wizard. A living seaman is more useful than a dead one. Saruman's doppelganger was all along a wily old fox. He only listened to half of Xian's flowery speech, and within this half, he only believed another half. However, the reason Xian had schemed deliberately for a chance to enter the wizard tower, he hadn't placed his full confidence on just mere speech to move Saruman. After all, most intelligent people in the world believe their eyes more than their ears. As Xian was about to retrieve a blended mix of bear and fox to gain the trust of Saruman's doppelganger, he suddenly caught sight of 2 orcs carrying a dead snow bear in, leaving a trickle of blood trail. His eyes flickered, instantly calling out to the 2 orcs. What are you two doing? Why haven't you covered the wound of the snow bear? Once it loses excessive blood, it will cease from being a quality concoction material. The orcs really had a half-witted brain, instantly falling into a daze upon Sheehan's words. Then their hands broke into a panic frenzy, as they placed the snow bear down to try and patch up its wound. Sheehan yelled out. Forget it, fetch me that blade and pincers by the side. Chapter 15, Checkpoint activated. Chapter 15, Checkpoint activated. Translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Hearing Sheehan's casual shouting, Lurtz took a step forward. His eyes glittering with furious savageness, reaching out for the giant bough behind him. He had always hated the humans, yet this human in front of him was even more irksome, not compatible along with his 3 charm. Hence upon hearing Sheehan's scoldings against his fellow orcs, Lurtz fell a belly of fire. He wanted to sentence Sheehan to death with his bow immediately. Then turn him into dinner for the night. But at this moment, Saruman's doppelganger shook his head, gesturing lightly, yet this light gesture was like an immovable handcuff over Lurtz's wrist, immobilizing him. He didn't dare to move. Lurtz released a frustrated grunt from his throat, wildly suppressing his rage. He wanted to vent his frustration and crush anything he could see. Yet in front of Saruman's doppelganger, his only release was to clench his fist even tighter. Sheehan picked up the knife and pincer, skillfully slicing away at this snow bear, cutting, draining the blood, cleaning and roasting it. He then began an entire process to process it into raw materials for his strength of the bear's flesh. Saruman's doppelganger's eyes turned gentler. Perhaps Sheehan's words may be rather exaggerated, but in this place, a familiar thinking assistant was indeed beneficial over an orc. Coincidentally, he was in the midst of a crucial juncture in his research. He really needed a capable assistant to settle certain trifling matters. Maybe allowing him to stay for a few days wouldn't be a bad thing. I'll just dispose of him in the end. Thus, this notion floated into the doppelganger's mind. Actually, he had been constantly pestered by these trifling matters like processing raw materials, and had been delegating uruk-eyes to manage them. He had no choice but to admit, they were more bronze than brains, their efficiency was pretty terrible. Of course, it was because of Sheehan's performance that allowed him to have this thinking. No matter who, Sheehan was like a puny housefly that he could stretch out his hand and squash anytime. He couldn't bother much. Moreover, this fly was stuck within this impregnable web of the area. With this thinking, the doppelganger's vigilance naturally receded into a negligible degree. You will receive a cleaner residence. As for food-wise, the orcs can only offer you raw materials for your own cooking. Of course, unless your taste is the same as them, you can disregard that. The doppelganger emotionlessly voiced out. You can start work now, my slave will bring you to the cellar. Mr. Seaman, it is 4 in the afternoon, I expect to see 10 batches of excellent quality materials by 8 at night. If not, you know the punishment you will receive. You will definitely get what you desire, Lord. But I have one final lowly request, it is merely a wave of hand for you. Sheehan instantly struck while the iron was hot. Saruman's doppelganger halted his footsteps. I hope that during the period I serve Lord Wizard, my friend and my lover can enjoy a better treatment, and not be oppressed in that filthy cell. Apart from that, if I slave and labor for you but I realize that they have been stealthily executed, I will be devastated. Saruman remained expressionless, but he became more relaxed. A weak human who worried about hostages, what trouble could he cause? Hence, he very refreshingly nodded his head. In actual fact, Sheehan had no intentions of causing trouble. He understood that being kidnapped by these orcs was definitely not for a ransom. He was roughly could guess the prisoners were merely awaiting a tragic and despairing outcome. Sheehan's current deeds were just to prolong this duration. Putting it bluntly, even if everyone were to be dragged out to be executed, Sheehan would try his best to scheme and allow himself and Reef to occupy the last slots to be beheaded. Lurtz. The doppelganger waved his magic staff, then lightly spoke. I feel Mr. Seaman's requests are reasonable. Lurtz released another muffled grunt, then glared maliciously at Sheehan before striding out in big steps. Then this formidable wizard indicated for Sheehan to follow, but he didn't bring Sheehan to continue descending the wizard tower. Instead, they headed down, entering into an icehouse at the lowest basement. The icehouse was freezing cold, with massive amounts of frozen creature corpses. Shuttling back and forth amidst the freezing icehouse were odd yet strong creatures. Their appearance resembled a weak edition of a terrestrial octopus. They had no bones nor torso, their intellect was relatively high. An enormous soft grayish head formed their head, with a single round massive eye. 7-8 strips of tentacles extended beneath the head, and they used it to nimble travel and work. Xian observed the numerous pupils in the eye, sensing an unfeigned danger. It was obvious if he were to battle this creature, the critical focus would be against its damned eye. This odd tentacle creature had a scientific name called an ocean freak, brachiopod. He suddenly thought about that colossal octopus, an ocean freak known as the Watcher in the water near Moria, of the original storyline. Even the powerful Fellowship of the Ring didn't dare to encounter it head-on, and were forced to infiltrate through the mines of Moria. From how Saruman's doppelganger addressed them, it vaguely suggested a relation to that colossal octopus. Xian began operating under the watchful surveillance of the ocean freak. Don't even mention escaping, even his personal freedom was vastly limited. He could only continue slaving, diligently and without slacking. Fortunately, his goal was to drag for time, moreover processing raw materials was an activity that needed skills. Hence, trying to skive easily went unnoticed by the ocean freak. 3 days passed by quickly. Xian was shuttled to and fro from the wizard tower daily, delivering processed materials. Gradually he observed the surrounding terrain. His work rate could be said to be pretty high. After working he would head over to Ahem with the elf maiden, and chat with Reef. He was really carefree and without worries. After the 3 days, Reef also noticed, every sunny day, there would be a new batch of captives delivered out of prison and never returning. According to his deductions, they should have been delivered to the wizard tower to used as guinea pigs. Instead, Xian rejected that possibility. That was because he knew that although Saruman conducted experiments and research on the humans, he definitely believed that humans' weak disposition was not suitable for modifications. It could be said that humans did not have the qualifications to be his experiment guinea pigs. Hence, where the captives were delivered to had undoubtedly became a tremendous mystery. Saruman's doppelganger remained rather cautious of Xian, never allowing him to interact with deeper levels of his research. Yet processing these materials was also slightly beneficial to Xian. Previously, he could only process the raw materials of bears, foxes, and raptors. But within these 3 days, he experienced working with many other varieties of creatures, exceeding 10 varieties. The quantity he processed was in the hundreds. This meant that at least 10 kinds of creatures could be refined, and concocted into various mixtures. The damaged, incomplete diary previously only allowed him to grasp 3 variations of the bear, fox, and raptor. Yet it didn't mean that he couldn't take the initiative to attempt to mix other creatures to produce new gene mixes. Amongst the creatures he processed, although 5 variations couldn't be found in the present world, 5 other creatures existed in the present world. They were the wolf, freshwater fish, snake, dog, and mantis. He planned to use these 5 creatures to experiment when he returned to the present world. If he didn't try, how would he know if it could succeed? Even though Xian tried his best to prolong his stay, the corpses inside the icehouse were gradually declining, less and less, and finally total emptiness. The ocean freak then went out to notify others. Not long later, a thumping oppressive footsteps reverberated in. A sinisterly fiendish Uruk-hai stomped in, casting a devilish grin at Xian. It was Lurtz. Filthy human, you have lost the rights to stay on. Scram from our sacred ground. Now. Xian's heart sank, knowing that he had ran out of options. Sighing slightly, yet being able to drag out this 4 days' duration, could be considered a victory itself. At least, half of the elves that were captured with him had been dragged out already, nobody knew where they went. When Xian returned to the prison cell, he suddenly received a notification from the Nightmare imprint. Scanning, contestant number 1018 has reached a checkpoint for this establishing party mission, survival. Warning, contestant number 1018 has reached a checkpoint for the mission, survival. Warning, the difficulty will increase. From now onwards, you will be unable to utilize the interspatial region of your Nightmare imprint. Pointer, party mission, survival, has various checkpoints. Every time your period of stay in this world has reached the relevant checkpoint, the survivability difficulty will be increased. Chapter 16, Cruel Process. Chapter 16, Cruel Process. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Seeing this list of notifications, Xian almost vomited blood. His gene mixes required raw materials to concoct. Without access to the interspatial region, his support ability would be rendered utterly useless. Moreover, he wouldn't have the privilege of regenerative foods and medicines. Yet more critically, ambition was stored inside his interspatial region. His explosive might had been reduced by half in an instance. His only consolation was due to his reward for working for Saruman. The elf maiden Melody, Reef, and him had been allocated a separate cell. Their drink came from the melted fresh snow by the mountains, their food wasn't polluted by filth. It was currently a sunny day, the sun had risen long ago. As Melody was about to continue meditating and cultivating under the sunlight, several furious and malicious Uruk-ais stomped in from outside, binding them forcefully with a black rope. The ropes were made with a unique vine, it was extremely sturdy and unbreakable. Even Sheehan and Reef weren't able to activate their active abilities. Naturally, Melody wasn't able to invoke her nature magic. Sheehan sent a probing pulse detector to the black rope, receiving the relevant information. TN, he is still wearing his armor and helmet, just that they are disguised. Black Moody Whipweaver, Saruman, 4th secret body special item material, blood, curse aura, cold press crystal, black cricket vine. Duration, 12 hours usage, binded target unable to activate any personal ability. Weight, 0.3 kilograms. Length, 140 centimeters to 210 centimeters. This Black Moody Whip was extremely precious, personally crafted by Saruman, its sealing prowess was impregnable. Sadly, it had only 12 hours of existence, if not Sheehan really wanted to steal one for himself. However, it appeared like its toughness was not adequate, as the Uruk-ais consecutively wrapped another sturdy rope around, absolutely securing their captives. In this manner, the three of them were escorted out, slowly assembling together with other humans/dwarves/elves, curling and shivering with 7 to 8 others outside the prison. A group of fully equipped orcs and 3 of the tentacle creatures, ocean freaks, that Sheehan had interacted with made up the guards, escorting them towards the east. After traversing through several shimmering, bare glacier mountains, they began to ascend towards the peak of an ice mountain, following a spiraling frosted pathway. Sheehan noticed that this mountainous route was primarily formed by thick condensed ice layers, and contained several resting spots along the way. Some of the icy rocks had been grinded till extremely sleek, indicating the high frequency of this route being used. Even though it was a bright day, the sunlight was drastically dismal in this region, completely not supplying any warmth. The winds carried bits of ice, blowing out ghostly and mournful shrills as they scraped against the ancient glaciers of centuries and millennials. In this environment, all of the captives were shivering and trembling in their hearts and bodies. Some even collapsed breathlessly in fear due to the high altitudes and the arduously harsh journey. At this moment, the orcs laid bare their vicious appearance, beginning to use cruel methods to torture and usher the unwilling captives. Yet they only dealt internal injuries to the captives, not allowing blood to drop. After being escorted to the icy peak, they continued along the long mountain ridge, braving the winds of winter. After roughly half an hour, the route ahead was no more. It was a plateau of ice and snow here, roughly the size of a basketball court. Icy stalactites tooth impaled out around them, beneath them was the 10,000 fathoms abyss. A long stone stage was erected in the middle, a person was lying down on it. A strange dark brown colored the rocks surrounding the stage, exceptionally contrasting amidst the pure white ice and snow. By the side were numerous hastily chiseled stone basins, the crafting was done incomparably clumsily. A clutter of jumbled-up rags laid in a mess beside, fluttering sporadically amidst the cold winds, like a torn yellowish paper with a tinge of stubborn toughness. Even though everything was unclear to them, their hearts welled up with an unfathomable sense of danger. Especially the other human captives, as they started to sob and wail uncontrollable, still trying to struggle against their fates. The orcs and the ocean mysteries remained motionless, they were prepared for this situation. The captives were bound strictly by the magical black ropes, any resistance was utterly futile. At this moment, one of the ocean freaks with a slightly bigger head than others slithered out from the parade of orcs. Using its tentacle to fiddle inside a bag, it retrieved a drinking pouch made of cowhide. It then pulled out its cork, and allowed the captives to drink its contents in succession. The captives were obviously unwilling to drink anything at this moment. The ocean freak first demonstrated by drinking a mouthful from that drinking pouch, then it retrieved a bowl and poured the liquid into the bowl. A splendid blue liquid glittering with speckles of stars filled the bowl, it was thick and glutinous. Even though the bowl was firm, the liquid seemed to have a life on its own as it rippled proactively, tiny waves splashed against the side of the bowl. The captives were originally injured after being captured, being imprisoned for days had weakened them, and now they were incomparably exhausted after trekking for so long. They gulped down the drink, even Xian was no exception. Yet contrary to his expectation, this blue liquid was frighteningly cold, like an ice thread endlessly terrorizing down his throat into his belly. The sensation lingered for long, his body started to tremble unconscientiously, it was the feeling of being frozen alive. His chest and lungs flushed with an icy chillness, suddenly fatigue left his body. His body started to heat up, as though energy was being ignited in every bone and vessel of his body. His nightmare imprint transmitted the following notification: "You've drank an advanced gene mix, mucus of the ocean freak of Moria. This is a powerful gene mix concocted personally by Saruman's doppelganger. It is a secret dosage blended with the gene of the colossal octopus, ocean freak of Moria, and various other materials. Drink permanent effect, HP plus 50 points, MP plus 50 points. This reward can be brought out of this world. Drinking temporary effect, your HP regeneration speed greatly increases. Every 10 seconds additional regeneration of 1 to 10 HP, duration lasts for 120 minutes. Pointer, the worse the condition of the user, the more potent the gene mix will be, causing the HP regeneration to progress rapidly. However, residual repercussions may occur. What are they trying to do?" Reef's heart surged with delight after receiving such a random bonus just from drinking this liquid. He couldn't resist asking Xian. They too carried no trace of fear, having the option to return to the realm. Xian was normally an expert in reasoning, but in this instance, the strangeness of the situation left him speechless. The orcs and ocean mysteries definitely harbored ill intentions bringing them here, but in the most desperate of desolation, they provided them with such a miraculous medicine drink. After everyone drank their share of mucus of ocean freak Moria, a short and grouchy orc stood out. Its face was filled with scars, looking like a little devil, its expression apathetic. Its eyes burned with an unexplainable fervor, a thick leather belt strapped against its waist. The orc's face gave Xian a seemingly familiar feeling, probably having met him before back in the wizard tower. Following that, 2 orcs seized a human captive and dragged the human up the stage, completely disregarding his struggles, finally tying him onto the stage. The stubby orc pulled out several sharp tiny knives from its waist, arranging them along the edge of the stage. The orc then licked the tiny knife blade in his hand, slowly carving open the captive's arm. Under the bone-chilling screams and miserable shrieks of the unlucky captive, the orc started to leisurely slice his body in front of his very eyes. Even though this matter was extremely cruel, the orc's motion and attitude had no difference to certain humans when they slaughtered and skinned animals. In the orc's eyes, elves and humans were equally like animals. Instantly, Xian realized what those rags were by the side. They were actually dried-up human skin, bare skin that was carved out gruesomely. Even the cold and calm Melody was gripped by terror, and started to tremble. Because this was the first time in her innocent life, she had discovered something so terrifying and gruesome in this world. Yet the suicidal abilities of the elves were completely sealed by the Black Moody Whip, even death was not an option. Chapter 17, Violent Fighting. Chapter 17, Violent Fighting. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Elcassar. The stubby orc bared its repulsive teeth, its fingers rough and short but enough to mobilize the knife nimbly, slicing it up and down. Bloodied rough skin rolled up against the blade in strips, not sparing a single inch. Occasionally, it insatiably licked the bloodied knife blade, looking like a gourmet chef. It was obvious this orc was an expert. The disturbing despairing cries failed to influence him. 10 minutes later, the captive reduced to a grotesque flesh demon, trembling incessantly. Yet the fearsome thing was the potency of the mucus of the ocean freak Moria was in full effect. His life was fully preserved. An orc by the side diligently gathered the blood-dripping skin, while drooling with desire. He placed the skin inside one of the stone basins. The fragments of skin were then abandoned by the side, fluttering along with the dried human skin amidst the wind. After gathering flayed skin, and dumping everything into the stone basin, the orc tossed a spark into the basin. The basin rumbled and a billowing flame erupted up ferociously. A massive fiery pillar formed against the white winter, spiraling up and skyrocketing into the sky. An unfathomable odor filled their noses, the fragrance of boiling blood, an encaustic and piercing fragrance, seeping deep into one's organs. Several orcs then lifted up the skinless captive, flinging him right into the icy abyss. The mournful shrills dragged on for a tragically long period, constantly echoing against the four corners of the icy mountains, finally fading gradually after a long while. The remaining captives were instantly shaken by such a vile fate. Although some had been experienced hunters, they could not guess the intentions behind this cruel actions. The only thing they were certain of was, they would be the same calamitous fate. They frenziedly struggled, yet the black moody whip tightly constricted down their hopes. Time sped by, captives after captives were dragged onto the stage. The sorrowful wails pierced deeper than the knife into the flesh. Skin continued to fuel the fiery pillar. Elves were no exception to this monstrosity. Hearing her compatriots' terrified cries, and repeated grotesque fate, the fear in Melody's eyes slowly receded, unyielding resolution replaced it. Although her face maintained a horrified expression, a faint greenish glow radiated from her bound hands, repeatedly wrestling against the black rope. The glow stubbornly flickered, probably a special ability of a twilight elf. The unique characteristics of the black moody whip was unable to seal her ability completely. It was obvious, Melody had made a resolution. No matter what price she paid, she will definitely escape from the cruel fate of being flayed alive and tossed into the bottomless abyss of ice. After 4 captives were settled, the stubby orc felt sore in his arm. To carve out a person's skin completely and yet preserve his life, it was definitely a physically and mentally draining matter. The orc sat down, greedily sampling the accumulated blood pool over the stage. His eyes suddenly shifted to Melody's body, gradually releasing a lewd and demonic gaze. Looking at their current actions, it was obvious the reason the orcs provided preferential treatment to the captives beforehand was to maintain their optimal conditions till now. Their goal was for them to remain alive after they had been flayed. No one knew their underlying motives. But because of that, they hadn't dared to violate Melody. This was because of the elves' ability to offer themselves back to nature, transforming into a seed of nature. But these orcs knew now, the abilities of the elves were being completely suppressed by the binding black moody whip. When the elf maiden, Melody, was being tied up, the orc tying her was probably a sadist, purposely allowing her plump jewel curves to protrude out. The short orc licked against his thick lips, a distinct bump appearing at the crotch. The orc stood up, kneading restlessly against the distinctly swollen bump at its crotch, its gaze falling over the Melody as it walked towards her. Melody's face turned pale, but her expression remained haughty and indifferent. Her lips tightened. Instead, the green spots of flow had started to congregate against her tightly bound hands. Sheehan, who had been observing all this, was already storing his power and waiting. As compared to the other captives, Sheehan held a huge advantage with his incredible 37 points of strength. In this world difficulty of it could be considered as a good figure. Over their entire journey, Sheehan had been assiduously struggling. Although his wrist had been slightly injured by the friction, the black vines over him had been loosened up. He even had a small freedom of space to move his hands. As the orc approached Melody, Sheehan's muscles instantly tightened, bursting forth with an explosive might through his wrist. The strips of black vines instantly ripped into 3 to 4 strips and scattered to the ground. The black vines were like a dying snake, coiling up in rounds on the ground. This sudden outburst was something everyone hadn't anticipated, of course except Reef, who was well aware of Sheehan's actions. Sheehan kicked off with both legs, propelling himself forward. The snow shoved out in all sides by his kick. Yet his target was not that vile stubby orc, it was actually the ocean freak nearby. The reason was simple. He was already rather familiar with the strength of an orc, but had never engaged an ocean freak before. It was hard to imagine that short and slippery octopus tentacle dealing any physical damage, hence, most likely it dealt magical attacks. From the looks of its gray and fat head, it seemed like it would be rather lacking defense-wise. Moreover, once he assaulted the ocean freak, no matter how block-headed that stubby orc was, he couldn't possibly continue his advances against Melody. Without a doubt, Sheehan's surprise attack was successful. A metallic shimmer flashed over his fist, tightly clenched as he swept it out swiftly, producing a stifling oppression. His target was the huge grayish head of the nearby ocean freak. Yet although the ocean freak hadn't anticipated a sudden assault, its sole gigantic eye was completely devoid of blind spots. A blinding neon flashed in its eyes as it observed Sheehan's fist that was about to smash in. Then a black laser glow shot out. The laser pierced straight into Sheehan's chest, emitting black fumes from it. Sheehan could feel a burning pain against his chest, his flesh rotting out. A deathly-ish black luster enveloped his body. the nightmare imprint instantly reflected out. You've been struck by a spirit ray. After factoring defense, you receive 127 points of damage. Attack type is spirit element, your innate ability, endurance, is ineffective. You receive a nasty curse weakened, your attack powers reduced by 15%. F******. It is indeed the type I hate the most. Sheehan gritted his teeth. Still, his unavoidable fist smashed into the ocean freak's head. The firm fist rattled against the soft head texture. 49. 25. Two glaring damage figures appeared by his imprint. The first belonged to his basic damage, the second was his crushing damage dealt. Thick grayish mucus secreted out from its convulsing and waving tentacles, splattering against Sheehan with electrifying intensity. Burn marks appeared on his body, but Sheehan maintained his iron expression. Unyielding, he released another vicious punch, smashing it straight into the ocean freak's eyeball. PFFF. PFFF, a consecutive stuffy sound resounded, like grapes being forcefully squeezed. Sheehan's vicious fist directly collided against the twin pupils of the ocean freak. Black, white and blended red exploded out, mucus flowing down constantly, dripping onto the icy ground. Immediately coagulating into a frozen chunk under the extreme low temperature. After its eyes suffered such brutal explosion, the ocean freak had undoubtedly lost its strongest asset. It wrestled frantically, tentacles swerving chaotically, trying its best to swing its head around to prevent further damage to its eyes. But how could Sheehan allow it that opportunity? His eyes flashed with cold-hearted ruthlessness, ignoring the two fuming orcs who were charging in. His hand drew back, once again heavily pounding in. Chapter 18, Stalemate Struggle. Chapter 18, Stalemate Struggle. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Two punches and the ocean freak went crashing against the nearby rock. Its head was pulverized by the jagged edges of the icy glacier. Repulsive brain mucus exploded out, it looked just like a person stomping over a rotting corpse. With such severe injuries, it surely wouldn't live on. Concurrently, the two orcs behind him furiously assaulted Sheehan. His vision turned fuzzy as he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white snow. But at this moment, the snowflakes dispersed rapidly, even tiny ice fragments were blasted away. A formless wave of terror swept in, consuming the speed of the affected orcs. Indeed, it was Reef's special ability, Shattering Cardiac Roar. Borrowing the assistance, Sheehan hurriedly pulled open the gap between the orcs. The two orcs roared in violent rage as they pursued, yet their pathetic 60% reduction in speed got them nowhere. Actually, several seconds after Sheehan acted, Reef similarly broke free. Although his strength wasn't as high as Sheehan's, he had a powerful weapon, that lightsaber from the future. Although this black lightsaber required it be charged, without being charged, it could still function as an ordinary sword. The contestant's weapons were naturally disguised, while his lightsaber shaft had been stashed between the black vines that binded him. After activating his lightsaber, it was with ease that he slashed through the black vines. Reef waited patiently, seizing the chance when Sheehan had attracted the attention of the multitude. Finally, he acted out, cleaved his lightsaber directly into the brains of an ocean freak. This move was deadly and vicious, resulting in an explosive strike. The searing combustion of the lightsaber roasted through the ocean freak's brains, frying its innards as it became a barbecue delicacy. Next, he immediately activated the sinister-looking, alien skull shield ability. A terrifying, hideous tongue shot out, drawing a load of brain mucus from the ocean freak, sinking it into a stunned state. Reef continued the chop ferociously with his lightsaber. With his agile and speedy attack speed, he easily decapitated several twitching tentacles, as the ocean freak curled up like a squid. The ocean freak was only supported with its tentacles, losing one or two was manageable, but it had lost 6 tentacles. Naturally, it crumbled into the icy snow. Reef then roared out with his Shattering Cardiac Roar, valiantly finishing off the ocean freak while running off to aid Sheehan. The miserable ocean freak sadly belonged to a species of high offense but low defense. If it had the protection of an orc, the might it could release would be shocking. Yet its threat in close combat was close to zero. As Sheehan fled, he chose his direction wisely as he rolled against the floor, reaching in front of the elf maiden, Melody. Grabbing the black vines constricting her, he tore them. It was extremely easy this time as compared to previously when he was still bound. He was able to fully utilize his full strength to tear it. Although the sturdy and vicious rope didn't rip completely, it was loosened greatly, allowing Melody to regain her freedom in her arms. But when Xian once again attempted to rip apart the ropes, he groaned as he staggered back 2 steps. That stubby executioner orc was not to be overlooked. He was already pretty near the elf maiden and was similarly affected by the shattering cardiac roar. Stumbling a step back, he forced himself forward with his flaying knife as he launched himself towards Xian. The orc was naturally a knife expert. He grunted ferociously. A chilling flash flickered in his hands, 3 stabs punctured into Xian's waist. Blood gushed out, as his life points plunged rapidly. Fortunately, Ocean Freak Moria Mix was still in effect. A rush of heat filled his internals towards the wounded region, swiftly suturing the wound, preventing additional blood loss. Yet he no longer dared to turn his back against this vicious orc. Turning around, he protected the elf maiden behind him. Simultaneously, witnessing Xian getting injured, Melody's eyes suddenly radiated a green glow. She puffed deeply, her hands moving in a blurry motion within the free space of the rope, forming several casting hand symbols. In a flash, a faint greenish flame coiled up like a serpent, incinerating through the black vines. Although she had not been awakened for long, Melody still belonged to a race of formidable twilight elves. Her nature magic was extremely incredible. Melody's face was shockingly pale as she regained her freedom, forcefully casting. This elvish divine art took a toll on her, and drained some of her vitality. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't cast a divine art, yet faced with a crisis, Melody did not have a trace of hesitation. Pointing forward with her finger, a faint greenish flame slithered forward in astonishing speed. In this desolate winter land, Melody's divine art was incapable of absorbing the spirit energies from nature and flora. Its might was lowered by a certain degree. However, her attacking target wasn't someone with a powerful resistance, it was towards the orc that was challenging Xian. That flaying expert, that stubby orc. The trail of faint greenish flame serpent directly rushed into the stubby orc's mouth. Yet concurrently, the last ocean freak exhibited an incomparably deadly magic. 7 to 8 beams of lasers volleyed out feverishly from its eye, heading straight towards Xian, Reef, and Melody. Several beams blasted against the greenish flaming serpent, trying its best to rescue the orc from her divine art. Yet her flame serpent combusted with increased velocity as it traveled, pulling away from the beams of the ocean freak. The beams grazed against the flames, landing against the nearby glaciers as it dissolved into 3 deep holes. Currently, Melody understood the dire state they were in. The deadly flaming serpent she cast was actually her strongest divine art, living flames, using her own vitality to ignite flames. The only thing that could extinguish these flames was the enemy's vitality. Hence, this living flames would continue burning even inside water. After engulfing into the stubby orc's mouth, it raged on furiously, licking down and igniting the orc's entire digestive tract in mere seconds. After slaying the stubby orc, she turned exhausted as the earth seemed to be spinning around her as she released a sigh. In her mind, everything that had happened so far was still immensely confusing. She could not understand the intentions of these orcs. But what she knew was that she definitely had to foil the dreams of her enemies. Even though the stubby orc was unappealing, it definitely hosted a particular skill inside it. As mentioned before, to be able to flay the skin without any fatalities, required great concentration and skill, and a naturally apathetic heart. Hence for now, this bunch of orcs had lost its only representative now to engage in their activities. Thus for the remaining captives and Melody, after slaying off this orc, the worst situation now was to die in battle. At least, they temporarily wouldn't suffer the gruesome fate of having their skin carved out and thrown mercilessly from the ice peak. An extreme exhaustion overwhelmed her after casting the living flames. She coughed and sat onto the ground. Suddenly, a mishap happened. The effects of the blue liquid she drank surfaced, refueling new energies into her body. But for some unknown reasons, the bone-piercing exhaustion could not be dispersed from her body. It was as if something within her had been triggered after releasing the divine art, wildly consuming her spirit. Very quickly, Melody slumped to the ground in semi-consciousness, like a withering grass laying spiritlessly on the ground. At present, their current situation was perilous. Their surroundings were the bottomless icy abyss, and ahead of them were furious orcs, and a dreadful ocean freak. But at this moment, Xian howled loudly as he bent his back, charging straight towards the east. The peak of this mountain was a flatland, and only had that same spiraling mountain path they entered. Xian was currently dashing towards that exit. It was the most ordinary of reactions. To attain freedom, one had to flee. However, the last ocean freak seemed to have anticipated his action, already commanding a vicious orc to obstruct the mountain path. Ripples of demonic aura started to condense inside the enormous devilish pupil of the ocean freak. It was preparing to emanate out a paralytic ray. If Xian continued his attempt to escape, he would meet one outcome, colliding against the orc, the paralytic ray penetrating him, before he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 19, Offspring of Thorondair. Chapter 19, Offspring of Thorondair. Translated by Chua. Edited by Tn and Alcasar. The world was always filled with surprises. In the eyes of everyone, Xian was trying his utmost to flee, yet suddenly in the twinkling of an eye, he did a somersault, his twin legs pushing off against a stalactite beside, propelling him towards the last ocean freak instead. His plan all along was to capture the king while feigning to capture the thief. This sudden twist of motion was out of the ocean mystery's consideration. It had personally witnessed the cruel deaths of its counterparts, a like-minded distress had since plagued it. Naturally, the alarmed ocean freak revolved its tentacles frantically in retreat, commanding the remaining orcs to cover it. They had to stop this fearsome human at all cost. Simultaneously as it retreated backwards, its compounded eye blasted out flashes of rays, releasing 6 terrifying beams. This instantly halted Xian's advances as he dodged to the side, but still got struck by 2 rays. 2 more negative buffs were bestowed onto him, movement speed dropped by 15%, attack speed by 15%. Furthermore, his health had plunged beneath a dangerous state. Rolling to the side, he immediately took cover behind a stalactite, preventing another array of beams from firing against him as he panted heavily. In his wretchedly pitiful state, searing waves of burning sensation sizzled from his wounded spots. Yet in this crucial instance, the searing pain fueled his fighting spirit, his lips curled into a malicious smile. His thinking became clearer, precisely grasping the current battlefield situation. Naturally, though the enemies were superior in strength, under his invisible guidance, they had already fallen into his tempo. Because when Xian attracted the attention of the ocean freak, Reef wasn't idling. He rushed towards the bound captives, using his immensely impenetrable silver, alien skull, shield to cover himself, he sliced his lightsaber down onto their wrists. His goal was obviously to free the captives. Black lingering after images swerved in the air, as Reef approached the 4th captive slashing apart the black vines. A smoky roasting stench filled the air, as the captive's wrist mercilessly were slightly scarred by Reef's scorching lightsaber. Yet such minor injuries didn't matter to the freed captives. Roaring in anger, they surged towards the enemy orcs. Having witnessed their companions brutally flayed personally, they pressed in furiously with great alacrity. Undoubtedly, being able to fight to their heart's content was a form of bliss. Seizing the confusion, Xian rushed back to Reef. But contrary to his expectations, although the orcs were now focused onto the incoming captives, the ocean freak was still locked onto him. As he darted out, 2 glaring apathetic rays zapped in horizontally, piercing directly into his chest. Instantly, his HP dropped beneath 100 points. Flying in mid-air, his body had lost its stability. Instead, his concentration became clearer, tolerating the burning pain as he cushioned his fall with his shoulder, making a roll on the ground, finally grabbing the corpse of that stubby orc. Simultaneously, the apathetic rays of the ocean freak closed in on him like a shadow. A ripple of violent tremble against the corpse, followed by an unstoppable force as Xian was knocked flying back, before rolling several rounds on the ground, finally stopping after he crashed into the nearest glacier. His hands had turned stiff and lifeless after being struck by the rays. The ocean freak was a glass cannon model. If Xian and Reef could gain on it, they could trample on it like dried twigs. Instead, with a specific distance between them, it was like a deadly turret. Fortunately, the ocean freak consumed MP every time it released its rays, and was unable to constantly spray them out. The orcs were currently locked in fierce combat with the furious captives. Hence, Xian had the luxury of a small breathing space. Currently, the battlefield situation had been overturned to the captives' advantage. The most fearsome ocean freak was being shielded by the orcs. Yet though the orcs were cannibals, the 4 captives were like rats against the corner, fighting back without restraint. If they were able to breach through the orcs, then chances of victory were great. However, plans couldn't escape the unpredictable changes of reality. As Xian fought to catch his breath and finally reunited with Reef, a melancholy howl screamed into his ears. The scream was excruciatingly sharp, like a spirit chomping against his ears with razor-sharp teeth. In an instant, everyone was shook by that deafening scream. Like the world was violently jolted up. A regiment of black clouds appeared in the horizon, its speed threateningly rapid. After coming nearer, it was actually a gargantuan fluffy, plume bird. The bird had scarlet eyes, steel-like feathers, wings spreading out to dozens of meters. When it appeared, even the billowing winter winds had to make way for its majesty. "Is that an offspring of Thorondair?" a captive cried out in despair. Thorondair, also named Sarantar, was the great eagle lord of Manwë, leader of Vala. The great eagles could speak the common tongue, and were incredibly smart. Occasionally, they would aid humans and elves. Even Sauron's master, Morgoth the First Dark Lord, had been clawed by Thorondair before. Presently, great eagles were still dwelling in misty mountains. Their leader was called Gwaihir. In the movies, this formidable bird species were connected to Gandalf. They were so powerful that they could even face off with the mighty fell beasts, and finally even rescue the main leads from perishing. Yet there was a sudden appearance of this gigantic bird now. But from its exterior, although it was almost identical to the great eagles, it carried a greater viciousness. It seemed like a mixed breed between the great eagles and another kind of raptor. Based on the fact that a matured great eagle could face off with a fell beast, this gigantic bird definitely possessed unimaginable strength. In a twinkling of an eye, this enormous raptor swooped down and caught the ocean freak with its sharp claws. Immediately, flinging it off the icy cliff. The ocean freak struggled desperately, releasing volleys of rays. Yet the rays simply ricocheted off the feathers of this offspring of Thorondair. The ocean freak's brains were like a water bomb. Pam! It burst under the grip of the steel-like claws. Grayish-white liquid rained down, as this offspring of Thorondair agilely orbited amidst it, thoroughly enjoying the lustful stench of blood. The icy gale continued brewing in, as snowflakes splatter against their faces like rice. Even breathing was becoming difficult. The orcs were stunned rooted to the ground, their throats releasing a choking grunt, filled with shock and fright. They completely abandoned their opponents, stumbling as they rushed towards the stage, picking up scraps of flesh and skin. Then they flushed them into the fiery stone basin. The flames in the basin were fueled by skin, yet because of Shian's atrocities, the flames had long been extinguished. After flesh and blood blended in, an indescribable blood fragrance rose into the air. It seemed like that devilish bird loved the smell, no longer swooping down for murder as it continued hovering in the air. It appeared joyous and free. With this sudden twist of events, the captives were all currently prone onto the ground. Their fates had changed like a dream, as they lay dumbstruck. Shian discovered this enormous bird was behaving strangely. Bending his back, he sprinted across the battlefield, finally rummaging through the corpse of an ocean freak. He hurriedly stashed that mutilated clump of flesh inside his waist as he yelled out, "Run!" As he yelled vigorously to alert the stunned captives, the wound dealt by the ocean freak on his chest acted up. With their assistance, the chance of breaking through the defense of the orcs and successfully escaping would be increased. Shian breathed heavily, as he nodded towards Reef. Lifting up the weakened elf maiden, he started rushing towards the mountain pathway. Naturally, the other captives followed him closely. Yet for some unknown reasons, the bunch of orcs decided to continue surrounding the stone basin with fear and trepidation, utterly foregoing the fleeing captives. The harsh winter winds whistled. The journey down was arduously long. Yet with this newfound glimmer of hope, the remaining survivors ignored the bitter cold as they frantically ran. Luckily, the gene mucus of the ocean freak of Moria was still generating a huge boost for them, filling their bodies with energy. The captives suppressed their inner fatigue as they continued to flee desperately. Amongst the captives, 3 humans survived, headed by a robust one-eyed brute. The other 2 captives were a kind-hearted dwarf and an elf. It seemed like this elf wasn't from Rivendell, and was rather arrogant and antisocial. He completely ignored the semi-conscious Melody, as he silently urged forward with huge steps. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.